This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1, Zombie Outbreak. At 10 a.m. on June 14, 2030. Ah! You are sick. You are crazy. Help. Come and help. Take him away. Bang. Hiss. Ah. It hurts. Hanfeng's hand, which was pouring coffee, shook violently in shock. After being hit by the scalding coffee, Hanfeng screamed. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? The supervisor came out and asked Hanfeng to go and see. Hanfeng shook his hands and walked towards the window angrily. He didn't know that what happened next would completely overturn his worldview for 23 years. Pushing open the window, Hanfeng saw a not-so-wide road. A young man was biting an old man who was already lying on the ground. And the asphalt road under him was a pool of blood. Some passers-by were holding up their mobile phones to take pictures, while others were calling the police and emergency services. It should be okay? It seems that the driver hit the pedestrian, but he was a little harsh. Hanfeng was about to close the window after he finished speaking, blocking out the noise from the outside world. Just as the window was about to be closed, a huge explosion hit the street. Boom! Objects from the explosion were scattered all over the street. Because Hanfeng was far away, he was not hurt, but he was still startled by the sound of the explosion. What's wrong? It's so lively today. The police are busy, said Wang Ge, a colleague, and motioned Hanfeng to close the window, fearing that the smell of the explosion would disturb the peace of the office. Just as Hanfeng was about to close the window, the young man had already started biting the onlookers, and the uncle on the ground slowly got up. What's going on? What's wrong with this person? Just hitting the uncle is fine. But now, he wants to attack passers-by? This young man is too irritable. Right? Hey! Why did the uncle start attacking others? Hanfeng was suspicious. No. Something is wrong. Hanfeng saw that not only the young man was attacking passers-by, but also the uncle who just stood up. A disabled person came out of the restaurant that exploded before. Why do I say disabled? Because half of his body had been blown to pieces. But even with such a broken body, he still attacked pedestrians on the road? Zombies! It's a zombie! Hanfeng didn't know why this word suddenly appeared in his mind. Gray and lifeless eyes. Fatal wounds with thick blood flowing but no expression of pain. Broken arms and legs but attacking passers-by recklessly. Slow movements. Infinite strength. If this is not a zombie, what is it? Filming a movie? But Hanfeng knew that this was not a movie at all, because the passerby attacked by the uncle was his colleague Wang Huan, a girl with a perverse personality. If it was really a movie, she would definitely tell it. And the man whose half body was blown up was the owner of the restaurant. Really? This is real. It's a zombie. Run. At this moment, Hanfeng had only one thought in his mind. Where to run? How to run? Where are there fewer people? Hanfeng, who rushed out of the office, actually saw the cleaning lady biting his colleague. Hey! Hanfeng! Why are you running? The supervisor roared from behind. But Hanfeng didn't care about that at the moment. 1 month of internship without salary. Working so hard but not being liked by the dog. No! What am I thinking? It's important to escape. Time seems to be very slow. But it's only 3 or 4 minutes from the time I hit someone to now. There are too many things around me that I can't explain. After rushing out of the office on the 2nd floor, Hanfeng ran to the stairs. Fortunately, I was close to the exit. I should be the first person to rush out of this office building. Right? Unfortunately, the fight at the door of the office building forced Hanfeng back to the office building. He saw a scene like hell on earth. Yes, there are people in my office building who have mutated. There is no reason why there are no people on the streets with more people. More people? Yes, there are more people outside. How lucky do you need to survive? No. Run back. Go to the top floor. There should be the least people on the top floor. Right? Hanfeng thought as he turned around and ran back. But reality always likes to suppress people's fantasies. The cleaning lady just now embraced the panicked people at the stairs. It's over. This time it's over. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Where to run? Both roads are blocked. Hanfeng's calves have begun to cramp, and the fear is eroding his reason. In a panic, Hanfeng saw the toilet on the 1st floor. Yes. Run to the bathroom. After making up his mind, Han Feng rushed to the bathroom in 2 steps. Women's toilet. Men's toilet is on the 2nd floor. Go in or not. Han Feng stopped when he rushed to the bathroom. You are sick. Being alive is more important than anything else, Han Feng said to himself in a cheering tone. After entering the toilet, there are 2 wash basins side by side. And then, there is another door to the toilet. Close the door. Turn around. And lock the door in one go. Damn! Where is the padlock? No door lock. Han Feng scratched the door lock several times. Oh my god! There is really no door lock. It's cold. Han Feng muttered to himself in panic. Never mind. Han Feng turned and entered the toilet with the door ajar. Fortunately, the door inside was locked. Leaning against the door, Han Feng panted. For a college student who just graduated, Han Feng felt that his body was hollowed out after running for so long under the erosion of fear. Does it cost 2,000 gold coins to build a power station? Han Feng's mind once again remembered this cold mechanical voice. This is the 3rd time today. What? I can still remember this voice while I am running for my life? Han Feng was puzzled. It turns out that Han Feng is a Red Alert fan. And he plays a game of Red Alert every day before going to bed. But speaking of this, I seem to hear a voice of, do you want to deploy the base? In the middle of the night last night. I even said deploy in a half-awake state. Is this not a dream? Do you need 2,000 gold coins to build a power station? The mechanical voice sounded again. This is the 4th time. This voice is not something I imagined. Brother, I am running for my life. It is impossible for me to think about these useless things. Han Feng touched his hair hard, trying to erase this voice. It sounded again. What? Why? You're playing Red Alert in your head while hiding in the toilet to save your life? Construction. Han Feng answered. Anyway, I've locked myself in the toilet. So diverting my attention can also reduce my fear. The power station is under construction. And the virtual construction time is 30 minutes. Please wait. The mechanical voice sounded again. Oh my god? Is there a follow-up to this voice? It can't be true, right? Han Feng's mind has begun to fall. And his speech has begun to become incoherent. His feet began to numb. And the reminder from his body made Han Feng come back to his senses a little. Han Feng moved his body slowly, trying not to make any sound, because he knew that the zombies in movies and TV shows mainly locate by sound, and have almost no sense of smell and vision. This was the only good news Han Feng could find in his bad luck. He was busy escaping, and hadn't looked carefully to see if there was anyone in the bathroom. What if someone really mutated in the bathroom? Wouldn't he become a delivery man? Moving his body, Han Feng slowly opened the door of the 3 side-by-side toilet stalls. The toilets in this office building all have 3 side-by-side stalls. After a few seconds, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. There was no one. Yes, Han Feng was the only one in the bathroom. Han Feng was lucky that no girls went to the bathroom during this time. Otherwise he would have lost face. There were constant screams and cries for help outside the door and high windows. Han Feng briefly observed the structure of the bathroom. Closed door. High small window. Why small? Because only a dog can crawl in through the bathroom window. Normal people can never get in. After the inspection, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This space, which was not absolutely safe, was Han Feng's only reliance. The noise outside the door formed a sharp contrast with the quietness in the bathroom. Han Feng sat down on the ground with his legs so soft that they were not enough to support his body weight. Power station? Power station? Han Feng muttered softly. It will take another 25 minutes to build the power station. Please wait. The mechanical voice was out of tune with the sound Han Feng could hear. Who? Frightened, Han Feng jumped up from the ground. Yes. He jumped up. He scanned the surroundings frantically, holding his breath and listening to all the sounds. No one. Hiss. Then this sound is coming from the brain? Chapter 2, Red Alert System. The huge shock made Han Feng like a frightened bird. Not only could he not explain the problem of zombies, but he could not explain the voice in his mind that kept asking him to build a power station. Han Feng calmed down after a few deep breaths, because he knew that everything that was happening now was beyond his ability. If he went out, he would die except hiding like a mouse. It was not accurate to say that he would die. It should be said that he would live like a qualified zombie. In this case, fight. I will die. At most, I will be a hero again in 18 years. Han Feng sat down again and closed his eyes, trying hard to recall the appearance of the base vehicle and power station in the Red Alert game. A huge base appeared in Han Feng's mind. Is this real? Or am I imagining it? Am I crazy? Hello? Is there anyone here? Han Feng kept calling in his heart. It will take 21 minutes to build the power station virtually. Please wait. A familiar mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Next to the huge base is a list of buildings. The first one is the power station. The progress bar has already gone about 1/3. Han Feng was stunned. He never thought that one day he would be able to see the appearance of 2D buildings in Red Alert with his own eyes. Power station? Power station? Han Feng called out twice in his mind uncertainly. It will take another 19 minutes to build the power station. Please wait. Even though the mechanical voice was cold at this moment, it sounded like an angel's voice to Han Feng. That's right. It's true. It's really true. It's actually true. Great. I am the child of destiny. Red Alert protects me from death. Long live Red Alert. Han Feng in his mind looked crazy at this moment. Until this moment, Han Feng finally believed in the existence of the Red Alert system in his mind. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. As a hardcore Red Alert player, Han Feng knew only after the power station is built can the barracks and mining buildings be built. After the power station is built, we will build mines, barracks, radars, heavy factories, and the People's Liberation Army. We will build tanks, fighters, nuclear weapons. Zombies? Haha. Zombies are nothing. I will get Tanya and the Navy SEALs out in a while. Even if there are more zombies in the world, I can still do whatever I want. Right? Haha. Han Feng in the real world actually laughed out loud. Han Feng was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth. He thought that now was not the time to show off. What if the zombies at the door heard the sound and rushed in? It would be too unfair for him to die. Right? He held his breath and waited for a few minutes. No zombies came to cause trouble. And Han Feng relaxed. Report the construction time of the power station. Han Feng stood up and said this in his heart. It will take another 10 minutes to build the power station virtually. Please wait. Hearing the mechanical voice like the sound of nature, Han Feng looked at his watch. 10:20. That means the power station will be successfully built at 10:30. There are still 10 minutes. It's okay. It will be quick. Han Feng muttered softly. 10 minutes. Let's make a battle plan. With combat units, they will definitely open fire. And opening fire will definitely attract more zombies. And more zombies will require more combat units. Infinite cycle? But don't be afraid. The endless force will definitely make the battle more courageous. It will definitely break through the siege. Han Feng has already begun to imagine himself calmly commanding the battle. Cool, the construction of the power station is completed. Do you want to build a barracks? Building a barracks requires 3,000 gold coins. 10 minutes after Han Feng imagined, the unique voice of Red Alert sounded in Han Feng's mind. No. Build a mine first, and then a barracks. Create 30 PLA soldiers. Then build a heavy factory, and then tanks and fighters. Then, no mine option. Do you want to build a barracks? 3,000 gold coins are required to build a barracks. The cold mechanical sound interrupted Han Feng's voice. No mine? Impossible? Facing the computer, Han Feng could accurately click the location of the mine with his eyes closed. Han Feng's perspective turned and came to the picture world in his mind. There is indeed no mine. Only the barracks behind the power station. Okay. Let's build the barracks first. After the barracks are built, we can. The commander does not have enough gold coins to build the barracks. This is the second time that the Red Alert's mechanical voice interrupted Han Feng's words. Not enough money? Impossible. This Red Alert is a scam. No money. No mining farm. Where can I find gold coins to build? Where are my Navy SEALs? Where are the planes and tanks? There is nothing more infuriating than holding a treasure chest and opening it to find shit inside. Because the commander cannot obtain gold coins at this stage. The system can absorb the commander's physical wealth to increase gold coins. This may be the most words the system has said to Han Feng. Absorb? How to absorb? How many gold coins do I have? Han Feng asked two questions at once. The commander's physical money can be converted into gold coins at a 1-to-1 ratio. But the system can only absorb it once. The commander now has 1,000 gold coins. Do you want to absorb the commander's physical wealth to increase the gold coins? The system answered Han Feng's question. Absorb it. That's real money. How can a fresh graduate have money? I haven't even received my salary in less than a month. Sigh. But staying alive is the most important thing right now. Absorbing. Please wait. Collection completed. A total of 2,050 gold coins were collected from the commander. And 2,050 gold coins were converted. The system notified Han Feng after the absorption was completed. Build a barracks. Han Feng said this almost with gritted teeth. Ding dong. It was a text message reminder on the phone. Han Feng took out his phone and took a look. And almost fainted. There was still 0.53 yuan left. It's important to be alive. It's important to be alive. Han Feng gritted his teeth and comforted himself again. The barracks are under construction. And the virtual construction will take 10 minutes. Please wait. The system's voice sounded slowly. It will take another 10 minutes. So let's make a call now. There was no family member in the phone contact list. Because Han Feng grew up in an orphanage. He didn't know who his parents were. And he had been in an orphanage since he could remember. He was going to contact Lu Rui, a fat man who had lived in the same dormitory with him for 4 years, and was also Han Feng's best friend. Unlike Han Feng, Lu Rui is a man born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His parents have been doing business abroad. And there are only a few nannies in the villa besides Lu Rui. Because of their personalities, Han Feng and Lu Rui became good friends, and are still good brothers now. No signal? No way. I just received a text message? No signal so soon? Oh, forget it. Don't think about it. Let's wait in the barracks. Let's go out first. Being trapped here is not a solution. Han Feng reached into his pocket. Took out a pack of cigarettes. Took out one and lit it. The white smoke slowly dissipated. The last one. I should have bought it in advance if I had known. Han Feng looked at the cigarette in his hand and said silently. In fact, it's not Han Feng's fault for being lazy. Because no one would believe that zombies would suddenly break out. The canteen is not far away from the office building. But Han Feng doesn't dare to go out at this stage. When Han Feng exhaled the last puff of cigarette, the system's prompt that the construction of the barracks was completed also sounded in his mind. Finally, combat units can be manufactured. A human-shaped icon appeared behind the construction bar in his mind. After clicking it with his mind, he saw that there were 4 manufacturing options, namely mobilized soldiers, American soldiers, police dogs and engineers. Where is the People's Liberation Army? Why is there no People's Liberation Army? Why is there no Red Alert strong combat personnel in the People's Liberation Army? The system is really pit. Make American soldiers. Han Feng was considering the idea of making mobilized soldiers at this stage. But he knew that mobilized soldiers were far less powerful than American soldiers. Police dog? At this stage, the company of a dog does not give you as much sense of security as a soldier holding a hot weapon. Not enough gold coins. Unable to summon. The voice of the system once again extinguished the beauty in Han Feng's heart. Oh! I forgot that I have no gold coins. Click on the American soldier and find that it takes 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins for the police dog. 100 gold coins for the mobilized soldier. 50 gold coins? Not enough to summon any of them. System. You've got it. You don't give me anything. Not enough money. You want more than 2,000. Han Feng felt like he had fallen from the clouds into the quagmire. The commander will get a 50% discount for the first time he summons a soldier. But the system only offers a discount once. The voice of the system sounded appropriately. Chapter 3. Summoning Conscripts. Summon conscripts. Han Feng swore that this was the last time he would trust this unreliable system. It takes 100 gold coins to summon conscripts. The commander gets a 50% discount for the first summon, which requires 50 gold coins. Start summoning. The summoning time is 20 seconds. Please wait. The system started summoning after it finished speaking. Fortunately, it can be summoned. Looking at the number 0 in the gold coin display column, Han Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time he is really broke. Squeak. The 3 rows of doors in the bathroom were pushed open. A mighty and strong man came out and saluted Han Feng in a standard way after seeing him. Report to the commander. Keep your voice down. Do you want to kill me? Han Feng shouted at the mobilized soldier in a hurry. Report to the commander. Mobilized soldier number 0001 reports to the commander. This time, the mobilized soldier lowered his voice. Han Feng didn't care what the mobilized soldier said. He pressed one ear tightly against the door and tried his best to listen to the sound outside. 1 second, 2 seconds, more than 10 seconds passed, and there was still a noisy sound outside. But compared to the chaos at the beginning, this noise was simply quiet. Han Feng, who was relieved, turned around, and the mobilized soldier stood there motionless. So strong. This is Han Feng's first intuitive feeling after taking a closer look at the mobilized soldier. Han Feng himself is not short, and his height of 1.83 meters is also Han Feng's capital to show off. But compared with the mobilized soldier in front of him, there is still a certain gap. He is more than 1.9 meters tall, and his arms are thicker than Han Feng's thighs. Although he is wearing a thick brown leather jacket, he can still feel the rapid explosive power. He has a domineering gas mask on his face, and a murderous atmosphere. The most important thing is the hot weapon in the mobilized soldier's hand. AK-47. Having played many war-themed games, Han Feng is very familiar with AK-47. This gun is not only in the game, but also in many war-torn areas. It feels so safe. I don't have to die this time. This is what Han Feng thought after looking at the mobilized soldier. He originally thought that the weakest combat soldier in Red Alert would not bring any changes to him. Unexpectedly, the Red Alert system gave him such a big surprise. How did he come? How could someone suddenly appear in the toilet cubicle? It was not until now that Han Feng suddenly realized that he was the only one in the bathroom from beginning to end. Han Feng walked over and opened the door where the mobilized soldier appeared. Nothing suddenly appeared, really appeared out of thin air. Forget it. There is no point in studying this. Han Feng turned back to face the mobilized soldier. What is the Red Alert system? How to earn coins? Han Feng thought about it and began to ask the mobilized soldier. After all, Han Feng knew nothing about the Red Alert system now, and he wanted to learn more about this system that suddenly appeared through the mobilized soldier. I don't know. Gold coins can be obtained by killing enemies. A deep voice sounded behind the gas mask. The air suddenly became quiet. Tell me everything about the Red Alert system. Can you earn coins by killing zombies? Han Feng was stunned and began to ask the mobilized soldier. There is no relevant knowledge record about the Red Alert system. Killing zombies can earn you coins. The mobilized soldier answered without any emotion. Okay. Through the dialogue with the mobilized soldier, Han Feng understood one thing. That is, the soldiers summoned by the Red Alert system do not know where they came from. It seems, this is also a self-protection mechanism of the Red Alert? What can you do? Tell me what you know. Han Feng thought about it, and decided to figure out what the mobilized soldier was saying first. Obey all the orders of the commander. After whispering this, the mobilized soldier saluted again. After putting his hand down, the mobilized soldier spoke again. The weapon is AK-47, with a capacity of 30 rounds. No magazines or other offensive weapons. The weapons on the body will be updated every 24 hours from the time of summoning. After that, the air became quiet again. Will your gun be broken? This is the question that Han Feng is most concerned about, because he knows that the AK-47 is notorious. But the quality is not satisfactory. If it suddenly jams during shooting, it will be a disaster. The equipped gun will not be damaged in my hands. The mobilized soldier gave Han Feng a positive answer. That's good. That's good. Han Feng's heart fell to the ground, thinking that the system is still reliable for once. Because the commander knows the first summoned soldier, the system rewards the commander with a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery now? The system's voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Can we still draw a lottery? Is this an additional reward? Han Feng thought excitedly. But he said lottery without stopping. Drawing is in progress. Please wait. The lottery is over. And the prize is a grenade. The grenade is updated every 24 hours from the time the soldier is summoned. After the system finished speaking, a black grenade appeared on the waist of the mobilized soldier. It seems that the grenade is updated uniformly 24 hours, like the AK-47. But the grenade makes a huge sound and will attract more zombies. Combined with the zombie that was still dragging its meat-like body and attacking passers-by after the restaurant exploded, the head should be considered a weakness. Grenade? It's a bit useless. But it's also a combat weapon. Maybe it will be useful in the future? After coming back to his senses, Han Feng thought about how to get out. It's not a good idea to stay in the toilet all the time. We have to find a way to get out. Remember, try not to shoot after you go out. Get ready for battle now. Han Feng was still afraid of the zombies' keen hearing, and was afraid that the gunshots would attract zombies. But he calculated in his mind. That means he can fire 30 shots every day, although it will be updated after 24 hours. But it will only take more than 10 seconds to use it in battle, so he has to use it sparingly. Han Feng tiptoed to turn the door handle, and the sweat on his forehead slowly flowed down. Yes, Han Feng was afraid. Think about how scary the zombies outside the door are. Thanks to Han Feng's childhood in an orphanage, he has a tougher mentality than his peers. The mobilization soldier pointed his gun at the door, and his body movements showed that he was ready for battle. Han Feng gently pushed the door open. His palms were full of sweat. No one. The space where the sink is located is empty. Good news. Han Feng was secretly happy. The two people came to the sink space quietly, and the bathroom door was still half closed as Han Feng had just entered. It seems that no one has been here. Through the half-open door, Han Feng observed everything outside the door. In the empty and bloody corridor, there was a faint chewing sound from upstairs. Ugh! Han Feng covered his mouth tightly with both hands. It was too disgusting. Even if he didn't see the zombies eating people, but just hearing the sound reminded him of the creepy scene. There was no one in the corridor, but there was a corner from the door to the gate. Damn! It was a blind spot, and he couldn't see it. But Han Feng still gently opened the door and walked out slowly, because he knew that it was a blessing in disguise that there were no zombies at the moment. What if the zombies came later, and he couldn't leave even if he wanted to? Han Feng walked along the wall half crouching in front, followed closely by the mobilized soldiers who were ready for battle. When they reached the corner, Han Feng did not move forward rashly. He carefully observed the surroundings, poked his head out to look at the gate. No one. The frightened Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Follow closely. Keep your voice down. Remember not to shoot, Han Feng said to the mobilized soldier behind him, as low as possible. Yes. The mobilized soldier wearing a gas mask also gave a voice that only Han Feng could hear. The two slowly moved to the door, and Han Feng observed again. The nearest zombie was about 30 meters away from him. Behind the zombie is the canteen, which is where Han Feng is going now. What should I do? The canteen is blocked by this zombie, and I can't get in. But I can't not go in, because more than an hour has passed since the beginning. I didn't see the police, SWAT and the army. This shows that this matter is not that simple. In this place full of zombies, there is no water and food, which is simply helping the zombies. The first batch of resources must be obtained, because people will eventually be thirsty and hungry. The big guy behind is also a flesh and blood body, and he also needs to eat and drink water. So the canteen is imperative. But how to get there? Do you have a way to kill him without shooting? Han Feng turned to the mobilizer and said, Yes. The mobilizer gave Han Feng a positive answer. Kill him. Try to keep your voice as low as possible. Han Feng reminded him again with concern. Yes. After saying that, the mobilizer walked straight towards the lone zombie. Chapter 4. Killing Zombies. The mobilized soldier was getting closer and closer to the zombies, but there was no sound coming from his feet. It seemed that the mobilized soldier was absolutely obedient to Han Feng's orders. Getting closer and closer, Han Feng stared at the mobilized soldier's back and clenched his hands nervously. Is it really not going to make any sound? How will the mobilized soldier deal with this zombie if he doesn't shoot? What can I do? What if I can't beat it? What if I get bitten? Will this mobilized soldier become a zombie? Who can beat it? Han Feng kept thinking about various possibilities in his mind. Reality told Han Feng the answer. Or to be more precise, it was the mobilized soldier's skills that told Han Feng the answer. When the mobilizer was only 4 or 5 meters away from the zombie seemed to have noticed something. He turned to face the mobilizer, roared and pretended to bite. The mobilizer jumped up and rushed to the zombie in an instant, holding the AK-47 with both hands and bursting out a destructive blow. The solid and powerful muscles were really not a joke. Bang! Without much sound, the zombie was hit hard in the head by the mobilizer's gun, but imagine a 1.9 meter tall muscular man hitting a 1.7 meter tall person's head with a gun, but it's too violent. The zombie flew back 3 or 4 meters after being hit. Yes, he was really not flying 3 or 4 meters. The zombie fell heavily to the ground, followed by the mobilized soldier. The zombie did not die on the spot after being hit hard, and tried to grab the mobilized soldier's foot with stiff movements. That's right. The skull is the hardest bone of humans. Even if it is hit hard, it may not really explode. But the mobilized soldier moved faster, raised one foot, and stepped on the zombie's head. Bang! The zombie's head was actually stepped on and exploded. The red and white object exploded and sprayed the mobilized soldier's leg. Under normal circumstances, the force of human stepping on it will not cause the head to explode. But the fatal blow just now actually caused a crack in the zombie's skull. And coupled with the mobilized soldier's originally strong legs, this situation was formed. The zombie without a head died completely. It was also because of the bad luck of this zombie that he met Han Feng and the mobilized soldiers just after becoming a zombie. He ended his zombie career in a hurry. After killing the zombie, the mobilized soldier resumed his military posture, as if waiting for Han Feng's inspection. There were spots of blood on his coffee-colored leather jacket, and a few drops of blood slowly flowed from the butt of the AK-47 in his hand. If people don't know about zombies, they will definitely think of war-torn areas when they see this scene. There was a headless corpse lying on the ground, and well-trained thugs stood beside him. It was a picture of thugs holding hot weapons and killing unarmed civilians. But the truth is even more unbelievable. It is the zombies that are more difficult to deal with in the riots. Han Feng was stunned. He couldn't find any words to describe his feelings at the moment. Just now, he was still thinking about various possibilities. But the zombies were solved by the mobilized soldiers in a few seconds? Han Feng swallowed his saliva, not daring to believe that the weakest soldier in the Red Alert was so fierce. Great. Han Feng was ecstatic after he reacted. I picked up a treasure. I picked up a treasure, Han Feng said to himself ecstatically. Because he knew that the stronger the combatant summoned by the Red Alert, the greater his hope of survival. Han Feng crouched and ran towards the mobilized soldiers. But he didn't dare to make too much noise under his feet. The joy in his heart diluted Han Feng's sense of smell and visual stimulation. And even the minced meat and strong smell of blood on the ground were ignored by Han Feng. Let's go into the canteen, Han Feng whispered. After the two quickly entered the canteen, Han Feng closed the door in an attempt to minimize the sound. Han Feng, who was worried, pushed out the bar of the canteen to block the door. This should be safe. Right? Han Feng said to himself while wiping his sweat. You guard the door and be alert. If there is any situation, notify me immediately. And remember not to shoot casually. Han Feng issued a series of orders to the mobilized soldiers. Yes, the mobilized soldier said and walked to the door. Always on guard. Han Feng looked at the goods in the canteen and picked up chocolate, Snickers, air-dried meat, and other foods on the shelf. Han Feng knew that these things were extremely high in calories and could help him live longer than foods like bread. There were not many things in the canteen. A dozen chocolates, 6 Snickers, 3 bags of air-dried meat. Any plastic bag could hold them. Oh, and there was water. Han Feng turned around and took a bottle of water from the shelf, unscrewed it, and took a sip. Refreshing. Han Feng, who had been thirsty for a whole morning, finally drank his first sip of water in the apocalypse. Han Feng took a bottle of water and threw it to the mobilized soldier, signaling him to replenish water as well. Then Han Feng turned around and picked up the bread again. He tore open the package and started eating directly. Actually, Han Feng was not hungry, but it was a good thing to store more energy in the end times. While eating and walking, Han Feng found good things, canned luncheon meat and compressed biscuits. That's right. What is the best in the end times? Of course it's water. Canned luncheon meat and compressed biscuits. Water is essential for the human body, and canned luncheon meat has a very long shelf life of up to 3 years. There's no need to mention compressed biscuits, which are resistant to hunger, have a strong sense of fullness, and have a long shelf life. It's a pity that there are only 2 pieces of compressed biscuits. More canned luncheon meat. 4 cans. By the way, there is a small door behind the canteen. If I guessed correctly, it should be a warehouse. Right? It's a good time to see if there are boxes of canned luncheon meat and boxes of compressed biscuits. Although Han Feng knew that there was little hope, because the canteen is a canteen after all, not a supermarket. For goods that are not sold frequently like this, the store will not buy too many goods at one time. But even if there are no canned food and biscuits, it is good to take a package of water. Can't just take 2 bottles out? Fighting for 2 bottles of water? After thinking about it in his mind, Han Feng opened the door of the canteen warehouse. After entering, he turned on the light casually, And because the place was small, Han Feng turned around and closed the door. Han Feng lowered his head and squatted on the ground to look carefully at the goods, trying to find canned food or biscuits. But he didn't expect that danger was approaching. The light reflected a swaying figure. After noticing the figure on the ground, Han Feng raised his head, and he was almost face to face with the approaching zombie. The zombie bit over and looked at Han Feng. And Han Feng squatted on the ground and looked up at the zombie. The beautiful picture was frozen for only a second. Ah! Roar! Two voices came out almost at the same time. The two hugged each other instantly. Absolutely can't let him bite me. Absolutely not. This is the first thing Han Feng thought of in his mind. Because now Han Feng understands the zombie's attack and infection methods, which is to bite. So Han Feng knew he had to stay away from the zombie's mouths. Help! Mobilize soldiers! Come here! Han Feng remembered in a panic that there were mobilized soldiers outside. So he shouted this sentence in a roar, not caring to lower his voice. I hope the mobilized soldiers move faster. Otherwise, I'm going to die. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of pushing the door rang out. It was the mobilized soldiers. But what made Han Feng desperate was, the door was stuck between him and the zombies. That's right. The door was pushed inwards, and Han Feng and the zombies were lying behind the door. When the mobilized soldiers pushed the door, they accidentally hit Han Feng's head with the door. It was already unbearable to face the zombies in front of him, and he didn't expect to be attacked from both sides by the mobilized soldiers. The arm supporting the zombie had already consumed most of Han Feng's strength, and his head was hit by the door several times. His body, which had already lost its balance, suddenly lost its balance. The zombie's face and Han Feng's face were instantly closer, and Han Feng could even see the vegetable leaves left on the zombie's teeth. It's over. This time it's really over. Am I a stupid pig? Why close the door? I didn't learn my lesson in the bathroom? This time I'm really like a delivery man. The strength is getting weaker and weaker. Han Feng caught a glimpse of a short iron rod in his peripheral vision. This rod combined with the hole on the ground should be a homemade door stopper. After all, you can't open the door manually every time you move goods. This is the only weapon Han Feng can get. He freed one hand and used the other hand to push the zombie desperately. His right hand finally grabbed the small iron rod. But what can such a short small rod do? Never mind. Han Feng pulled back his right hand holding the small iron rod and poked the zombie's face. Because he was holding the zombie with one hand, he was slowly pressed closer by the zombie. Finally, Han Feng's left hand couldn't hold on. The zombie hit Han Feng's chest hard, and his right hand holding the small iron rod was squeezed between the zombie's face and his chest. The zombie stopped moving. The zombie was dead, because the iron rod in Han Feng's right hand was inserted into the zombie's eye socket, and the zombie's face hit Han Feng's chest hard, causing the iron rod to enter the brain smoothly. Han Feng survived, and even killed the zombies when he was facing them alone. The mobilized soldiers outside the door continued to knock on the door. Stop knocking. Han Feng was exhausted, and his words were trembling. Pushing the zombies away, Han Feng sat up, facing the messy warehouse. He fell into deep thought. Rustle. There was a noise at the end of the warehouse. Oh my god. There's another one? I'm exhausted. Han Feng stood up instantly inside the door, opened the door and ran out. Chapter 5. Front Desk Beauty. Han Feng, who escaped from the warehouse, hid behind the tall and mighty mobilized soldier. He stuck his head out and stared at the movement in the warehouse. 1 second. 2 seconds. Are you here to save me? A girl's voice came from the end of the warehouse. A girl's voice. It's a person. In the dark warehouse, under the dim light, a girl's figure stood up from the messy boxes, with messy hair draped over her shoulders. Her panicked eyes kept looking at the mobilized soldier and Han Feng in front of her. Perhaps because the mobilized soldier received Han Feng's order, the muzzle of the AK-47 has been locked on the girl. The girl still held a paper cutter in her hand, which was still dazzling even in the dim light. Oh no! She was holding a weapon. Han Feng was scared when he saw the paper cutter. He was not afraid that the girl would hurt him, but the mobilized soldier in front of him. Don't shoot! Han Feng shouted hurriedly. His body also rushed out instantly, and one hand pushed away the mobilized soldier's AK-47. Duh. 2 deafening gunshots echoed in Han Feng's ears. Who told you to shoot? You can't shoot without my permission in the future. Do you understand? Han Feng came to his senses and yelled at the mobilized soldier. Han Feng was also scared. What if he pushed the muzzle away a second later? The consequences would be disastrous. Yes, the mobilized soldier answered without emotion. But his body was no longer on guard. Turning back, Han Feng began to look at the shivering girl. She was wearing a pair of slim black pants under a white shirt and a professional suit. Her pretty face was covered with a few strands of hair. She looked so familiar. I remembered. She was the receptionist in Han Feng's office building. It seemed her last name was Wei. Why are you here? Han Feng asked the girl in front of him a little embarrassedly. The girl was stunned for a moment and took a deep breath. Her lifeless pupils slowly regained clarity, and she answered with a slightly trembling voice. I came out to buy something. It was suddenly very noisy outside, and there were explosions. My boss and I came out to watch the fun. But I didn't expect the person lying on the ground to suddenly stand up and bite the boss who was watching the fun. The girl's voice was still trembling, but it was much better than before. I was scared and ran behind the shelf. After hiding for a few minutes, I saw that the dead boss came back to life. The girl said this, her eyes full of confusion and fear. Obviously she didn't understand what happened in this world. I asked the boss what happened, but I didn't expect he wanted to bite me. I saw a door at the back, so I hid in. But the boss followed me in. I messed up the neat boxes, blocked the boss, squatted on the ground and didn't dare to speak. It was too scary. The girl sobbed softly after she finished speaking. Han Feng looked at the crying girl and felt very uncomfortable. It's hard to imagine a weak girl in a closed environment. She lived with a zombie for more than an hour. Dare not speak. Dare not move. The paper cutter in her hand may just be the boss's convenience to open the cardboard boxes and put them in the warehouse, unexpectedly. It became the only weapon of this girl. It's really hard for you. But now you are temporarily safe. Next we. At this point, Han Feng paused, and the hair on his body stood up instantly. Because Han Feng suddenly thought of the gunshot just now. The huge gunshot could not have been heard outside. And the conversation just now had been more than 2 minutes. Come out. We have to leave quickly. It's not safe here, Han Feng said to the girl nervously. Get ready for battle. Shooting is allowed when necessary. After saying this to the girl, Han Feng did not forget to give instructions to the mobilized soldiers. The girl walked out tremblingly, with the mobilized soldiers holding guns in front of her. And Han Feng walked quickly to the door in front. Don't let any zombies come. Han Feng kept praying in his heart. But the reality made Han Feng despair. At the door, there were so many zombies. It was roughly estimated that there were more than a dozen. What should I do? The mobilized soldiers were fierce. But no matter how fierce they were still flesh and blood, under the siege of dozens of zombies. The mobilized soldiers did not dare to say that they could escape unscathed. Give it a try. Evacuate quickly before all the zombies gather together. Mobilized soldiers. Kick it open. Han Feng pointed at the bar that blocked the glass door and yelled, thinking that he should not be so stupid in the future. The first time he locked the door in the bathroom. The second time he blocked the glass door with the bar. And the third time he closed the door in the warehouse. Han Feng made the same mistake 3 times in less than 2 hours. The seemingly safe environment also brought him a lot of trouble. The closed space does give a sense of security, but it also hinders escape. The mobilized soldier walked quickly to the counter and kicked it hard. Bang! Crash! The bar was kicked and flew forward, and the glass door became a victim. The flying bar hit 2 zombies, who were then pressed under the bar and struggled hard. And the broken glass door also knocked down several zombies. In an instant, a vacuum of 5 or 6 meters appeared at the door of the canteen. Run! Han Feng shouted and flew out, followed by the mobilized soldier. But the girl's figure was not seen for a long time. It can't be blamed that the girl moved slowly. In the closed, oxygen-deficient, and terrifying space, the girl squatted for more than an hour without daring to move. Normal people would have a hard time standing up, let alone walking. Han Feng was anxious and angry, and wondered whether he should give up on this girl. Not only would he not get any help if he brought this burden with him, but he would also have to spend his own people to protect her. In this world full of zombies, it is not a good idea to rescue a burden. Damn it! Ignore her. Han Feng made up his mind and decided to give up on this girl. Mobilize. Run this way. Han Feng looked at both sides of the road, picked a direction with fewer zombies, and said as he ran. Just as Han Feng turned around and shouted to the mobilizer, he saw the girl who had just come out of the canteen. Han Feng frowned, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. If he turned back now, he would have to face 4 or 5 zombies. Should he save her at the risk of his life? Han Feng could not help but pause, thinking rapidly. While Han Feng was thinking, the girl trembled and ran slowly towards Han Feng. Seeing the girl staggering towards him, Han Feng's idea of giving up the girl wavered. Protect her! Han Feng shouted at the mobilized soldiers. Han Feng finally chose to rescue the girl because he really couldn't be cruel. If he hadn't seen her, he might have evacuated first. But the girl appeared alive in front of him. The look in his eyes showed a desire to survive, which made Han Feng determined to rescue her. Although Han Feng was thinking in his heart, it did not conflict with his body movements at all. On the way to the girl, Han Feng picked up the wooden board on the ground. It was the wooden board shaken off the bar. Han Feng found a convenient angle and smashed it hard at a zombie not far behind the girl. Thank you, brother. Thank you. The girl expressed her gratitude in a panic. Stop talking nonsense. Run. Han Feng didn't care what the girl said at this moment. He was very disappointed. He had hit the zombie with all his strength. But it didn't hurt the zombie? Even the zombie that was hit didn't fall to the ground. But Han Feng's attack was effective. The zombie stopped moving and did not move forward. During this time, the mobilized soldiers also returned to Han Feng's side. The mobilized soldiers knocked down several zombies in a few seconds. In order to return to Han Feng faster, the mobilized soldiers did not kill the zombies. Run this way. My car is there. The girl pointed to a street and said to Han Feng. Looking in the direction the girl pointed, a blue car came into view. And then Han Feng fainted. What a coincidence that it was the direction with more zombies. What should I do? After thinking about it for a while, Han Feng decided to run in the direction of the car, because he knew that no matter how fast a person runs, he can't run faster than a car, and it's unlikely to break through with manpower alone. There are only about 20 zombies on this road right now, but there may be more zombies coming soon. Run! Be careful. Shoot when necessary. Han Feng said to the girl and the mobilized soldier and started to move. Da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da. The AK-47 in the mobilized soldier's hand instantly spewed out flames. Chapter 6, Escape. Hearing the gunshots from a distance, the zombies quickened their pace and roared towards Han Feng and his men. Fortunately, the zombies were scattered and not gathered together. Otherwise Han Feng would not dare to take the risk. Puff. Puff. The sound of bullets hitting the flesh rang out, knocking down one zombie after another. And the zombies that fell to the ground struggled to stand up again. Damn! I forgot to tell the mobilized soldiers that only the head can be killed. Hit the head. Don't hit the body. Han Feng hurriedly reminded the mobilized soldiers. Perhaps because the gunshots were too loud, Han Feng did not hear what the mobilized soldiers answered. But the guns in the mobilized soldiers' hands locked onto the zombies' heads. Finally, when they were a few meters away from the vehicle, Han Feng and his 3 companions bumped into the zombies. Click. Click. The AK-47 in the mobilized soldier's hand finally used up all the bullets. The mobilized soldier threw the gun back, and the belt on the gun turned. The AK-47 turned behind the mobilized soldier. Then, the mobilized soldier sprinted forward and blocked Han Feng and the girl, attacking the zombies with his bare hands. Each attack forced the zombies back step by step, and the distance of more than 10 meters was actually shortened. The zombies behind were also approaching, and the good news was that they were getting closer and closer to the vehicle. Finally, with the mobilized soldier trying his best, Han Feng and the girl came to the side of the car. The girl's remote control key had already unlocked the car, and the girl and Han Feng got into the car in an instant. Get in the car! Stop fighting! Han Feng shouted anxiously at the mobilized soldier. After hearing this, the mobilized soldier punched the nearest zombie fiercely. After forcing him back, he turned around and opened the car door, but did not make any follow-up moves. He was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and continued to hit the approaching zombie. It turned out that Han Feng and the girl sat in the back seat together in a panic. There was no room in the back seat, which was not spacious in itself, to accommodate the mobilized soldier. Han Feng and the girl looked at each other. You go drive. The two said this in unison. There was a brief silence in the air. I can't drive. The two said in unison again. I just got my driver's license a few days ago. The girl said this before Han Feng spoke. That's better than me. I haven't passed the driver's license test. You go drive. After Han Feng said this, he forcibly pushed the girl out of the back seat. When he turned around to look at the mobilized soldiers, he found that the mobilized soldiers were fighting with the zombies again. Hurry up and get in the car. Han Feng shouted to the mobilized soldiers again. The mobilized soldiers forced the zombies back again and turned to get into the car. After the three people entered the car, the girl pressed the lock button. With a click, the car door was locked. After temporarily getting safe, Han Feng was dragged into the abyss of fear again by the crazy slapping sound before he could catch his breath. Drive quickly. Drive quickly, Han Feng said anxiously. But the girl didn't seem to hear Han Feng's panicked voice. Seat belt. Turn the key. Start the ignition. Turn the steering wheel. Step on the clutch. The girl muttered the formula silently. No! And released the handbrake. The girl muttered to herself, not caring about Han Feng's feelings in the back seat. You are poisonous. Han Feng roared in his heart. After more than 10 seconds, the vehicle finally started slowly under the girl's difficult operation. Han Feng and the mobilized soldier sat in the small back seat. Han Feng felt crowded and moved forward, finally reaching the passenger seat. Huh? Han Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, hearing the chaotic knocking in his ears and looking at the hideous zombies. Han Feng no longer had the strength to move. He placed all his hopes on the girl. What if there are people in front? The girl said to Han Feng anxiously. They are dead. They are zombies. Don't be afraid. Just hit them. Han Feng encouraged the girl with a firm voice. Okay. I'll listen to you. After saying that, the girl stepped on the accelerator. Ah! With the girl's long scream, the car knocked down 7 or 8 zombies in a row, temporarily breaking through the siege. Ah! The latter scream was not from the girl, but from Han Feng. Can you take your hands off your eyes? Put them on the steering wheel. Are you driving with your mind? It turned out that Han Feng had been paying attention to the zombies outside the window and didn't look at the girl. When Han Feng turned around, he saw the girl covering her eyes with both hands, and the steering wheel was empty, especially when the car was still going very fast. The girl reacted after hearing Han Feng's reminder and took control of the steering wheel with both hands again. But before Han Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the tree in front of him again. Ah! The girl started screaming again. Brake! 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 Han Feng's heart was in his throat. Han Feng swore. Even when facing zombies, he would not feel so powerless. 3 boards under your feet. Which one is the brake? Although the girl stopped stepping on the accelerator, she had forgotten which one was the brake due to the urgency and lack of driving skills. Even if she didn't step on the accelerator, the speed of the vehicle did not slow down at all after the sprint just now. Ah! The vehicle was getting closer and closer to the tree, and the screams of the girl in the car were getting louder and louder. Han Feng's eyes widened. He didn't die in the zombie's mouth, but died in a car accident after the end of the world? God has doomed me. Han Feng. This was Han Feng's truest thought before he died. Squeak! A sharp brake sounded suddenly, 2 meters away from the tree. The car finally stopped. In a panic, the girl stepped on the 3 boards under her feet. There was a 1/3 chance that the girl was lucky enough to choose the brake board. Bang! Han Feng's arm came into close contact with the front desk of the co-pilot, making a loud sound. Hiss. Han Feng raised his head and made a distressing sound, and tears were swirling in his eyes. I swore madly in my heart that I would wear my seatbelt when I ride in a car next time. The girl held the steering wheel with her hands, and the mobilized soldier sat in the back seat with the support of the front seat, so only Han Feng suffered a brake injury. It hurts, too much. It hurts so much. Can't move? Will it be broken? Han Feng thought to himself. Don't worry about me. You drive. Try to find a place without zombies. Han Feng's voice was faintly crying. But Han Feng knew that the current crisis had not been truly resolved. There were still zombies following behind, although there was a distance. But the zombies were slowly approaching. I'm fine. It won't hurt in a while. You drive carefully. It's okay, Han Feng said several times in a row, still comforting the girl beside him. Okay. You bear with it. Let's go now. The girl was relieved after hearing Han Feng say it was okay. Started the car again, because the sudden brake just now stalled the engine. Perhaps because she was away from a large number of zombies. The girl's car was getting more and more stable. Away from the first wave of danger. Han Feng turned around and looked at the mobilized soldiers. The mobilized soldiers behind him were no longer as upright as before, and slumped in the back seat. Even though the battle had ended for 5 or 6 minutes, the mobilized soldiers were still panting. Han Feng felt guilty looking at the tired mobilized soldiers. Yes, without the existence of the mobilized soldiers, perhaps he would have died long ago. The crisis that occurred was also solved by the mobilized soldiers. Even though Han Feng knew that the mobilized soldiers in front of him were summoned by the red alert system, it did not affect Han Feng's heart at all, because the desperate fighting style of the mobilized soldiers before had been deeply engraved in Han Feng's heart. He moved his arm and felt less painful. Han Feng knew that his arm should be fine. "Are you okay?" Han Feng asked the mobilized soldiers in a doubtful voice. Because Han Feng knew that the mobilized soldiers in front of him were the absolute main force to survive the Doomsday. What if he was bitten in the battle just now, and he didn't pay attention? Han Feng didn't dare to think about it anymore. "It's okay. There are no internal or external injuries, but it will take another 30 minutes to recover from the weakness caused by exhaustion," the mobilized soldier said weakly. "Huh? I'm fine. I'm fine. You should have a good rest." Han Feng felt relieved and thought about how to get some food for the mobilized soldier. What about this girl? Forget it. Even if this girl has food in the Doomsday, Han Feng doesn't want it. Because I have to be much higher than this girl to survive. My name is Wei Yun. What about you? Han Feng. The two of them introduced themselves briefly. What about him? The girl asked after looking at the rearview mirror. Chapter 7, Winter Soldier. Oh no! I forgot to give the mobilized soldier a name. How should I explain to Wei Yun? Say he is a mobilized soldier? Summoned. But without a name? That's ridiculous. But Han Feng also had this doubt in his mind. Although the mobilized soldier was summoned by the system, what if this mobilized soldier really has a name? Han Feng turned around and asked in a puzzled tone. "Who are you?" "Mobilized soldier number 0001. "Commander." The mobilized soldier answered. "What did he say?" "Winter." "Winter what?" Wei Yun asked Han Feng in confusion. Maybe it was because of the mobilized soldier's weak tone, or because the voice coming from behind the gas mask was not clear. So Wei Yun didn't hear the words of the mobilized soldier clearly. He said his name is Winter Soldier. When Han Feng heard Wei Yun say Winter, he immediately thought of Captain America's brother Winter Soldier in the Avengers. Like the Winter Soldier in the movie, the mobilized soldier is also in combat form, which complements the name Winter Soldier. Surname Dong? Winter Soldier. What a strange name. Then, what is his gun? There are still zombies wandering aimlessly on the road. But compared with the number of zombies before, these few are just a drizzle. In a relatively relaxed atmosphere, Wei Yun turned on the question baby mode. "It's a secret. I can't tell you." Han Feng thought about it, and found that no matter how he explained it, it didn't make sense. Since that was the case, he didn't explain it, and just evaded the question with the excuse that he couldn't tell you. "Okay, where are you going next?" Wei Yun didn't dwell too much on the origin of the mobilized soldiers. "Yes. Where are you going? Back to your own rental house?" The most valuable mobile phone was also brought with him. It was so dangerous. He would definitely not go home. Han Feng didn't answer Wei Yun's question immediately, but fell into deep thought. "By the way, go find Lu Rui." Han Feng thought of Lu Rui's face with a smirk. "I'm going to find my brother. What about you?" Han Feng asked back after answering Wei Yun's question. "I'm going to the University of Science and Technology to find my brother." Wei Yun paused and then said, "Do you want to come with me?" Because Wei Yun knew in her heart that it was not easy for a girl to survive in this chaotic world. But if she could keep these two men, especially the burly figure of the Winter Soldier and the hot weapons in his hands, it would be her greatest support in the Doomsday. Han Feng didn't know where the university Wei Yun was talking about was, but he knew that he was going to the high-end villa area to find Lu Rui. And it was definitely impossible for him to go with Wei Yun. "No. I have other things to do. So we won't go together." Han Feng thought about it, and decided to separate from Wei Yun. Because Han Feng knew that he was struggling in this apocalypse. Before he became strong, any compassion would be a great danger to his safety. Good luck. Live well. If we are destined to meet again, see you later, Han Feng said, as he turned around to pick up the grenade from the soldier's waist. "I hope it can protect your temporary safety." Remember to be more careful in the future. Han Feng put the grenade in the handcuffs of Wei Yun's co-pilot while speaking. Han Feng actually wanted to tell Wei Yun not to go. In this apocalyptic world full of zombies, the worst place to go is crowded places like schools and hospitals. But Han Feng saw Wei Yun's determined eyes and hopeful tone. He didn't say what he wanted to say. Thank you, Brother Han. You should also pay more attention to safety. Wei Yun wanted to say something, but he stopped talking, because Wei Yun also knew in his heart that Han Feng and Winter Soldier didn't need to accompany him to take risks. And it would be best if they could accompany him. Even if they didn't want to go, he couldn't force them. Just drop me off at the park gate in front. I should leave too. Han Feng found a place where there were almost no zombies, and wanted to get off. Okay. I won't take you the rest of the way. Be careful. While Wei Yun was talking, he stopped the car and unlocked it. Then, Wei Yun picked up the rubber band in hand and tied a ponytail. Because of the exercise, Wei Yun's snow-white neck was slightly flushed, and her clothes were slightly wrinkled. But it was unique. The haggard face that was previously due to not taking care of the hair formed a sharp contrast with the playfulness now. Han Feng did not observe Wei Yun carefully when he was escaping. But now, Han Feng was stunned. I'm leaving. You should be careful, Winter Soldier. Let's go. Han Feng forced himself to come back to his senses and said to Wei Yun and Winter Soldier. Without waiting for Wei Yun to reply, Han Feng closed the car door, followed closely by the Winter Soldier. The car drove away slowly, and Han Feng did not look back, because he was also afraid that he would regret it. But in his heart, he kept praying that Wei Yun must live safely. In the final analysis, it was because Han Feng was too weak. If Han Feng had enough gold coins, he would definitely have the confidence to protect everything he wanted to protect in this chaotic world. Gold coins. Alas. Forget it. Let's check the red alert system. Han Feng shook his head and focused on the red alert system in his mind. Damn! 25 gold coins. Han Feng was so excited that he actually shouted out. Fortunately, there were no zombies around. Otherwise Han Feng would have just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. Why so many? A quarter of a mobilized soldier. But, when Winter Soldier killed the first zombie, Han Feng also checked the number of gold coins. It was 1 gold coin, which means that the system would give Han Feng 1 gold coin for every zombie killed by Winter Soldier. But now these 25 gold coins made Han Feng confused, because Han Feng knew clearly that Winter Soldier had never killed so many zombies. The ones killed with bare hands plus those shot dead would only be a dozen gold coins at most. Could it be because of me? Han Feng suddenly remembered that didn't he kill a zombie himself? In terms of the amount of gold coins, he might get 10 times as much as Winter Soldier for killing a zombie? Great! Han Feng suddenly felt that the zombies that were so scary before were now shining with golden light. Without realizing it, Han Feng had walked hundreds of meters without coming back to his senses. Bang! 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 Han Feng was startled by a series of knocks on the window. It turned out that there was a zombie in the car next to Han Feng. But Han Feng had been focusing on the red alert system and didn't notice it. Winter Soldier. Kill him! Han Feng stepped back a few steps and gave the Winter Soldier an order. Yes! Winter Soldier said and stepped forward to open the car door. The zombie lost the support of the car door and fell directly to the ground. Winter Soldier raised his foot and kicked the zombie's head hard. With a click, the zombie's neck was broken by Winter Soldier. After struggling for a while, he stopped moving. It seems that he should be the owner of this car. After being bitten, he fled to the car and then turned into a zombie. But because zombies have no IQ, that's why he was trapped. Han Feng saw that the car key was still inserted in the car. Winter Soldier. Get in the car. In a world full of zombies, it is undoubtedly safer to be in the car than to walk outside. After sitting in the car, Han Feng turned his attention to the gold coins again. 26 gold coins. This money comes too slowly. Right? Such a slow speed. When can I build a radar? When can I summon the Navy SEALs? When can I have planes and tanks? Han Feng was extremely depressed at the moment. Han Feng turned his head and looked at Winter Soldier and asked, "How are you now?" "I have recovered all my strength," Winter Soldier replied. After hearing Winter Soldier's answer, Han Feng continued, "That's good. When we see a lone zombie, you go up and deal with it. By the way, can you drive?" "No." Under the gas mask, Winter Soldier's answer made Han Feng a little disappointed. Looking at the operating table in front of him, Han Feng was a little overwhelmed. There was no way. He could only do it himself. Although he had never driven a car, he had seen how others operated it. Han Feng imitated the operation in his memory. The vehicle started slowly. Fortunately, this car was automatic. Otherwise Han Feng would not have been able to drive the car so quickly. The vehicle drove slowly, and whenever Han Feng saw a lone zombie, he would ask the Winter Soldier to get out of the car and deal with it. Fortunately, one of the zombies was holding a fire axe. And it was probably because this zombie resisted for a while at the beginning. The zombies without IQ did not know how to use weapons, but just kept the movements they made in their previous lives, holding the fire axe tightly. Chapter 8. Find Lu Rui. This is also a good thing for Han Feng. After Winter Soldier solved the zombie, Han Feng asked Winter Soldier to use the fire axe as a weapon. Sitting in the car, Han Feng watched the gold coins in the system slowly increase, and his heart was filled with joy. 36. 41. 5,364. In less than an hour, Han Feng collected 38 gold coins with the help of Winter Soldier. Now Han Feng has a total of 64 gold coins. It's almost time. The second mobilized soldier will be summoned soon. Han Feng thought excitedly. Winter Soldier, give me the fire axe. You stay by my side and protect me. Han Feng looked at the neat and tidy Winter Soldier and wanted to face the zombies himself. Because Han Feng knew that if the red alert system suddenly disappeared one day, he would not be able to survive on his own. That's why Han Feng wanted to train himself and make a place for himself in the apocalypse. Holding the fire axe, with the Winter Soldier behind him, Han Feng strode towards the lone zombie closest to him. Heh! A dull sound of force came out of Han Feng's mouth, and he didn't dare to make too much noise. Gotcha! The fire axe hit the zombie's neck accurately, but there was no follow-up movement, because the fire axe was stuck in the zombie's bones. Han Feng hurriedly pulled back the fire axe, but he didn't expect to bring back the zombie. In a hurry, Han Feng forgot that the fire axe was still stuck in the zombie's neck. Looking at the zombies getting closer and closer, Han Feng was so nervous that he couldn't say a word, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. The zombie opened its mouth and bit Han Feng with its head tilted. Bang! The zombie took a few steps back and fell to the ground. It was the Winter Soldier behind him who rushed out and punched the zombie in time, saving Han Feng's life again. The Winter Soldier walked quickly towards the zombie, and the zombie was still struggling to stand up. But the Winter Soldier's movements were faster than the zombies, and he pulled out the fire axe and chopped it down fiercely. The zombie was silent, and Han Feng sensed the increase in gold coins for a long time without saying a word. And the Winter Soldier returned to Han Feng after killing the zombie. The quiet street was occasionally blown by a breeze, and the two stood on the messy street for a long time. It was too dangerous. Obviously, the Winter Soldier's movements were so clean. Why did he almost die in his hands? If the Winter Soldier had not followed him before, but acted separately from the Winter Soldier. Then at this moment, Han Feng didn't dare to think about it anymore. Since it is so dangerous to kill zombies by yourself, why can't you let Winter Soldier do it for you? You go and break the zombies' limbs and bring them back to me. Remember to keep them alive, and be careful not to get bitten. After standing still for a few minutes, Han Feng gave Winter Soldier an order. Yes, Winter Soldier said, and started looking for zombies. Han Feng turned back to the car and lit a cigarette. A few minutes later, Han Feng heard a dragging sound in the distance and knew that Winter Soldier had brought back the zombies. Winter Soldier threw the zombies to the ground, and the zombies roared and struggled. But everything was in vain, because the zombies' limbs had already been broken by Winter Soldier. Give me the fire axe, Han Feng said to Winter Soldier. After taking the fire axe, Han Feng took a deep puff of cigarette as if to encourage himself. Threw the cigarette butt on the ground and walked towards the zombie on the ground. 1, 2, the zombie was killed by Han Feng. After confirming that the zombie was dead, Han Feng's attention returned to the red alert system. What's going on? Why is there still one gold coin? Han Feng looked at the 66 gold coins in front of him and fell into deep thought. It seems that it really doesn't work. Han Feng originally wanted to exploit the loopholes in the system, but he didn't expect that the system would not give Han Feng a chance at all. Forget it. Let it be. Let's put the gold coin aside. Now the main thing is to find Lu Rui. Get in the car. Let's go. After saying that, Han Feng handed the fire axe to Winter Soldier. After getting in the car, Han Feng drove the car to the villa area where Lu Rui lived. A few dozen minutes later, Han Feng stopped the car next to a villa. The villa area is inhabited by rich people. There are relatively few people, and the zombie outbreak time is around 10 o'clock in the morning. So there are basically no zombies in the entire community. Only 1 or 2 scattered zombies are wandering around, and most of them are locked in the door before the zombie outbreak. Get out of the car. Be alert. Han Feng got out of the car after saying this to Winter Soldier. Knock. Knock. Han Feng knocked on the door of Lu Rui's house. No movement. Could this kid not be at home? But it's impossible. This kid hasn't woken up since the morning. Han Feng hesitated for a while, and knocked on the door again. Dong dong dong. This time, the knocking sound was louder than the last time. Bang! A fierce banging sound came from behind the door. Oh no! There are zombies in the room. Yes. I forgot that there are zombies everywhere after the zombie outbreak. Lu Rui won't become a zombie. Winter Soldier, break the door. Han Feng took a few steps back. Bang! Winter Soldier kicked the wooden door. The door opened but was not broken. But the zombie behind the door was not so lucky. It was knocked to the ground by the suddenly opened door. Seeing this, Winter Soldier rushed into the house and dealt with the zombie. Gradually, there was no movement in the house. Han Feng looked around and walked in. After entering, Han Feng first took a look at the zombie on the ground and found that it was not Lu Rui, but the nanny of Lu Rui's family. Huh? Han Feng was temporarily relieved. Fortunately, it was not him. Han Feng glanced at the first floor and found no other figures. That's right. If there are zombies on the first floor, how could there be others? Go upstairs. Han Feng went upstairs after speaking to Winter Soldier. And Winter Soldier followed closely behind. Let's search room by room. Don't go too far, Han Feng said to Winter Soldier while going upstairs, thinking that there couldn't be too many zombies in the villa. But it was better to be careful. Lu Rui? Where are you? Han Feng pushed open several rooms, but no one was there. At this time, Han Feng heard a faint sound, coming from the direction of the bathroom. Let's go and take a look. Han Feng turned his head and whispered to Winter Soldier. Walking out of the bathroom door, Han Feng whispered again. Lu Rui, is that you? After saying that, he turned around and waved to Winter Soldier, signaling Winter Soldier to come to him. He was also afraid that there were zombies in the room. A voice came from the bathroom. Brother Han? Is that you? Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Open the door. Ah? It's Brother Han. Brother Han. You're finally here. Lu Rui opened the bathroom door and cried and hugged Han Feng. It's okay. It's okay. Why are you in the bathroom? Han Feng comforted Lu Rui. I got up to go to the bathroom this morning, and before I finished shitting, I heard the nanny outside making noises. I opened the door and shouted, Are you sick? I didn't expect her to rush over and bite me. Fortunately, I closed the door quickly, and fortunately the door was strong enough. I didn't dare to go out, so I hid for 4 hours, and there was no signal on the phone. Fortunately, you came. Didn't the nanny bite you? Lu Rui was scared, and now seeing his good brother appear in front of him, he kept talking. It's okay. Come out. It's safe for the time being. Han Feng smiled bitterly and propped up Lu Rui, helping him out of the bathroom. When Han Feng arrived at the stairs, he saw 2 zombies wandering around on the first floor. They might have been attracted by Winter Soldier's kicking sound. Han Feng was thinking about it when he felt his hand sink. He looked down and saw that it was Lu Rui's legs that were weak and his face turned pale. He kept muttering, What the hell, it's coming again. Winter Soldier. Killed him. Han Feng helped Lu Rui up again. Yes. Winter Soldier answered and went downstairs with a fire axe. A few seconds later, Winter Soldier returned to Han Feng. Who is this? Lu Rui looked at Winter Soldier and asked Han Feng, because Lu Rui's nerves had been tense before. The joy of seeing Han Feng and the fear of seeing zombies again made him ignore Winter Soldier. Now that the danger was over, he noticed the strong man following Han Feng. He is protecting us. I can't tell you anything else for now. Just know that you are safe. Han Feng looked at Lu Rui and thought for a while. There is no one else in your family, right? No. No. Wow. His gun is not real, is it? Lu Rui noticed the AK-47 in front of Winter Soldier. It is real. The gas mask is real. And his outfit is real. Han Feng saw the curious light flashing in Lu Rui's eyes, and answered all the questions Lu Rui might ask next at once. Is there food? Is there water? Let's take a break. Han Feng asked Lu Rui 2 questions, and blocked Lu Rui's mouth. Yes. In the kitchen. But Lu Rui's eyes were still constantly looking at Winter Soldier. And he wanted to ask something but didn't say it. He pointed to the kitchen on the first floor, with fear in his eyes. Chapter 9, Hummer H2. Wait here for a while. Winter Soldier. Let's go downstairs. Han Feng let go of Lu Rui, and said to Winter Soldier. After going downstairs, Han Feng looked at the mess on the ground and said, Go and throw the zombies out. And then block the door. After throwing out 3 zombies, Winter Soldier blocked the door with a sofa and cabinet, because the door lock was broken by him before. Han Feng went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator's freezer. There was water, cake, leftovers, and half a watermelon. There was meat wrapped in plastic bags in the freezer, but not much. There was porridge in the pot, probably made by the nanny for Lu Rui in the morning. Han Feng looked for rice and flour again, and found that they were only half a bag. Not much. The water was drinking water, and Han Feng found a bucket that could hold water and collected a few buckets, because he knew that the drinking water would probably be cut off in a while because there was no one to control it. So he prepared some as soon as possible. Han Feng looked at the remaining food, frowned, and thought, it seems that these food resources need to be replenished. This amount of food is enough for a few days, so there is no rush. Just solve the current meal first. Han Feng served the porridge while thinking, and heated up the leftovers from yesterday. Winter Soldier. Come and help. Han Feng turned around and said, and handed the heated food in his hand to Winter Soldier. The 2 of them went upstairs with the food and porridge. Let's eat. Han Feng found a table, and put down the food before inviting the 2 to eat. In fact, the restaurant was on the first floor, but Lu Rui didn't dare to go downstairs, so Han Feng could only bring the food up. Can you cook? Han Feng asked Lu Rui after eating. What about instant noodles? I can't cook anything else. Lu Rui blurted out. Oh, okay. I don't know how to cook, but it should be edible. After saying that, Han Feng began to feel melancholy. With my cooking skills, I shouldn't be bad, right? It seems that I need to find someone who can cook. Let's take a break and discuss the next step in the afternoon. After eating, Han Feng said to the 2 of them, feeling sleepy. Sleep together. Lu Rui's fear was still lingering in his heart. He only felt a little safe when he was with Han Feng. Han Feng looked at Lu Rui and smiled, shook his head and said nothing. Check the surroundings, and rest for a while after confirming that there is no problem. There will be action in the afternoon, so keep your strength. After Han Feng finished speaking to Winter Soldier, he turned and went into the bedroom. After lying down, Han Feng felt even more tired. After being tense for a whole morning, Han Feng suddenly relaxed and fell asleep quickly. Before falling asleep, Han Feng heard Lu Rui beside him constantly asking why Winter Soldier listened to you so much. Why you were not afraid of zombies. How did you get here? And so on. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Han Feng suddenly jumped up from the bed. It turned out to be the alarm. After turning off the alarm, Han Feng patted his chest and got out of bed. He looked at the watch. 6:40. He had slept for more than 2 hours. It was still bright outside, but it was not far from dark. Han Feng focused on the system. Huh? 75 gold coins? It seems that Winter Soldier killed a lot of zombies while he was sleeping. He opened the door and saw Winter Soldier sitting on a chair to rest. Han Feng could not see whether Winter Soldier's eyes were open or closed under the thick gas mask. How is it? Did you rest well? Han Feng asked Winter Soldier. My strength has been restored. Everything is normal. Winter Soldier stood up and answered. Hearing Winter Soldier's answer, Han Feng turned into the bedroom and woke up Lu Rui. Do you know where there is a car? A crash-resistant one. Han Feng thought that the car he drove here could only be used for transportation, and he would definitely not be able to rush through a large number of zombies. Yes. It seems to be not far from our house. And their car is the most crash-resistant. Lu Rui answered Han Feng's question while rubbing his eyes sleepily. Brother Han, you don't want to steal it. Lu Rui suddenly woke up and looked at Han Feng with wide eyes, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Is there still a word called stealing in the world now? I just use it. If there are still people alive in their family, I will bring them back together. Han Feng is not a cold-blooded person. Seeing living people in the apocalypse is much better than seeing zombies. Let's go! I'll go with you, Lu Rui said excitedly, because he was also afraid of staying at home alone. But it was more of an uninvited thrill. You have to pay attention to your safety in a while. They are zombies. Remember not to be bitten by them. Otherwise you will become one of them. Han Feng pushed away the sofa used to block the door, and turned back to tell Lu Rui about the precautions. Don't worry, Brother Han. I'm not afraid of them. If they come over in a while, I promise to punch and kick them one by one. Stop. 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 Okay. I know you are powerful. Keep a safe distance. Han Feng interrupted Lu Rui as he said this while looking at his chubby face. Han Feng smiled and shook his head, knowing that this was Lu Rui's way of cheering him up. Let's go! Han Feng opened the door and walked out first. The zombies around had been cleared by the Winter Soldier, so Han Feng would not worry. And even if there were zombies, they were scattered and could not form a large scale. The three of them got into the car that Han Feng drove when he came. But Lu Rui was the driver. Ignition, release the handbrake, shift gears, and accelerator. The operation was done in one go. And Han Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, could not help but sigh. Good driving skills, brother. Of course I did. I wasn't even in high school when I was playing with cars. But your car isn't very good. Hey, where did you get the money to buy a car? Did you steal it? Lu Rui said. But his expression slowly changed from pride to a smirk. I didn't steal it. I just used it. I can't drive, Han Feng said angrily. We're here. This is the house. Lu Rui parked the car and said to Han Feng while getting out of the car, because the two houses were not far away. And Lu Rui drove fast. He arrived at the door of the family in just a few words. After getting out of the car, Han Feng saw a black big car parked next to the villa. This is the Hummer H2. With an 8-cylinder engine and a displacement of 6.2. And plenty of horsepower. It only takes 10 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers. People are like tofu in front of it. It just consumes a little more fuel. But it is absolutely crushing against zombies. Lu Rui explained to Han Feng with a gleam in his eyes. People who love cars are like men seeing beautiful women. Especially beautiful women who are suddenly exposed. Obviously, Lu Rui has taken a fancy to this Hummer. After listening to Lu Rui's introduction, Han Feng circled around the Hummer. TSK TSK TSK. So domineering. Han Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Hummer. The dark exterior shone in the sun, and the muscular body seemed ready to explode at any time. Although the trunk was filled with daily sundries, Han Feng was still amazed by its amazing capacity. Great. This is it. It makes me feel so safe, Han Feng said excitedly. In his heart, he was thinking that owning this car would give him a great sense of security when traveling in the apocalypse. But we don't have the key. Lu Rui stepped forward to pull the car door, but found that it was locked, and turned to Han Feng and said, The key to this car should be at home. Right, Han Feng said, looking at the villa next to the car. Lu Rui did not respond, but turned to look at the Winter Soldier. He also knew that this person was his only combat output. Winter Soldier, break the door. Han Feng just finished speaking, and Winter Soldier kicked the wooden door. Han Feng didn't care if there were any living people in the house. In a world full of zombies, a door is no longer valuable. Boom! There is no suspense. Under the powerful destruction of Winter Soldier, the door opened again. Roar! The zombies in the house heard the loud noise and rushed over. There were 3 zombies. It seemed that this family could not escape the fate of being infected. Before Han Feng could speak, Winter Soldier rushed into the house with a fire axe. Sensing the increase of 3 gold coins, Han Feng knew that the battle was over. Go in and find the key. By the way, let's see if there are any buckets and food. We can take them away later. Han Feng walked into the house, and did not forget to tell Lu Rui a few words. Winter Soldier, check all the rooms. Deal with all the zombies you find. And bring the living people here. Han Feng thought about it, and gave this order to Winter Soldier. Yes. Winter Soldier answered and went upstairs. Lu Rui went to the kitchen to find food, while Han Feng turned around and started looking for the car keys. Bang! Bang! A loud sound came from upstairs. Han Feng sensed the increase of 2 gold coins, and knew that there were still zombies upstairs. Chapter 10. Summoned again. Watching Winter Soldier go downstairs, Han Feng knew that the villa was safe. Go help Lu Rui carry the food, Han Feng said casually, and looked down for the car keys again. Yes. After Winter Soldier answered, he turned and went into the kitchen. Car keys, not here? Han Feng muttered. You two come out and find the keys first, and move them later, Han Feng shouted at the kitchen. And the two came out and followed Han Feng upstairs. Search separately. After Han Feng said that, he took the lead in opening the door and started looking. Huh? Good stuff. Han Feng opened a room that might be a warehouse and found a diesel generator. Generators are good things in the apocalypse. If there is a power outage in the future, we will rely on them. Han Feng pulled out the generator with great effort. It is not difficult to see that this generator is quite heavy from such a strenuous posture. Standing up, Han Feng went into the warehouse again because there was one thing he didn't bring out. Fire axe? There is another fire axe in the warehouse. Although it is different from the one in Winter Soldier's hand, the axe is still sharp. Han Feng came out and put the fire axe next to the generator when he heard the sound of vomiting from a room. No need to guess. You know it is Lu Rui. He was still ambitious before going out, but now he shows his true nature when he sees the dead zombies. Han Feng walked towards the room where Lu Rui was and saw Lu Rui also walking out. So disgusting. So disgusting, Lu Rui said, covering his mouth, tears still flowing down his eyes. He was not crying out of fear, but a normal reaction after violent vomiting. Han Feng supported Lu Rui, patted his back, and walked downstairs. Sit down for a while. Drink some water and rinse your mouth. I'll come down to find you in a while. Han Feng helped Lu Rui to settle down on the sofa. You? Okay. Come down quickly. Lu Rui wanted to say something, but didn't say anything in the end. Just urged Han Feng to go downstairs quickly. Han Feng went upstairs again and started looking for the car keys, and finally found them in the bedroom where Lu Rui vomited. You move the generator to the car, Han Feng said to Dong Bing, holding the car keys in his left hand and 2 fire axes in his right hand. After going downstairs, he saw that Lu Rui had recovered and looked much better. You go to open the car door and clean up the trunk. Throw away the useless things, Han Feng said, and threw the car keys to Lu Rui. Lu Rui and Dong Bing walked towards the Hummer, while Han Feng turned and went into the kitchen. After Han Feng entered the kitchen, he took out all the rice, flour, grain, oil, etc. There were even large pieces of meat such as steak in the refrigerator. A few minutes later, Dong Bing and Lu Rui returned to the kitchen. Lu Rui was stunned when he saw the food on the ground. Before, Lu Rui entered the kitchen just to see if there was any food or something. For a rich young man, food is equivalent to prepared food. So Lu Rui did not find these things. Don't just stand there and move them. The meat will melt in a while. Han Feng looked at Lu Rui, who was in a daze, and couldn't help reminding him. Oh, okay, Lu Rui said, and started to move them out. In about 10 minutes, the family was looted. It was a pity that no buckets for water storage were found, but the food found was enough to support for a long time. The trunk of the Hummer was slowly filled up, and there were even a few boxes of charcoal in it. It might be the things that this family used for barbecue. Anyway, Han Feng searched all the things that could be used. Finally finished moving. Lu Rui wiped his sweat and said, Get in the car. We have to move it out later. Han Feng looked at Lu Rui's fat body and his dusty face, and couldn't help laughing. Too tired. I can't move. Let's take a rest. Lu Rui shouted tired as soon as he got in the car. Han Feng didn't say anything. After thinking about it, it was time to summon another mobilized soldier. The Winter Soldier summoned before had no ammunition, and could only rely on fire axes as weapons. His safety was greatly reduced. So Han Feng was now considering the next summon of mobilized soldiers. Lu Rui was driving the car, and Han Feng closed his eyes in the passenger seat. Although he seemed to be resting, Han Feng's attention was on the system. 80 gold coins, which were accumulated by Han Feng since the zombie outbreak. It seemed slow, but don't forget that the zombie outbreak has only been 10 hours. And Han Feng was already very satisfied with this speed. It's almost 8 o'clock. Han Feng looked at the watch and found that it was getting dark. It seems that the next step should be accelerated. When we get home, move the things into the house first. You don't have to put them neatly. Just pile them up, Han Feng said to the two people in the car. Okay. Yes, Lu Rui and Winter Soldier said at the same time, because they didn't need to carefully collect the supplies and just put them on the ground. The three of them moved quickly. It's getting dark. Are you going with me or waiting at home? Han Feng asked Lu Rui. What? Where are you going when it's dark? Lu Rui asked Han Feng tremblingly. There are zombies eating people outside. It's dark and the vision is not good. Isn't this looking for death? Lu Rui thought so in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. I won't leave. But I have to clean up the zombies of the surrounding residents. They can't get out now, but they may break the glass and come out to scare people in the middle of the night. Han Feng thought about it and comforted Lu Rui. That's good. I won't go out. If I go, it will cause trouble for you. I'll wait for you at home. Lu Rui thought about it. It was really unsafe for him to go out. In fact, Han Feng's main purpose was not told to Lu Rui, which was gold coins. Han Feng wanted to collect enough gold coins to summon the mobilized soldiers. This was Han Feng's biggest secret. After closing the door, Han Feng and Dong Bing each carried a fire axe and walked straight to the nearest house. The same way of breaking the door, but saw an empty house. No one. It's a bad start. Han Feng scratched his hair and said to himself, let's go to the next house. Han Feng casually looked at the kitchen and walked out. Bang! The familiar sound of breaking the door sounded again. Han Feng's legs went weak when he first saw it, but now he dared to chop zombies alone. The zombie in front of him was the last zombie in this family, and the rest had been killed by the Winter Soldier. Han Feng still wanted to kill zombies himself to practice, so he didn't hesitate to waste time. The two of them seemed to be tireless and kept killing until after 10 o'clock. After nearly 2 hours of high-intensity exercise, Han Feng began to be exhausted. Han Feng killed the last zombie and lit a cigarette and started smoking. It was completely dark, and it was time to go home. Han Feng leaned against the door of the house and thought. 152 gold coins. Han Feng killed 5 zombies himself, and the rest were dealt with by Winter Soldier. With Lu Rui's house as the center, Han Feng swept the residents in a circle. Unfortunately, no living people were found. System. Summon the mobilized soldiers. Han Feng focused on his mind and recited silently. It takes 100 gold coins to summon the mobilized soldiers. Please confirm. The long-lost mechanical sound sounded in Han Feng's mind again. Confirmed. Please wait. Han Feng heard that the mobilized soldiers had begun to be summoned. So he called Winter Soldier and walked towards Lu Rui's house. Thump, thump, thump. In the distant street, there was the sound of someone walking in military boots. Report to the commander. Mobilized soldier number 0002 is here to report. After saying that, the mobilized soldier saluted. From now on, just call me Captain Han. Commander, that sounds too old-fashioned. And your name should be number 1. Han Feng thought for a moment and spoke to the newly summoned soldier. Yes. Number 1 answered. Dong, dong, dong. Lu Rui. It's me. Open the door. Han Feng knocked on the door and shouted into the door. The door opened, and the first thing he saw was Lu Rui's uneasy eyes. Hey! Who is this? Lu Rui saw a man who looked exactly like the Winter Soldier, but the new clothes made Lu Rui know at a glance that he was not the Winter Soldier. He is. He is the younger brother of Winter Soldier who came to join us. Just call him number 1 from now on. Han Feng hesitated and did not explain to Lu Rui. Lu Rui wanted to ask more, but he didn't even know Winter Soldier. Anyway, with one more person like this, his safety would be greatly improved. So Lu Rui did not ask any more questions. By the way, the car is running out of gas. Lu Rui seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said to Han Feng. No gas? Then let Winter Soldier and I go get some back tomorrow, Han Feng said helplessly. Before the zombie outbreak, Han Feng had never thought about gasoline and other issues. But now, looking at the gas tigers outside, alas, Han Feng sighed lightly. Chapter 11, Wei's Siblings. Tonight, one of you will be on guard while the other will rest. After 4 hours, you will change shifts and the other will rest. If you are thirsty or hungry, go to the kitchen to replenish. Han Feng looked at Lu Rui going upstairs and turned back to whisper to the two mobilized soldiers. Yes. The two mobilized soldiers took the order and began their own actions. The next morning, Han Feng yawned and went downstairs. Nothing happened last night. Right? Han Feng said to the two mobilized soldiers on the first floor. 2 zombies appeared last night, but neither of them entered the 20-meter warning zone. Everything else was normal. The one who spoke was Winter Soldier. Hearing this, Han Feng broke out in a cold sweat. It wasn't that Han Feng was afraid of the wandering zombies, but Han Feng forgot to tell the mobilized soldiers not to shoot last night. It's okay if they didn't enter the security zone. But what if? Han Feng didn't dare to think about it. After all, Han Feng is just an ordinary college graduate, not a professionally trained commander. For professional commanders, Han Feng's leadership is as amateur as it can be. Fortunately, nothing happened. Han Feng comforted himself, thinking that he must consider this aspect in the future. He looked at the watch. It was past 7 o'clock. Han Feng thought that in 3 hours, the Winter Soldier's ammunition would be restored. Anyway, he didn't need this little time, so he would wait. Han Feng walked to the kitchen and felt sad when he saw the rice, flour, grain and oil. Han Feng didn't know how to cook. After flipping through it casually, Han Feng started to cook instant noodles. Brother Han, you got up so early? Lu Rui's sleepy voice came from upstairs. I'll go to the gas station to see if I can get some oil back. Will you come with me? Han Feng didn't answer Lu Rui's question, but asked back. Let's go together. Who will drive if I don't go? Lu Rui said as he went downstairs. Han Feng slapped his forehead. He forgot that he couldn't drive. Hurry up and eat. After that, go to the nearby houses to move things. After that, Han Feng handed Lu Rui a bowl of instant noodles. Lu Rui ate the instant noodles without saying anything and nodded. 3 hours later, Han Feng and his 4 companions emptied the food from the nearby houses. Because Lu Rui's refrigerator couldn't hold so much meat, Han Feng asked 2 mobilized soldiers to move 2 large refrigerators before they could barely put it down. Winter Soldier, have you updated your equipment? Han Feng asked. Updated? Winter Soldier answered. Updated? Where are your grenades? Han Feng asked, puzzled. My grenades are not used, so they won't be updated. Winter Soldier explained. It's really good news and bad news. The good news is that the grenade didn't work, which means Wei Yun is fine for now. And the bad news? If Wei Yun doesn't use the grenade, doesn't that mean Winter Soldier will never be able to update the grenade? Han Feng was relieved. That's right. If the grenade can be updated, then let Winter Soldier drop the AK-47 in the first few seconds of updating the equipment. Wouldn't there be 2 AK-47s in a few seconds? It seems that the system is very strict. So far, there is no loophole for Han Feng to exploit. Let's go! Gas station. Han Feng shook his head and gave the order to set off. Lu Rui drove very fast and drove out of the villa area in a short while. There were bloodstains on the dilapidated road. The shop next door was still on fire, and zombies were wandering in the distance. Drive slowly. There's a car ahead. Han Feng saw a blue car driving slowly not far ahead. It looked so familiar. Han Feng thought to himself. The 2 cars were getting closer and closer because they were driving in opposite directions. Wei Yun, Han Feng said subconsciously. Wei Yun. Who is it? Lu Rui turned his head and asked Han Feng. Get closer and get ready to stop, Han Feng said to Lu Rui while staring at the car in front. It was not until this moment that Han Feng was sure that the car was really Wei Yun's, because Han Feng saw the license plate number. The blue car also saw the black Hummer, but the people in the car didn't dare to get out. But the car slowed down. Han Feng got out of the car first, and 2 mobilized soldiers also got out of the car. A few seconds after Han Feng got out of the car, the blue car also opened the door, and a young and beautiful girl got out. Who else could it be but Wei Yun? Brother Han. Great. I finally see you. Although the sentence was a bit exciting, Wei Yun didn't speak too loudly because she was also afraid of attracting zombies. Where is your brother? Have you found him? Han Feng asked Wei Yun after approaching. Wei Yun didn't say anything, but turned around and waved to the car. A young man got out of the car, holding a pneumatic nail gun in his hand. My brother is Wei Peng. Brother. This is the big brother I told you about. He is Han Feng. The brief conversation was considered to be an acquaintance. Through Wei Yun's narration, Han Feng knew how Wei Yun found his brother. When the zombies first broke out, Wei Peng was learning technology in the workshop, and he happened to have a wireless charging pneumatic nail gun at hand. In a panic, Wei Peng used the pneumatic nail gun to protect himself and killed several zombies when he had no choice, because there were not many students in the workshop. Wei Peng was not bitten. Wei Peng, who escaped from school, met Wei Yun by chance. Their parents were far away in HS City, 200 kilometers away. The brother and sister spent the first night of the apocalypse hiding from each other. Coincidentally, Lu Rui's villa area is not far from the University of Science and Technology, so the two decided to look for Han Feng early in the morning. Wei Yun, who only knew the general direction, could only circle around the villa area. Through understanding, Han Feng felt strange about Wei Peng's speed. That's right. Wei Yun said that her brother's running speed has become faster. It's not the excitement of escaping, but it really has become faster. Run once and let me see. Han Feng looked at Wei Peng and said. Wei Peng looked at his sister, and then looked at the mobilized soldiers and Hummer behind Han Feng. He found that the person his sister was talking about was not an ordinary person. A luxury car bodyguard with hot weapons. Wei Peng imagined the mobilized soldiers as Han Feng's bodyguards. Okay. After saying that, Wei Peng put down the air nail gun in his hand, turned around and ran vigorously. Wei Peng also had his own little calculations in his mind. He wanted to use his strength to keep himself and his sister by Han Feng's side. Not for anything else. Just to ensure the safety of their siblings. He was not worried that Han Feng would have bad intentions against his sister, because he learned from his sister that if Han Feng had other intentions, he would not have bothered so much and would have taken action long ago. Moreover, through the observation just now, he was basically sure that Han Feng was not a bad person. This time, Wei Peng ran with all his strength. But what Wei Peng didn't know was that Han Feng's heart had exploded. Oh my god! Is this still a human being? Han Feng was shocked when he saw Wei Peng running, and he didn't hold back in his words. Too fast. Han Feng was shocked. A distance of several hundred meters. A round trip in 10 seconds. A cheetah running at 60 miles per hour is not as fast as him. How am I fast? Wei Peng, who ran back, asked Han Feng breathlessly. His steps began to be weak. Obviously, this kid really tried his best. If he made a wrong bet, he would face unpredictable disasters, losing the advantage of speed in a world full of zombies. Fortunately, the goddess of fate favored the Wei family siblings. Come with us, Han Feng said while supporting Wei Peng. Wei Yun beside him also felt relieved, finally finding shelter, even if the shelter was not very strong. The siblings got on the back seat of the Hummer, and the car that could only seat 5 people now had 6 people. Even the spacious Hummer seemed crowded. Not to mention that there were 2 sturdy mobilized soldiers in the back. It was also because the Wei siblings were petite. If they were replaced by 2 Luris, the power of the Hummer would not change because of the addition of 2 people, and it still roared towards the gas station. Han Feng sat in the co-pilot, but his eyes were fixed on the weak Wei Peng. Are you okay? Han Feng asked Wei Peng. I'm fine. I'll be fine after a short rest. Really? Just a little while. I can still run. Wei Peng heard Han Feng's question, and he struggled to sit up from his sister's arms, answering Han Feng in a barely powerful tone. Wei Peng knew that his inexplicable speed was not without limit. He would fall into a short period of weakness after each acceleration, and because he was eager to show himself this time, he ran without reservation. So he has not recovered until now. But what made Wei Peng more worried was that he was afraid that Han Feng would think he was a waste, just because he was fast, and he had to be weak for so long every time. He was afraid that Han Feng didn't need him, and he was even more afraid that Han Feng didn't need his sister. Wei Peng even thought about using a suicide charge to complete a mission for Han Feng in exchange for his sister's right to stay. Chapter 12, American Soldiers. Hearing Wei Peng's anxious explanation, Han Feng's heart tightened, and he really felt sorry for the child. Han Feng was not a fool, and he certainly knew the purpose of Wei Peng's doing this. It's okay. You have a good rest, Han Feng said, and looked at the air nail gun in Wei Peng's hand. This type of air nail gun has a short range and basically no accuracy, but against lone zombies, at close range, it is simply a pistol. Let me see your air nail gun, Han Feng said to Wei Peng, handing over the air nail gun. Han Feng observed it, It looks similar to a pistol in structure, but much heavier than a pistol. The air nail gun can place 300 nails at a time. And I have a few bundles of nails here. Wei Peng explained to Han Feng in the back seat. You and Lu Rui wait for me in the car. I will use your air nail gun temporarily. Han Feng introduced Lu Rui beside him, and signaled the Wei sisters and Lu Rui to wait in the car, because Han Feng had already seen the gas station not far away. The three of them said a few words of caution and didn't say more. Just park here. I can get back in time if there is any situation. Han Feng got out of the car after saying this to Lu Rui. And two mobilized soldiers also got out of the car at the same time. Don't shoot for a while. Fight quickly and make a quick decision. Han Feng added to the two mobilized soldiers as he approached the gas station. This is a gas station. It would be stupid to fire at a gas station if it exploded. So the two mobilized soldiers carried fire axes, and Han Feng held the air nail gun and slowly walked into the gas station. There were zombies at the gas station, but not many. There were 5 near the gas station and 3 in the convenience store at the gas station. Han Feng slowly approached with the air nail gun and dealt with the ones outside first. Boom! The sound of the air nail gun firing came. Damn it! Han Feng cursed. He also had a gun in his hand, although there was no gunpowder as the power. The air power of the gun still made a lot of noise. Do it! Han Feng gave up the idea of killing the zombies alone. A few seconds later, the mobilized soldiers cleared the zombies at the gas station. Han Feng waved to Lu Rui, signaling them to drive the car over. Han Feng led the winter soldier into the convenience store. Fortunately, this gas station is far away from the city center, and there are not many people around. In addition, although the air nail gun makes a sound, it is far less loud than a pistol. In summary, there are basically few zombies coming to cause trouble. A few scattered zombies were also killed by number 1, who was left outside by Han Feng for alert. Everything went well. After Lu Rui finished filling up the gas, Han Feng walked out of the convenience store. The winter soldier behind him dragged several zombies away. After the group reunited, Han Feng pointed to the convenience store and said, I saw some canned food inside. Let's move it to the car. Mainly take water, various canned food, Snickers, instant noodles, biscuits, etc. Han Feng saw Wei Yun actually taking jelly, and couldn't help reminding him. Brother Han, come and see! Wei Peng shouted at Han Feng from behind the shelf. Han Feng walked over quickly, overjoyed. Small fire station. Han Feng was not attracted by the firefighting equipment, but by the 4 neatly arranged fire axes, including the 2 on Han Feng's side. There are a total of 6. 1 for each person. It's God's will. Han Feng broke the glass and took out the fire axe, and gave 1 to each person. Lu Rui also received good news. 4 oil drums, each with 25 liters. In order to place the oil drums, Han Feng had to make some space in the trunk, fill up the oil and fill it with supplies. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. These things are enough to support several days. Unfortunately, there are still no survivors. Let's go home, Han Feng said to everyone. There are still scattered zombies on the way back, and they are all dealt with by Han Feng alone. This has a great impact on the Wei siblings. There are bodyguards around him, but he still has to go into battle himself. Sister, why does Brother Han kill zombies himself? Wei Peng asked Wei Yun puzzledly. He is training himself. He said that in the end times, it is better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. Wei Yun looked at his brother and wanted him to be a capable person. What they didn't know was, Han Feng was earning gold coins. 10 gold coins for 1 zombie. The zombies that were alone were less dangerous, so Han Feng was reluctant to let the soldiers kill them. But he didn't expect that such an action would be so great in the hearts of the Wei siblings. What Han Feng hadn't discovered yet was, his strength and reaction speed had increased a lot compared to before. After returning to Lu Rui's house, Han Feng sat down on the sofa. After a morning of fighting, Han Feng was very tired. He looked at the gold coins and found that there were exactly 300. Han Feng was very happy, thinking that at this speed, the radar would be ready in a few days. Lu Rui, go cook some instant noodles. I'm so hungry. Han Feng sat up and said to Lu Rui, I'll go cook. You guys take a rest. Before Lu Rui could speak, Wei Yun's voice sounded first. Can you cook? Han Feng looked at Wei Yun and asked. I can. Wei Yun answered embarrassedly. Great. You will be in charge of logistics in the future, Han Feng said excitedly. He was so happy. Nothing was more attractive than the food in the end times. Wei Yun walked into the kitchen, and Wei Peng also went to help. The mobilized soldiers were commanded by Han Feng to move the goods in the trunk back and forth. Just 10 minutes after the mobilized soldiers finished moving. Roar! Several roars outside the house made Han Feng sit up from the sofa. No! The roars are from zombies. Although the distance is far, the roars are getting closer and closer. Wei Yun, Wei Peng, and Lu Rui guard the house. You two follow me, Han Feng said, and rushed out of the house, with a nail gun in his arms. My God, Han Feng said to himself after he came out, and saw the zombies clearly. There were at least more than 100 zombies, staggering towards Han Feng. Where did so many zombies come from? Looking at the zombies that filled the streets of the community, Han Feng was puzzled. Winter Soldier and Number 1. Get ready for battle. Do not fire without my order. Han Feng gave an order, and took the two of them close to the zombies. The air nail gun in his hand gave Han Feng courage. The nails of the 300 air nail guns were far more than the bullets of the two mobilized soldiers. Boom! Boom! Han Feng fired when he was a few meters away from the zombies. Unfortunately, the air nail gun's range and accuracy were really poor. Han Feng basically needed to fire 4 or 5 shots to kill one. It was also because the zombies moved slowly that Han Feng could retreat and fight at the same time. The distance of dozens of meters was approaching in the blink of an eye. Han Feng glanced at the house behind the mobilized soldiers and asked them to join the battle. The mobilized soldiers still did not shoot, because they had not heard Han Feng's permission yet. The mobilized soldiers holding 2 fire axes rushed to the zombies and chopped them. Strong muscles, sharp fire axes. The mobilized soldiers were like 2 meat grinders, and the zombies flew everywhere. But how could 3 people resist so many zombies? The 3 of them fought and retreated, when they were still more than 10 meters away from Lu Rui's house. Han Feng finally gave the order to open fire. The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. All the bullets were fired at the zombies' heads. Han Feng had previously instructed the 2 mobilized soldiers to shoot at the heads. The mobilized soldier is not a sniper, and cannot kill every time. It takes 2 or 3 bullets to kill a zombie. The mobilized soldier's bullets are about to run out, and there are still more than 50 zombies. Han Feng was very anxious. He looked at the gold coins in a panic. 476 gold coins. Bang bang bang. Han Feng accelerated the shooting of the air nail gun in his hand. The gold coins finally reached the 500 gold coin mark. The system summons American soldiers. Confirm. 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 Hurry up. Han Feng didn't care what the system said, and kept saying confirmation. Winter Soldier's bullets were all used up, and then another mobilized soldier also ran out of bullets. Grenade ready. Blast. Han Feng shouted and turned around to hide in the wall of Lu Rui's house. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. When Han Feng came out, he saw the scattered zombies. The zombies in the front row were all knocked to the ground by the shock wave. Kill with a fire axe. Han Feng shouted, holding the air nail gun and approaching the zombies under the cover of 2 mobilized soldiers. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. The sound of the submachine gun sounded behind the zombies. The American soldiers have arrived. Han Feng was like a shot of cartatonic, and the air nail gun in his hand became faster. The zombies were attacked from both sides by the Red Alert soldiers, and their number suddenly dropped sharply. More than 40 zombies were completely wiped out in just over 10 minutes. Han Feng looked at the mess on the ground and panted, while holding the air nail gun. Chapter 13, Police Station. Report to the Commander. American Soldier 0001 reports. The introduction of the American soldier was similar to that of the mobilized soldier. Han Feng, who was in a daze, was startled by the American soldier. After he came to his senses, he began to observe. He was wearing a military green camouflage uniform, a bulletproof helmet, and a high-explosive grenade fixed on his bulletproof vest. There was also a saber tied to his military boots, an M9 pistol on his tactical belt, and the most important thing was the M60 machine gun in his hand. Introduce yourself. After looking at the American soldier, Han Feng said to him, Yes, sir. High-explosive grenades use fragments and steel balls as attack methods, and the effective killing range is 30 meters. M9 pistol 9mm caliber bullet, 15 rounds of ammunition, and equipped with a spare magazine. M60 machine gun 7.62mm caliber bullet. 120 rounds of ammunition. No magazine. The saber is made of AST-34 steel, and is used to kill the enemy with bare hands. Introduction is over. Sir! The American soldier stood still after introducing himself. Han Feng was shocked when he listened to the introduction of the American soldier. 500 gold coins are worth it. The bullets in the pistol alone are as many as those in the AK-47 in the hands of the conscripted soldier. Not to mention the machine gun in the hands of the American soldier. The 180 centimeters body of the American soldier is not as burly as that of the conscripted soldier. But his capable figure and excellent equipment are better than the conscripted soldier. The face under the helmet has a bit of foreign flavor. That's right. After all, they are called American soldiers. But the biggest difference between American soldiers and conscripted soldiers is the eyes of American soldiers, which are more spiritual than those of conscripted soldiers. Even if American soldiers stand still, their eyes keep scanning the surroundings. This is something that conscripted soldiers do not have. In other words, American soldiers have their own combat awareness. This is good news. I, a half-baked commander, don't know how to command at all. But now the American soldiers with combat awareness can help me command the battle. From now on, call me Captain Han. Don't call me Commander. Also, from now on, your name is Wayne. Got it? Han Feng gave the American soldier a name after instructing him. Yes, Captain Han. The American soldier answered. The battle was over, and Han Feng greeted the three and turned back to the villa. Brother Han, you're back. Great. Are you okay? Lu Rui stood up and asked when he saw Han Feng coming in. I'm fine. This is Wayne. Han Feng introduced the American soldier. Wow, handsome. Brother Han. Is he from the army? Did the army come to rescue? Wei Peng approached Wayne and kept looking at him. He and the Winter Soldier are here to protect us. Han Feng answered with a smile. Wei Peng asked him questions like how he came here. But Han Feng smiled and didn't answer. Compared to Wei Peng, Lu Rui and Wei Yun didn't have so many questions, because they also knew that Han Feng wouldn't explain. They just needed to know that the more soldiers there were around Han Feng, the more their safety would be guaranteed. By the way, there's still rice in the pot. Let's get ready to eat. Wei Yun suddenly thought of the food he had prepared in the kitchen, and turned to go into the kitchen to prepare for dinner. You three, clean up the zombies around you. Throw them away. And it's best to burn them. Han Feng remembered that there was still a pile of body parts at the door, so he asked 3 people to clean it up. Wei Yun's cooking skills were indeed good, and the delicious food made Han Feng's appetite increase. After dinner, everyone began to rest. Like at night, 2 mobilized soldiers and an American soldier took turns to guard on the first floor. The Wei siblings and Han Feng and Lu Rui rested on the second floor. Fortunately, there were many rooms in the villa. Otherwise, there would not be enough space for so many people. Han Feng looked at Lu Rui, who was sleeping beside him, and fell into deep thought. Fast speed? Could it be an evolver? Han Feng muttered to himself. Han Feng had also seen the Resident Evil series of movies, in which the heroine was infected with the T-virus, but did not become a zombie, but evolved superpowers. Then, will Wei Peng be the same? Because Wei Peng's running speed is indeed not the speed that normal people can reach. But where does this evolutionary ability come from? Is my red alert system also a kind of superpower? Han Feng thought for a long time, but still had no clue. So he simply asked the red alert system in his mind. Will people with superpowers appear after the zombie virus is rampant? Are you also a kind of superpower? Han Feng's voice asked the system in his mind. The red alert system is not a superpower. The system cannot answer the commander's other questions for the time being. Please build a radar. After the authority is upgraded, I can answer more questions from the commander. The mechanical voice answered the question in Han Feng's mind. Not enough authority? Alas, it seems that I have to speed up the construction of the radar. Now I am at the lowest level of authority, and can't do anything except summon soldiers. Han Feng thought depressedly and focused on the gold coins. 106 gold coins. It is still a long way from 5,000 gold coins. Han Feng frowned and thought about it. Summon mobilized soldiers. Confirmed. Han Feng said to the system in his mind. Summon mobilized soldiers for 20 seconds. Please wait. The system started to summon. When the progress bar was full, there was a sound of someone coming upstairs outside the door. Han Feng opened the door and looked at the newly summoned soldiers, and made a quiet gesture, indicating that the mobilized soldier should not speak. The mobilized soldier did not say the introduction, but still saluted. From now on, you will call me Captain Han. And your name is number 2. Han Feng confirmed the name of this mobilized soldier in a few words. Yes, the mobilized soldier replied. You go down and be on guard with others for the time being. After Han Feng finished this sentence, he turned around and went back to the house without waiting for the mobilized soldier's answer. After sitting down, Han Feng held his forehead. 6 gold coins. Poor. Why is he in such a hurry to expand his forces? Because Han Feng has a plan in mind. He is going to start earning gold coins. A few hours later. Wow! Look! Sister! There is another bodyguard. Wei Peng's voice came from downstairs. Number 1. Step out. Han Feng's voice came from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Here! One of the mobilized soldiers shouted, stepping out of the line and walking towards Han Feng. In the eyes of the Wei siblings, Han Feng spoke. From now on, you will be responsible for protecting the safety of the villa. And you are not allowed to shoot unless it is an emergency. When I am not at home, your command can be temporarily taken over by Lu Rui and Wei Yun. Do you understand? Yes, Captain Han. The mobilized soldier saluted again. Wei Yun. This is guard number 1. I will protect you when I am not here. Han Feng looked at Wei Yun and said. Wei Yun nodded, and before he could speak, Wei Peng beside him said first. Brother-in-law. What about me? What are you talking about? You little brat. Wei Yun said, and went to beat Wei Peng with a red face. Laughter came from the 1st floor. And Han Feng felt warm in his heart when he saw the two chasing and playing. Such happiness is really rare in the end times. After a while, Lu Rui woke up and went downstairs. And Han Feng called number 1 to confirm the temporary commander. Han Feng thought, this time it's safe. Right? It's really because I don't have enough gold coins. Otherwise, I would have summoned a few more mobilized soldiers, and wouldn't be so timid. Han Feng asked Lu Rui for a mountaineering bag, and put it on his back to make it easier for him to go out and get things. After a few simple instructions, Han Feng left the villa with 2 mobilized soldiers, and an American soldier. Before leaving, Han Feng asked Wei Yun to return the grenade. Anyway, number 1 was in the villa, so safety should be no problem. Han Feng drove a Hummer. Although he didn't drive as fast as Lu Rui, he could still go on the road. There are no traffic police in the apocalypse, which is great. Han Feng's idea is very simple, which is to clear the zombies around. Slowly brush gold coins. Anyway, I have a gas nail gun in my hand. Lu Rui's villa area is far away from the city center, so there are not many zombies around. Han Feng started killing zombies in the afternoon. Wayne, be alert. Winter Soldier. Number 2, follow me. Han Feng had issued such orders countless times throughout the afternoon. Han Feng decided to brush gold coins first at the police station. Because Han Feng thought about it, the battle in the morning consumed all the ammunition of the 2 mobilized soldiers. Wayne's machine gun had more than 90 rounds left, and the bullets of the pistol were only 130 rounds. And the people in the villa had no self-defense weapons, except for the fire axe. Wayne was on guard downstairs, and Han Feng, Winter Soldier, and number 2 rushed into the police station. Chapter 14. The Sacrifice of Mobilized Soldiers. On the 1st floor, there were only a few empty interrogation rooms, and 2 zombies in police uniforms in the duty room. Boom! Boom! A few bullets from the air nail gun took the gold coins from the 2 zombies. 20 gold coins in hand. Go upstairs. Han Feng directed the 2. Upstairs were the police's offices and dormitories. Bang bang, a few shots took away 10 gold coins. And Han Feng squatted down, because Han Feng saw the pistol in the zombie's hand. Han Feng took it, and took a look at it, and put it in his bag. No bullets. Yes, there were no bullets in this pistol. Maybe the policeman had used up all the bullets before he died. Bang! Han Feng commanded Winter Soldier, and number 2, to kick open the office doors one by one. Clear the zombies room by room. 10 minutes later, the zombies on the 2nd floor were cleared. In the office, Han Feng found a few more pistols without bullets, and put them in his bag. Because Han Feng knew that as long as he found the equipment warehouse, there would be bullets. And it would be a good gun again after loading bullets. Go upstairs, Han Feng said to the 2 mobilized soldiers, and rushed to the 3rd floor. A few seconds later, Winter Soldier. Help me. Han Feng's cry for help came. Han Feng, who had just gone up to the third floor, suddenly ran down like crazy. The word run is not quite accurate. It should be escape. It turned out. Han Feng rushed to the third floor with great enthusiasm. But he almost ran into a zombie nest. The first floor corridor was full of zombies, densely packed. Han Feng's cry for help alarmed Wayne on the first floor, and Wayne rushed into the police station at a very fast speed to support Han Feng, while Winter Soldier and Number 1 held 2 axes and blocked the zombies rushing downstairs. At this time, Han Feng also came back to his senses and stood behind the mobilized soldier to shoot the zombies rushing down. Unfortunately, there were too many zombies, and there were at least nearly hundreds of zombies crowded in the corridor. There was no 4th floor in the police station, and the 3rd floor was the top floor. Why? Why? Han Feng asked himself frantically. Why didn't the gunshots on the 1st and 2nd floors alarm the zombies on the top floor? It's impossible that they didn't hear it. For zombies with sensitive hearing, the gunshots are absolutely attractive. Da-da-da-da. Da-da. The sound of the M60 machine gun sounded behind Han Feng. The 2 mobilized soldiers were covered with a layer of zombie corpses, and there were endless zombies crowding downstairs. Seeing that they were about to lose the defense, Han Feng was very anxious. Winter Soldier grenade ready. Blow it up. Han Feng also knew that bullets were not unlimited. In this case, using large-scale lethal weapons would be faster than guns. Throw. Be careful to avoid. Han Feng shouted and hit towards the nearest office. Boom. A huge explosion sounded in the corridor. Winter Soldier threw the grenade in the middle of the stairs from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor, and the shock wave of the explosion pushed the zombies away. More than a dozen zombies rushed into the 2nd floor and were killed by 3 Red Alert soldiers in an instant. A few seconds later, the zombie troops crowded downstairs again. But in just these 10 seconds, Han Feng was ready to retreat. Prepare the 2nd grenade. Han Feng gave another order to the 2nd mobilized soldier. Throw. Let's go downstairs, Han Feng said, and rushed downstairs with the Red Alert soldiers. Boom. The explosion sounded again. Han Feng and his group of 4 had already arrived at the 1st floor. Fuck. Han Feng cursed when he saw the door to the 1st floor. A large group of zombies came to the door at some point. There were a large number of zombies upstairs and outside the door, and Han Feng was surrounded by zombies. Wayne, get the high explosive grenades ready. Blow down the stairs on the 1st floor, Han Feng said, and rushed upstairs with 2 mobilized soldiers. Although there were many zombies in the building, it was a small part compared to the outside. Han Feng rushed to the 2nd floor desperately, and saw that there were still many zombies, but they were no longer as dense as before. Anyway, there were fewer zombies than on the 1st floor. The 2 mobilized soldiers held double axes and blocked the zombies in front of them side by side. Bang Bang Wayne's machine gun had used up all the bullets, and now he was using a pistol. The 4 men approached the stairs, and Han Feng decided to go upstairs, because they were now out of ammunition and food. They could only break out if they found the equipment depot. Summon a mobilized soldier. Confirm. Quick! Han Feng shouted to the system. When Han Feng walked to the stairs, bang! The door behind him was kicked open. The 3rd mobilized soldier appeared. Da-da-da. Da-da. The newly summoned mobilized soldier immediately joined the battle. The pressure on Han Feng's side was greatly reduced. Just call number 3. Take the fire axe and rush upstairs. Give me the grenade. Han Feng hurriedly gave the number 3 mobilized soldier an order to charge. Yes. The mobilized soldier fired with one hand, put the fire axe behind his back, and threw the grenade to Han Feng. Number 3 rushed upstairs, and Han Feng followed closely behind him. Wayne and Winter Soldier number 2 were guarding the stairs on the 2nd floor. When number 3 ran out of bullets, Han Feng threw the grenade to the 3rd floor. Boom! The grenade exploded on the 3rd floor. The zombies rushed down the stairs by the shock wave and fell at the feet of Han Feng and number 3. Bang Bang. The gas nail gun instantly took away dozens of gold coins. Don't guard it. Go upstairs, Han Feng shouted downstairs, and continued to charge with number 3. The grenade exploded a vacuum of several meters, and Han Feng jumped up while the zombies were still not up. Equipment warehouse. Han Feng saw the equipment warehouse. Luckily, it was not far from the stairs. Fuck. This was the nth time Han Feng had cursed. The door of the equipment warehouse was not an ordinary door. It was an anti-theft door. Han Feng was desperate. There was no ammunition. It was full of zombies. Even if he summoned a few more Red Alert soldiers, he couldn't break through the encirclement. But now was not the time to be stunned. For Red Alert soldiers had already protected Han Feng. The 4 of them were in a semicircle with their backs to Han Feng. And 4 fire axes happened to be in their hands. Let's fight. Han Feng gritted his teeth and raised the air nail gun again. Bang. Caw-caw. Han Feng's heart tightened. The air nail gun was broken. It was raining cats and dogs. Wayne turned around and pulled Han Feng forward. And 3 mobilized soldiers cleared the way. Bang. Wayne kicked open the door of the office next to Han Feng and pushed Han Feng in. Just a few seconds before entering the office, Han Feng saw mobilized soldier number 3 suddenly open his arms and rush forward in a hug. This was to buy time for Han Feng with his life. The burly mobilized soldier stretched his arms in the corridor to ensure that no zombie broke through the obstruction. The strong arms hugged the zombies tightly, and the legs pressed the ground tightly. Dozens of zombies were slowly pushed back by number 3. The last scene was number 3 being bitten by zombies, and the zombies pressed on number 3 like a stack of monks. No! Han Feng yelled. His heart was bleeding. The 2 mobilized soldiers turned back and entered the room, pushed the desk down and pushed it towards the door. At this moment, the zombies on the 2nd floor rushed in. Number 2, who was pushing the desk, picked up the fire axe and killed the 2 zombies in front in 2 or 3 seconds. But there were too many zombies behind them, and they were all pouring into the house. More and more zombies were about to pour in, and the door would not be able to be closed at that time. Like number 3, number 2 directly opened his arms and pushed all the zombies pouring in front out. And Wayne took the opportunity to close the door. There were sounds of biting and chopping outside the door. And after just a few seconds, there was only the sound of zombies banging on the door. Number 2 also died. It all happened too fast. Number 2 and number 3 bought precious time with their lives. Winter Soldier quickly pushed the desk to the door and blocked it. Han Feng stared blankly at everything that happened. Why? Why? Why did they do this? Why did they do this without my order? Han Feng shouted frantically, questioning the system. Protecting the commander is the duty of every Red Alert soldier. In an emergency, the Red Alert soldiers will take protective measures at all costs. The mechanical voice without any emotion answered Han Feng's question. Heh. Heh. Han Feng smiled bitterly. In Han Feng's eyes, the Red Alert soldiers he summoned were real people. They protected Han Feng's safety, obeyed Han Feng's command, and even guarded Han Feng before his death. Han Feng began to blame himself. If it weren't for his misjudgment, if it weren't for his own stubbornness, if it weren't for himself. Don't think about it. Captain Han, you have to cheer up. We have to find a way to break through. Wayne's voice woke up Han Feng, who was in self-blame. Chapter 15, Mysterious Policewoman. Han Feng raised his head and looked at Wayne and Winter Soldier, who were panting in front of him. 2 of the 4 soldiers were lost in less than a minute, and Han Feng felt very uncomfortable. If it weren't for Wayne's combat awareness, I'm afraid I know. Han Feng clenched his fists and made up his mind to break through. Lu Rui and the Wei brothers and sisters are waiting at home, listening to the roar outside the door and looking at the large number of zombies downstairs. Han Feng began to ponder. It shouldn't be. How could there be so many zombies? The abnormality of the zombies on the 3rd floor before, and the large number of zombies gathering now made Han Feng puzzled. What's wrong with the system? Han Feng couldn't figure it out and asked the system. The system cannot answer the commander's question. Please build a radar building. Han Feng thought. It's broken. I can't ask anything without a radar. Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, focusing on the gold coins. 776 gold coins. Summon an engineer and 2 mobilized soldiers. Confirm. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said to the system. Han Feng was betting that the omnipotent engineer could open the door of the equipment warehouse. In the Red Alert game, engineers cannot enter except defensive buildings. Engineers can enter all other buildings, including those in the enemy camp. 1 minute later. Report to the commander. Engineer 0001 reports. The engineer's voice sounded behind Han Feng. Han Feng was already used to people suddenly appearing in the room. Can you open the door of the equipment storehouse? Han Feng asked directly without saying any more nonsense. Yes. No problem. The engineer blurted out without any hesitation. Great. This is the only good news so far. Commander, I can fix this too. The engineer pointed to the air nail gun on the ground and said. The second good news came. Han Feng's air nail gun can be repaired by the engineer. Not long after, 2 mobilized soldiers reported to Han Feng. For the convenience of command, the newly summoned mobilized soldiers replaced number 2 and number 3. The engineer repaired the air nail gun and handed it to Han Feng. Bang bang bang, the wooden door of the office was shaky. Han Feng thought to himself that he had to leave here quickly. The anti-theft door of the equipment room was many times stronger than this wooden door. Number 2 and number 3. Prepare the grenades. Listen to my instructions. Throw. Everyone pay attention to avoid it. Han Feng issued several instructions. 2 grenades were thrown out through the crack of the door. Boom! The 2 grenades exploded almost at the same time. The shockwave swept out a vacuum again. Charge. As soon as Han Feng gave the order, number 2 and number 3 instantly knocked the door open. The zombie outside the door slowly struggled to stand up. Fire! Han Feng raised the air nail gun and started shooting and issued a firing order. Da-da. The 2 AK-47s spewed out flames, killing the zombies rushing in. With fire suppression, Han Feng and his team quickly arrived at the door of the equipment warehouse. Before Han Feng gave the order, the engineer opened the security door. So fast? It feels like it was opened directly by hand. Han Feng also observed the engineer's hand, which was empty. Without thinking any more, Han Feng walked quickly into the equipment warehouse, and the people behind him followed closely. After closing the security door, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After calming down, Han Feng began to observe the surroundings. Handcuffs, batons, riot helmets, ropes, shields. The first things that came into his eyes were things that Han Feng could not use. Walking inside, Han Feng froze. He did see the gun, but there was an unconscious policewoman under the gun cabinet. Slim and tight figure, with a neat ponytail, wearing a black combat uniform, holding a Type 92 pistol in her hand. The policewoman was face down, and her face could not be seen. But the regular rise and fall of her abdomen told Han Feng that the policewoman was still breathing, and she was still alive. Winter Soldier, go up and take a look. Han Feng stared at the policewoman after he said that to Winter Soldier. He always felt something was wrong. Be careful, Han Feng said after Winter Soldier walked past Han Feng. Winter Soldier raised his fire axe, and Han Feng behind him also raised his air nail gun. Getting closer. Just when Winter Soldier walked in front of the policewoman, the policewoman suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped up, turned in the air and elbowed. Before falling, she raised her leg high and kicked Winter Soldier in the neck. Winter Soldier was knocked to the ground before he could react. Fortunately, Winter Soldier's physical fitness was different from that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand 2 consecutive attacks like this. The policewoman landed and immediately took a shooting stance. Everything happened in a flash. Caw-caw sound came from the muzzle of Han Feng's gun. There was no bullet in the policewoman's gun. Go! Catch him alive! Han Feng issued an arrest order. But a storm surged in his heart. How could he be so strong? After knocking down the Winter Soldier in an instant, he could quickly lock onto himself. If there were bullets in her gun, Han Feng didn't dare to think about it anymore. And a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Number 2. Number 3 and Wayne rushed forward at the same time. And the Winter Soldier also climbed up from the ground. Facing 4 Red Alert soldiers, the policewoman did not panic. The female police officer used her fighting skills to the fullest. Kicking, blocking, and grabbing. The second mobilizer was kicked away, and after standing up, he raised his gun and was about to shoot, because Han Feng ordered to kill him alive. The second mobilizer did not aim at the head, but the legs. Don't shoot. Han Feng's voice stopped abruptly. No. Can't speak. The body. Can't move. Han Feng tried his best to break free from this state, but everything was in vain, including the eyes, including the breathing. Still, the whole world seemed to be still. The only thing that was not affected by this was probably the mind. In Han Feng's frozen vision, several Red Alert soldiers stood still like him. Number 2 kept shooting, and Wayne's saber was also paused a few dozen centimeters in front of the policewoman. The air was filled with a strange atmosphere. In the room where everything was paused, Han Feng saw the policewoman move. Han Feng instantly understood that all this was done by this policewoman. The policewoman slowly pulled out the saber from Wayne's hand and walked towards Han Feng. The saber in her hand was slowly raised by the policewoman, and the height was the position of Han Feng's neck. Getting closer and closer, the policewoman, whose fierce fighting just now prevented the 4 red alert soldiers from getting close to her, now looked as weak as an old woman. However, no matter how weak the policewoman was now, it was still easy for her to kill someone with a knife when she couldn't move. 1 step. 2 steps. Looking at the policewoman walking slowly, Han Feng asked the system frantically in his mind, "What should I do? What should I do?" The system cannot answer the commander. "Please build a radar." Damn it! Another radar. Another radar. If I don't die this time, I will be the first to build a radar. Han Feng was desperate. The policewoman was getting closer and closer, and her steps were getting weaker and weaker. Bang! Han Feng saw the policewoman kneeling on the ground 2 steps away, her face pale. The policewoman raised her head with difficulty, staring at Han Feng with unwilling eyes. The saber in her hand fell slowly, as if it was a heavy weight. Ding ding dang dang, the saber fell to the ground, and the policewoman fainted. Duh. The huge gunshots were particularly harsh in the closed room. Listening to the gunshots of number 2, Han Feng finally breathed a breath of fresh air. "Tie her up." Han Feng, who survived the disaster, gave the order in a trembling voice. A few minutes later, the policewoman was tied up tightly with police ropes. After confirming that the policewoman could not break free anyway, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began to look at the policewoman. The tight combat uniform perfectly set off her figure. Because the previous battle was too intense, Han Feng did not have time to observe her face. Although the policewoman's face was pale, her delicate face still amazed Han Feng. Compared with the policewoman, Han Feng's so-called school beauties, when he was in school, could not compare. Looking at the tied policewoman, "What the hell am I thinking? She was trying to kill me just now." Han Feng despised himself fiercely, but his old face turned red. The crisis was resolved, and Han Feng remembered the serious business of coming to the equipment warehouse. Han Feng asked number 2, number 3 and the engineer to stay with the policewoman, and he took Winter Soldier and Wayne to search the equipment warehouse. Chapter 16, Trapped Struggle. This equipment warehouse is unusually large. A normal police station equipment warehouse is probably only 1/3 of this size. The obvious color of the wall between the old and new reveals that this room has been expanded. The further Han Feng walked, the more surprised he was. There were neatly arranged military assault rifles in each gun cabinet, and pistols in several gun cabinets. There were boxes of bullets piled up in the corner at the back, ranging from rifles to pistols. "Reload the bullets quickly," Han Feng said to Winter Soldier and Wayne. Wayne stepped forward to flip the 9mm caliber pistol bullets, while Winter Soldier did not move. "Why don't you go?" Han Feng asked Winter Soldier in confusion. "There are no bullets suitable for me, so I can't force it to shoot," Winter Soldier explained. After hearing Winter Soldier's answer, Han Feng looked at Wayne. He found that Wayne only had pistol bullets, and his hands kept filling up magazines. After asking Wayne, Han Feng realized that this equipment library did not have the matching bullets for M60 and AK-47. But Wayne's M9 pistol had the same bullets as China's pistols. It was a blessing in disguise. Fortunately, Wayne's pistol could be used. After thinking about it, Han Feng began to collect pistols and fill magazines. Although there were no matching bullets, it was still necessary for everyone to have a pistol. Besides, everyone can still use the assault rifle. Open the gun cabinet and take out the assault rifle and pistol, because the assault rifle is too big. Although Han Feng's backpack can also fit it, it is more cost-effective to put a smaller pistol. 10 minutes later, the last pistol magazine was filled. Looking at the magazines on the ground, Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. "Captain Han, there is also this." Wayne brought another box of magazines. Assault rifle magazines. Han Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the depression in his heart, lowered his head, and continued to reload. "Damn it!" Han Feng, who was reloading the magazine, suddenly looked up and said, the tied-up policewoman and the engineer who had no fighting power. The only combatants on his side were Winter Soldier Wayne, number 2 and number 3, plus himself. There were only 5 of them. The ammunition on the ground, and the full cabinet of guns. Even if everyone had 3 hands, they couldn't use so many. The backpack was already full of pistols and bullets. And the remaining weapons were more. Don't load. Find a way to break through. Han Feng stopped Winter Soldier and Wayne, who were loading. We have to find a way to break through. Han Feng stood up and walked around. Because the equipment warehouse was not installed with windows for the pursuit of higher safety. Listening to the knocking and roaring outside the door, Han Feng began to have a headache. Breaking through the door is definitely not an option, even if there are no zombies in the police station. The sea of corpses outside the police station is enough to scare Han Feng. What should I do? Walking around, Han Feng caught a glimpse of the engineer who was monitoring the female police officer. Come here, Han Feng said. Can you open a window in this wall? Although Han Feng also thought this was a fantasy. The system's black technology might give him a surprise? Yes, Commander. The engineer's answer gave Han Feng a glimmer of hope. Great. Here. Here and here. Open windows. Just a normal window size. Han Feng pointed at the wall and specified several places for the engineer to open windows. Because engineers cannot be observed by others when they are working. Han Feng is no exception. A few minutes later, 3 holes appeared on the wall. Han Feng's curiosity was aroused. But no matter how he asked, the engineer did not give an answer. Han Feng, who did not get the answer, walked to the window angrily and was stunned by the sea of corpses outside. Oh my God! Standing on the 3rd floor, Han Feng looked around and saw nothing but zombies. Several buildings blocked his view. So Han Feng did not know how many zombies gathered around him. Among the zombies, a black Hummer was particularly eye-catching. That's right. This car was driven by Han Feng. It was parked on the roadside about 10 meters away from the entrance of the police station. The distance that used to be within a few steps now felt out of reach. Be prepared for battle. Han Feng gave the order. Winter Soldier, Wayne and Han Feng were standing by 3 windows, with magazines full of bullets under their feet. Number 2 and Number 3 were guarding the female police officer at the back, constantly loading magazines in their hands. And the engineer was responsible for transporting them. Fire! As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, 3 assault rifles began to spew out flames. Da-da. Da-da-da. The sound of assault rifles continued to ring out. There is no need to aim at all. You can hit the zombies' heads by shooting down with your eyes closed, because there are too many zombies. After more than 10 seconds, click. The 3 assault rifles are out of bullets. Remove the magazine, load a new magazine, and continue firing. The huge gunshot was deafening, and both hands slowly became numb due to the recoil generated by the shooting. Ah! Han Feng kept roaring, trying to recover his numb body with roaring. Han Feng kept paying attention to the changes in gold coins while shooting. The number of gold coins was growing rapidly. 500 gold coins, 1,000 gold coins, 1,005 gold coins, 2,000 gold coins. More than 2 hours passed. Han Feng was given 10 gold coins for killing a zombie. During this period, he killed at least hundreds of zombies and fired at least 1,000 bullets. While the Red Alert soldiers killed more zombies, Han Feng was still fighting. And the Winter Soldier and Wayne beside him were replaced by Number 2 and Number 3. Han Feng could hardly hear any sound, and his hands were just mechanically shooting. In addition to the magazines, there were 4 assault rifles at Han Feng's feet, all of which were broken because of overheating of the barrel and other reasons. These guns could no longer be used. Han Feng actually couldn't stand it a long time ago. It was just a belief in his heart that made him work so hard. Gold coins. That's right. Han Feng was anxious to build a radar. He earned 10 gold coins for killing a zombie, and 1 gold coin for killing a zombie by a Red Alert soldier. Han Feng calculated this account very shrewdly. 4,000 gold coins. 4,369 gold coins. 4,863 gold coins. 5,001 gold coins. Build a radar. Confirm. Han Feng immediately ordered the system to build a radar after noticing that the gold coins had exceeded the 5,000 mark. The radar is under construction. Virtual construction will take 3 hours. Please wait. The mechanical sound of the Red Alert system sounded in Han Feng's mind. The last construction barracks was built in just 10 minutes. Why does this radar take so long? Do I have to wait here for 3 hours? Winter Soldier, you do it for me. Han Feng turned around, staggered towards the Winter Soldier, and handed the gun in his hand to the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier? You, how? Han Feng looked at the familiar Winter Soldier, but felt something was different. Report to Captain Han. 1-star mobilization soldier reporting in. Winter Soldier saluted after saying that. What? Han Feng's ears were buzzing at this moment. Compared with before, his hearing was much better now. But he still couldn't hear Winter Soldier's voice clearly. Winter Soldier said it again loudly this time. And Han Feng barely heard it clearly. Great. Finally a 1-star soldier. Thinking of this, Han Feng remembered that Winter Soldier had come to him before and said something. But he didn't care because he didn't hear it clearly. Now it seems that the content of his report at that time might be the upgrade. Who among you is a 3-star soldier? Come and report. Han Feng looked at everyone. No one moved. That's right. The Winter Soldier who has been with him the longest is only a 1-star soldier. How could there be a 3-star soldier? Who among you is still a 1-star soldier? Come and report. Han Feng asked again. Still no one moved. It seems that only the Winter Soldier has been upgraded. System. How do they upgrade? How many levels are there? Han Feng asked the system in his mind. Red Alert soldiers upgrade by killing effective targets. When the cumulative kills exceed 100 times their own value, they can be upgraded to 1 star. When the cumulative kills exceed 300 times their own value, they can be upgraded to 3 stars. Red Alert soldiers are divided into 3 types: sporadic soldiers, 1-star soldiers, and 3-star soldiers. The system's voice answered Han Feng. 100 times? Isn't that 1,000 zombies? And to upgrade to 3 stars, you need to kill 3,000 zombies? Is it so difficult to upgrade? So, in these few hours, wouldn't there be thousands of zombies killed? Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly rushed to the window and looked down. Not good. I was shooting all the time before, and my brain was numb. At this moment, there are layers of zombies piled up under the wall. It has already piled up to the 2nd floor. If the zombies can jump, they may have rushed in now. Chapter 17, Lin Lan. Quick! Go find grenades. Everyone enter the battle. Fire! Han Feng issued a series of orders. Han Feng, who was shooting, cursed himself fiercely in his heart. What is so stupid? Why is he so stupid? What if he found it a few minutes later? Wouldn't the zombies come in and hug him? A few dozen seconds later, the Winter Soldier ran over with a few boxes of grenades. Opening the wooden box, neatly arranged grenades came into view. Swish swish, 2 grenades were held in Han Feng's hands. 2 for each person. Target the corpses under the wall. Blow them up. Han Feng had just finished speaking when he threw the grenade in his hand down the window. Be careful to avoid it. Boom. Han Feng had just finished speaking when 2 explosions sounded at the same time. An arm flew in through the window. The zombie's body, which had already been beaten to pieces, was now blown everywhere by the grenade. Boom. 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 The explosions of grenades continued outside the wall. The smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, and Han Feng looked down again. Most of the originally piled corpses had been blown away, although there were still a small part of them. It was much better than before. Han Feng sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Almost finished. Han Feng just breathed a sigh of relief. And before he had time to rest, he saw the policewoman move. What kind of divine physique am I? Am I possessed by the god of misfortune? The repeated mental stimulation made Han Feng collapse. Winter Soldier, come with me. The others continued to attack. After saying this, Han Feng followed Winter Soldier to the policewoman. You? Who are you? The policewoman's voice was still weak, but Han Feng still did not dare to take it lightly. Who are you? Why are you here? Han Feng did not answer the policewoman's question, but asked the policewoman a question. Privately armed, carrying prohibited guns. Do you know what punishment you will face? The policewoman questioned Han Feng sternly. Han Feng was stunned. Yes. Although my Red Alert soldiers were summoned, they are also soldiers. Although zombies have caused chaos in this world, China will eventually recover this place. By then, how can I explain them? Han Feng hesitated to speak, wanting to explain something but not knowing where to start. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? The policewoman pressed on, obviously classifying the Red Alert soldiers as Han Feng's bodyguards and Han Feng as a rich 2nd generation. Han Feng didn't know how to explain it, so he nodded and admitted that they were bodyguards. Who are you? Answer me, the policewoman said strugglingly. Don't worry about who I am. Now I ask you who you are? Why are you here? Han Feng raised his voice and asked the policewoman. I am a special police. Let me go. Special police? Uh-huh. Do you think I'm a fool? Special police have such good skills? The scene of the policewoman fighting for people alone was vivid in his mind. You should know that the 4 people summoned by Han Feng were not street thugs, but real soldiers. I am the chief instructor of the special police of Innim province. Is this okay? The policewoman stared at Han Feng and gritted her teeth and said, "Who are they fighting?" Because the policewoman's line of sight was blocked by the gun cabinet, she could not see the scene of the red alert soldiers firing. But hearing the continuous gunshots, the policewoman knew they were fighting. Carry her over, Han Feng said to Winter Soldier, and stood up and walked towards the window. How could this happen? The policewoman asked Han Feng in confusion. She would never have thought that the solid equipment warehouse would have 3 neat openings. Han Feng ignored the policewoman, but turned back and said to Winter Soldier, "Let her see." Winter Soldier slowly lifted the policewoman to the window and asked her to stick her head out to see. How could this happen? That's right. It's what you see. Han Feng interrupted the policewoman and gestured to Winter Soldier to pull the policewoman back. Listen carefully. This world is no longer the world you knew. I'll ask you one last time. Who are you? Han Feng asked the policewoman for the 3rd time. I'm Lin Lan. Why are you here? My mission is to guard this place. It's impossible for you to be the only one in such a large equipment depot. Who else is there besides you? There are 5 colleagues. In order to protect me, they knocked me out here. I'm afraid they have already died. Such a mission cannot be given to the special police. Do you have another identity? Han Feng always felt that things were not that simple and asked again. Lin Lan looked at Han Feng with complicated eyes. And after a long time, he slowly said, I do have another identity, but it involves a secret password, so I can't tell you. Hearing Lin Lan's answer, Han Feng also fell silent. Han Feng understood one thing in his heart. This Lin Lan must be the military. The gunshots continued. 3 hours have passed, and it's getting dark. Han Feng walked to the window, and the zombies downstairs were still pouring in endlessly. He turned back and checked the ammunition. After so much continuous shooting, the assault rifle bullets were running out. The pistol bullets were not moved, and there were still a few boxes of grenades. It's not a solution to hold on. I can untie your rope, but you have to listen to me. We are in the same boat now. We can only live or die together. Do you understand? Han Feng looked at Lin Lan and said after a moment of hesitation, Look here. The bullets of the assault rifle are about to run out. The grenades are almost gone. Do you really want to attack the zombies with a pistol? What about the piled up corpses? There will always be a moment when they will rush in. Stop those thoughts in your mind and think about how to get out first. Han Feng persuaded Lin Lan earnestly. Okay. A few minutes later, under Han Feng's gaze, Lin Lan agreed to Han Feng's request. Winter Soldier untied the ropes on Lin Lan, and Lin Lan stood up and stretched his body. Do you remember what happened before you fainted? Han Feng asked as he looked at the moving Lin Lan. I remember. When one of your bodyguards was about to start a gunfire, I had only one thought in my mind. I didn't want to die. The moment this thought reached its extreme, you all seemed unable to move. I knew you were the leader, so I wanted to capture you first. But then my body suddenly became extremely weak. Do you know what happened? Lin Lan turned his head and glanced at Han Feng, and said, I probably know. After killing some zombies, the younger brother of a friend of mine seemed to have stimulated his potential and speed. And then he also became weak, which is somewhat similar to you. Han Feng said after thinking. Lin Lan moved for a while, and the two walked to the window together and looked at the sky. It was getting dark soon. We have to leave quickly. Let's not talk about whether this amount of ammunition can last until tomorrow. There are not many grenades left to blow up the pile of corpses. Han Feng frowned, as if talking to Lin Lan, or as if talking to himself. 15 seconds. Is it enough? Lin Lan asked Han Feng beside him. 15 seconds? What 15 seconds? Han Feng turned his head to look at Lin Lan. I am sure I can make them unable to move within a certain range. Is 15 seconds enough for you? Lin Lan took a deep breath, as if he had made a great determination, and said to Han Feng. Han Feng did not answer Lin Lan directly after hearing this, but turned around and took the backpack. After the backpack was full, Han Feng put it aside. Count the ammunition. Count the equipment. Count the personnel. Han Feng issued 3 instructions. Report to Captain Han. 23 grenades. Wayne answered first. Report to Captain Han. 50 full magazines of assault rifles. A total of 1,500 rounds of bullets. Winter Soldier's voice followed. Report to Captain Han. 10 pistols in the backpack. It was number 2 who spoke. Report to Captain Han. There are 100 boxes of pistol bullets in the backpack. A total of 5,000 rounds of bullets and 10 spare magazines. Number 3's voice sounded. A total of 7 personnel. The engineer's voice sounded last. Lin Lan behind him was stunned. Professional combat literacy. Absolute obedience to command. And awareness of not fearing life and death. It's just like the Special Forces of China. Chapter 18. Breaking out of the siege. Who is this guy? Are these guys just private guards? Lin Lan kept thinking in her heart. Okay. Prepare the grenades to clear the way. Change equipment. Han Feng said, and began to prepare. Several Red Alert soldiers used up their bullets. Turned around and took out brand new assault rifles and loaded them with bullets. Everything is ready. Winter Soldier. Put on your backpack. A backpack full of guns and ammunition. Han Feng couldn't carry it with his small body, so the backpack was given to Winter Soldier. Number 2. You carry Lin Lan for a while. Han Feng glanced at Lin Lan. He was afraid that Lin Lan might faint in a while. No. She would definitely faint. It was not a wise choice to turn back to save people in the sea of corpses. So he just let number 2 carry her and run. Lin Lan also knew the consequences of using her ability, so she didn't refuse. Everyone walked to the window, and Han Feng looked down. It felt that the number of zombies had not decreased, and there was still no end in sight. Damn. This is weird. How fast are the zombies spreading? Why are there more and more, and we can't fight them all? Han Feng said, as he fixed the police ropes in the house. After fixing 2 ropes, he issued an order to break out. Boom! Boom! 3 grenades were thrown out of the window one after another, and the shockwaves swept out a vacuum. Down! Han Feng had just finished speaking when number 3 and Wayne descended down the ropes. Because number 3 and Wayne were not carrying any weight, they became the vanguard. Duh-duh. Duh-duh-duh-duh. Wayne and number 3 slid down the rope with one hand, and kept firing with the other hand. For assault rifles spewed out flames to suppress the zombies rushing towards them. Han Feng and Lin Lan also came down to fight, followed by number 2 and Winter Soldier. The dense gunfire rang out, and the zombies rushed over more frantically after feeling that the target was coming down, and were killed again in an instant. Finally, the engineer came down slowly. Grenade. Blast. Han Feng's voice was transmitted to every Red Alert soldier. Boom. Boom. The continuous explosions hit the zombies, forcing them not to get close. The last few grenades exploded in the area between Han Feng and the car. Boom. Boom. Han Feng was hit by the flying limbs. Damn. It hurts. Han Feng rubbed his chest and looked at the Hummer. A dozen meters away. Lin Lan. Han Feng saw a large number of zombies filling the space and shouted anxiously. Yeah. Lin Lan responded. Within a dozen meters. Except for Han Feng and his group of 7 who could move freely. The rest of the creatures were motionless. Good job. Everyone. Get in the car quickly. Han Feng was overjoyed and his pace quickened, although the zombies around were frozen. Don't forget that the zombies 10 meters away can still move. A large number of zombies crowded towards Han Feng and his group, and the motionless zombies within a 10-meter range were squeezed down. This crowding caused great trouble to Han Feng, and it was no exaggeration to describe it as difficult to move. Number 3. Lead the way. Wayne. Cover. Han Feng began to worry. Facing a large number of zombies, Han Feng gave orders while enduring physical and psychological discomfort. After shooting the bullets at a very fast speed, number 3 threw the gun away, folded his arms, and rushed forward. His huge body was as brave as a chariot, and he forcibly rushed out a road. Although the road was narrow, it was much better than before. At least people could pass through one by one. Hurry, hurry. Lin Lan's voice sounded on number 2's shoulder. Han Feng looked back at Lin Lan, his face pale, his eyes moving irregularly. Hurry, hurry. Wayne, give up the cover. Go all out to clear the way. Han Feng was very anxious. He had wasted 7 or 8 seconds just now, and Han Feng and his men hadn't moved yet. The distance to the vehicle was still far. Hurry! Hurry up! Hurry up! Han Feng said. and he also joined the work of clearing the way without hesitation. A group of 7 people slowly approached the vehicle. 5 meters to go. 4 meters to go. Suddenly, the zombies moved. A large number of zombies suddenly started to move, causing Han Feng's brain to freeze in public. But the zombies around only moved for a second, and then stopped moving again. Han Feng looked back at Lin Lan with a pale face, bright red blood flowing from his small nose, and his eyes were closed, but he kept mumbling, "Hurry up." After coming to his senses, Han Feng gritted his teeth and pushed the zombies around him. One hand reached for his waist and pressed the unlock button. Finally, Han Feng rushed to the Hummer. Everyone quickly opened the door and prepared to get in the car. But at this moment, the zombies started moving again. At this time, Lin Lan had no strength to stop them. The intermittent zombie group slowly surrounded the vehicle and the people who didn't have time to get in the car. Fortunately, Han Feng rushed into the cab first. "Get in the car! Hurry!" Han Feng shouted tremblingly, trying his best. The zombies were completely out of control. Lin Lan didn't hold on until the last moment. The second mobilizer threw Lin Lan directly into the back seat, and Wayne quickly pushed Lin Lan in. The second turned around and held hands with the third, facing the zombies, and formed a human wall at the rear door of the car. The smaller engineer rushed into the back seat in an instant, and then got into the co-pilot from the back seat. In order to continue to function more efficiently, the red alert system allowed the more valuable engineers to enter first. Wayne and the Winter Soldier followed closely behind. After all 5 people entered the vehicle, they quickly closed the door and pressed the lock button. And number 2 and number 3, even though they were bitten by zombies, their bodies remained motionless, just like number 2 and number 3 before. Number 2 and number 3 at this time once again used their lives to build a bridge for Han Feng to survive. Lin Lan's weak voice came from the back seat. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Although Lin Lan was in a coma, he kept muttering words to hurry up. Until now, Lin Lan was still subconsciously using his exhausted strength. Until now, Lin Lan still wanted to protect Han Feng and the others. Ah! Ah! Han Feng, who was driving the car, stepped on the accelerator hard. "Fuck your grandma." "Ah!" Han Feng yelled in the car, venting out his anger. Bang! 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 The crashing sounds outside the car rang out one after another. The Hummer was like an angry rhino. It kept crashing and crushing the enemies in front of it. A bloody road was crushed out of the endless sea of corpses. Han Feng's voice was hoarse, but his hands were holding the steering wheel tightly like iron pliers. His lips were pursed and his eyes were fixed on the zombies in front of the car. There was only one belief in his mind: revenge. Finally, the Hummer roared out of the sea of corpses. Han Feng. Safe. But the 4 red alert soldiers, who had fought with him through thick and thin, stayed in the police station forever. Forever. Han Feng was still thinking about the 4 mobilized soldiers. The scenes of the 4 soldiers' death kept appearing in Han Feng's mind, quietly changing Han Feng's character. Han Feng drove for a long time. A few hours later, Han Feng returned to the villa. "Brother Han, you're finally back. Where have you been?" "Brother Han? Why did it take so long? Can you come back earlier next time? My sister is about to collapse, and she wanted to rush out to find you several times." Everyone surrounded Han Feng and kept asking questions. Han Feng looked at everyone and said, "I'm fine. I was delayed by something. By the way, Brother Han, are you hungry? Come and have some food," Wei Yun said as he walked towards the kitchen. In a few minutes, 4 or 5 dishes were placed on the table. At this moment, Dong Bing walked in holding Lin Lan. Who is she?" Lu Rui asked first. "She is a special police officer, the chief instructor of the special police officers in our province." Han Feng looked at Wei Yun and instructed again. "Help her take a bath later. It's not convenient for us men." The previous intense battle made Han Feng so nervous that he ignored the stench of dirty blood on his body. "I'll take a shower first, or I won't be able to eat with this smell." Han Feng stood up and said to Lu Rui, "Help me find some clothes. I'll come out and wear them later." Han Feng walked to the bathroom, and suddenly thought of something, and turned back to the red alert soldiers and said, "You should also clean up the blood on your body, and take a shower later." The hot water rushed down his head, and Han Feng listened quietly to the sound of water. If there were no zombies, Han Feng sighed. A few minutes later, Han Feng came out after taking a shower. "This is the weapon for you. Although there are only pistols, there should be enough bullets. Han Feng pointed to the mountaineering bag in the living room and said, Chapter 19, Radar. Wei Peng's voice sounded first. Sister? Look! I was right. Didn't I? I said it was a gun. But you didn't believe it. Lu Rui dragged the backpack forward and pulled it in front of everyone and opened it. The first thing he saw was a shiny black pistol, with boxes of bullets piled underneath. Each box with 50 bullets. Wow! You kid! Where did you get these good things? Lu Rui kept playing with the pistol and said excitedly, These are only for emergency self-defense. The bullets are limited. Don't shoot randomly. Han Feng thought for a while and warned, I'm going to eat first. Winter Soldier. You guys can come with me. Han Feng said, and invited Winter Soldier Wayne to eat. It was late at night. When going to bed, Han Feng specifically asked Lu Rui for a bedroom, because there were some things Han Feng didn't want Lu Rui to know. Han Feng sat on the bed in the bedroom, with Winter Soldier and Wayne standing in front of him. Winter Soldier. Tell me about the situation after the star upgrade. Han Feng asked Winter Soldier first. Yes, Captain Han. After the star upgrade, the equipment will be updated every 18 hours. The main weapon AK-47 will have a bayonet. The number of bullets will increase from 30 to 90. And the number of grenades will remain unchanged. The physical fitness has been greatly improved compared to before. And the shooting accuracy has also improved a lot. After Winter Soldier finished speaking, he returned to his original position. Wayne, what about you? When will you upgrade your star? What will happen after the upgrade? Han Feng asked Wayne again after hearing Winter Soldier's answer. Wayne stepped forward and said, Sorry, Captain Han. I can't sense when I can upgrade my star. And I don't know what changes will occur after the upgrade. Han Feng looked at Wayne, who returned to his original position, and wanted to ask something else, but didn't say anything in the end. You two go down first, and take turns to guard with number 1. After Han Feng finished speaking, Winter Soldier and Wayne turned and went downstairs. Han Feng, who was tired all day, lay down, closed his eyes, and focused on the system. The radar has been built, and Han Feng was about to click on the radar, but his attention was attracted by the gold coins. More than 2,000 gold coins. Oh my god! So much? More than 2,000 gold coins. Han Feng, who couldn't believe that he had so much money, confirmed it again and again. With the gold coins, wouldn't he be able to summon 20 mobilized soldiers? Or 5 American soldiers? With such combat power, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways? As long as he doesn't commit suicide and continues to grow, one day his own army will be born. Tanya, Navy SEALs, Transdimensional Corps, Phantom Tank, Lightning Tank, Apocalypse Tank. Slowly they will all be there. Hurry! Get in the car! Hurry up! Wayne! Give up your cover. Go help number 3. Lin Lan. Hold on. We'll be safe soon. Winter Soldier. Run! It's too late. Number 2 and number 3. Get in the car. I beg you. Get in the car quickly. Please hurry up. Stop blocking. Get in the car quickly. The system will definitely save you. I beg you. Ah! Ah! It's all you. It's all you. Number 2 and number 3 will die. You all die. Winter Soldier. Wayne. Kill. Kill them for me. Ah! Han Feng had a nightmare. He kept talking in his sleep while lying on the bed. Duh. Duh. Duh duh. Zombies? Damn, zombies are coming. Han Feng was awakened by the loud gunshots. He yelled and stood up, jumped off the bed and ran downstairs. Number 1 was still on guard in the villa, and the engineer stood up from the sofa. Winter Soldier and Wayne stood outside the villa and fired randomly. Han Feng rushed out of the villa and looked outside. There were no zombies. No enemies. Cease fire. Han Feng shouted to Winter Soldier and Wayne. The two who heard the order put away their guns and stood upright. What's wrong? Brother-in-law. What happened? Wei Peng was the first to rush over and asked. Let's go back to the house first. After Han Feng finished speaking, he turned and entered the villa. Wei Peng and Winter Soldier Wayne followed closely behind him. Wei Yun and Lu Rui also rushed to the first floor. What happened? Why did they suddenly shoot? Are zombies coming? No way. Zombies are coming. Several people shouted at each other. Shh. Stop arguing. There are no zombies. Give me some time to figure out what happened first. Han Feng finished speaking and sat on the sofa. He held his forehead with his hand and pondered. System. What happened just now? Why did Winter Soldier and Wayne appear like this? Han Feng asked the system in his mind. Winter Soldier and Wayne received the commander's order to attack. But there was no enemy for them to attack. And they were restricted by the conflict of the commander's previous order to protect the villa. So they were like this. After listening to the system's explanation, Han Feng was even more confused. The order I gave. When did I give it? When I was sleeping. Han Feng was completely confused. The sleeping place is so far away from the first floor. The sound of talking can't be transmitted at all. How to give it? Han Feng asked the system again. In his mind, the radar will transmit information. Within a certain range, the commander can give orders to every red alert soldier through the radar. This time, the system's explanation made Han Feng relieved. Radar. It turned out to be radar. It seems that this is the effect of radar. Han Feng thought about it and asked again, then is my sleep talk also considered an order? All the commander's words are the highest order of the red alert soldiers. After the system finished speaking, Han Feng was silent. What if I said something I shouldn't say after falling asleep? Thinking of this, Han Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Before, when I fell asleep, I just said kill without a clear target. What if I really said to kill all targets at that time? I would regret it. No. All the orders I issued in an unconscious state in the future will be invalid. After thinking for a while, Han Feng added a few more words. When I am confused in the future, remember to remind me and wake me up. Do you understand? Okay, Commander. After hearing the system's answer, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Han Feng stood up from the sofa, looked at the people waiting for the answer, and said, it's okay. Everyone go to sleep. This is an exercise to test everyone's reaction ability. Han Feng gave everyone a lame answer, regardless of whether anyone believed it or not, and turned back to the bedroom. Han Feng fell asleep due to overwork before, and now he is extremely eager to learn about this newly built building radar. System. Introduce the details of the radar. After returning to the bedroom, Han Feng asked the system. Okay, Commander. After the virtual radar building is completed, the distance of 5 kilometers around the commander will be the radar observable distance, and new functions such as search, soldier details, and remote command will be added. Subsequent upgrades will provide more functions. After answering, the system asked Han Feng, Commander, are you going to enter the radar interface now? Yes. Han Feng clicked on the radar icon. After speaking, the screen changed and a radar display appeared in front of him. Hello, Commander. I am your radar liaison Luna. When Han Feng was immersed in the radar's vision, a sweet female voice sounded beside him. Han Feng looked back at Luna, who was projected by the holographic image, and asked in confusion, Luna? Radar liaison? Yes, Commander. I will introduce all the functions of the radar to you later. After Luna finished speaking, she controlled the radar display screen. The images in Han Feng's mind kept changing with Luna's control. Commander, look! This is the radar scanning function. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng saw the buildings within a 5-kilometer radius appear in front of him in a certain proportion. He was showing the largest red dot in the center of the display, and 4 smaller red dots gathered around it. The 4 small red dots are the red alert soldiers and other characters you summoned. You can also switch the colors of combatants and non-combatants. After speaking, Luna began to control it. A few seconds later, a small blue dot was distinguished. This is the mark of non-combatants. If you don't like it, you can switch to other colors. Luna pointed at the blue dot and explained to Han Feng. Can you scan other things? For example, survivors and zombies. Han Feng asked. Survivors can be scanned, but zombies cannot. Zombies are judged to have no vital signs, so they cannot be scanned. By the way, each radar scan lasts for 24 hours. That is to say, after the radar scan, it will be refreshed in real time within 24 hours. And there is no need to refresh it again. Luna explained. Chapter 20, Defense System. Let me see other functions. Han Feng thought about it, and decided that it would be better to learn about other functions of the radar first. As Luna controlled, the screen switched to the Red Alert Soldier Details interface. The first to appear was the Winter Soldier. The number of bullets and physical condition were clear at a glance. This is to facilitate the commander to understand the soldier details of each Red Alert soldier. Luna continued to operate after introducing. Commander, the radar requests to link the field of view. Please confirm. Confirm. Han Feng's words just fell. And the perspective turned. The picture in front of him was actually the first floor. Looking around, Han Feng understood. My perspective is the Winter Soldier. I gave the Winter Soldier an action order in my mind. The Winter Soldier walked out of the villa and started running. Han Feng was excited to control all the actions of the Winter Soldier in his mind. This is remote control and vision sharing. As long as it is within the radar monitoring range, it can be linked to the Red Alert System single soldier unit. Luna continued to explain to Han Feng. What else? What other functions are there? Han Feng was as excited as a child seeing a toy, and kept asking Luna. The commander is gone. This is all the current functions of the radar. After upgrading, you can get higher permissions. After listening to Luna's answer, Han Feng asked Luna to control the radar again, and he was slowly adapting to these new functions. After a while, Han Feng exited the radar interface and clicked on the personnel icon. The newly added radar building didn't give any new individual units? Han Feng asked the radar in disbelief. Yes, Commander. New individual units are needed. Please build a combat laboratory. After hearing the system's answer, Han Feng sighed secretly. This seems to be... Han Feng, who was about to exit the system interface, suddenly saw something new. Next to the human-shaped icon, a shield-shaped logo appeared. As a veteran player of Red Alert, Han Feng certainly knew what this icon meant. It was a defense system. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Han Feng clicked on the shield icon with great excitement. Oh my god! Han Feng sat up from the bed with a scream. Are you okay? Brother Han? What's wrong? What happened? Brother-in-law. What scared you like this? The voices of Lu Rui and the Wei brothers and sisters came from the first floor. Oh! No! It's okay. You guys go to sleep. I'm fine. After opening the door, Han Feng comforted a few people, closed the door, and continued to study the system's defensive fortifications. Walls, machine gun bunkers, sentry guns. Wow! Awesome! Han Feng opened his mouth and talked to himself in amazement. After clicking on each one, a string of introduction text appears below. Wall, one of the fortifications, with a strong characteristic, made of concrete, immune to bullets, fire, and crushing. The maximum defense of the wall per square meter is to resist 5 tank shells, and the building width is 2 meters. The price is 10 gold coins per 10 meters, which can be recycled. Machine gun bunker. It takes effect after a single soldier enters, regardless of any type of soldier entering. The weapon is an M60 machine gun and equipped with 5,000 rounds of ammunition. The building area must not be less than 5 square meters, and the height must not be less than 2 meters on flat ground. It can only be fired horizontally, and cannot be attacked up and down, and cannot be moved. The effective range is 120 meters, and it is best for killing single soldiers. Bullets are refreshed every 24 hours from the time of construction. Price is 2,500 gold coins, which can be recycled. Sentry gun, a small electronic fortification that automatically identifies the enemy. The weapon is a double-barreled 70mm caliber Vulcan cannon and is equipped with 5,000 rounds of ammunition. The building area must not be less than 5 square meters, and the height must not be less than 2 meters of flat ground. The shooting elevation angle is 60 degrees and cannot be moved. The effective range is 300 meters, and it is best for killing single soldiers and vehicles. Tanks. Bullets are refreshed every 24 hours from the time of construction. Price is 5,000 gold coins, which can be recycled. Oh my god, so expensive. Han Feng's mouth has never closed since he started reading the introduction and the price. After a pause, Han Feng came to his senses and said, "It's powerful, but too expensive." There is another line of words at the bottom of the introduction. All defensive equipment can only be built within 1 kilometer around the base. Base? Is the villa we live in now a base? Han Feng asked the system. Answer, Commander. The current residence is defaulted to a temporary base, and the permanent base must be a physical building deployed by the base vehicle. The temporary base cannot be changed within 1 month after it is set. After thinking for a while, it was not necessary to install such a strong defense fortification in the temporary environment. When the base is built, I will have more money. The better? With great excitement, Han Feng continued to shuttle back and forth between the various interfaces of the system in order to familiarize himself with all the functions. The next day, the morning sun shone on the earth as usual. Han Feng sat up from the bed and stretched. He picked up his phone and checked the time. It was 10 o'clock. But there was still no signal on the phone, because Han Feng kept familiarizing himself with the new functions of the system last night. He got up late today due to lack of sleep. After washing his face, Han Feng went downstairs. Are you awake? Come eat. Wei Yun called Han Feng when he saw him. Okay. By the way, is Lin Lan awake? Han Feng was always thinking about the policewoman. So he asked when he saw Wei Yun. Not yet. But it shouldn't be a big deal. Wei Yun went to prepare breakfast while talking. Still sleeping. Han Feng looked at the red alert soldier, who was still on guard, and said to the system in his mind, summon 2 American soldiers and 10 mobilized soldiers. Confirmed. The system is summoning. Please wait. After Han Feng confirmed that the system started summoning, he picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ate breakfast. Han Feng thought to himself that instead of dancing with zombies with a pile of gold coins, he might as well take them out to summon soldiers. This way, the subsequent gold coins can also increase quickly, and there is a sense of security. So why not? However, there are only a few gold coins. After breakfast, the summoned red alert soldiers walked towards Han Feng in an orderly manner. In his mind, Han Feng gave the newly summoned soldiers an order to omit the introduction words, and told them to call themselves Captain Han in the future. Looking at the tall figures outside the villa, a huge sense of security filled Han Feng's heart. Winter Soldier Wayne and Number 1. Come out and line up. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the 3 quickly stood in the queue. There are now 3 American soldiers and 12 mobilized soldiers. These 15 people are the total force that Han Feng is standing in front of. American soldiers, step out. Each of you leads 4 mobilized soldiers into a team. A total of 3 teams. You are the captain. Start lining up now. Although Han Feng can give orders directly in his mind, the command given by voice is more like a commander. The 15 soldiers quickly lined up, and 4 mobilized soldiers stood neatly behind each American soldier. Winter Soldier and Wayne were divided into the same team, numbered as Team 1. Han Feng looked at the team after it was organized, and stepped forward and said, 3 teams, step out. Your mission is to protect the safety of the villa, and the American soldier captain will arrange the duty. Be sure to protect the villa and the people inside. Understand? Yes. Captain Han. The 5 people numbered Team 3 shouted in unison. Teams 1 and 2 follow me, and take turns with Team 3 when there is nothing to do. Now pack up your equipment and set off in a while. After Han Feng finished speaking, he turned back to the villa. Back in the room, Han Feng said to Lu Rui, give me 2 car keys. There are many off-road vehicles in the villa area, although they cannot compare with the sturdy Hummer. Their horsepower cannot be underestimated. Han Feng had collected several of them and parked them at the door of the villa before, and now they finally came in handy. Han Feng asked Winter Soldier and Wayne, and the mobilized soldiers could not drive, but the American soldiers could. With 2 American soldiers, Han Feng can drive 3 cars. After taking the car keys, Han Feng went out to find Wayne and the captain of the second team. You will follow me in a car. 3 mobilized soldiers in each car, and the remaining 2 in my car. Han Feng thought for a while and added, Winter Soldier will follow me. Yes, Captain Han. The 2 American soldiers took the order, took the car keys, and started looking for a car. Everything was ready, and Han Feng greeted everyone before leaving. You should be careful this time and come back early, Wei Yun said with some concern. It's okay. So many people are protecting me. I will definitely be back before dinner. Han Feng waved his hand and turned to get in the car. Sister, so many people, where did Brother Han get them? Looking at the car going away, Wei Peng asked enviously. Chapter 21, Looting. The first place Han Feng went to was the gas station. As more and more soldiers were summoned, Han Feng had to make a longer-term plan to collect supplies. Pay attention. Team 1 and Team 2 move forward alternately. Remember not to shoot. When he arrived at the gas station, Han Feng gave instructions in his mind. In the gas station, the Winter Soldier held a fire axe and killed several zombies in a few minutes. Team 1, follow me into the store. Team 2 will be responsible for guarding the door, Han Feng said, and entered the store. Looking at the store with few goods, Han Feng knew that survivors had been here and took away a lot of goods. Take away all the food and water and put them in the trunk. Looking at the busy team, Han Feng walked towards the counter. Good stuff, Han Feng said to himself, because he saw the cigarettes on the counter. Fu Wang, Zhonghua, Domsiakeo. Cigarettes that Han Feng dared not think of before the end of the world. Now all free to smoke. Winter Soldier, come and help me, Han Feng said, and entered the counter. Cigarettes, drinks. The two of them were having a great time moving. After leaving the store, Han Feng filled 3 cars and 4 oil drums with oil. Looking at the vehicles loaded with goods, Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. The supplies in the store were completely empty, except for scattered snacks. The water and food were in the car. Of course, in addition to rice and flour. Get in the car. Go home, Han Feng said, then turned back to the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out first. 2 red alert soldiers off-road vehicles followed closely behind Han Feng's car. Each vehicle should pay attention to the interval and be alert. Han Feng gave orders to the 2 teams of soldiers in his mind. At this speed, it will take more than 10 minutes to get home. In the car, Han Feng was still thinking about the food and drinking water that were taken away by others in the gas station convenience store. Zombies don't have such thinking. And zombies don't eat food that normal humans eat. Obviously, it was other survivors. Han Feng thought about it, and finally gave up the idea of using radar to scan the surroundings. In the end times, the surviving humans need to keep each other warm and lean on each other. But Han Feng doesn't need to, because Han Feng has a red alert system. There is no need to seek shelter from other forces, nor to be as nervous as other survivors. If Han Feng joins or someone joins Han Feng's team, Han Feng will have to think about how to conceal the origins of his soldiers. Instead of doing this, it is better to act alone. And it also saves a lot of trouble. Captain Han. Look! Wayne's words on the co-pilot interrupted Han Feng's thoughts at the moment. Following the direction Wayne pointed, Han Feng saw a person squatting on the ground not far away. The person squatting on the ground also heard the roar of Han Feng's car at this time. He slowly stood up, looked at Han Feng's car, and slowly walked over. Han Feng stepped on the brakes and parked the car. He called Wayne, and the two got out of the car. The person not far away saw Han Feng and the others, and slowly ran, approaching at a faster speed. Be alert, Han Feng said to Wayne beside him. Wayne raised his gun and pointed the muzzle at the person who was running at this time. The distance between the two sides was less than 30 meters, and it was still closing. Stop! Han Feng shouted at the man. But he always felt something was wrong. Please stop immediately. Otherwise I will shoot, Han Feng said, took out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at him. The other party was still approaching, as if he could not hear Han Feng's 2 warnings. Damn it! What's going on? Is he deaf? Han Feng cursed. Stop right there. Otherwise I will really shoot. Bang! Bang! Han Feng's 3rd warning was not finished, and it was replaced by the sound of Han Feng firing 3 shots in a row. The other party fell to the ground more than 10 meters away from Han Feng in an instant. It's not that Han Feng lost his patience, but Han Feng saw the obvious bite marks on the other's leg. Before, the distance was too far, so Han Feng couldn't see the wound. In addition, the other's legs kept swinging when he ran over, and it was not until he was more than 10 meters away that Han Feng finally saw it clearly. Roar! Roar! The person lying on the ground. Oh no! It should be said that the zombie. He kept roaring in his mouth, supporting his body with his hands and crawling towards Han Feng. He struggled to stand up, but he was shot twice in the leg and couldn't stand up at all. Bang! Another gunshot ended the struggling zombie and his miserable life. This, Han Feng looked at the zombie on the ground, not knowing what to say. Evolution? Alien? Why does he have a speed that other zombies don't have? Why can he run? Han Feng, who couldn't figure it out, asked the system in his mind. The system cannot answer the commander's question. Please build a combat laboratory. After listening to the system's answer, Han Feng didn't say anything and shifted his attention to the gold coins. What's going on? 136 gold coins? How did the gold coins increase so much? When eating breakfast in the morning, in order to have more combat power, Han Feng used all the gold coins to summon more combatants. Even if he killed a few zombies before, there shouldn't be so many gold coins? Could it be? Han Feng looked at the zombies on the ground again. How many gold coins did you give me when I killed this zombie just now? Han Feng asked the system again. The reward for killing the zombie just now is 50 gold coins. After hearing the system's answer, Han Feng laughed. Haha. So much. Although this kind of zombie is faster, it is just the speed of a normal human. It would be great if every zombie I encounter in the future is like this. In this way, I can build my base faster. Han Feng thought excitedly. Get in the car and keep going. Han Feng was in a good mood. He greeted Wayne and continued to drive. 10 minutes later, Han Feng and his team returned to the villa. Teams 1 and 2 carried the supplies back to the villa. Han Feng gave an order before getting off the car and entered the villa. You're back. You must be exhausted. Wei Yun smiled and greeted Han Feng, and handed Han Feng a pair of slippers. Not bad. Not tired. This time I emptied the gas station convenience store and took some gasoline. This amount of goods should last for a long time. Right? Han Feng changed into slippers and sat on the sofa. I'll go count it. After saying that, Wei Yun turned around to sort out the goods. Han Feng sat up and took out a cigarette and played with it in his hand, thinking about the special zombie before. After counting the gold coins, Han Feng was still thinking about how to make a fortune. Where are there more zombies and safer? Han Feng muttered to himself. In the end times, other survivors are hiding from zombies. But Han Feng is an outlier, thinking about how to kill zombies. Brother Han, I'm back. It took only a few minutes for Wei Yun to count the goods and return to Han Feng. Drinking water is enough for now. And there is still drinking water in the house. So there is no need to worry about drinking water. It's just... Wei Yun paused and said, food is in short supply. Huh? Not enough food? How can it be not enough? Han Feng asked hesitantly. Because Han Feng and his team had previously searched the surrounding villas for food. And with the food that had been transported back several times, Han Feng felt that the food would be enough for at least a few months. Wei Yun did not speak, but only looked at the red alert soldiers in the villa. Han Feng suddenly thought of something and slapped his forehead with one hand. Damn! How could I forget about them? There were not only Han Feng and Lu Rui, the two brothers of the Wei family, but also Lin Lan, 15 red alert soldiers, and an engineer in the house. 21 people in total. They all had to eat, especially the huge bodies of the mobilized soldiers. Han Feng had no doubt that they had an amazing appetite. I think the food will last for about a week. There's not much rice and flour left, Wei Yun said in a low voice. I know. I'll find a way now, Han Feng said, and stood up to change his shoes. Wait for me here. I'll be back before dark. Han Feng walked out of the villa. Be careful. Han Feng nodded after listening to Wei Yun's instructions. Teams 1 and 2. Follow me. Team 3 will continue to keep the villa on guard. Han Feng gave the order and got in the car to set off. Looking at the red alert soldiers getting ready in the rearview mirror, Han Feng started the Hummer and stepped on the accelerator. Han Feng's idea was simple. Where are the goods most abundant? Of course, it's the large supermarket. Han Feng ran to the large supermarket, thinking of a quick victory, because Han Feng knew that the villa was far away from the large supermarket, and the large supermarket was generally not too far from the city center. This also meant there might be a lot of zombies. Chapter 22, Level 3 Zombies. After about 20 minutes, Han Feng parked the car at the entrance of a large supermarket. After getting off the car, Han Feng carefully observed that there were not many zombies in this 3-story building. This is good news. Now is the best time to seize time. Team 1. Follow me in. Team 2. Leave 2 mobilized soldiers at the door to guard. The rest of you, follow me in. Han Feng stood at the entrance of the supermarket and gave orders. Let's go, Han Feng said, and walked into the supermarket. The supermarket was a little dim, and there were crooked shelves on the messy ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The light above his head made a sound due to poor contact. Han Feng did not speak, but walked quickly towards the rice, flour, grain and oil area. 8 red alert soldiers followed closely behind him. Except for the footsteps and breathing of Han Feng and his group, the air was terribly quiet. The dim environment, the flickering lights, and the quiet air revealed a sense of weirdness. Han Feng walked to the rice, flour, grain and oil area and stopped. No, There may be a problem. Han Feng looked around and said, the rice and flour are neatly arranged. The survivors can't let go of such important supplies. Unless. Everyone prepare for battle. Han Feng suddenly ordered. The 8 red alert soldiers behind him instantly protected Han Feng and prepared to shoot. 1 second. 2 seconds. More than 10 seconds passed. And the air was still very quiet. Am I too sensitive? Is there no danger? Han Feng smiled and said to Winter Soldier, go get a bag of rice. The Winter Soldier put down his gun and walked towards the rice after receiving the order. Just as Winter Soldier reached out to take the rice, something suddenly happened. Bang! 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 Roar! In an instant, a large number of zombies emerged from the darkness and doors around the supermarket. There were a large number of zombies hiding in the supermarket bathroom, the door of the warehouse, the lounge, and many shops on the first floor. Fuck! What's going on? Fire! Fire! Han Feng was shocked by the situation in front of him. Countless zombies kept pouring in from all around, blocking the way for Han Feng and his group. Duh. AK-47 and M60 machine guns kept shooting at the zombies around. Break out? Get your grenades ready. Han Feng reacted instantly, and couldn't stay where he was. He had to find a way to break out. Han Feng glanced at the exit, which was about 50 meters away. The distance that normally took less than a minute seemed as far away as the sky at this moment. Give me the grenade, Han Feng said to a mobilized soldier beside him while firing. Avoid. Boom. Han Feng took the grenade and threw it directly at the zombies in front without hesitation. Due to the large number of zombies, the grenade did not exert its due power, and even the shockwave did not make a big gap. No. Captain Han. I can't get out. Wayne shouted to Han Feng without looking back while firing his gun. Damn it. Han Feng cursed and looked up at the exit. Han Feng did not walk too far, and there was still a long distance from the exit. But there were dense zombies between the two, cutting off Han Feng's way out of the exit. The zombie crisis encountered this time should be the most dangerous one for Han Feng. Last time, no matter how many zombies there were in the police station, there were only a limited number of zombies in the corridor. And this time, go upstairs. Han Feng glanced at the second floor. Although there were many zombies, there were much fewer than on the first floor. Boom! Boom! 3 grenades were thrown at the stairs one after another, and a vacuum was cleared on the stairs. 9 people rushed up in 2 steps. 2 American soldiers charged with machine guns, and the second floor had a temporary foothold. Wayne, prepare high explosive grenades. Target the stairs, Han Feng said to Wayne after entering the second floor. Boom! A huge explosion sounded throughout the large supermarket. The stairs collapsed, blocking a layer of zombies from rushing up. Sticking to the wall of the second floor, Han Feng looked around. Just when Han Feng was struggling to survive, a figure suddenly caught Han Feng's attention. In the area on the second floor, between 2 shelves, a slightly thin figure stood there motionless. The red alert soldiers around him were still shooting to resist the zombies around. But Han Feng did not move. Their eyes met, and in the noisy environment, the two just stared at each other. After a few seconds, Han Feng suddenly spoke. What is that thing? Blow it up. The 4 mobilized soldiers instantly took out grenades, pulled them apart and threw them all at the special figure. Boom! For explosion sounded almost at the same time, and a huge shock wave washed around. Han Feng stood up from the ground, staring at the figure closely, his eyes full of disbelief. Han Feng couldn't believe what he had just seen. Just before the 4 grenades exploded, the figure moved. He suddenly retreated at a speed that Han Feng couldn't catch with his naked eyes. The grenades exploded in vain, and the figure was only slightly injured. The standing figure was a little tilted, but his eyes were more brutal than before. Duh. Ka! The AK-47 in the hands of a mobilized soldier ran out of bullets. To make matters worse, facing countless zombies, not having enough ammunition became a fatal problem. Suddenly, the figure rushed towards Han Feng. In just a moment, the soldiers had no time to turn their guns, and a mobilized soldier was caught directly. This special zombie grabbed a mobilized soldier with his hand, but did not retreat at that extremely fast speed, but stared at Han Feng at close range. All things happened in just a few tenths of a second. When the other mobilized soldiers turned their guns to him, he quickly retreated. He returned to the zombie group with a mobilized soldier. The zombies around him stopped, All this seemed to happen very slowly. But it was only a minute from the sudden appearance of the zombie group to now. The zombies slowly approached the figure, and surrounded Han Feng in a semi-encircled posture. The mobilized soldier was dead. The other party ate the mobilized soldiers in an orderly manner, and raised his head from time to time, looking at Han Feng with provocative eyes. Han Feng understood instantly. All of this was all his fault. Han Feng felt that something was wrong here before, because it was too quiet. Zombies have no consciousness, and will keep moving. Even if there are fewer zombies in the supermarket, there shouldn't be none at all. Right? Han Feng thought of the running zombie he saw an hour ago. They are evolving. The word evolution instantly appeared in Han Feng's mind. Yes, that's right. The zombies at the beginning were unconscious zombies. The zombies that could run obviously had a slight consciousness. And this one, it was probably because he made all the zombies silent, and then surrounded them in a large area after he completely entered the supermarket. Level 3 zombies? Han Feng muttered softly. The air fell into silence again. Oh no! Except for the chewing sound of the level 3 zombie. The Red Alert soldiers stopped shooting when they saw that the zombies were not moving, in order to save bullets. Time passed by bit. Han Feng heard his own heartbeat. Finally, the level 3 zombie stopped chewing. He looked up at Han Feng, his eyes full of teasing. After he stood up, the level 3 zombie rushed over again. Da-da. 2 machine guns fired instantly. But not a single bullet hit him. The level 3 zombie rushed into the encirclement of the Red Alert soldiers in an instant. His eyes met Han Feng again at close range. And the same thing happened twice. And another mobilized soldier was taken away. A few seconds later, the sound of chewing sounded again in the zombie group. The cold sweat on his forehead slowly flowed down. Han Feng ignored it. But the huge fear in his heart filled his heart. He is playing. He knows I am the leader of this group. He wants to keep me until the end. Han Feng looked at the level 3 zombies, and his body trembled involuntarily. It was only 3 or 4 days before the zombie outbreak. Such a powerful zombie appeared? What should I do? What should I do? Han Feng kept asking himself. Suddenly, Han Feng seemed to remember something and frantically contacted the system in his mind. System. Can I build a sentry gun or a machine gun bunker now? No. The construction address cannot exceed 1 kilometer away from the base or temporary base. The cold mechanical voice ruthlessly rejected Han Feng's last hope. Chapter 23, Police Dog. Now I order you. Change the address of the temporary base. Quick! Grasping the last straw, Han Feng didn't want to give up easily. Sorry, Commander. The temporary base cannot be changed within 1 month since the default. Hee hee. Han Feng smiled. Tears welled up in his eyes. Han Feng regretted it so much at this moment. Regret why he jumped in when he saw the danger. Just when Han Feng was at a loss, an American soldier moved and caught Han Feng's attention. Han Feng looked at the American soldier in front of him, and the American soldier pointed to the high-explosive grenade on his chest. Han Feng knew what he was going to do. He wanted to die with the enemy. No! There must be another way. I still have the system. And, before Han Feng finished speaking, the level 3 zombie moved again. The time interval was shortened a lot. But in just over 10 seconds, did the level 3 zombie finish eating? No. It's just that he lost a lot of patience. Looking at the level 3 zombies rushing again, Han Feng's brain froze on the spot. At this time, the American soldier moved. He threw the machine gun to the ground and pretended to attack him with his fists. The level 3 zombie hesitated for a moment, without much thought, and instantly kidnapped the American soldier. Han Feng clenched his fists tightly. His teeth were clacking. The anger in his heart slowly dispelled the fear. Han Feng stared at the American soldier, who endured the pain of his body being torn apart and slowly pulled the high-explosive grenade. Suddenly, the third-level zombie seemed to feel something and fled at a very fast speed. But the high-explosive grenade exploded significantly faster. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and after a few seconds, the smoke dispersed, and Han Feng saw half of the third-level zombie's body. One of the third-level zombie's arms was blown to pieces, and it was dangling with its flesh like stumps. The entire chest cavity was torn apart, and through the hole in the chest, Han Feng could even see the environment behind him. One leg supported the body, and the other leg was badly injured, but not blown off. Roar! The third-level zombie roared, his eyes full of fear. One leg controlled the body and slowly retreated. He was actually scared. Emotionless zombies actually evolved a fearful mentality? The third-level zombie turned around, kicked the ground with one leg, and ran away. Although one leg was injured and the speed was significantly reduced, it was still very fast. In a flash, the third-level zombie smashed the glass and rushed out of the supermarket. He ran away? After losing the control of the third-level zombie, the other low-level zombies began to move freely. Roar! Roar! The zombies began to surround them. Fire! Han Feng picked up the American soldier's machine gun and pulled the trigger. The zombies on the first floor surged, but they couldn't get up. Although there were not as many zombies on the second floor as on the first floor, the number was still beyond Han Feng's ability to deal with. Da-da. Caw. Another mobilized soldier ran out of bullets. Without the subsequent replenishment of ammunition, the mobilized soldier began to use the most primitive weapon, the fire axe, to continue killing zombies. While shooting, Han Feng observed the gold coins. 439 coins. What can this gold coin do? Summon 4 mobilized soldiers? Or summon an American soldier? But no matter what type of soldiers he summoned, he couldn't end the current dilemma. The reason was simple. There were not enough bullets. Even if the summoned soldiers are sharpshooters and can kill a zombie with 1 bullet, the number of zombies is far from being cleared. Caw caw. Caw. The 3 mobilized soldiers stopped shooting at the same time. At this time, the mobilized soldiers have all used up their bullets and grenades. Pull out the fire axe and start hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. 458 gold coins. Winter Soldier, pull a few shelves over. Quick! Han Feng shouted to Winter Soldier anxiously. At this time, Han Feng and Wayne are the only ones who can continue to shoot. We must find a way. It is impossible to break through. Facing the zombies, Han Feng must use everything around him to resist. In about 10 seconds, 4 or 5 shelves were pulled over by Winter Soldier. Everyone go back to defend. Get closer to the wall. Use the shelves to block. Hearing Han Feng's order, 3 mobilized soldiers rushed back quickly. 2 mobilized soldiers carried the shelves and held them firmly with their strong arms. The direction with the most zombies was separated by the shelves. One side was the wall, and the other side was the shelves. The zombie attack route was only 2 sides, and Han Feng and his men only had 2 machine guns left. 1 machine gun in one direction was obviously very difficult to resist. Winter Soldier, you and him carry the shelves and block this gap. Han Feng couldn't resist, and could only rely on Winter Soldier and another mobilized soldier. As soon as the words fell, Winter Soldier bent down to pick up the shelf, and 2 mobilized soldiers fixed it at the same time. In this way, Han Feng only faced zombies from one direction. The pressure suddenly decreased. Han Feng turned the muzzle of the gun and stood shoulder to shoulder with Wayne. The 2 machine guns fired at the same time, taking away one zombie after another. The number of gold coins increased rapidly. Wayne, use the shelf for defense. Han Feng immediately gave the order after noticing that the gold coins exceeded 500. The 2 stood up the shelf at their feet and held it with their bodies. In this way, the zombies around were isolated outside. Clatter. Clatter. The zombies outside the shelf kept knocking and pushing the shelf. The shelf, which was not very strong in itself, slowly became distorted under the pressure from both sides, and the space inside the shelf gradually became crowded. Summon the police dog. Confirm. Hurry! Han Feng shouted anxiously. Summoning the police dog is Han Feng's only plan and his only reliance. If the police dog plan fails, Han Feng will pay with his life. It takes 500 gold coins to summon the police dog. The police dog is being summoned. The summoning time is 30 seconds. Please wait. Everyone hold on for a while. We will be rescued soon. Han Feng didn't care what the system said. He just held on. The shelves were creaking from being twisted, and some joints actually broke. Tear the connection of the shelf. And one of the zombies' arms reached in and grabbed Han Feng's sleeve. With a violent tug, Han Feng's sleeve was torn open. Almost. 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 Han Feng kept repeating the word almost with a little nervousness. Han Feng focused on the progress bar of the police dog summoning, and didn't even notice that his sleeve was torn. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. Woof! A dog barked from the first floor. Great! Han Feng shouted excitedly. As Han Feng expected, the police dog would be summoned from the first floor. Vision connection. Target police dog. Han Feng immediately requested the radar vision connection function. Okay, Commander. Vision connection completed. The sweet voice of radar liaison Luna sounded in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng opened his eyes again and saw the waste of the zombies and a large number of densely packed legs. The police dog kept avoiding the capture from the zombies with its flexible movements and kept approaching Han Feng. Han Feng knew the police dog's thoughts, and it wanted to report to Han Feng. With the radar's remote command function, Han Feng issued the first command to the police dog. Bark around the first floor to attract zombies. Woof! 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 As soon as Han Feng gave the order, the police dog immediately began to execute it. The flexible figure kept shuttling in the area on the first floor, and the loud and penetrating barking resounded throughout the large supermarket. Most of the zombies on the first floor were attracted by the barking of the police dogs, and no longer wanted to rush to the second floor. And many zombies on the second floor were also attracted and staggered towards the first floor. Because there was no staircase connection, the zombies on the second floor were all thrown into the first floor. Special attention was paid to the third floor. No matter the fierce gunshots before or the loud barking of dogs now, no zombies appeared. Maybe it was because the third-level zombies commanded all the zombies on the 3 floors to go downstairs collectively. Han Feng thought. The police dog became a magnet for the zombies, and a large number of zombies gathered around it. Run out slowly, keep barking, and try to take away as many zombies as possible. Han Feng gave the second command to the police dog directly in his mind. The police dog that received the order slowly moved towards the exit, and the sound also went from near to far. The group of zombies slowly moved towards the exit. Chapter 24. A Tragic Victory. It worked. Great. It's really a life-saving police dog. Now Han Feng hadn't finished his words when the shelf was suddenly pushed forward half a meter. Han Feng, who couldn't stand firmly, almost fell to the ground. Han Feng hurriedly supported his body, adjusted his posture, and propped up the shelf again. Damn it! I was careless. Han Feng saw the dawn of hope and despair, and suddenly became a little complacent. He almost fell to death before breaking through. Han Feng looked at the zombies around him. The number had decreased a lot, but there were still dozens of zombies holding on, following the gap in the shelf. Han Feng saw that most of the zombies on the first floor had left. This is good news. The zombies that are besieging are slowly decreasing. Vision connected. Han Feng whispered and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the police dog had run far out of the supermarket, followed by a large group of zombies. Since the maximum distance of vision connection is 5 kilometers, Han Feng is not worried about the police dog getting lost. Take them away. Han Feng continued to give instructions to the police dog in his mind. A few minutes later, the police dog took the zombies away about 2 kilometers. Don't bark now. Go back in a circle. The police dog stopped barking after receiving Han Feng's order and suddenly accelerated and ran away. The zombies that lost their target instantly became a mess, no longer advancing in an orderly manner like before. A few dozen seconds later, the police dog rushed back to the large supermarket. The same trick was used again, and the scene from more than 10 minutes ago continued. The loud barking of the dog attracted the remaining zombies again. The number of zombies was slowly decreasing. After a few times, there were only a dozen zombies left on the second floor besieging Han Feng. The first floor seemed empty, with only more than 10 zombies trying to rush into the second floor. The shelves had long been overloaded, and the shelves that resisted the zombies at the beginning had long been broken into parts. And now they were using newly picked up shelves. Good job. Find a place to hide quietly. As for the rest, leave it to us, Han Feng said to the police dog in his mind. One hand continued to support the shelf, and the other hand slowly picked up the machine gun. Prepare for battle, Han Feng said and pulled the trigger. Da-da. Da-da. The moment the machine gun opened fire, the shaky shelves were torn into pieces. The nervous Han Feng did not pay attention to Wayne's situation. At this time, he was the only one with bullets. Da-da. Da-da-da. Han Feng fired excitedly. Nothing is more satisfying than surviving a robbery. Duh. Ka. Kaka. When he was killing vigorously, his machine gun suddenly stopped firing. There were no bullets. Han Feng was holding the machine gun and was stunned on the spot. Wayne behind him noticed the sudden silence next to him. and the zombies in front of Han Feng were approaching Han Feng. And they were very close to him. He could even smell the fishy smell in the zombies' mouths. Wayne wanted to rescue, but it was too late. The zombie hugged Han Feng and opened its mouth, ready to bite. Crack! The sharp fire axe hit the zombie's head hard, and the zombie, attacked by the huge force, flew into the air and fell heavily. At the critical moment, the Winter Soldier, a one-star mobilized soldier, arrived in time. After resolving the crisis, the Winter Soldier did not stop attacking, but continued to kill the zombies. Ah, good. That's a close call. Han Feng only reacted at this time. Holding the machine gun, Han Feng slowly retreated. Due to the serious shortage of fire axes, Han Feng could only find a relatively safe corner and wait for the Red Alert soldiers to end the battle. A few dozen seconds later, the last zombie on the second floor was killed, and the battle came to a temporary end. Handing the M60 to the mobilized soldier next to him, Han Feng walked towards the broken staircase. The fierce gunfire attracted dozens of zombies on the first floor. At this time, they were surrounding the broken staircase, raising their hands and roaring. Roar! Roar! Han Feng looked at the zombies not far from his feet, thought for a while, and said to the Winter Soldier, "Give me the fire axe." Han Feng squatted down after taking the fire axe. The taller zombie raised his hand and barely touched Han Feng's shoes. The distance between the two sides was not far. A bold plan emerged in Han Feng's mind. With a sharp movement, the fire axe accurately broke the zombie's head. 10 gold coins in hand, Han Feng said silently. He kept changing positions, and each move would definitely take away a zombie. 70, 80, 90. Every zombie that fell to the ground represented 10 gold coins. At this moment, Han Feng could see the zombie's head from the broken end of the stairs. After killing 15 zombies, a relatively thick layer had accumulated on the ground on the first floor, and the living zombies were raised a lot, without bending over and swinging the fire axe with great effort. Han Feng's speed was faster, which made him perform better. 30. Huh? Han Feng stood up and stretched his body after saying this. The zombies on the first floor were almost wiped out, and there were still 5 or 6 who were still not afraid of death and wanted to rush up. 386 gold coins. This time the harvest is not small, Han Feng said with a smile, stretched his waist, and attacked again, completely ending all the enemies in the large supermarket. 446 gold coins, which is all Han Feng's current savings. Woof! Woof! The rapid barking of dogs came from the exit of the supermarket. What's going on? Why did the police dog, who had been very quiet, suddenly bark? Is there something going on? Han Feng thought about it and said, "Vision link." Ah! Han Feng screamed through the police dog's vision. The large number of zombies that were led away before are now slowly flowing back. After receiving the order not to go out, the police dog found a place to lie down. But the smell in the air aroused the police dog's vigilance. The police dog walked to the door and saw a large number of zombies, and quickly barked to remind Han Feng. And the scene just now happened. Retreat! After Han Feng gave the retreat order, he jumped and flipped down the stairs. He accelerated to the exit, and the people behind him also moved forward quickly. When he ran to the exit, Han Feng saw the zombie group, still densely packed. Fortunately, the zombies were not very close, and there was a gap of several dozen meters between the two sides. Get in the car! Han Feng was very glad that he parked close to the exit. When Han Feng rushed out of the exit, he saw 2 mobilized soldiers lying on the ground not far away. They were the mobilized soldiers who were responsible for guarding the door before. Now they were lying on the cold ground with fatal bite marks on their bodies. Han Feng's eyes were about to burst, and his clenched teeth were clattering. Winter Soldier, collect their guns and grenades. Han Feng, who had no time to stop, said to the Winter Soldier who came behind him. Han Feng entered the car first and started the ignition. The off-road vehicle behind started up immediately. Wayne sat in the cab and waited quietly for the next order. When Han Feng came, he led 10 Red Alert soldiers. But now, there are only 6 left, and even 1 American soldier was killed. Winter Soldier and the other 4 mobilized soldiers also arrived, and the police dog also entered the rear vehicle. Winter Soldier, prepare the grenade, Han Feng said to the Winter Soldier sitting in the co-pilot. Throw. Boom. Han Feng waited for a few more seconds. After the zombies left, The grenade exploded in the zombie group. Good. Prepare again. Seeing the crowd blown up by the grenade, Han Feng cheered loudly. He was temporarily out of danger, and he remembered the scene of the tragic death of the loyal Red Alert soldiers around him, and his eyes were a little red. Throw! Blow them to death! Han Feng screamed. Boom! The last grenade was used up, and the group began to retreat with no more ammunition and food. The roaring sound of the motor led the vehicle to roar forward. And soon, Han Feng and his group arrived at a safe area. In the car, Han Feng did not speak, but just quietly lit a cigarette. He drove quietly, thinking carefully about what had just happened. Level 3 zombies, you're dead. Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and said with gritted teeth. More than 20 minutes later, Han Feng returned to the villa. Everyone who had heard the noise went out to greet him in advance. Ah, Brother Han. What happened? As soon as Wei Yun's voice fell, Lu Rui's voice followed. Oh my god. So miserable. Did you stir up a hornet's nest? Wei Pun did not speak, but looked at Han Feng and the soldiers behind him with concern. Oh my god. What is this? Lu Rui exclaimed and asked Han Feng. Chapter 25, Supply Box. Following Lu Rui's gaze, Han Feng saw the police dog behind him, turned around and said, Military dog. It doesn't bite. Don't worry. After that, Han Feng walked towards the second floor. He paused and continued, I'm going to rest for a while. Don't disturb me for now. You eat first. You didn't come back at noon, so I left you some food. Wei Yun said to Han Feng. I'm not hungry. Let's talk later. After that, Han Feng disappeared at the corner of the second floor. Han Feng first entered the bathroom on the second floor and silently looked at himself in the mirror. The clothes on his body were torn into rags and hung on his body, and the blood on his body smelled fishy. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, which made people feel scared. Alas! With a sigh, Han Feng took off his clothes, turned on the shower and started washing. 10 minutes later, Han Feng entered the bedroom. He sat down on the bed and focused his attention on the system. Luna, retrieve all the soldiers' physical details and weapon conditions for me. After Han Feng finished speaking, the picture in his mind turned, and the details of each soldier appeared. Seeing that the 11 Red Alert soldiers were in good physical condition and physical fitness, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The weapons were in good condition, except for ammunition, and the weapons of the dead soldiers did not appear on the weapon page. It seems that once a soldier dies, the weapon will become an ordinary weapon, no longer refresh bullets every day, and will not be protected by the system's never-destructive protection. After a pause, Han Feng said, Scan the surroundings. This was the first time that Han Feng took the initiative to ask the radar to scan the surroundings. In order to have a more comprehensive understanding of the system, he had to experience it all. It had been 4 days since the zombie outbreak, and there were some functions that Han Feng had not used yet, and radar scanning was one of them. The radar is scanning. Please wait. Then Luna continued, scanning completed. More than a dozen small dots of different colors appeared on the radar scanner, which was clear at a glance. Except for the people Han Feng knew, no other life forms appeared. What is this? Han Feng asked Luna, the radar liaison. In confusion. In the center of the radar scanner, the largest red dot represented himself. But around him, there was a small golden dot flashing. Han Feng, who was confused, asked Luna, report to the commander. This is a supply box. Supply box? Han Feng was stunned for a moment after hearing Luna's answer. He said more puzzledly, and got up to look for it. No! Han Feng looked around the whole bedroom, but he couldn't see where the supply box was. Zoom in the radar. Han Feng gave an order and looked at the radar again. After zooming in, the red dot showing Han Feng was bigger. A little more to the left over. A little more to the right, not right. Han Feng frowned and said, on the radar display. Han Feng had completely overlapped with the position of the supply box. But Han Feng, who was standing on the bed, saw nothing. Commander, the supply box is under your bed. Luna reminded Han Feng quietly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. After Han Feng came down, he took out the supply box from under the bed. The silver-white metal texture and the square suitcase are the same as the money boxes that drug lords trade in movies. Here is. Han Feng put the supply box on the bed and asked Luna, Commander, I don't know what's inside. Before opening it, the contents are random. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng asked again, how do I open it? Do I need a password? No password is needed. Just put your hand on it. The supply box belongs to the commander alone. No one except the commander can open or damage it. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng couldn't wait to put his hand on it. Ding. A light sound rang in Han Feng's mind. And then a money dollar symbol appeared in front of him, slowly rising into the air and disappearing. Huh? Han Feng was puzzled for a moment. And then ecstatic. A huge sense of happiness hit Han Feng. Because Han Feng was rich now. 5,000 gold coins. Ha ha. Han Feng excitedly waved his fists in the air. 5,454 gold coins. The first time Han Feng has been so rich since he had the system. Luna, tell me where there are supply boxes? Han Feng, who had tasted the sweetness, asked Luna quickly. Han Feng obviously couldn't resist the temptation of 5,000 gold coins at one time. Supply boxes are randomly generated after radar scanning, which is uncertain. That is to say, there is no guarantee that there will be supply boxes every time scanning, and the number and direction of each appearance are not certain. After a pause, Luna continued, since the commander started the radar scan for the first time, the system will scan it once for free, and the supply boxes will be placed around you compulsorily. What? Scanning costs money? Han Feng exclaimed. Yes, Commander. It costs 100 gold coins to scan once. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng was speechless for a moment. 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins are needed. You know, 100 gold coins can summon a mobilized soldier. Han Feng, who was originally excited, calmed down because of this basin of charged cold water. I know. I'll call you if there are any questions. After Han Feng finished speaking, he exited the radar interface. Okay. Goodbye, Commander. Luna's farewell voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng, who calmed down, pondered, thinking about how to use these 5,000 gold coins to maximize the benefits. Open the building icon. At this stage, the two buildings that can be built are the heavy factory and the combat laboratory. The price is 10,000 gold coins. Alas, not enough. Han Feng sighed, silently exited the building page, and entered the summoning interface. Now Han Feng has 2 American soldiers and 9 mobilized soldiers. These 11 red alert soldiers are all his strength. Of course, there is also a police dog. Looking at the phone, it is already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the phone still has no signal. After a rest, Han Feng went downstairs. Hee. It's so good. I don't know what it's called. It's so majestic. It should have a very domineering name. Right? Before seeing the figure, Han Feng heard Wei Yun's laughter. In the living room on the first floor, the police dog was lying on the ground. The Wei siblings and Lu Rui gathered around it. A dozen red alert soldiers were resting or on guard. Han Feng came to the first floor, and the people who heard the noise shifted their attention from the police dog to Han Feng. Brother Han, you are here. Why don't you rest for a while? Wei Yun asked with concern. Brother Han, where did you find this military dog? It's so powerful. Wei Peng's curious voice followed. Han Feng did not answer the two people's questions. He stared at the police dog with wide eyes. The police dog stood up from the ground and stood upright in front of Han Feng, accepting Han Feng's inspection. Han Feng was a little stunned. He looked at the life-saving dog in front of him and couldn't say a word. The reason was that it was too big, because of the intense battle before. Han Feng didn't observe the police dog carefully. When he looked at the police dog again after his leisure time, Han Feng was a little stunned. Standing upright on all fours, the police dog's head was actually at the position of Han Feng's waist. The slender figure makes people see the word agility at a glance, and the smart eyes seem to understand what anyone says. The back is covered with black fur. This is a German black bay, which is what ordinary people call a wolf dog. Looking at its strong muscles, Han Feng actually felt a strong sense of security. The sharp teeth can easily crush the hardest bones of humans. Sit down, Han Feng suddenly ordered. As soon as the words fell, the police dog sat down. Wow! My God! How come I have never seen you have this special ability? We just talked for a long time, and this ancestor didn't move. Lu Rui said enviously. There are still many things you don't know. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying jokingly, "What's its name?" Wei Yun asked. "It's called Jifeng." Han Feng frowned and thought about it, and still named it Jifeng. The reason is simple. It is because of its speed that Han Feng and his team were able to escape from the zombies. So the name Jifeng also represents its great achievements. By the way, is Lin Lan awake? Han Feng suddenly remembered this female special police officer and asked Wei Yun. Chapter 26, Recruiting Soldiers. She hasn't woken up yet, but her complexion has improved a lot. I guess there shouldn't be any big problems. After thinking for a while, Wei Yun continued, "Why don't you go see her?" "Okay. It's been almost a day, and she still can't wake up." After that, Han Feng walked upstairs, pushing open the door of Lin Lan's bedroom. Han Feng walked in and touched Lin Lan's forehead. The body temperature is normal. No fever. Okay. Han Feng was muttering, and Lin Lan moved. Perhaps because of Han Feng's touch. Lin Lan waved one hand and lifted the quilt on her body. Han Feng cried softly and raised his head suddenly. Because it was summer, Lin Lan's quilt was very thin and almost weightless. In addition, Wei Yun helped Lin Lan take a bath as soon as they got home. So, Han Feng saw Lin Lan's naked body. Lin Lan, who exercises regularly, maintains a nearly perfect body proportion, and her fair skin exudes an attractive luster when the quilt is lifted. Han Feng's old face instantly turned red. His nose tip felt hot, and he started bleeding from the nose. Han Feng raised his head, covered his nose with one hand, and covered Lin Lan with the quilt with the other hand, repeating in his heart, "It's not me. It's not me. It's not me." When covering the quilt, Han Feng took another sneak peek, and after confirming that the quilt was covered, he slowly left the bedroom. After coming out of the bedroom, Han Feng went into the bathroom. Cold water flowed from the faucet, and after catching the water, he kept slapping it on his face. "It's okay. No one knows. No one knows." Han Feng stopped the bleeding from his nose and comforted himself in a low voice. A few minutes later, Han Feng went downstairs after cleaning up. "Huh? What's wrong with your face?" Lu Rui asked as he came over. "It's okay. I'm fine. It's hot. It's hot." After saying this angrily, Han Feng walked away quickly and left the villa, blowing the cool breeze outside the house. The urge of heat in the body was relieved a lot. Walking around, Han Feng saw mobilized soldiers patrolling around the villa. "Jifeng, come here." Han Feng called the police dog in his mind and stood there waiting. A few seconds later, Jifeng ran to Han Feng. "From now on, you will be responsible for the reconnaissance mission of the villa. The 500-meter radius around the villa is your reconnaissance range. The main thing is to prevent zombie attacks. If a large number of zombies are found, give a warning as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Han Feng said and looked at the police dog. "Woof." The police dog barked, which was considered an answer to Han Feng. You can reduce the number of reconnaissances during the day, and you can work harder at night and reconnaissance more times. Han Feng stroked the police dog while speaking, because the vision was sufficient during the day, and the mobilized soldiers standing on the rooftop could easily see far away. But at night, the vision is blocked, and we can only rely on the police dog's sensitive nose and sharp vision. Woof! The police dog barked again after receiving the order. "Okay, go ahead." After that, Han Feng continued to walk around the villa, with a firm look in his eyes and a slightly raised mouth. A plan was calculated in Han Feng's mind. A few hours later, "Brother Han, come downstairs for dinner." Wei Yun's voice came from the first floor. Han Feng sat up from the bed and was stunned for a while. He turned on his mobile phone. It was past 8 o'clock, and there was no signal as usual. 3 hours. What's wrong with me? How can I sleep so well? Han Feng muttered to himself and got out of bed. "You didn't eat lunch. You must be starving?" Wei Yun came over with a big bowl of food, and then said, "There are too many people. I can only make noodles. The big pot of rice may not be so delicious. Just make do with it. It's okay. It's good to have a hot meal." Holding the bowl and chopsticks, Han Feng looked at the red alert soldiers who were on guard and rest, and said, "Come and eat in turn. You are tired all day." After the meal, Wei Yun cleaned up the bowl and chopsticks, and the red alert soldiers continued to guard and work. Han Feng returned to the room early and continued to perfect his plan. The next day. The 5th day of the zombie outbreak. Heh. Yawning. Han Feng sat up from the bed. Oh my! It's 10 o'clock. After saying that, Han Feng quickly got dressed and went to wash up. In recent days, Han Feng felt that he was getting more and more tired and couldn't wake up. Does using the red alert system consume mental power? Why am I so sleepy? As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the red alert system in his mind gave an answer. Using the red alert system does not consume the commander's mental power. After preliminary detection by the system, there is an unknown force in the commander's body, and it is increasing. Unknown force? What force? Han Feng asked nervously. He didn't know what impact and consequences this unknown force would bring to him. The system can only make preliminary tests and cannot analyze. Please build a combat laboratory. Commander. After hearing the system's answer, Han Feng stopped washing and stood quietly in front of the mirror to think. It seems, it's time to build a combat laboratory. After saying that, Han Feng hurried to wash and went downstairs. After exchanging a few words with everyone, Han Feng started to eat breakfast. He ate very slowly, thinking slowly in his mind. After the equipment was refreshed, the first and second teams, 9 mobilized soldiers, 2 American soldiers and 5,454 gold coins, summoned 23 mobilized soldiers and 6 more American soldiers. Han Feng took a sip of soup and said to the system in his mind, it takes 2,300 gold coins to summon 23 mobilized soldiers, and 3,000 gold coins to summon 6 American soldiers. A total of 5,300 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. After saying that, Han Feng saw that his original 5,454 gold coins instantly became 145 gold coins. Seeing the progress bar of the system summoning start, Han Feng smiled bitterly. I'm poor again. What's wrong? Brother Han. What's poor? Wei Peng asked curiously beside him. It's okay. I'll go out for a while. You stay in the villa. After eating the last bite, Han Feng continued, it's best not to go out during this period. Stronger zombies have appeared outside. They seem to evolve like you. Oh. Can I go out with you? It's too boring here. I want to be as strong as you. Seeing Wei Peng's expectant eyes, Han Feng shook his head and said, next time. It might be dangerous this time. Okay. I'll wait for next time. I must go with you. After saying that, Wei Peng clenched his fists, showing his not-so-strong muscles. Wei Yun took away the dishes and chopsticks, and Han Feng began to prepare. He asked Lu Rui for 6 car keys, 6 pistols, and most of the pistol bullets. What are you going to do with so many things? Lu Rui asked curiously. Revenge. Han Feng simply answered with 2 words, and turned to go out. About 10 minutes had passed since the Red Alert soldiers were summoned, and the soldiers who had been summoned long ago were waiting at the door of the villa. When he walked to the door, Han Feng saw a large group of soldiers. All combatants. Assemble. Han Feng's order was transmitted to every soldier through the radar. 10 seconds later, all the soldiers had assembled, including the police dog Jifeng. That's right. The police dog was also considered a member of the combat force. 32 mobilized soldiers. 8 American soldiers. After Han Feng's calculation, all the Red Alert soldiers at this time were just enough for 8 squads. Each team consists of 4 mobilized soldiers and 1 American soldier, with the American soldier as the leader. Start lining up now. Another order was issued, and all the soldiers began to move. Soon after, the NEAT team appeared in front of Han Feng again. Wayne and Winter Soldier were still grouped together, and Team 1 and Team 2 completed the staffing. Looking at the NEAT 8 teams, a square formation of 40 people, Han Feng suppressed his excitement and thought that the plan was about to start. Team 8. Step out. Han Feng gave an order, and the 8th team ran towards Han Feng in response. After standing still, Han Feng said, you are responsible for the security of the villa. When I am not here, the command will be temporarily taken over by Lu Rui, Wei Yun, and Wei Peng. Yes. All 5 answered in unison. Now, each captain, come over to collect the car keys and check the vehicles. If the fuel is insufficient, go and refill it. After Han Feng distributed the car keys, he turned and went into the villa, saying goodbye to everyone. 5 minutes later, everything was ready. Chapter 27, Exploring the Supermarket Again. Get in the car. Let's go! At Han Feng's command, 8 cars set off in a mighty procession. And the destination was the large supermarket yesterday. Due to the large number of vehicles in the convoy, Han Feng and his team took longer than yesterday to reach the large supermarket. Half an hour later, 8 cars stopped at the entrance of the supermarket. The remaining car from yesterday was still parked in the same place, and the car keys were still in the car. Looking at the silent supermarket, Han Feng sneered, haha. It's not okay to use the same trick again. Teams 1 and 2 follow me, and the other 6 teams are on guard at the entrance. After that, more than 40 people headed towards the supermarket in a mighty procession. It was still dimly lit, and still empty. Han Feng didn't rush in, but pulled out a fire axe and handed it to the people behind him. Since there were not many fire axes, not everyone had one. Defeat them one by one. Don't fight too long. After giving the order, Han Feng picked up the pistol and kicked open the door of the nearest store. After entering this kind of large supermarket, there are shops selling things and repairing watches on both sides. Due to the command of the third-level zombie, a layer of cloth is covered on the glass of each shop, in order to prevent the survivors from observing. The third-level zombie really took great pains, but this also proved the wisdom of the third-level zombie. But the third-level zombies never thought that there was an outlier like Han Feng. Other survivors who escaped here by chance probably would never come back in this life. Unlike Han Feng, who only thought about revenge. Bang! Roar! The sound of breaking the door was followed by the roar of the zombies. Duh! 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 After a few gunshots, Han Feng took a few steps back after killing the nearest zombie. In his mind, he gave the order to attack to the 4 mobilized soldiers holding fire axes. The 4 mobilized soldiers rushed into the store in an instant and knocked down a zombie with a few axes. The 2 American soldiers behind him were responsible for covering with machine guns. If the mobilized soldiers could not keep up with the killing speed, the machine guns would instantly open fire to suppress. Duh! Duh! Han Feng moved behind the 4 mobilized soldiers and shot. When he ran out of bullets, he changed the magazine. The zombies in a shop were devoured. There were more than 20 zombies hiding in this shop. With the cooperation of the 4 mobilized soldiers and Han Feng, the last zombie was killed. After coming out of the shop, Han Feng looked inside the supermarket, which was still empty. You have good patience. If you have the ability, just hold it back. After saying that, Han Feng walked towards the shop opposite. Bang! Kicked the door open, and the 4 mobilized soldiers rushed in again. Duh! Duh! Behind the mobilized soldiers wielding axes, Han Feng kept shooting and continued to loot gold coins. A few minutes later, the battle was temporarily over. Coming out of the store again, the supermarket was still so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After standing for a while, Han Feng called Ji Feng. Go patrol the area around the supermarket and report any situation in time. Go. After Han Feng finished speaking, the police dog Ji Feng ran out. Han Feng stood there without taking the next step, and asked the system in confusion. Before entering the supermarket, he saw the bodies of the 2 mobilized soldiers who were responsible for guarding the entrance of the supermarket yesterday. He was anxious to carry out the plan and didn't think much about it. Han Feng, who just reacted now, was full of questions. Why didn't the 2 of them become zombies? Obviously, there was no head injury and the limbs were relatively intact. Why didn't they mutate? The commander has absolute command over the summoned soldiers. No one can command the Red Alert summoned soldiers without the commander's permission. Because of the virus, the settings of the Red Alert summoned soldiers were disrupted. So the system started the self-destruction program. In a sense, the Red Alert soldiers affected by the virus will not be infected because their brains have been abolished. After listening to the system's explanation, Han Feng's frown did not ease. Another question lingered in his heart. In Han Feng's cognition, the appearance of evolved zombies is likely to be related to the state of the deceased before his death. In other words, the stronger or smarter this person was before his death, the higher the chance of becoming a second-level or third-level zombie after becoming a zombie. Today, Han Feng came here thinking about how he should deal with it if the Red Alert soldiers turned into evolved zombies. The answer given by the system directly denied the possibility that the Red Alert soldiers would become zombies. In this way, Han Feng could not prove the reason for the evolved zombies. Does the evolution of zombies increase the evolution probability according to the state of the infected person before his death? Han Feng asked the system. But he did not hold much hope in his heart. The system cannot answer the commander's question. Please build a combat laboratory. Sure enough, as Han Feng expected, a combat laboratory must be built to solve the current problem. The unknown power in his body. Is the evolution of zombies random or fixed? Han Feng has no idea about these two questions now. He took a look at the gold coins. 273 pieces, and the combat laboratory requires 10,000 gold coins. Alas, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Continue, Han Feng said, and walked towards the store next to him. Bang! Roar! Just like before. The roar of the zombies followed the kick on the door. Duh. Duh. Han Feng used a pistol to block the zombies, while practicing his shooting accuracy. Soon, the zombies in the third store were solved. Coming out of the store, Han Feng found that there was still no movement in the supermarket. Still not coming out? Han Feng whispered and looked back at the many soldiers on guard behind him. With a strong firepower guarantee, Han Feng was not afraid of any conspiracy of the third-level zombies. If you don't come out, I will slowly beat you into a bear, Commander. Continue. After saying that, Han Feng kicked open the door of the next store again. The fourth store, the fifth store, the sixth store. When the eighth store was cleared, Han Feng stood on the main road of the large supermarket. Change people to attack. After Han Feng gave the order, the four handed the fire axes in their hands to the mobilized soldiers behind them, sorted out their equipment, and went to the back to guard and rest. After clearing 4 shops, Han Feng asked the mobilized soldiers to change people to attack, so as to maintain an efficient killing speed and ensure that the mobilized soldiers' physical strength remained sufficient. This was the third time to change people to attack, and the number of gold coins reached 813. The first floor was still empty. Standing here, Han Feng could vaguely see the environment inside with the dim light. The ground was in chaos, and the bloody smell in the air refused to dissipate for a long time. Han Feng hummed in confusion. Although the first floor was dirty and messy, no corpse could be found. Has it been cleaned up? He whispered, facing the conspiracy of the third-level zombies. Han Feng did not intend to retreat. Behind him was a full-scale army. Even if there were as many zombies as yesterday, as long as there were shops on both sides that had been cleared out as a retreat route, Han Feng was confident that he could break through. Keep going, a firm voice sounded, and Han Feng continued his previous operation. Bang! Huh? After breaking the door, Han Feng exclaimed before the zombies in the shop roared. A surprise was seen by Han Feng. In the crowded zombies, Han Feng found 2 special zombies. Level 2 zombies. Zombies that act like normal people and have a slight sense of consciousness. For Han Feng, who was holding a hot weapon, Level 2 zombies were like cash machines. Haha. I caught a treasure. After saying that, he aimed the gun at the second-level zombie. After a few shots, 100 gold coins were credited. Han Feng, who was very happy, looked at the substantial increase in gold coins, and for the first time, his solemn expression showed joy. A few minutes later, the 9th store was cleared. 955 gold coins. 955 gold coins. Excited, Han Feng walked quickly to the 10th store, thinking that at this rate of making money, the combat laboratory is just around the corner. Han Feng kicked open the door of the 10th store with the expectation of opening a gift. Bang! Roar! Alas, having not seen the second-level zombie, Han Feng sighed and continued to kill these small soldier zombies. After cleaning up, Han Feng came out of the store and looked at the exit and the inside of the supermarket. Chapter 28. The battle begins again. The shops are divided into 2 rows. 10 in each row, for a total of 20 shops. Half of the shops have been attacked, and the remaining half are left. Only after all the shops are attacked can Han Feng officially enter the supermarket. From the time Han Feng arrived at the supermarket to now, more than half an hour has passed. It is almost noon. There is still plenty of time. If you are not afraid of being alone, I will continue to play with you. After whispering, Han Feng repeated the same trick. The 11th shop, the 12th shop. Change people to attack. Han Feng ordered. This is the 4th time to change people. The 14th room, the 16th room. Change again. This is the last time to change people to attack. And the zombies in all the shops in the aisle will be eliminated soon. 10 minutes later. Finally, Han Feng cleared the zombies and all the shops from the entrance to the exit of the supermarket. During this period, a total of 9 level 2 zombies were encountered, all of which were killed by Han Feng alone. 2,185 gold coins are the amount Han Feng has accumulated now. The empty first floor is like a trap, waiting for Han Feng to enter. You've already fought here, but you still don't show up? After saying that, Han Feng thought for a while and continued, Team 7 will continue to stay at the door to guard and make sure to retreat. The other 6 teams will follow me in. Han Feng led 30 red alert soldiers and rushed into the supermarket entrance. The zombies in the shops behind him were killed first, ensuring the retreat of Han Feng and his team. There were police dogs patrolling outside the large supermarket. Han Feng would be the first to know if there was any situation. He also had strong firepower support, and the plan was implemented step by step. Now, the last step of the plan is to find out the 3rd level zombies, then take revenge. Squad 6. Squad 5. You 2 teams go to the warehouse door for alert. Squad 4. Squad 3. You 2 teams take turns to advance and cover each other. The target is the 2nd floor. Squad 2 stays in place for alert and responds to Squad 7. If there are zombies from outside, go and fight together with Squad 7. If there are zombies in the supermarket, you can suppress them together with other teams. You will be the mobile team in the middle. Team 1. All of you follow me. All personnel, prepare for battle. Action. As the orders were issued, Han Feng trembled a little. He had never been a leader before, but now he was in charge of a platoon of soldiers, and the orders he issued were full of loopholes. If there was a problem in any link, Han Feng and his team would have to bear immeasurable consequences. Such a great pressure can be imagined. However, these were not rigorous plans, and Han Feng thought about them for a long time until he could no longer see any loopholes. As the action orders were issued, teams of red alert soldiers acted quickly. Teams 5 and 6 rushed to the door of the warehouse, while teams 3 and 4 covered each other and moved forward alternately. Han Feng led a team and followed behind teams 3 and 4. Seeing that everyone was proceeding according to the plan, Han Feng felt a little panicked. There shouldn't be any problems, Han Feng muttered to himself, and then said to the radar liaison Luna, Vision link. Gale. Han Feng opened his eyes again and saw the environment outside the large supermarket. The empty street. Everything is going well for the time being. After saying that, Han Feng exited the vision link. Tens of seconds later, Han Feng arrived at the broken staircase connecting the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. Go up. The order to go upstairs was issued, and 1 red alert soldier after another quickly climbed up the stairs. All personnel are in place. The supermarket is still empty. Han Feng's brows are more tightly knitted, and cold sweat slowly drips from his temples. So far, the plan has been implemented step by step. The only difference from Han Feng's expectation is that the 3rd level zombie has not appeared yet. According to Han Feng's expectation, after entering, he will first clear the shops on both sides, and then surround the 3rd level zombie in the supermarket. In order to save ammunition, he almost used a fire axe when he first came in. But now there is no trace of the 3rd level zombie. Is he hiding? Gulp. Han Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's okay. Even if they are hiding somewhere, even if they can't beat them at that time, there is a way to retreat. At worst, they can retreat while fighting and get in the car and run away. I'll go back and get more soldiers and come again. Han Feng thought so in his heart. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and ordered, Find him. I must kill him. As the order was issued, one of the mobilized soldiers of the 5th team opened the door of the warehouse. Empty, empty. It's actually empty, Han Feng exclaimed when he saw the empty warehouse. His frown never relaxed for a moment, and his brain was working fast, thinking about what went wrong. But no matter how Han Feng thought, he couldn't think of the root of the problem. There were no zombies on the 1st floor. Could they be on the 2nd floor? Han Feng thought silently in his heart. 5 and 6 teams. Gather with me. Woo! Woo! Just as Han Feng finished speaking, a strange howl suddenly sounded. Han Feng was startled by the strange cry. Hurry! After calming down, Han Feng asked the 5th and 6th teams on the way to speed up. Woof! Woof! The loud barking of dogs reached Han Feng's ears. Vision link. Gale. Han Feng didn't think about it and directly linked his vision. Damn! I got fooled. Han Feng cursed when he saw the vision of the police dog. Outside the 100-meter warning area, dense zombies were coming. Exiting the vision link, Han Feng immediately gave an order. Everyone go to the exit to gather. Prepare to retreat. Hurry! After that, Han Feng led the first and second teams down the second floor and ran out with the fifth and sixth teams on the way. I'm so stupid. How could there be no one outside? He cursed himself and didn't dare to stop. He just wanted to clear them out bit by bit from the outside and surround them in the supermarket. But he didn't expect that the third-level zombies would bring a large army to catch them outside. I still underestimated him. A dozen seconds later, Han Feng led a large group of people to the supermarket exit. And the seventh team responsible for guarding the door had already opened fire to meet the enemy. Oh my god! When he rushed to the exit, Han Feng went out and saw a large number of zombies running towards him. It was a second-level zombie. Dozens of second-level zombies rushed up as the vanguard, followed by a large number of first-level zombies. Level 2. Agile. Just to hold Han Feng back, so that he can't evacuate immediately. Han Feng was more than 10 meters away from the vehicle. But it was too late to get on the vehicle and retreat. Damn it. Let's fight. After saying that, Han Feng raised his pistol and started shooting. When the level 2 zombies were killed, the zombie army behind also arrived. Han Feng saw a human wall pressing over, and gritted his teeth and said, "Fight! Make sure to suppress them." What made Han Feng depressed was that because he was too close to the vehicle, he couldn't use powerful weapons such as grenades. Although everyone kept shooting, the zombies slowly pressed closer. Jifeng. Find the location of the third-level zombies. Try to delay the zombies' advance when necessary. Han Feng ordered the police dog in his mind. Woof! Jifeng called out in response, and his slender figure rushed out in an instant, with his powerful limbs kicking the ground fiercely. With a puff, Jifeng slammed his body into the zombies in front of Han Feng, and the zombies hit by the huge force fell backwards, crushing several zombies behind him. A small-scale trampling occurred at the location hit by Jifeng, which temporarily relieved the pressure on Han Feng and his team. Attention! All teams! Don't hurt Jifeng by mistake, Han Feng hurriedly notified, because the location where Jifeng collided was right in front of the Red Alert soldiers' attack. Han Feng was also afraid that Jifeng would be accidentally injured. Jifeng stood up from the ground and ran away quickly without shaking off the messed-up hair on his body. Jifeng kept shuttling between the gaps of the zombies, and many zombies were squeezed down around him. Han Feng watched Jifeng rush into the zombies with worry, pursed his lips tightly, and kept praying in his heart. And the battle had just started. Da-da-da. Da-da. 7 machine guns were lined up in a row, and the dense sound of firing resounded through the world. Han Feng changed the magazine again, aimed and fired. There were not many pistol bullets left. Han Feng took most of the pistol bullets before going out. But after such a long time of shooting, there were few spare bullets left. The zombies were still slowly approaching, so dense that people could not see how many were behind them. As if they were endless. Han Feng wiped the sweat from his head, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Chapter 29. A Trap Beast Still Fights. The zombies are approaching, and Han Feng can easily see the hideous faces of the zombies. The sound of firing around him is more frequent. Woof! Woof! It's Jifeng. Vision link. Jifeng. Han Feng saw the world in Jifeng's eyes through the radar. Jifeng was still dodging and hitting the zombies in front of him, but his eyes were always looking at one position. Level 3 zombie. Found it, Han Feng said, and exited the vision link. Looking at the previous position, Han Feng vaguely saw a familiar figure from the group of zombies. The thin figure is different from the zombies beside him. Even if he stands straight, he can see that he is slightly tilted. The third-level zombie stared at Han Feng and the others. But now, he looked into Han Feng's eyes. The sinister eyes swept over, and there was still a huge wound on his chest. Even if he saw the third-level zombie, Han Feng couldn't order an attack. The distance was too far. Far away. More than 100 meters away. Cleverly hidden in the zombie group. Neither machine guns nor grenades could pose a threat to it. Jifeng. Come back. After detecting the third-level zombie, the police dog's mission came to an end. Han Feng, who came to his senses, looked at the zombie group. Closer. Less than 10 meters away. Everyone, take turns to retreat. With a command, Squads 1, 2, and 3 attacked the zombies on the spot. while squads 4, 5, 6, and 7 slowly retreating to the main road between the shops. Han Feng called squads 1, 2, and 3 inches. Temporarily, they were far enough away from the zombies, since the exit of the large supermarket is not spacious. No matter how many zombies there are, they can only enter in turn. This is good news for Han Feng. After the pressure was reduced, Han Feng began to think of countermeasures. Radar scan. Han Feng's first thought was to understand all the routes of this building, so that he could determine the route in advance whether attacking or retreating, and would not be like a fly flying around. The radar scan range is 5 kilometers, and 100 gold coins are required. Please confirm. Luna's sweet voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Confirm. The radar is scanning. Please wait. A few seconds later, Luna continued, Commander. The radar scan is complete. Han Feng's attention entered the system in his mind. On the radar scanner, for kilometers away from Han Feng, there were several flashing dots gathered together. What is this? Han Feng asked Luna in confusion. This is a living being. Maybe other survivors. Luna answered. Well, even if there is in this environment. Han Feng paused before he finished speaking. Supply box? Han Feng shouted. Ha ha. It's a supply box. Han Feng said excitedly. His frown lifted. Report the exact location of the supply box. Han Feng said to Luna. According to the radar, the supply box is in the cold storage on the 2nd floor. After hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng exited the system. He opened his eyes and looked around. Teams 5, 6, and 7 are responsible for blocking the zombies from outside. Team 4 is the mobile team at the supermarket entrance. And teams 1, 2, and 3 follow me to the 2nd floor. Orders were issued one after another, and Han Feng began to act. Haha. It's really a timely help. Han Feng had just finished speaking when something he could never have imagined happened. Inside the 1st floor of the supermarket, there were many zombies. After all the calculations, Han Feng missed an important link. The back door of the supermarket, faced with a large number of zombies. Han Feng slipped and almost fell. Grenade! Forget it. High explosive grenade ready. Han Feng stabilized his body and planned to use high explosive grenade for the first wave of attack. Be careful to avoid. The captain of the 3rd team beside him took out a high explosive grenade and pulled it hard, and threw it violently. And the high explosive grenade was accurately thrown into the group of zombies. The strange thing is that the zombies didn't move at all, just stood facing Han Feng. They are gathering. They are waiting for the number to accumulate to a certain level before attacking. What a cunning 3rd level zombie. Boom! A huge explosion sounded throughout the supermarket, and the violent shock wave ruthlessly washed the surroundings. The zombie group was pushed away, cutting off a large vacuum in the middle. Fire axe attack. Save bullets. Han Feng gave an order, and the 4 mobilized soldiers behind him instantly drew out fire axes, and rushed to the zombies in a flash, and fought with them. It was also fortunate that Han Feng had asked for the fire axes back in advance, and put them in the 1st squad. Otherwise more bullets would have to be wasted now. The zombies knocked down by the high explosive grenade shock wave had no time to get up, and they were greeted by the sharp and cold fire axes. The puff-puff sound of the sharp blade piercing the bone sounded, and the fire axe killed one zombie after another. 10 seconds later, all the zombies stood up and attacked the mobilized soldiers in front of them. Seeing that the mobilized soldiers' killing speed was far behind the rhythm, Han Feng ordered the American soldiers to attack in his mind. After the M60 machine gun attack, the 4 mobilized soldiers holding fire axes turned around and retreated, keeping a safe distance. Outside the large supermarket, the 5, 6, and 7 squads struggled to resist the incoming zombie tide. Many mobilized soldiers had no bullets and could not rush up to fight, so they could only retreat to defend. As the middle mobile squad, the 4th squad had already rushed to the door to meet the enemy, but the 2 sides were still not of the same level. Han Feng was extremely anxious. At this moment, Han Feng was less than 10 meters away from the broken staircase on the 2nd floor. Prepare the high explosive grenade. Blast it. As soon as the words fell, the captain of the 2nd team pulled out the high explosive grenade and threw it at the zombies. Avoid! Han Feng shouted. Boom! A few seconds later, the explosion of the high explosive grenade sounded again. Many zombies were rushed into the protective circle around Han Feng. The M60 machine gun and AK-47 fired at the same time, eliminating the threats around them in an instant. Fire axe! Han Feng shouted, and a new round of attack began. Ka, a mobilized soldier next to Han Feng, used up all his bullets. The soldier who had no bullets turned his gun around and smashed the zombie's head with the butt of his AK-47. Bang! Gotcha! A violent collision sounded, followed by the sound of a skull breaking. After seeing this, Han Feng said to the 4 soldiers who were attacking with fire axes, "Who has bullets left? Those who have bullets, give the fire axes to the team members who have no bullets." At this time, if he could kill one more zombie, Han Feng's pressure would be reduced by 1 point. Ka. Another soldier also ran out of bullets. Ka. More and more soldiers around Han Feng ran out of bullets. The fire axes were all distributed, and the remaining mobilized soldiers who had no bullets or fire axes attacked with the butts of their guns. The killing speed dropped significantly. Han Feng looked at the scene in front of him anxiously. There were only 5 meters left to the broken staircase on the 2nd floor, and these 5 meters were filled with densely packed zombies. All mobilized soldiers of the 3rd team. Prepare grenades and attack in a fan shape. After saying that, Han Feng shouted again, "Avoid!" For grenades were thrown into the zombie group in front in a fan shape. Boom! 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 The sound of grenade explosions rang out one after another. In an instant, a vacuum area of nearly 2 or 3 meters appeared. Team 3 continues to attack. Team 1 and 2 hurry upstairs. Quick! Han Feng shouted, got up and rushed to the broken ladder. Team 1 and 2 moved forward alternately, while Team 3 was responsible for the rear guard. Huh? He propped himself up and climbed up the stairs. Han Feng finally climbed to the 2nd floor. He turned around and grabbed the hand of the American soldier behind him, and pulled up with great effort. 3 American soldiers climbed to the 2nd floor first, followed by Winter Soldier. Team 1. Team 2. When Team 1 and 2 successfully climbed to the 2nd floor, Han Feng stood there with his fists clenched. For mobilized soldiers of Team 3 were surrounded by zombies, and there was no hope of breaking out. Suddenly, a mobilized soldier of Team 3 threw the fire axe in his hand to the 2nd floor, and continued to attack the zombies around him with the butt of his gun. The leather jackets of the 4 mobilized soldiers were torn to pieces by the zombies, and the exposed skin was covered with scarlet scratches. Roar! A zombie hugged one of the mobilized soldiers and bit him hard. The mobilized soldier who was bitten paused, forcibly pulled the zombie off his body with one hand, and continued to attack with the butt of the gun, without saying a word from beginning to end. The mobilized soldiers besieged by zombies had no weapons except the gun without bullets. Chapter 30. Heavy losses. The hideous wounds were bleeding, and they continued to attack as if they could not feel the pain. But their movements became slower and slower, and their attacks became weaker and weaker. Finally, the last mobilized soldier fell. Han Feng stood on the 2nd floor and witnessed all of this. Without saying a word, he slowly walked to the fire axe on the ground and bent down to pick it up. The mobilized soldier knew that he was going to die, but he did not use the only weapon in his hand, but threw it to Han Feng. Ah! Standing up straight, Han Feng looked up to the sky and screamed, thinking that these Red Alert soldiers were killed because of his single-minded revenge. Han Feng was so lucky that he wanted to rush down to the 1st floor. Commander! Captain Han! 3 American soldiers immediately stopped him. Captain Han! Calm down. It's useless even if you kill them all. Level 3 zombies can still gather lower-level zombies again. Don't forget why we came here. Han Feng held the fire axe tightly and suppressed his impulse just now. Wayne's words just now made Han Feng slightly sober. Level 3 zombies. Han Feng gritted his teeth and squeezed out this sentence from his mouth, handing the fire axe in his hand to Wayne. Han Feng looked at the exit. At this time, there were only 4 American soldiers left among the Red Alert soldiers, who were still shooting. Not good. Han Feng shouted urgently. He and the 1st and 2nd squads came up, but the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th squads were still at the door of the 1st floor. The zombies on the 1st floor of the supermarket turned around and tried to attack the door. Teams 4 and 5 continued to attack. Team 6 and 7 attacked the zombies behind. Quickly join me. Han Feng ordered the soldiers at the door in his mind. The 4 teams quickly approached Han Feng. A few seconds later, they exchanged fire with the zombies inside the supermarket. as the firepower was halved. The zombies at the exit approached quickly. A real dilemma. If there were enough bullets, it would be fine. But now? Team 4. Team 6. All mobilized soldiers. Prepare grenades. Throw. Be careful to avoid. Han Feng stood on the second floor, directing the battle. Boom. Boom. 8 grenades exploded in 2 directions. A large number of zombies at the exit were knocked down by the shock wave of the grenades, temporarily cutting off the route of the zombies' siege. The zombies in the supermarket were also blown away. Even though there were many of them, they were no longer as urgent as before. They were still more than 20 meters away from Han Feng on the second floor. Quick! Quick! Han Feng shouted anxiously, looking at the red alert soldiers not far away. Han Feng was anxious. 2 M60 machine guns attacked, but the killing speed was far behind the speed of the zombies approaching. Not long after running, the 4 teams were surrounded again. 5th squad. 6th squad. All mobilized soldiers. Prepare grenades. Throw. Han Feng ordered the second wave of grenade attacks. Boom. Boom. 8 grenades exploded again. The pressure was relieved again, and the 4 teams did not fight and quickly approached. Woo. Woo. The strange howling sounded again. Roar. Roar. The zombies suddenly rioted. The 4 teams caught in a 2-sided attack suddenly felt a great pressure. Da-da-da-ka. Ka-ka. Hearing this sound, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly, facing an American soldier at the exit. He ran out of bullets. He put away the M60 machine gun and took out a pistol to continue attacking. Han Feng knew that the M9 pistol equipped by the American soldiers had a capacity of only 15 rounds. Even with a spare magazine, the bullets were only 30 rounds. But both the power and the rate of fire were far less than the M60 machine gun. The zombies at the exit were approaching quickly. Team 4. Team 6. High explosive grenades ready. Throw. With one order, 2 high explosive grenades were thrown. Boom. Almost at the same time, 2 high explosive grenades exploded. Due to the distance, several mobilized soldiers were accidentally injured by stray bullets from the grenades. But such injuries were insignificant compared to the zombies. Since the strange sound sounded, the zombies rushed over like they had taken strong medicine. Da-da-ka-ka. At the exit, another American soldier ran out of bullets, which was really worse. At this moment, the 4 teams in front of them were still more than 10 meters away. Hurry up. Hurry up. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said nervously. After thinking for a while, Han Feng seemed to have made an important decision and gave the order. Team 5. Captain of Team 7. Prepare high explosive grenades. Target exit. Throw. After receiving the order, the captain of Team 7 turned around and faced the exit. He threw a high explosive grenade with another American soldier. Boom. Boom. A huge shock wave washed the exit. Boom boom. After several grenades, the building at the exit collapsed on a small scale. Bricks and tiles fell down, crushing a group of zombies and blocking most of the door. Good. Han Feng shouted excitedly. As expected, the exit was blown down. Even if it was not completely blocked, it was considered a success to block most of it. There were only a few zombies in the back. Even if there were reinforcements, it was no longer as critical as before. Now all 4 teams were trying their best to break through and move closer to Han Feng. There were less than 10 meters left. The grenades of the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th teams on the first floor were all gone. Even if they had, they dared not use them at will at such a close distance. Da-da. The remaining 2 American soldiers suddenly stopped shooting and took out their pistols. Han Feng, who thought they could break through smoothly, became nervous again. Damn it! Another bullet. Han Feng cursed and started to think of a countermeasure. Woof. Woof. Hearing the barking of the police dog, Han Feng looked at Ji Feng. With his strong limbs, Ji Feng slammed into the zombies with his body and ran away. He ran and shouted, trying to distract some zombies. However, what Han Feng didn't expect was that the gunshots had stopped. Now the loudest sound should be Ji Feng. But the zombies were not attracted. Not a single one. Ji Feng saw that his approach was useless, so he was ready to rush forward and bite. Seeing this, Han Feng hurriedly ordered from his mind, Stop! Don't bite! Once bitten, the blood of the zombie carrying the virus will flow into Ji Feng's mouth. Who knows what effect it will have on Jifeng? Jifeng stopped biting and immediately turned around and ran back to the aisle, continuing his sprint and hitting. Once, twice. After the 7th hit, Jifeng did not stand up quickly, slowly getting up. It coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jifeng, stop hitting. You can't stand it. Han Feng comforted Jifeng in his mind, with some redness in his eyes. Cough cough. Jifeng seemed to feel better after coughing up blood, and retreated half running. Woof. Jifeng stopped after retreating to a certain distance, and began to accelerate suddenly with a bark. Jifeng, stop. Han Feng saw Jifeng hitting the zombie again before he finished speaking. He hit the zombies with his body again and again, leaving no effort behind each time. Jifeng was getting weaker and weaker. This time, Jifeng took a longer time to stand up. After he stood up, he shook himself, stabilized his body, and then coughed up blood again. Cough, cough, cough. Looking at Jifeng's pain, a hot tear fell quietly. Han Feng reached out to wipe it off, calling out to Jifeng in his heart. Jifeng, go and rest. Stop hitting. Jifeng raised his head and glanced at Han Feng, then at the zombies and the Red Alert soldiers who were fighting desperately, shook his body, and retreated again. Han Feng was speechless, looking at the soldiers in front of him who were fighting hard against the zombies, and looking at their leather clothes torn by the zombies. Han Feng couldn't say a word. It felt like a huge rock was pressing down on my heart. I had come here excitedly to seek revenge, but I didn't expect to see such a scene. Woof. Woof. After retreating far enough, Jifeng started the 9th collision. Han Feng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, praying, don't be in trouble. Don't be in trouble. Puff. The collision sounded, and after knocking down a group of zombies, Jifeng lay on the ground gasping for breath. Who? Cough cough. A small pool of blood coughed out of Jifeng's mouth. He struggled to stand up, but his extremely weak limbs could not support Jifeng's body. Even though his body was weak, his eyes were still sharp. His wolf-like eyes stared fiercely at the zombies in front of him. If the zombies were conscious, they would definitely be scared away. After resting for a few seconds, Jifeng retreated again. Jifeng, stop colliding. This is an order. Don't you listen to my order? Seeing that Jifeng was going to collide, Han Feng was anxious. Chapter 31, Wayne. Promotion. Han Feng was not sure whether Jifeng would be able to stand up after the next collision. He was so close to the zombies, and so weak. What if he was bitten? Han Feng did not dare to think about it. Jifeng looked up at Han Feng, his eyes expressing his unwillingness. You are great. You are already very powerful. Rest now, and do not attack anymore. This is an order. Listen to me. Han Feng comforted Jifeng over and over again in his mind. Jifeng slowly lay down in a relatively safe corner and rested quietly. Han Feng's heart did not relax because Jifeng stopped attacking, but his brows became more solemn. Without bullets or grenades, the bombing mobilization soldiers all attacked with rifle butts, and the American soldiers attacked with sabers. After thinking about it, Han Feng resisted the idea of letting the American soldiers around him shoot. This was Han Feng's last firepower. He hadn't seen the 3rd-level zombies yet, so Han Feng couldn't be too passive. There was still a distance of 5 meters, and the zombies were still endless. Many mobilization soldiers had been bitten, and strong muscles were exposed under the broken leather clothes. After a long struggle, Han Feng slowly opened his mouth and ordered all soldiers bitten by zombies, give up the attack and clear the way. Although the zombie virus will cause the disorder of the Red Alert system, so that the infected soldiers will not mutate into zombies. But the brains of the infected soldiers will eventually stop functioning, so the bitten soldiers can't hold on for long. Han Feng could only let them use their last lives to save the soldiers who had a chance to survive in the predicament on the 1st floor. As Han Feng's order was issued, all the soldiers bitten by the zombies stopped attacking. The gun body turned and was placed across the chest. 11 mobilized soldiers and 2 American soldiers, a total of 13 people, formed a semicircular protection circle and pushed the zombies away at the same time. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, close. The 13 Red Alert soldiers who gave up the attack did not make a sound even if they were bitten by the zombies, and used all their strength to push the zombies away. Han Feng, who was standing on the 2nd floor, was tense at this time, and his hands slowly became numb and trembling due to the continuous clenching. A pair of tiger eyes stared at the desperate soldiers. And he gritted his teeth and squeezed out of his mouth, "Come on. You must hold on." A few seconds later, a mobilized soldier fell down due to severe injuries, and was dragged into the zombie group and bitten by zombies in the blink of an eye. Finally, with the strong push of more than a dozen Red Alert soldiers, they reached the broken stairs connecting to the second floor. "Quick! Pull them up!" Han Feng hurriedly ordered to help. And he also walked quickly to the broken stairs, stretched out his arms, and tightly grabbed a mobilized soldier and pulled him up. Ji Feng kept supporting the Red Alert soldiers climbing up with his body, even though his limbs had begun to tremble violently. Ahem. The already seriously injured and weak police dog suddenly exerted force, and a mouthful of blood gushed out again. "Save the police dog. Bring it up first." Seeing this, Han Feng said hurriedly. A mobilized soldier picked up the police dog Jifeng and lifted it up. And the winter soldier pulled it up. "Quick! Quick!" Seeing Jifeng was saved, Han Feng did not stop the rescue action, but sped up. 1, 2. Finally, the 7th Red Alert soldier was pulled up. As many people as can come up after being bitten. Even though Han Feng knew that they didn't have much time, he still didn't want to give up any soldier. Tens of seconds later, the last 6 mobilized soldiers went up to the second floor, and the remaining 7 died in the mouth of the corpse. At this time, there were only 24 Red Alert soldiers left around Han Feng. Among them, there were 6 infected people who were about to lose their lives. The infected soldiers stayed and blocked the zombies coming up. "And the rest of you followed me to the cold storage." Reluctantly giving the order, Han Feng left 4 fire axes and turned to rush to the cold storage to find the supply box. Seeing that the door of the cold storage was closed, Han Feng remembered that he needed a password to open such a door. Found the password lock and found that there was no power. No power? Great. Han Feng gave up the urge to summon an engineer and walked to the door of the cold storage. Winter Soldier stepped forward and opened the cold storage door. The smell of rotten food hit him in the face. After opening the door, Han Feng hummed in confusion before taking the next step. In the dark cold storage, 2 thin figures stood there. "You? Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da." Han Feng was interrupted by the sound of 3 machine guns firing behind him before he finished speaking. The close-range gunshots made Han Feng's ears buzz, and his brain went blank on the spot. 3 American soldiers kept shooting at the 2 figures inside, and the fire from the gunfire temporarily illuminated the extremely dark cold storage. Han Feng saw it clearly and was stunned. "I saw 2 figures moving rapidly to avoid bullets. Level 3 zombies. It's a level 3 zombie." Han Feng screamed and ordered, "Winter Soldier, close the door." After receiving the order, Winter Soldier exerted force quickly. The door slowly closed. Just as the door was about to close, Wayne pulled the high-explosive grenade and threw it into the cold storage with great accuracy. But what Han Feng didn't expect was, in a few tenths of a second, the high-explosive grenade was caught by the level 3 zombie. He threw it back, staring at the high-explosive grenade flying back. Han Feng was stunned. With a bang, the door closed. The high-explosive grenade rolled not far from Han Feng. As a 1-star soldier, Winter Soldier dodged and pounced on Han Feng at the same time as Wayne, who was closest to Han Feng, and protected Han Feng tightly with his body. The other Red Alert soldiers around him also quickly used the method of stacking people, one on top of another, and all used their bodies to protect Han Feng. All the soldiers present used their bodies and lives to build a fortress for Han Feng. Boom! The extremely huge explosion sounded through the sky. The outermost Red Alert soldiers close to the high-explosive grenade were instantly blown to pieces. The broken grenade shells and steel balls rushed in all directions mercilessly, and the bodies of the second layer of Red Alert soldiers were blown into sieves. The shock wave that followed hit the surroundings, and the soldier on the 3rd floor spurted out a mouthful of blood. In the center of the human wall fortress, Han Feng was knocked over by the shock wave. "Buzz! Stop rolling." Han Feng lay on the ground, and the huge tinnitus pierced Han Feng's eardrums. He got up from the ground with a dusty face and looked around in panic. One by one, the Red Alert soldiers collapsed on the ground, and some were motionless. Winter Soldier quickly stood up and used his body to hold the door of the cold storage to prevent 2 level 3 zombies from rushing out. But the Winter Soldier, who had just been attacked by a high-explosive grenade, was obviously half a beat slower. The door of the cold storage Opened. Duh. The sound of the M60 machine gun firing rang out instantly. The one who fired the gun was Wayne, who was lying on his back, holding a machine gun and shooting from bottom to top. The other 2 American soldiers were lying on the ground, struggling to stand up. It might be luck, or it might be that the shooting was too fast, so the first level 3 zombie couldn't dodge in time, and he was shot in the head. After killing a level 3 zombie, Wayne, who was shooting, paused. In a blink of an eye, more violent gunshots sounded. Wayne, star upgrade. While shooting, he stood up. Whether it was his movements or his expression, Wayne had changed a lot. The level 3 zombie that couldn't be suppressed by 3 machine guns before was suppressed by Wayne alone. And several bullets were shot into the body of the level 3 zombie. After dozens of seconds, under Wayne's ruthless crushing, another level 3 zombie was finally killed. Han Feng, who was standing there, was stunned. After a fight, the number of gold coins, which was originally 4860, instantly jumped to 5460 with the death of 2 level 3 zombies. Killing a level 3 zombie actually earned 300 gold coins. If I kill it myself, wouldn't it be 3,000 gold coins? However, such a powerful level 3 zombie, I can't kill it alone. Putting aside the fantasy in his heart, Han Feng remembered the purpose of coming to the cold storage, the supply box. Looking at the mess, Han Feng felt extremely guilty. He thought his plan was perfect. He thought he could get revenge successfully. He thought he could get away with it. Blind confidence caused Han Feng to suffer heavy losses at this time. Luna, report the current physical condition of all personnel. In order to understand how much combat power he had left, Han Feng asked the radar liaison Luna. Chapter 32, Infinite Equipment Time. Report to the commander. There are 5 people who can move normally, 5 disabled people, and 6 infected people. The remaining time for the infected people is about 5 minutes. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng was speechless. When he came here, he led 35 people. But now, only 10 people can survive, 5 of whom are seriously injured and some are slightly injured. Summon 20 mobilized soldiers. Summon 5 American soldiers. Summon American soldiers first, Han Feng said in a low voice. Summoning 20 mobilized soldiers requires 2,000 gold coins, and summoning 5 American soldiers requires 2,500 gold coins. A total of 4,500 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. The system is calling for American soldiers first. Please wait. Han Feng sighed as he watched the gold coins become 960 in an instant, and walked into the cold storage. Due to the power outage, the cold storage was not cold at this time, but due to the temperature problem, most of the meat began to rot and stink. Holding his nose, Han Feng looked everywhere. 1 minute later, found it, Han Feng said excitedly. And then he pulled out a small box from the pile of meat with great effort. So small. What could it be? Han Feng said doubtfully, and kept praying in his heart, I must open the hospital sign. At this moment, Han Feng was still thinking about saving the injured and infected soldiers around him, because he knew that in the Red Alert game, once the hospital logo appeared on the randomly appearing supply box, it meant that all his soldiers and tanks would be instantly restored. With great excitement, Han Feng gently placed his hand on the small box. Hospital logo. Hospital logo. Hospital logo. Han Feng kept mumbling. Ding. With a light sound, the box opened. Slightly disappointed, Han Feng's wish was not fulfilled. The hospital logo did not appear, but a bullet logo, followed by an infinity logo, slowly rising into the air. And below was 005 AM bullet, infinite logo. This, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Boom boom. Han Feng hadn't finished his question when he heard the sound of gunfire and grenade explosions from afar. Startled, Han Feng thought the newly summoned Red Alert soldiers were exchanging fire with zombies, and ran out quickly. After leaving the cold storage, Han Feng saw a string of numbers appearing above the heads of each Red Alert soldier, and they would change every second. 4 minutes and 55 seconds, 4 minutes and 54 seconds, 4 minutes and 53 seconds. Countdown. Only then did Han Feng understand the meaning of this string of constantly changing numbers. Without thinking, Han Feng asked the Red Alert system, "What is this?" "Unlimited equipment supply time, Commander." "Unlimited equipment supply." Han Feng blurted out in shock. There is always a way out. We are saved, Han Feng said, looking at everyone. Those who can still move. Hurry up and break through with me. Those who are too seriously injured. Please help other soldiers. We are saved. Retreat. Han Feng gave orders excitedly, looking at the top of a mobilized soldier in front of him. Han Feng knew that he had 4 minutes and 45 seconds. 3 mobilized soldiers, who were not injured, supported 3 seriously injured soldiers, who were unable to move and moved slowly forward. As he spoke, Han Feng rushed to the broken end of the stairs. At this time, the 6 infected soldiers kept pulling the trigger with one hand, and kept pulling out grenades with the other hand, pulling them apart and throwing them. Da-da-da-da. Boom boom. The zombies on the first floor were suppressed by the dense firepower network. Da-da-da-da. Boom. More and more gunshots sounded around Han Feng. High explosive grenades ready. Throw them apart. After receiving Han Feng's order, 5 American soldiers took out high explosive grenades and threw them with all their might. Boom boom. Boom. In the first floor, 5 explosion points instantly cleared a large area of space. Grenade ready. Throw at close range. Han Feng continued to give orders without stopping. Nearly 20 mobilized soldiers took out grenades and carpet-bombed the zombies in front of him. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. Dense explosions sounded, and the broken ladders cleared a large area of open space. Go downstairs. The order was issued again, and everyone jumped down one by one, and the seriously injured soldiers were slowly sent down. Da-da. Boom. Da-da. From all around the supermarket, the newly summoned American soldiers began to attack and quickly moved towards Han Feng. As the grenades kept refreshing, the entire first floor was carpet-bombed. At this time, there were only a few zombies that could still move in the first floor. In 2 minutes, Han Feng successfully broke through to the exit. All American soldiers, prepare your high explosive grenades. Throw them far away one by one. Due to the collapse at the exit, most of the exits were blocked, and the remaining exit was barely enough for 2 people to pass through. As for throwing them far away, it was because Han Feng didn't want the grenades to accidentally damage the vehicles. The only escape tool could not be destroyed in his own hands. Da-da-da. Da-da. Countless firepower points suppressed the zombies at the exit. Behind them, the American soldiers pulled out the high explosive grenades and threw them out with all their strength. Boom. Dozens of zombies were blown up in the distance. 10 grenades. Clear the exit. Be careful to avoid. After saying that, Han Feng took a few steps back. 10 mobilized soldiers stopped shooting, took out grenades, threw them at close range, and turned to evade. Boom. Boom. Outside the exit, 10 grenades exploded in a space of 7 or 8 meters. Charge. Seize the position. Seeing this, Han Feng quickly asked the soldiers to seize the firepower point to suppress it. 3 American soldiers rushed out with several mobilized soldiers in an instant. Intensive firing sounded outside the exit. Quick! Break through. Seeing that most of the soldiers had not yet rushed out, Han Feng couldn't help but worry. At this time, the Red Alert soldiers still had 2 minutes and 38 seconds of unlimited equipment supply time. The continuous explosion of grenades and the sound of gunfire suppressed the zombies. When everyone rushed out of the exit, Han Feng's eyes shot towards a position like a sharp knife. Level 3 zombie. Seeing the level 3 zombie, the angry Han Feng couldn't help trembling. But helplessly, the level 3 zombie never wanted to get close, which made Han Feng unable to do anything about it. Go all out. Break through the vehicle. Han Feng was not overwhelmed by anger. After forcing himself to calm down, he began to issue a breakout order. Han Feng, who was not far from the vehicle, had an unlimited supply of equipment. In tens of seconds, Han Feng arrived next to the vehicle. There was no rush to get on the car, because the unlimited equipment supply time was still 1 minute and 50 seconds. Dozens of Red Alert soldiers were entrenched around the vehicle, and the newly summoned American soldiers were still replenished in a steady stream, and the firing points were increasing, relying on the setting that the guns would not be damaged in the hands of the Red Alert soldiers. Everyone fired bullets non-stop. The pistol had run out of bullets long ago, and Han Feng put the empty magazine and pistol into his backpack. Han Feng kept taking out grenades from the seriously injured soldiers, pulling them open and throwing them out, without stopping. There is still 1 minute of supply time. System. Pause summoning. Han Feng estimated the time, and the remaining time was not enough to take away more soldiers who had not arrived. So Han Feng told the system to suspend the call. Okay, Commander. The call has been suspended. After receiving the system's reply, Han Feng calmed down and continued the previous operation. No longer afraid of damage to the vehicle, the high-explosive grenades of 7 or 8 American soldiers were also thrown out continuously, with the vehicle as the center. Within a radius of 70 meters, grenades and high-explosive grenades continued to carpet bomb. 20 seconds. There are only 20 seconds of supply time left. What Han Feng didn't expect was that there was no living zombie around at this time. The zombies in the distance still seemed to be coming endlessly, but the impact of high-explosive grenades blocked their way forward. Get in the car. Looking at the zombies in the distance, Han Feng knew that he could not catch up and kill them, so he could only retreat strategically. One day, I will come back, Han Feng thought to himself. Buzz! The convoy roared forward and rushed into the sea of corpses. Bang bang bang. Hold the steering wheel tightly and step on the accelerator to the bottom. The running Hummer continuously rammed the zombies. Han Feng's eyes were fixed on the third-level zombies at this time. From the eyes of the third-level zombies, he saw a hint of viciousness. Chapter 33, Winter Soldier Loses Deafness. No! Death! No! Rest, Han Feng said, then turned around and focused on clearing the way. A few minutes later, Han Feng finally rushed out of the sea of corpses. He was not excited after surviving the disaster. The hatred in his heart grew stronger under the nourishment of anger. Everyone follow me. Let's go to the police station. After Han Feng finished speaking, he turned the car and drove towards the police station. In the 2 or 3 days when the zombies broke out, Han Feng had been to the police station and obtained a large number of bullets. Before, Han Feng relied on his own red alert system and did not take weapons and supplies very seriously. After these battles, he found that his soldiers had a fatal weakness, which was the insufficient supply of follow-up resources. Or in other words, a lack of bullets. If the equipment was supplied unlimitedly like before, Han Feng might not lose any soldiers. He could not think of how to get more ammunition for the time being, so he could only think of the police station again. Although a lot of ammunition was consumed in the battle at the police station last time, there were still some that Han Feng had not brought out. After the unlimited supply of equipment just now ended, the ammunition of the Red Alert soldiers was replenished once, and it was not cleared. Relying on the fact that there were less than 10 American soldiers and more than 10 mobilized soldiers around him, Han Feng decided to give it a try. More than half an hour later, with the convoy sprinting, Han Feng and his party arrived at the police station. Start calling. After parking the car, Han Feng did not get out immediately, but sat in the car waiting for the call to end. The system starts calling. Please wait. After listening to the system's answer, Han Feng lit a cigarette. A team of fully mobilized soldiers. Fire axes ready, with the police station as the center. Clear all zombies in the warning area. Han Feng observed the surroundings. There were a few scattered zombies wandering on the street. In order to ensure the subsequent safety issues, Han Feng ordered a team of fully mobilized soldiers in his mind. Watching the 4 mobilized soldiers attacking cleanly outside the car window, Han Feng was not idle either, and began to observe the police station. Radar scan. Han Feng said silently. Radar scan range is 5 kilometers. 100 gold coins are required. Please confirm. Luna's voice sounded. Confirm. Supply box, supply box, supply box. Han Feng prayed silently in his heart. A few seconds later, Luna's voice sounded again. Radar scan completed. Commander. Han Feng looked at the radar scanner. Alas! With a sigh, there was no supply box. But the radar showed that there were several survivors less than 2 kilometers away from him. Han Feng ignored the other survivors, exited the interface, and quietly watched the police station waiting. Every once in a while, a Red Alert soldier would come out from different places. In his mind, Han Feng ordered the newly summoned soldiers to get on the bus and not introduce themselves. In less than 10 minutes, the summons were over and the security zone was cleared. Everyone get off the bus. The injured ones don't need to. An order was issued in his mind, and all the Red Alert soldiers got off the bus and stood by. Leave 10 mobilized soldiers to guard the security zone. And the rest? Han Feng was halfway through his words when he suddenly lost his voice. In his mind, on the soldier's body details interface, a soldier was shown dead. He walked towards one of the cars in silence. He opened the car door and looked at the body in the car quietly. It was a mobilized soldier who was seriously injured by a high-explosive grenade in order to protect Han Feng. After watching quietly for a few seconds, Han Feng gently took off his AK-47 and the grenade on his waist. After taking it, he was silent for a few seconds and said softly, "Thank you." After closing the car door, Han Feng walked to another car, opened the car door, and looked at Ji Feng. Ji Feng's condition was obviously much better at this time. Details of the soldiers. After saying that, Han Feng began to observe. Fortunately, there was no fatal problem. Without stopping, Han Feng turned around and continued, "Leave 10 mobilized soldiers to guard the security area. And the rest of you follow me." Holding an AK-47, Han Feng walked in front. It was unknown whether it was a circuit problem or a power supply problem, but the police station was completely dark. Han Feng tried to turn on the light switch at the door, but it didn't work. After standing for a few seconds and entering the police station, Han Feng saw several zombies wandering on the first floor. A team of mobilized soldiers. Fire axe attack. In front of zombies that were not in large numbers. The fire axe was always Han Feng's first choice. As Han Feng issued the order, for mobilized soldiers holding fire axes rushed out instantly. In the dim corridor, the sharp fire axe flashed a frightening cold light. Han Feng looked at the massacre in front of him coldly, wondering what he was thinking. In less than a minute, the massacre was over. Break the doors one by one. Every failure makes you wiser. Han Feng was hurt by his previous recklessness, and now he couldn't help but be cautious. Bang! 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 The sound of breaking the door came one after another. Soon, all the doors on the first floor were opened. All the rooms were empty, no zombies. Leave 5 mobilized soldiers to collect all the weapons that can be used. After the collection is completed, they will be responsible for the security on the first floor. The rest of you follow me. After saying that, Han Feng left 5 mobilized soldiers and walked to the second floor. Han Feng stood in front of the stairs and frowned. Last time, Wayne blew up the stairs to stop the zombies. I didn't expect that he would be stopped now. Looking at the broken stairs with a drop of nearly 3 meters, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. Winter Soldier, let me go up. After thinking about it, Han Feng decided to take the lead. So he called Winter Soldier. Huh? Winter Soldier? Han Feng looked back in confusion. Winter Soldier, come here. This time, Han Feng raised his voice a little. Winter Soldier still stood there, motionless. What's going on? Han Feng muttered in a low voice, with a bad premonition in his heart. Winter Soldier was the first soldier he summoned, and he was loyal to him. No matter what order he gave, Winter Soldier would complete it 100%. Han Feng had no doubt that even if he ordered him to commit suicide, Winter Soldier would not hesitate. Disobeying Han Feng's orders was something that had never happened to Red Alert soldiers before. Calling Winter Soldier 3 times, Winter Soldier still did not move, just standing in military posture with a fire axe. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng contacted Winter Soldier in his mind through the remote command function of the radar. Winter Soldier, come here. After Han Feng gave the order to Winter Soldier in his mind, Winter Soldier finally moved. What happened to the Winter Soldier? Why didn't you listen to me just now? Han Feng asked the system in a daze. Report to the commander. The damage to the eardrum of mobilized soldier 0001, Winter Soldier, has reached 98.9%, and he is in a state of severe deafness, so he cannot receive any commands transmitted by sound. After listening to the explanation given by the system, Han Feng was stunned. He kept thinking back to the scene in front of the cold storage door. The Winter Soldier had his eardrum shattered by a high-explosive grenade. If an ordinary person's eardrum is shattered, he will have lost his combat effectiveness and lie on the ground with his hands covering his ears. But the Winter Soldier, regardless of his own pain and safety, struggled to stand up and hold up the door of the cold storage. Han Feng looked at the deaf Winter Soldier in front of him, and his throat was choked with sobs so that he couldn't say a word. At this time, Han Feng could think of 2 ways to make the Winter Soldier recover. The first was to open the hospital sign on the supply box, so that all Red Alert soldiers could recover in an instant. And the other was to let the Winter Soldier upgrade his star. According to Han Feng's understanding, the star upgrade of the soldier will refresh all the status. The supply box is random, and it is impossible to change the content inside according to Han Feng's idea. Then there is only one way left. Let the Winter Soldier upgrade his star. Become a 3rd level mobilized soldier. And the Winter Soldier can recover. Looking at the first Red Alert soldier following him, Han Feng secretly made up his mind. Come here. Some mobilized soldiers. Take me and Winter Soldier up. Turning around, Han Feng said. Holding up, Han Feng supported himself with his arms and turned over. The quick-moving Winter Soldier had already climbed to the 2nd floor. And with a strong pull, Han Feng came up. You also go upstairs and turn. After speaking to the Red Alert soldiers on the 1st floor, Han Feng began to observe. It was still a dim corridor. And there were slightly more zombies than on the 1st floor. Winter Soldier, go up. He gave the order in his mind. And Winter Soldier began his journey to star up. Han Feng followed behind him with a gun, ready to fire and support at any time. Behind the two, one after another Red Alert soldiers climbed to the 2nd floor. The mobilized soldiers holding fire axes began to attack the zombies after climbing up the stairs. And the rest entered a state of preparation. Assign half of the soldiers to guard the stairs on the 2nd floor. The zombies on the 2nd floor have not been dealt with yet. And Han Feng doesn't want the zombies on the 3rd floor to come down and make trouble. In less than 2 minutes, all the zombies on the 2nd floor were wiped out. During this period, some zombies on the 3rd floor also came down. But they were all killed one by one. Break the doors one by one. To be on the safe side, Han Feng did not act rashly and took steady steps. Bang! Bang! The doors were broken open one by one. There were a few zombies in some rooms, but they were all dealt with in a blink of an eye. Leave 3 American soldiers to collect weapons, and then be responsible for the security of the 2nd floor. The rest of you follow me. After saying that, Han Feng walked towards the 3rd floor. We're almost there. Han Feng was a little excited at this time. After all, he was about to reach the equipment room, kill all the zombies on the 3rd floor, and open all the doors. Han Feng was standing in front of the equipment room door, giving orders. After a few minutes, as the last door was opened and there were no zombies, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Wayne, open the door. Everyone get ready for battle. Han Feng raised the AK-47 in his hand, took a deep breath, and said to Wayne. Wayne stepped forward and opened the door of the equipment room. Because of the lack of electricity, these electronic doors were ineffective. As the door of the equipment room opened, Han Feng saw the scene inside. Empty. Huh? Enter. After saying that, Han Feng took a few quick steps and came to the equipment room. After checking, there was no danger in the equipment room. Count all weapons and equipment, including ammunition and grenades. After giving a few instructions, Han Feng retreated to the wall and took out a cigarette to smoke. Chapter 34. The Sorrow of the Survivors. A few minutes later, Han Feng threw the cigarette butt to the ground and stomped it out. Report to Captain Han. After counting, 35 pistols and 50 assault rifles were found. 5 boxes of pistol bullets and 20 boxes of rifle bullets. No grenades were found. After listening to Wayne's report, Han Feng was really stunned. He stared and said, "There are still so many ammunition?" Han Feng squinted his eyes and began to recall that although he had fought here for more than 3 hours last time, there were boxes of weapons and ammunition piled up behind the equipment warehouse. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly laughed. Ha ha. God's will. God's will. I thought that the weapons and ammunition here were all used up in the last battle. But I didn't expect there were still so many left. In Han Feng's impression, there should be only a few hundred pistol bullets left here. How many bullets are in a box of bullets you mentioned? Suddenly, Han Feng seemed to think of something and asked Wayne. Report to Captain Han. The bullets here, whether it is pistol bullets or rifle bullets. There are 1,500 rounds in a box. 1,500 rounds in a box. 5 boxes of pistol bullets. 7,500 rounds. 20 boxes of rifle bullets. 30,000 rounds. Damn it! Shoot! More than 30,000 bullets. Enough. Hurry up and move all the guns and ammunition downstairs and put them in the car, including magazines and the like. Don't leave any behind. Han Feng's excited words just fell, and all the Red Alert soldiers began to move. Boxes of bullets and boxes of guns passed by, and Han Feng smiled in his heart. Soon, the trunks of the 9 off-road vehicles downstairs were filled to the brim. This time, it was a real return with a full load. Looking at the empty gun cabinet and the empty equipment warehouse. Han Feng stood there and smiled foolishly. With so many guns and ammunition, Han Feng can now go back to the supermarket to seek revenge on the level 3 zombies. Let's go home and sort it out first. It was not far from dark at this time, and Han Feng did not risk looking for trouble with the 3rd level zombies. After saying this, he walked out of the equipment warehouse. Just as Han Feng was about to go downstairs, the room opposite the equipment warehouse caught his attention. Great joy came again. The room was filled with controlled knives. There were hundreds of them. They might be the knives that this police station had confiscated from street thugs and gangs over the years. Han Feng walked around and looked around. The variety of controlled knives made him dizzy. Axe, fire axe, machete, and many other knives that Han Feng could not name. The most amazing thing is that there is even a crescent-shaped sword inside. After searching everywhere for something, it is now easily found. Wayne, take a few Red Alert soldiers and pick out axes, machetes, and other powerful knives. After saying that, Han Feng turned and walked out of the room. Looking at the busy Red Alert soldiers, he was so happy. In less than 10 minutes, the entire police station was basically free of weapons, all of which were emptied by Han Feng. Back in the car, Han Feng lit a cigarette to calm his excitement. Looking at the watch, it was 4:30 in the afternoon. Everyone, go home. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out first. The convoy of 9 vehicles slowly drove towards the villa. A few minutes later, Han Feng, who was thinking about how to use this batch of ammunition to take revenge, suddenly saw someone on the road ahead. Yes, that's right. It's a person, not a zombie. On the road that the vehicles must pass, 2 people stood upright in the center of the road, blocking Han Feng's convoy. The vehicle slowly slowed down, and Han Feng communicated with the radar liaison Luna in his mind. Luna, scan the surroundings? Confirm. Be quick. Report to the commander. The scan is complete. After a few seconds, Han Feng stopped the car without turning off the engine. Looking at the radar display screen in his mind, the display screen showed that there was no ambush around him, and no supply boxes appeared. Han Feng was relieved and didn't rush to get out of the car. Wayne, get out of the car and communicate with them to see what they are going to do. Han Feng was also afraid that he was being tricked. If the 2 men had the intention to harm him, then Wayne, a 1-star soldier, was enough to kill them. If the 2 were just survivors, then give them some food and drink, and try not to have conflicts with them. Han Feng sat in the car and looked at the 2 men outside the car quietly. The worn clothes were covered with dust, and the sweat stains on the forehead mixed with the dust showed black vertical lines. His eyes were a little dull and a little scared. One of the men wanted to move forward to communicate with the team, but he was timid but didn't dare to. Just panting. Bang. The sound of Wayne's door closing behind him was heard. Han Feng watched Wayne walk forward in the rearview mirror, and issued an order to all the Red Alert soldiers in his mind. Everyone, get ready for battle. Wayne, be careful. Han Feng told Wayne in his mind. In the end times, the most abundant thing is the human psychology of intrigue. So Han Feng had to be on guard. The 2 men outside the car saw Wayne in military equipment, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking it was the National Army, they walked forward quickly. Stop. Back off. Please keep a safe distance. Otherwise I will shoot. Wayne raised the M60 machine gun and aimed at the 2, shouting a warning. Seeing this, the 2 men immediately stopped their excited steps, quickly threw away the only weapons in their hands, and raised their hands high above their heads to indicate that they had no weapons. Just when Wayne was about to say something, one of the men actually knelt down, and the other man knelt down as well. Chief, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you. Are you here to rescue us? I will take you to our gathering place. Please save us. The 2 men actually kowtowed and cried while speaking. The sudden change made Wayne stunned for a moment, and he didn't know what to do with the M60 machine gun in his hand. Vision link. Wayne. Inside the car, Han Feng successfully connected to Wayne through the vision link function of the radar. Who are you? Why are you here? Who asked you to be here? What is the gathering place you are talking about? Wayne blurted out the words Han Feng asked Wayne to say in his mind. A series of questions were asked to the 2 people kneeling on the ground. The 2 looked at each other and rushed to speak, as if they had made a great determination. We didn't become monsters. My wife and daughter are in their hands. Please do. We find something useful here and give it to. Stop. Speak one by one. I ask one question and you answer one by one. Don't interrupt me. Wayne stopped the two people's heated conversation loudly and asked them one by one. Who are you? Looking at the two people who calmed down, Han Feng asked the question through Wayne. A man answered first. I don't know what happened to many people. They all turned into monsters. They eat people. They have no consciousness. We hid. Why are you here? Did someone instruct you? Wayne asked again. Answer this, Chief. No one instructs us to come here. We come here just to find things. Food, drinks, and things to use. We have to move back everything that can be used. The man's voice slowly became choked. And he wiped his tears and continued, they use my family to control me. If I don't bring back useful things, they will abuse my family. They don't even give me food. I beg you. You must save us. Han Feng sat in the car and heard the words of the two clearly. After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked again through Wayne, where is the gathering place you are talking about? Who are they? Another man took over and said, our gathering place is in BT prison. There are very high walls, and the monsters can't get in. We have nearly 7,000 or 8,000 people crowded together, and less than 1,000 of them are their men. Swallowing his saliva, the man continued, they are prisoners from the previous prison. I don't know what happened. Maybe they attacked the prison guards. They have guns in their hands. Yes. They have a boss. Like Superman. Infinite strength. I saw him lift a car with my own eyes. After saying that, the man was full of fear and remained silent for a long time. The two men looked at the American soldier Wayne with expectation, and then looked at the convoy behind Wayne. Both sides fell into silence. BT prison. Revolvers and guns. Sitting in the car, Han Feng frowned and muttered softly. Obviously, this is a gathering place of people in dire straits. In a prison without legal constraints. In an environment full of criminals. Everyone is a devil. And the two men in front of him are just ordinary people who want to survive. It's not that Han Feng doesn't want to care. But he can't. He only has dozens of Red Alert soldiers. And it's difficult to guarantee his own safety. If he intervenes forcibly. You go. We have other things to deal with. If possible, we will go to prison. Through Wayne. Han Feng gritted his teeth and issued an order to expel them. Hey! Chief! You can't just ignore us. Look! Look at me! They beat me all over. As he said, one of the men took off his short sleeves, revealing the scars on his body. Chief! I beg you. Please save my wife and children. I kowtow to you. Bang bang bang. The kowtows sounded, one louder than the other. Stop! I didn't say I won't save you. Han Feng couldn't get rid of the good thoughts in his heart in the end, and he made up his mind to temporarily agree to them. The man raised his head. His forehead was red and swollen, and spots of blood slowly seeped out. Getting Wayne's affirmation, the two men cried with joy, as if they saw all hope. Chief, I'll take you to me now. I didn't say I'd go now. Wait for us for a few days. I'll contact you after I'm done. Han Feng quickly asked Wayne to interrupt the two people's conversation, and postponed it for a few days, under the pretext of having something to do. Chapter 35. Lin Lan wakes up. How can I have the energy to deal with other things when I haven't taken revenge yet? What's your name? Seeing the two people frowning again, Han Feng asked Wayne. My name is Ma Zhenfa. My name is Lu Run. After listening to the two people's answers, Han Feng secretly memorized their names. You go back. I'll find you in a few days. Wayne turned and walked towards the vehicle. Chief, how can you contact us? Lu Run asked timidly. Yes, there is no signal on the mobile phone. How can I contact the two people in a prison with nearly 10,000 people? Han Feng held his forehead and thought of a solution. Let's set a code. Meeting time and place. I'm not sure when I can finish the things I'm doing. So, 2 days later. At 1 a.m. every morning. At the northeast corner of the prison. The code is, I say it snowed today. And you say it hailed today. Remember? Wayne stopped and said to the two of them. The two of them nodded and said, we remember. Remember. You must come quickly. Remember. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, including your relatives, because you may not have their spies around you. Wayne finished explaining to Han Feng, and the two men made way. driving on the way home. Han Feng recalled what had just happened. If I was alone at that time, would they attack me with the weapons in their hands? If I was not protected by the Red Alert soldiers, would they rob me of my belongings? After thinking for a long time, Han Feng felt that they would definitely rob him. Alas, human nature. Han Feng sighed lightly. And then, he had no more words and concentrated on driving. More than 40 minutes later, Han Feng slowly returned to the villa. Carry weapons and ammunition to the second floor. Fire axes, machetes and other weapons were placed in the trunk of each car for 5 times. And the rest were placed on the second floor. After getting off the car, Han Feng gave an order and turned to open the door of the car behind. Where are the people? Where are the seriously injured and dead soldiers? Han Feng stared at the bloodstains and asked the mobilized soldiers around him. Report to the commander. The soldiers who died in the car were dealt with according to the regulations of the battlefield corpse cleaning rules. After listening to the answer of the mobilized soldiers around him, Han Feng was relieved. It seems that the Red Alert system has its own way of cleaning up the battlefield. Okay, you go and get busy. After speaking, the mobilized soldiers around him began to continue carrying guns and ammunition. Wayne, come here. Take a few soldiers to help the seriously injured soldiers back and let them have a good rest. I remember there are anti-inflammatory and analgesic drugs at home. Let them take some. Don't participate in the mission before they recover. Yes, Captain Han. Wayne took the order and took a few mobilized soldiers to move. After closing the car door, Han Feng found the police dog Jifeng in another car. Holding Jifeng, he turned and walked into the villa. You came back so late. You must not have eaten? Wei Yun, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for Han Feng to come home, said as he got up and went to the kitchen to get food. Huh? Brother Han. What are they moving? Wei Peng looked at the busy Red Alert soldiers and asked Han Feng in confusion. You robbed the arsenal, didn't you? Lu Rui's voice sounded before Han Feng could speak. Lu Rui, who was also a military fan, of course recognized the boxes of bullets in the hands of the Red Alert soldiers. While he was talking, Lu Rui rushed out of the villa and pulled out a box from the trunk of the car. He moved it back to the living room, put it on the ground, and couldn't wait to open it. Wow! Wow! 2 exclamations sounded almost at the same time. Brand new assault rifles lay quietly in the box. Lu Rui and Wei Peng rushed to pick it up, watching and playing with it. You are so good. So good. How did you get this thing? Brother Han. It's so cool. Look. Do I look more handsome when I hold it? Lu Rui and Wei Peng's voices sounded one after another. Han Feng smiled and said, these are all ours. With these things, we can live better in this world. After that, several people suddenly fell silent. The Red Alert soldiers were still busy around them. You didn't sweep everything in the police station, did you? Suddenly, a strange and familiar female voice came from the stairs. Han Feng looked up at the place where the voice came from, and immediately raised his head and covered his nose. Lin Lan, are you awake? Because his nose was covered. Han Feng's voice sounded muffled. You just woke up a while ago. What's wrong with you? Lin Lan said while wiping her hair with a towel. Obviously she had just taken a shower. Brother Han, you have a nosebleed. Wei Peng's voice sounded weakly beside Han Feng. No. It's okay. It's the injury from killing zombies. It's okay. It's okay. After hurriedly explaining, Han Feng got up and walked out of the villa quickly, blowing the breeze of dusk. The heat in the body slowly receded. Hurry up and eat. Brother Han. Wei Yun's voice came from inside the house. Everyone sat together to eat. Han Feng's eyes were always dodging, and his mind couldn't help but think of Lin Lan's appearance that day. I'll leave tomorrow. Sorry for troubling you these days. Lin Lan's voice suddenly sounded, and everyone was slightly shocked. Are you crazy? Do you know what's going on outside now? Zombies are evolving now. Stronger. Faster. Smarter. Are you going to die if you go out alone? After saying that, Han Feng paused and continued, stay together for warmth. It's not suitable to survive outside now. Han Feng actually had his own selfish reasons for keeping Lin Lan. He didn't want Lin Lan to leave for the time being, as her abilities could help a lot. I know. I have to go. Lin Lan thought about it and said more firmly. Why? Even if you know you're going to die, why do you want to go? Everyone looked at Han Feng and fell silent. I'm going to find the organization and the army. Lin Lan blurted out without thinking. Okay. I won't stop you from finding the organization. And I'll go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. One more person means more care. Han Feng looked at Lin Lan after he finished speaking, waiting for Lin Lan's reply. Han Feng also had his purpose for saying this. He had a large group of Red Alert soldiers in his hands. If the army showed up, how would he explain it? Following Lin Lan. Even if he joined the army, he wouldn't be isolated and helpless. Maybe I can join the army and become a leader. Which is not bad. Okay. After thinking for a while, Lin Lan gave in. I'll follow you too, Brother Han. You promised me last time. Seeing Lin Lan agreed, Wei Peng immediately shouted that he wanted to follow Han Feng. Xiao Peng. Don't make trouble. Didn't you hear Brother Han say it's not safe outside? Hearing Wei Peng say that he wanted to go out with Han Feng and Lin Lan, Wei Yan hurriedly said something to stop Wei Peng. Sister, I know it's dangerous outside. But as a man, I can't live in a greenhouse. Even if it's safe now. What if Brother Han can't come back for a few days? Who will protect you? Who will protect me? Only by being strong can you survive. Wei Peng saw that his sister's eyes were relaxed, and hurriedly said, Sister, I am a speed evolver. Even if I can't beat him. Can I run? I want to run. Who can stop me? After saying that, Wei Peng smiled proudly. Wei Yan looked at his brother, and then looked at Han Feng. After thinking for a while, he said, Okay. Sister won't stop you. But you must follow your brother Han. You must listen to your brother Han. Don't act on impulse. You must run when there is danger. You can't get into trouble. As he said that, Wei Yan's eyes slowly became red, and his voice became choked. I don't know how Mom and Dad are doing now. You are the only relative around me now. You must not get into trouble. At this point, Wei Yan actually cried a little. Follow this kid. Unless he gets into trouble first. Your brother will be fine, Lu Rui joked, and enlightened Wei Yan next to him. Bang. Ah! It hurts. Why did you hit me? Lu Rui looked at Han Feng and asked, while rubbing his shoulders. You are the one who got into trouble. Can you comfort others? No one will get into trouble. Everyone is fine. Come on. Cheers for our tomorrow. For living. After saying that, Han Feng raised the water glass in his hand. Seeing this, everyone also raised their water glasses and clinked them. Cheers! Everyone said in unison and drank it all. Although they drank water instead of wine, the unyielding will in their hearts was very firm. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. The Red Alert soldiers were divided into two groups. One group rested and ate, and the other group was responsible for vigilance, rotating every few hours. In the bedroom, Han Feng was filling magazines one by one, and Wayne was helping him. What changes have you made after being promoted to a one-star soldier? Tell me. Putting down the magazine in his hand, Han Feng asked Wayne curiously. Report to Captain Han. After the star upgrade, all your equipment will be refreshed and upgraded. The main weapon M60 machine gun has a scope added, and the bullets have increased from 120 rounds to 240 rounds. The secondary weapon M9 pistol has a muffler added, and the number of equipped magazines has increased from 1 to 3, plus the magazine in the pistol. A total of 4 magazines. A total of 60 rounds of bullets. After a pause, Wayne continued, the high explosive grenade remains unchanged, and the saber remains unchanged. The equipment refresh time has been changed from 24 hours to 18 hours. And these are the changes in equipment. The changes in the body are that the shooting accuracy, strength, agility, and combat awareness are optimized. To put it simply, the shooting becomes more accurate, the strength is greater, the speed is more agile, and the combat awareness is higher. After Wayne finished speaking, he continued to reload the magazine. Han Feng thought about it carefully after listening. After the star upgrade, Wayne's number of bullets increased to 300 rounds. There is also a pistol muffler. This muffler is simply a weapon for killing zombies without being discovered, and the refresh time has been shortened by a full 6 hours. It is worth mentioning that the combat awareness is higher. This is a rare talent. What if you upgrade to level 3? What changes will happen? Han Feng asked Wayne with a grin. Chapter 36, Hidden Level 3 Zombies. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know much about the details after the star upgrade, so I can't answer your question, Wayne said apologetically. It's okay. You are very strong now. Keep it up. After cheering Wayne up, Han Feng also began to reload the magazine. A few hours later. Ah, ha! Standing up, Han Feng stretched, looking at the magazines on the ground being filled. He felt a huge sense of accomplishment. It's getting late. Go and have a good rest. After watching Wayne leave, Han Feng lay on the bed. Close your eyes and immerse your attention in the system. 5,183 gold coins. After this significant battle, Han Feng pushed the number of gold coins to 5,000 again. 5,183 gold coins. Still 5,000 short of building a combat laboratory. Muttering, Han Feng bit his lips. The unknown power in the body. Ah, what exactly is it? Han Feng's sad voice came out of his mouth. And he was getting more and more tired. Is this power good or bad? At this time, this unknown power has become his heart disease. The next day. The 6th day of the zombie outbreak. Damn! It's already 10:30 in the morning. Han Feng cursed, put down his mobile phone with no signal, and quickly got up from the bed to wash up. At 10 o'clock last night, Han Feng went to bed early so that he could get up early today. I didn't expect that I would close my eyes for more than 12 hours. After washing his face several times, Han Feng went downstairs to have breakfast. Brother, you slept so hard you got up now? Are you having breakfast? Or lunch? Lu Rui's unique joking voice sounded. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm always sleepy and can't wake up. Maybe you're tired. Eat quickly. If you're tired, take a good rest. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Wei Yun's voice sounded. Han Feng sat down to eat a hot breakfast and listened to Wayne's report. Report to Captain Han. A total of 6 zombies entered the security zone last night, all of which were killed with fire axes, one of which was a level 2 zombie. Good job. Thank you for your hard work. Keep on guard. After Han Feng finished speaking, Wayne turned around and continued to be on guard. Han Feng looked at the details of the soldiers in his mind and found that the injuries of the 2 seriously injured mobilized soldiers were stable and were slowly getting better. Huh? Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. And suddenly he thought of something and asked in his mind, Luna, is Winter Soldier's ear slowly recovering? Answer, Commander. No. Winter Soldier's eardrum was ruptured, which is a permanent injury, and he will not recover on his own at this stage. Han Feng frowned. This was the first Red Alert soldier to follow him. Han Feng valued and relied on him a lot. After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked, what if the star is upgraded? Answer, the commander. The star upgrade will refresh all status and equipment. And mobilize soldier number 0001, Winter Soldier, will recover. Han Feng sighed. It seems that he has to let Winter Soldier complete more killing tasks and recover quickly. Shaking his head, he put aside his worries and began to calculate the number of soldiers. 10 American soldiers, 24 mobilized soldiers, a total of 34 Red Alert soldiers. Call 18 mobilized soldiers. In order to make up a team of 5, Han Feng began to summon mobilized soldiers. Summoning 2 more mobilized soldiers was to replace the seriously injured personnel who were unable to move. Summoning 18 mobilized soldiers requires 1,800 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. As Han Feng's voice of confirmation fell, the original 5,183 gold coins instantly dropped to 3,383 gold coins. Alas! With a sigh, Han Feng continued to eat breakfast. Now Han Feng's soldiers are divided into 2 parts. One part is the 5 American soldiers and 20 American soldiers summoned at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the other half is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Also 5 American soldiers and 20 mobilized soldiers. This means that Han Feng's Red Alert soldiers have 2 time periods every day to refresh their equipment. The advantage of this is that there is no need to wait for a day to refresh. And there will always be soldiers around who are about to refresh. After breakfast, the newly summoned mobilized soldiers have already gathered around the villa. All combatants assemble. Severely injured soldiers continue to rest. Han Feng gave a gathering order to each Red Alert soldier in his mind. And he also raised his legs and walked towards the door. A full combat force of 50 people quickly gathered in front of Han Feng. As before, the American soldier led 4 mobilized soldiers to form a squad. And the American soldier was the captain. The personnel whose weapons refresh time is around 10 a.m. are divided into teams 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. And the personnel whose weapons refresh time is around 4 p.m. are divided into teams 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 now start to form the team. As Han Feng issued one order after another, within tens of seconds, the 50 Red Alert soldiers quickly organized into 10 teams. After the organization was completed, Han Feng ordered Team 9, Team 10, step out. Your mission is to protect the safety of the villa. During my absence, Lu Rui, Wei Yun, and Wei Peng will still take over the command. Yes. After hearing the answers of the 10 Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng felt much more relieved, and the villa's defense system was also slowly strengthening. Behind Han Feng, in the room, Lin Lan looked at him and the Red Alert soldiers, wondering what he was thinking. Except for Lin Lan, Lu Rui and the others were already used to it. The rest of the 8 teams, get on the bus. With Han Feng's order, the 8 teams got on the bus together. You two can come along too. Turning his head, Han Feng said to Lin Lan and Wei Peng. Yeah! Wei Peng shouted excitedly, rushing quickly to the first car, the Hummer. A black figure flashed before his eyes. Huh? The black figure flashed, and a second later a gust of wind blew Han Feng's hair. Then Wei Peng's voice came from the Hummer. Let's go. Brother-in-law. What are you waiting for? Han Feng was shocked and sighed. This kid, isn't he faster? Is there a delay in the wind? Brother Han. You must protect Xiaoping and yourself. Wei Yun pleaded. Don't worry. I will. He is not only your brother, but also my brother. After getting Han Feng's assurance, Wei Yun said nothing more. Let's go. Lin Lan passed by Han Feng and urged Han Feng. I'm leaving. You guys be careful. Waving his hand, Han Feng started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and set off with the 8 cars behind him. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Where are we going now? Wei Peng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked excitedly. Come with me to do something first, and then help your sister Lin Lan. As he spoke, Han Feng looked at Lin Lan, who was sitting in the back seat. From the rearview mirror, Lin Lan, who was sitting in the back seat, frowned at this time, looking at the world outside the car window, and did not express his opinion. Secretly relieved, Han Feng continued to drive. Han Feng saw worry in Lin Lan's eyes. Where are we going now? What are you going to do? Lin Lan withdrew his gaze from the window, looked at Han Feng and asked. Supermarket. There are 3rd-level zombies there, with wisdom not inferior to ordinary people. If I don't get rid of him, I won't be able to sleep or eat well. Han Feng actually said the last sentence with gritted teeth. Level 3 zombies? What level 3 zombies? Are they divided into different levels? The co-pilot, Wei Peng, asked curiously. I made up the classification myself to distinguish them. Level 1 zombies are the most common zombies. They have no intelligence and only know how to bite people. Level 2 zombies are faster than level 1. They are basically the same as ordinary people. They can run and jump, but they also lack intelligence. After a pause, Han Feng continued. As for level 3 zombies, both intelligence and reaction speed are much higher than ordinary people. They are very tricky. After that, the car was silent, leaving only the roar of the Hummer engine. It's only been 6 days since the zombie outbreak. Such zombies have already appeared? Wei Peng was shocked, and then asked, Brother Han, you have so many bodyguards. Can't you solve it? It's very difficult. It always hides in places I can't attack. By the way, it can also command zombies lower than it. You mean he also understands the battle plan? Lin Lan in the back seat had such a big reaction for the first time. Specifically, it shouldn't be a battle plan, but it can summon a large number of low-level zombies. The human wave tactics can kill me. Driving. Han Feng spoke slowly. The level 3 zombie is in the supermarket. I almost got caught in it, and even failed twice. Today, I must kill it. After Han Feng finished speaking, Wei Peng sighed in the car, and then there was no sound. Half an hour later, 9 cars stopped outside the supermarket. 40 Red Alert soldiers, Evolvers Wei Peng and Lin Lan. This lineup is the strongest Han Feng can bring out. After we solve it, I will accompany you to find the organization. After Han Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Lan, nodding. Lin Lan did not speak. Summon 2 police dogs. Confirmed. After turning off the engine, all Red Alert soldiers got off the car and stood guard. All soldiers, equip fire axes. Team 8, Enter the supermarket first. Team 7. Go to the back door and stand guard. After giving the 3 orders, Han Feng closed his eyes. Vision link. Remote command. Target the captain of Team 8. In his mind, Han Feng contacted Luna. And when he opened his eyes again, he saw the scene in the supermarket. Entering from the half-collapsed entrance, the vision became dim. The doors of the shops on both sides were open. And there were many zombies and red alert soldiers' bodies on the ground. Strange. Didn't the third-level zombies clean up the battlefield? The corpses from the first time were all cleaned up. Is it another conspiracy? Han Feng muttered, and continued to issue orders, asking the 8th squad to move into the supermarket. In his mind, he ordered a mobilized soldier in the 8th squad to enter all the stores to check. But they were all empty. After slowly entering the supermarket, through the vision link, Han Feng saw several zombies wandering around. Fire axe attack. Save bullets. The remote order was extremely fast. A mobilized soldier put away his AK-47, pulled out a fire axe, and rushed towards the zombies in an instant. Chapter 37. Go to the armed forces. Report to the commander. The back door is sealed. No zombies found. In his mind, the report of the captain of the 7th team sounded. Good job. Keep on guard. And fire a warning shot immediately if there is any change. Woof woof. Woof. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the 2 police dogs, who had just been summoned, ran towards him. You 2 are responsible for the security within 500 meters of the supermarket. If you find a large number of zombies or level 3 zombies, give an immediate warning. After the lessons learned from the previous 2 times, Han Feng became more and more cautious before the battle. He first let the police dogs conduct a large-scale survey to avoid the previous situation. He wanted to catch the turtle in the jar, but was caught by the level 3 zombies instead. The 2 police dogs ran away, one on the left and one on the right. Han Feng focused his attention on the 8th squad again. While he was talking, all the zombies on the first floor of the supermarket were killed. Go to the 2nd floor. Retreat at any time if there is any situation. The order was issued, and the 8th squad went up to the 2nd floor together. Carpet search. Pay attention to safety. After saying that, Han Feng's palms were sweating. 10 minutes later. Is it another conspiracy? Go to the 3rd floor. Pay attention to safety. The smell of conspiracy became stronger and stronger, and Han Feng had to give a few more instructions. In about 20 minutes, the 3rd floor was searched by the 8th squad. Apart from a few level 1 zombies, there was no sign of level 3 zombies. Ah, ha, brother-in-law. Are you ready? When are we going to enter to kill the zombies? Wei Peng asked, yawning in the car. Maybe they have moved. Level 3 zombies are not here. And the zombies are gone too, Han Feng said in confusion. In his mind, Han Feng switched the vision link. There were no large numbers of zombies in the police dog's vision. Only a few wandering around. There were no zombies at the back door. And there were no zombies in the entire supermarket. Strange. Han Feng was a little confused, and looked around in confusion and said, maybe they really slipped away. All mobilized soldiers entered the supermarket to carry rice, noodles, grain, oil and weapons and equipment left by the previously killed soldiers. The American soldiers were responsible for guarding the entrance and back door, and they would fire their guns immediately if anything happened. The order was issued, and everyone started to get busy. In half an hour, 9 cars were slowly filled with food. 3 M60 machine guns and dozens of AK-47s were also put into the car. But there were no bullets in the guns. Han Feng stood beside the car, exhaled a puff of smoke. But he was not happy in his heart. The 3rd level zombie was no longer here, which meant that he would not be able to find this zombie in the future. For Han Feng, who was eager to kill it, this was very uncomfortable and dangerous. It was tantamount to letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Everyone get in the car and go home. After saying that, Han Feng turned around and got into the car. Ignition. Start. Shift gears. Step on the accelerator. Han Feng's driving skills are also slowly becoming more proficient. The street scenes on both sides quickly retreated, and Han Feng returned to the villa 20 minutes later. Xiao Peng. Brother Han. You are back, Wei Yun said excitedly, as he went out to greet the team after seeing them return. Carry the food back to the villa and find an empty room to put it first. Han Feng gave all the soldiers a transportation order in his mind. And when he heard Wei Yun rushing towards him and Wei Peng, he turned around and said to Wei Yun, "We are back. It's okay." Xiao Peng is very obedient and didn't run around. TSK. I've been sitting in the car for 2 hours and haven't gone anywhere. How can I not be a good boy? Wei Peng muttered softly while listening to the conversation between his sister and Han Feng. Let's have lunch. The meal is still being cooked and will be ready soon. Putting down the stone in his heart, Wei Yun happily pulled Han Feng towards the villa. Behind him, Han Feng's old face turned red. Before the zombie outbreak, Han Feng, who had just graduated, was a poor loser with no house, no car, no money, and no parents. Although he had had several relationships in college, they all ended because of poverty. At this time, when Wei Yun's slender little hand pulled him, Han Feng felt numb as if he had been electrocuted. Perhaps Wei Yun noticed Han Feng's strangeness, so he paused and looked back to see Han Feng's unnatural expression. Sorry. Wei Yun quickly took back his hand and apologized to Han Feng with a red neck. No. It's okay. I can walk by myself. No. I can walk by myself. No. I can walk into the villa by myself. Oh. Look. You can't even speak. Come on. Go in. He explained a lot incoherently, and Wei Yun didn't understand much. Just stood there and kept laughing. To avoid embarrassment, Han Feng turned around and looked around. When he turned around, Han Feng saw Wei Peng's expression of watching the show. Instantly, Wei Peng quickly observed the gun in his hand, as if a fine work of art deeply attracted him. Lin Lan stood behind several people, with a dark face. The rice is in the pot. Don't burn it. A leisurely voice came from Lin Lan's mouth. Oh, right. You guys chat. After saying that, Wei Yun ran into the kitchen without looking back. Several people looked at each other and slowly walked into the villa. After lunch, everyone went to rest. Where are you going, and how do you find it? Han Feng asked Lin Lan while smoking. Armed Forces. In 3 simple words, Lin Lan explained the destination. Okay. When do we leave? After saying that, Han Feng put out the cigarette butt and looked at Lin Lan. Now. Is it okay? Okay. After they finished talking, the two stood up and walked out of the villa, followed by Wei Peng. Since everyone was resting, no farewell words were said. Team 9. Team 10. Ji Feng and the 2 injured soldiers will stay on guard, and the rest of you will follow me. Han Feng gave orders to every red alert soldier in his mind. He took out 4 empty oil drums, thinking about going to the gas station to get some oil on the way home. 9 cars set off together, driving out of the community with a roar. Find the troops, you. Driving the car. Han Feng looked at Lin Lan in the rearview mirror, hesitant to speak. I will leave. Lin Lan blurted out without hesitation. Hearing Lin Lan's answer, Han Feng didn't know what to say, and let the air suddenly become quiet. Your soldiers or bodyguards? You better give me a perfect explanation. Suddenly, Lin Lan spoke up and broke the silence. Alas, how can I tell you this? I can't explain it clearly for a while, and when I find the organization, I will tell you everything. After that, Han Feng stopped talking, staring at the road ahead, concentrating on driving. In the back seat, Lin Lan's mouth corners inadvertently turned up, and I don't know what he was thinking. There was silence all the way. Even Wei Peng, who loved the hustle and bustle, was unusually quiet. Half an hour later, 9 cars stopped in front of the local armed department. Several zombies were wandering aimlessly at the door, until they heard the movement of the vehicles. And then, they walked towards Han Feng and his team. Winter Soldier, get out of the car and deal with them. Use the fire axe, in order to upgrade Winter Soldier to a 3rd level mobilized soldier faster. Han Feng contacted him in his mind. Bang behind the Hummer. The door of the 1st Squadron's vehicle closed. The fire axe was wielded by Winter Soldier with great vigor, and within tens of seconds, several zombies were killed by him. Winter Soldier, get in the car. The mind gave the order for Winter Soldier to get in the car. Watching Winter Soldier get in the car, Han Feng continued to give orders to everyone in his mind. Everyone sit in the car. No one is allowed to get out without my order. Han Feng was also afraid that his soldiers would have conflicts with the national troops when they met, and he didn't plan to let them meet before all matters were resolved. Anyway, there was the remote command and vision link of the radar, so even if Han Feng couldn't see the red alert soldiers, he was not worried. Get out of the car. Wait, Peng. You stay in the car. Your sister Lin Lan and I will go in to do something. Han Feng opened the car door and specifically told Wei Peng. I know. You have to be careful, brother-in-law. Wei Peng said obediently. Nonsense. It's impossible, little brat. Although he had a casual smile on his face and said careless words. In his heart, Han Feng was already extremely nervous. Standing next to the car, Han Feng moved in slow motion, gently patting himself, indicating that he had no weapons on him. He slowly raised his hands above his head and turned around slowly, indicating that he had no bombs or other dangerous goods on him. Are you sick? Have you watched too many movies? Behind him, Lin Lan got out of the car and looked at Han Feng's weird behavior, and couldn't help saying. Lin Lan walked past Han Feng quickly, saying, hurry up. Emoji. No sniper? No sentry? Looking at the casual Lin Lan, Han Feng asked in surprise. No. Hurry up. Giving Han Feng a blank look, Lin Lan continued to move forward. Oh. You should have said it earlier. It's embarrassing. Muttering to himself, Han Feng hurriedly followed. Arriving at the gate of the armed forces, they found that the sentry boxes on both sides were empty, and the soldiers standing guard inside had long disappeared. In front of the gate, a row of roadblocks blocked the two. Move it away. After Lin Lan said this, he moved the roadblock with force, and Han Feng also stepped forward to help. After removing the roadblock, the two looked at the gate. The gate was closed, locked by a large padlock. Climb over the wall. Seeing that there was no hope of opening it, Lin Lan made a quick decision to climb over the wall. Okay. Han Feng looked at the 2-meter-high wall, nodded angrily, and said okay. Bang bang, the two jumped off the wall one after the other. Let's go. Let's talk about it first. Lin Lan looked at the empty surroundings, said something to Han Feng, and left first. The two walked into the building of the armed forces and found that the corridor was empty. No one. Han Feng asked Lin Lan in confusion. I don't know either. Go upstairs and take a look. After saying that, Lin Lan walked towards the second floor. Be careful. It's just you and me now. I haven't got my gun yet. Looking at the impetuous Lin Lan, Han Feng was sweating and said hurriedly. Han Feng thought that if the situation like the supermarket happened, he would be wronged. What are you afraid of? This is the National Armed Forces. It's the National Armed Forces. When it comes to hot weapons, you are not good enough, Lin Lan said with a confident voice. Okay. After hearing Lin Lan's answer, Han Feng felt a little relieved and then walked towards the second floor. Chapter 38, Left Behind. After going up to the second floor, Lin Lan walked to an office with ease, opened the door, and stood there in a daze. In the corridor, Han Feng looked at Lin Lan's profile and asked, What's wrong? Why don't you come in? Lin Lan did not answer Han Feng's question, but walked quickly and opened the doors of the rooms one by one. Han Feng was confused. He couldn't understand why Lin Lan was like this, and why his face was full of tension and confusion. Watching Lin Lan open the doors of the rooms one by one, Han Feng walked forward a few steps and looked at the room where Lin Lan was stunned at that time. Empty? Han Feng said in a puzzled voice. The empty office only had a desk, a sofa, and a bookcase. Other than that, there was nothing. Han Feng walked out and walked towards another office, which was still empty. Looking at Lin Lan's figure in the corridor, Han Feng knew without even looking that there was no one. Lin Lan pushed open the doors of all the offices in the entire corridor, and they were all empty. With a slightly absent-minded look in her eyes, she walked towards Han Feng and said, Go upstairs and keep looking. Going up to the third floor, Lin Lan repeated the previous operation. But to her disappointment, there was still no one on the third floor. Han Feng stood at the stairs smoking, quietly watching Lin Lan walking around. This building only has 3 floors. They are already on the top floor. And so far, they still haven't found anyone, including zombies. Han Feng put out his cigarette, and looked at an office. Lin Lan had been in for 5 minutes and hadn't come out yet. Only Han Feng's footsteps could be heard in the silent corridor. After Lin Lan entered, there was no movement. Han Feng, who was entering the door, bumped into Lin Lan, who was leaving the door. Ouch. Sorry. I didn't see you. Are you okay? Han Feng asked apologetically. Lin Lan looked at Han Feng without saying anything, with slightly red eyes. What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing Lin Lan's look, Han Feng couldn't help but get nervous. Lin Lan didn't say anything, but raised his hand and handed Han Feng a few A4 papers. Han Feng took it and flipped through it. This is a red-headed document, which requires the entire armed forces to withdraw. All gone, personnel, equipment, weapons, information, all gone, Lin Lan said slowly. Han Feng was shocked when he looked at the document. The troops withdrew. The date is 7 days ago, the day before the zombie outbreak. Han Feng looked at Lin Lan after he finished speaking. I received the order to guard the equipment warehouse of the police station 7 days ago. After that, Lin Lan stopped talking. Han Feng was unable to receive such a huge amount of information for a moment. What was going on? Let Lin Lan guard such a large amount of weapons and equipment. Who would use them for? The day before the zombie outbreak, the entire armed forces retreated. Was it a coincidence? Looking at the documents scattered on the floor of the office, Han Feng could easily guess. The document in his hand was probably something they didn't have time to take away. Combining all the things, Han Feng's brain was in a mess at this time. But he also sorted out a few clear things. First, the country obviously knew what would happen here. Second, the troops had taken defensive measures, but chose to give up for unknown reasons. Third, such a hasty evacuation shows that the troops received such information in a very urgent manner. Fourth, this place is likely to be abandoned. Even if the troops may recapture it, it is absolutely impossible in the near future. Fifth, it is very likely that not only here, but perhaps the whole world has also fallen into the panic of zombies. Han Feng and Lin Lan just stood there quietly. No one moved or spoke, and they were all quietly digesting this huge information. You just said that the equipment is gone? After a long time, Han Feng took the lead in breaking the silence. Yes, the equipment warehouse of the armed forces is empty. Lin Lan answered Han Feng in a daze. Can you take me to see it? Han Feng asked again. Lin Lan did not speak, but moved slowly. After going downstairs, the two came to the second floor and walked into the last room. Lin Lan tapped her finger on the fingerprint scanner, and after a few seconds, there was a beep sound, and the door opened. There is electricity, Han Feng muttered, and walked into the equipment warehouse. The equipment warehouse of the armed forces is much larger than the equipment room of the police station, and even a word can echo. The glass door of the empty gun cabinet was not closed in time, which really showed that time was tight. Han Feng walked slowly inside, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Han Feng raised his eyebrows. He walked quickly in one direction. Lin Lan looked at Han Feng with an intriguing expression. In the empty equipment warehouse, Lin Lan really couldn't think of anything that could attract him. They didn't take this away. In the corner, Han Feng's words gave Lin Lan some motivation. Is it a gun? Lin Lan said with excitement, and ran quickly. I'm talking about this. Han Feng stood there, pointing at the diesel generator on the ground. Ah, Lin Lan sighed, looking at the 4 diesel generators on the ground, not knowing what to say. Look again. See if there is anything else. Compared to Lin Lan's distress, Han Feng was actually a little excited at this time. The looting that was unthinkable before the end of the world can now be done anytime and anywhere. With this feeling, Han Feng would be happy even if he snatched a piece of paper. Lin Lan stayed where he was again, while Han Feng walked around and looked around again. Lin Lan, come here. Look. The huge echo woke up the dazed Lin Lan. Hearing Han Feng's call, Lin Lan walked quickly. Look. It's a gun, Han Feng said as he took out a worn-out assault rifle from a wooden box. Lin Lan, who was originally excited again, saw the pile of guns and his eyelids twitched a few times. Don't look through them. These are all broken guns. They were supposed to be destroyed. Lin Lan's disappointed voice sounded. Broken? It's okay. Broken is fine. Han Feng was not disappointed by Lin Lan's words. He just kept unloading the magazines of the assault rifles. There were 50 brand new assault rifles at home, but there were no spare magazines. At this time, this box of broken assault rifles could just make up for the lack of magazines. Are you a junk king? You pick up everything. A bitter laugh came, and it was obvious that Lin Lan also remembered the assault rifles at home. Most of these guns have problems with the barrels, and other parts are fine, Han Feng said as he removed the magazine, because of the problem of overheating of the barrel and improper maintenance. Every year here. Oh my god. So cool. Look. What is this? Lin Lan's words were interrupted by Han Feng. Han Feng stood up and jumped from the ground holding a long gun. Excited like a child. M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle. Lin Lan blurted out after seeing the gun in Han Feng's arms. What? The excited Han Feng didn't hear Lin Lan's words clearly and looked at her in confusion. M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle. Advanced performance. Wide range of uses. High accuracy. Long range. Lightweight. Due to the special rifling. A variety of 12.7mm bullets such as armor-piercing, incendiary, explosive, and precision bullets can be used. Using armor-piercing incendiary bullets, a 15mm steel plate can be penetrated at a distance of 500 meters. After a lot of introductions, Lin Lan snatched the gun from Han Feng's arms. Putting it on the ground, Lin Lan carefully observed this semi-automatic sniper rifle, constantly disassembling and assembling it. Han Feng watched Lin Lan operate it for a while, and found that he couldn't help it all. He had no choice but to continue disassembling the magazine of the assault rifle. A few minutes later, Lin Lan stood up from the ground. How is it? Can it be used? Han Feng asked Lin Lan, with an expectant and surprised voice. It is possible, Lin Lan said uncertainly. Is there a problem? Can it be fixed? After saying that, Han Feng first thought of the engineer. He didn't know if the universal engineer could repair the gun. It's a problem with the magazine. The magazine can't feed bullets into the chamber. Secondly, there is also a problem with the scope, which leads to insufficient shooting accuracy. Lin Lan frowned, and said the problem of this sniper rifle. After a pause, Lin Lan continued, the problem with the magazine is relatively easy to solve. Just change the magazine. If there is no magazine, you can only shoot one and install one. But the scope, I don't have accessories. And even if I have them, I can't calibrate them because I don't have professional tools. After listening, Han Feng was silent for a while and said leisurely, what's the use? With only guns. Where can we find incendiary bombs? Explosive bombs? This bomb? That bomb? Lin Lan was awakened by this word and reacted instantly. That's right. What's the use of having no bullets? Are you shooting at the air? Ah. Lin Lan sighed again, with a dejected look. Hey, stop thinking about it. Come and help me remove the magazine. At this time, more than 30 magazines of assault rifles were piled up at Han Feng's feet. Hearing Han Feng's call, Lin Lan also began to disassemble them. A box full of problematic guns, one by one, took out the magazines, and soon, the wooden box was about to be empty. Suddenly, the two saw something, and they looked at each other in disbelief. At the bottom of the box, a sniper rifle bullet lay quietly there. Ha ha ha. Look! Look! I said there is always a way out. Han Feng took the sniper rifle bullet first, and held it in his hand excitedly, as if it was as precious as a treasure in the world. It's just a sniper rifle bullet left behind. Look how happy you are. Although Lin Lan said this, his expression swept away the previous haze, and revealed a rare happiness. That's happy too. This is hope. This is hope. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, Han Feng began to give orders to the Red Alert soldiers outside in his mind. Team 1 stays, to be responsible for vigilance. And all other personnel come up to move things. Han Feng remembered that there were not only magazines here, but also 4 extremely heavy diesel generators. After greeting the Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng was no longer in a hurry, sitting next to Lin Lan and waiting quietly. He thought about it and said, now, what are you going to do? Chapter 39, Experimental Primary School. What should I do? What can I do? I can only keep looking. After saying that, Lin Lan continued to play, with the sniper bullet in his hand. Where to find it? Do you know where? Looking at Lin Lan, Han Feng asked again. The command center here has been evacuated. I plan to go to HS City. They may have left someone there. Or maybe not. After hearing Lin Lan's answer, Han Feng widened his eyes and said, are you crazy? HS City. It's 200 kilometers away from here. And the road conditions on the highway must be very complicated. How do you get there? After hearing Han Feng's words, Lin Lan did not answer, but just looked at Han Feng quietly. You don't want me to take you there? Han Feng seemed to see something in Lin Lan's eyes, and shook his head violently. Then I'll wait for them to come back and retake this place. Or, Or what? Or wait for a chance for you to take me there. Click. Click. Dense footsteps sounded outside the door. While Han Feng and Lin Lan were talking, the Red Alert soldiers came up and interrupted their conversation. Find a box or a bag, and load the magazine. Since neither of them had a bag to carry things when they came up, Han Feng could only tell the Red Alert soldiers to use what they had. Looking at the busy Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng and Lin Lan consciously walked out to make room for the soldiers who were moving. 20 minutes later, 4 diesel generators were placed in the trunk of the off-road vehicle. Let's go. Go home and put our things. The mind and voice gave orders at the same time. And Han Feng and his team drove to the villa. Brother-in-law, you and I didn't come out for a ride. Where are the zombies? Where are the training? Where are the fun? Sightseeing? Wei Peng complained dejectedly on the co-pilot. After listening to Wei Peng's complaints, Han Feng took out his mobile phone. And the time showed 2:30 in the afternoon. It's still early. Put the things home first. Then we'll go. Anyway, your sister Lin Lan is not in a hurry now. Yeah. Hearing Han Feng's answer, Wei Peng responded excitedly. On the way back, Han Feng and his party passed by the gas station they had just visited. They filled up the 9 cars with gas, and also filled up 4 gas cans. All went well along the way. 20 minutes later, Han Feng and his party arrived at the villa, leaving behind 4 generators and magazine oil cans. And Han Feng led everyone out again. Brother-in-law, where are we going now? Wei Peng asked Han Feng with excitement. The second experimental primary school. Han Feng thought about it, and decided to go to the primary school. Because compared to places like high schools and universities, the number of people in primary schools is still relatively small. In addition, the outbreak time is around 10 a.m. on Friday, the 16th, and the school gate must be closed. So Han Feng decided to go somewhere for adventure. By the way, to earn gold coins. TSK. Bullying children? Wei Peng said with a little disdain. They are zombies. Zombies don't distinguish between adults and children. Letting you kill the little zombies can reduce some danger. It's all for you. Why don't you appreciate it? Han Feng said angrily. Lin Lan in the back row looked out the window with a look of laughter. About 10 minutes later, Han Feng and his group arrived at the gate of the second experimental primary school. Sure enough, the gate of the elementary school was tightly closed at this time. Everyone get out of the car. Bring your axes, machetes and other tools. And be ready for battle. The police dogs stay in the car. Don't get out. Han Feng gave an order in his mind. And the doors of the 8 cars behind opened at the same time. And the Red Alert soldiers of the 8 squads came out one after another. Wayne, go to the gatehouse and get the key out. Remember to move slowly and make a low sound. Han Feng looked at the gatehouse 2 meters away from the gate. And then looked at the 4 or 5 small zombies in the school more than 10 meters away. He was worried and asked Wayne, the best Red Alert soldier, to do it. Yes. Wayne whispered to Han Feng and climbed over the wall. Wayne's whole action was smooth, without making a sound. And Han Feng was stunned. I'll go. Han Feng and Wei Peng said this at the same time, expressing their shock. Lin Lan behind the 2 also showed a different expression, thinking that such skills were not inferior to hers at all. Who is Lin Lan? In addition to the identity that cannot be mentioned in the confidentiality agreement, she is the chief instructor of the Special Police of Nm Province. The Provincial Special Police Chief Instructor actually felt an unmatched feeling in his heart at this time. While the others were shocked, Wayne had already gotten the key to the gate. There was no one in the gatehouse, which saved Wayne a lot of trouble. After getting the key, Wayne walked towards Han Feng and gently inserted the key into the lock and turned it. With a click, the lock opened. Everyone, remember not to shoot unless it is absolutely necessary. After the door opened, Han Feng reminded all the Red Alert soldiers in his mind. Although there are not as many students in elementary schools as in high schools and universities, more than 1,300 to 1,400 people are not a small number. If such a number of people are collectively attracted by the sound of gunfire, the consequences will be disastrous. Wayne, give me all the muted guns and spare magazines. Han Feng took the muted gun and the magazine and handed it to Wei Peng. This is a muted gun. There is no sound when firing. You can change the magazine. Right? Han Feng looked at Wei Peng. Wei Peng turned around and put the assault rifle back into the car. He took the muted gun and stared at Han Feng blankly. although he kept saying that he wanted to experience. His lips turned pale, and his hand trembled uncontrollably when he took the gun. Yes, I can change the magazine. Don't worry. Looking at Wei Peng, who was forcing himself to be calm, Han Feng smiled and said, "It's okay. Xiaoping. Remember that there are 15 bullets in each magazine, so you have a number in mind when you shoot." Looking at Wei Peng, Han Feng continued, "Don't lose the magazine. And don't leave my sight. Don't leave the soldiers around you. Promise me that your safety is the most important." "I know. I remember. I am a man. I want to be strong." Wei Peng answered Han Feng and encouraged himself. "What about you? What weapon do you plan to use?" After Wei Peng made arrangements, Han Feng turned to ask Lin Lan. Lin Lan did not answer Han Feng's words, but turned into the car, took out the assault rifle that Wei Peng had just put in the car, fixed it behind her with a gun belt, and took out 4 assault rifle magazines and fixed them in the magazine bag on her waist. After looking at Han Feng, Lin Lan raised his hand and pointed to the saber on Wayne's military boots and said, "Can you lend me this? Wayne, give it to her." After Han Feng finished speaking, Wayne took off the saber and handed it to Lin Lan. After taking the saber, Lin Lan said, "I'm good at playing with knives." As soon as the words fell, Lin Lan flew up and down with the saber in his hand, chopping, slashing, stabbing, and picking, with great vigor, and Han Feng could actually hear the rustling sound of the saber breaking through the wind. "This saber is really good." After praising Wayne's saber, Lin Lan stopped operating and looked at Han Feng. Han Feng also carried an assault rifle like Lin Lan, but the weapon in his hand was replaced with a slashing axe. "Since we are ready, then, let's start." With a wicked and arrogant smile, Han Feng issued an attack order. "Everyone kill the zombies." After speaking, Han Feng also added in his mind, "Everyone pay attention to the safety of Wei Peng and Lin Lan at all times. If they are in danger, rescue them as soon as possible." All Red Alert soldiers rushed into the school. Han Feng turned around, picked up the padlock, and hung it on the door without locking it. The purpose of doing this is to ensure that all zombies in the school cannot go out, and he can easily take off the unlocked padlock. "Let's go!" "Don't stand there." Turning back, Han Feng saw Wei Peng and Lin Lan still standing there, and said a word before rushing into the school. "Fuck." After bypassing the school's teaching building, Han Feng saw the densely packed small zombies on the playground, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Han Feng slapped his forehead with one hand and thought to himself, "It's bad." Since the teaching building is just a dozen meters after entering the school gate, it cleverly blocks Han Feng's sight, so that Han Feng can't see the scene on the playground. The zombie crisis broke out at 10 o'clock in the morning, and that time period should be the time for the school's break exercises. Elementary school students of all grades were gathered on the playground at that time. Han Feng, who had not considered it carefully, rashly issued an attack order, causing the Red Alert soldiers to fight on the edge of the playground at this time. "Retreat! Retreat to the teaching building!" Han Feng hurriedly turned around and ran back after giving an order to retreat to the teaching building in his mind. "What's wrong, brother-in-law?" Wei Peng saw Han Feng, who had just rushed out, running back at a faster speed at this time, and couldn't help asking, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and run to the teaching building." Without bothering to explain, Han Feng shouted and ran past the two of them at a high speed. "Ah!" Wei Peng screamed in shock. At this moment, Wei Peng saw a large number of Red Alert soldiers appear in his field of vision, fighting and retreating. And around the corner, more small zombies kept pouring in. "Go!" Lin Lan saw Wei Peng standing there motionless, reached out and grabbed Wei Peng's hand, said loudly and accelerated suddenly. Wei Peng, who was suddenly taken away, was unstable and almost fell down. He staggered a few steps and quickly stabilized his body. "Why are there so many zombies? Didn't Brother Han say there was no danger?" Wei Peng asked Lin Lan in shock, and his voice changed. "How the hell do I know? Run!" Lin Lan dragged Wei Peng, and his speed did not slow down. Poor Wei Peng, who was frightened silly, had forgotten that he was a speed-type evolver. Han Feng rushed to the door of the teaching building first. Fortunately, the glass door was open and not locked. At this time, the Red Alert soldiers, who were unable to kill with cold weapons, had already started shooting to respond to the enemy. Hearing the gunshots, Han Feng's heart twitched fiercely. "Quick! holding the glass door. Han Feng shouted anxiously outside. Here they come! In response, Lin Lan dragged Wei Peng to the teaching building. Brother-in-law. Quick! Close the door. After Wei Peng entered, he was anxious to close the door to keep the zombies out. Han Feng looked to the side and found that the Red Alert soldiers had arrived. Chapter 40. Lin Lan's Skills. Red Alert soldiers who have come in should be on alert, and those who have not come in should not fight. Hurry up and enter the teaching building. Han Feng was afraid that Winter Soldier could not hear him, so he gave the order in his mind. Don't just stand there. Find something to hold the door. This glass door won't last long. After saying that, Han Feng quickly looked around, trying to find something to hold the glass door. Okay, Lin Lan and Wei Peng said at the same time, and hurriedly started looking with Han Feng. Duh-duh. Duh-duh. Outside the door, more and more gunshots rang out, and Han Feng's heart gradually became anxious. Fortunately, Han Feng and the others entered the teaching building, and after turning the corner was the first grade classroom. Han Feng was so anxious that he didn't care about anything else. He kicked the door of the classroom open and rushed in to block the door with tables, chairs and benches. But what Han Feng didn't expect was that there were more than a dozen small zombies in this classroom. Han Feng, who didn't have time to break, plunged in headfirst, and looked at the zombies getting closer and closer. Han Feng cried "Ah!" The sudden change made Han Feng's already unstable steps even more shaky, and he staggered into the crowd of small zombies. Han Feng tripped over the desk and fell heavily on the spot. A hand grabbed Han Feng's arm and pulled it up. Han Feng struggled to sit up from the ground. When he saw the man clearly, his eyes rolled up. Yes, the person holding Han Feng's arm at this time was an elementary school teacher. But this teacher had turned into a zombie. Swoosh! The saber whizzed past Han Feng's hair with a sharp sound of breaking wind, cutting off a few strands of hair. With a puff, the saber was steadily inserted into the zombie's head. At this time, Han Feng's broken hair had just fallen to the ground. With the saber stuck in his head, the zombie did not move. Han Feng also sat on the ground in a daze. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Lin Lan's figure suddenly appeared beside Han Feng. With a delicate hand, she grabbed the saber on the zombie's head, kicked the zombie hard with one foot, and pulled out the saber in her hand with a turn. Pulling out the saber, Lin Lan rushed into the zombie group alone in an instant. The saber in her hand seemed to come alive. It seemed to be swinging the knife casually, but every time the knife was accurately stabbed into the back of the little zombie's neck, and the blade turned and cut off the nerves in the spine. The little zombies fell down weakly after losing control of their bodies. Without stopping, Lin Lan drew out his saber and stabbed the next little zombie. 3, 5, 10. Even after killing to the end, Lin Lan's movements were still very graceful. Suddenly, Lin Lan stood still, and the 3 little zombies around him slowly fell to the ground. As the zombies around him were cleared, Lin Lan casually picked up a tissue on the desk and gently wiped the saber. Looking at Han Feng, who was sitting on the ground behind him, Lin Lan curled his lips and said, "I said, I'm good at using the saber." Looking at the little zombies on the ground, Han Feng was stunned. More than 10 zombies, and they were eliminated in just 10 seconds? How fast is that? You. Boom. Han Feng was about to say something when he was interrupted by a huge explosion outside the door. The familiar explosion sounded, and Han Feng knew it was caused by a grenade. Not good. Han Feng was so scared that his brain crashed after experiencing a life-and-death crisis. It was not until he heard the explosion that he remembered that there were Red Alert soldiers outside the door struggling to resist the zombies. Quickly getting up, Han Feng ran out without looking back. Boom! Boom! The sound of glass breaking followed the sound of the grenade. Before he ran out of the classroom, the sound of grenades outside the door continued. With every sound, Han Feng's heart tightened. Before he ran to the entrance of the teaching building, Han Feng saw a desperate scene. The crowded zombies outside the door rushed towards the teaching building. The Red Alert soldiers at the entrance kept firing their guns and struggling to support. What made Han Feng's eyes split was, in the zombie group, he actually saw no less than 3 mobilized soldiers being torn apart. Boom! Han Feng saw with his own eyes that the mobilized soldiers in the zombie group, who could not withstand the fierce attack of the zombies, pulled the grenade in their hands. Mobilized soldiers. All grenades are ready. Bomb! Bomb! The American soldiers continued to attack with machine guns. Han Feng shouted. In an instant, all the mobilized soldiers who were shooting took out their grenades, pulled them apart, and threw them into the zombies. Boom! 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 At the same time, more than 20 grenades exploded in the zombies. The shockwaves scattered the zombies around, and large groups of zombies fell down. Da-da-da. Da-da. The mobilized soldiers who had freed their hands continued to shoot, and the gunshots became more frequent. Go upstairs. Time was running out. And seeing the zombies behind them rushing again, Han Feng gave all the Red Alert soldiers an order to go upstairs in his mind. Wait, Peng. Don't stand there. Go upstairs. Go! Han Feng, who was about to turn around and run to the second floor, saw Wei Peng standing beside him in a daze in his peripheral vision. Oh. Wei Peng responded as if he had just woken up from a dream, and followed Han Feng to the second floor. Several Red Alert soldiers continued to shoot and guard the door, while the others headed to the second floor. What should we do now? Han Feng asked Lin Lan beside him after climbing up to the second floor. We'll talk about it later. Lin Lan answered Han Feng without looking back, and rushed into the corridor with a saber. Han Feng, who had reacted, looked at the corridor where Lin Lan ran to, and found that dozens of zombies were wandering in it, heading towards Lin Lan. Lin Lan's graceful figure shuttled through it like a dance, and every time he swung his knife, he would take away the life of a zombie. 10 seconds later, more than a dozen zombies were lying in the corridor. After dealing with the zombies in the corridor, Lin Lan walked back to Han Feng and said to him, "What should we do? You asked me what to do? You brought us here. Didn't you think of a solution? Go to the rooftop." Han Feng thought about it, and decided to go to the rooftop temporarily to find a solution. Everyone, go to the rooftop. After giving the order in his mind, Han Feng picked up the assault rifle on his back and ran upstairs. Da-da. Han Feng shot at the zombies upstairs head-on, and Han Feng covered the people behind him. Lin Lan also put away his saber, turned around, picked up the assault rifle, and followed Han Feng to shoot. After passing the third floor, Han Feng and his group came to the top floor, the fourth floor, while the Red Alert soldiers followed Han Feng and kept firing to resist the zombies rushing up from below. Captain of the 8th Squad, prepare the high-explosive grenades. Everyone, avoid blind spots. After seeing all the soldiers climb to the fourth floor, Han Feng ordered the American soldiers of the 8th Squad. Throw! Han Feng shouted when everyone leaned against the wall. The American soldier threw a high-explosive grenade downstairs and quickly leaned against the wall to avoid it. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, shaking the walls of the entire building and causing dust to fall continuously. Quick! Hurry up and get on the rooftop, Han Feng said, pointing to the ladder on the wall at the end of the corridor. The high-explosive grenade did not blow up the stairs, but the huge shockwave dispersed all the zombies in the stairs in an instant, buying precious time for Han Feng and others. As the personnel quickly climbed up to the rooftop one by one, the zombies slowly rushed into the fourth floor. Da-da-da-da. After seeing the first zombie, Han Feng decisively fired to fight back, buying time for the Red Alert soldiers. Due to his poor shooting skills, Han Feng had to fire 4 or 5 bullets on average to kill a zombie, which was terribly inefficient. Da-da-da. Beside him, Lin Lan also fired and shot with Han Feng. The bullets fired from Lin Lan's hands seemed to have eyes, and each one could accurately shoot into the zombie's head. Da-da. After several bursts of shooting, the assault rifle in Lin Lan's hand ran out of bullets. With one hand, he removed the magazine, and with the other hand, he pulled out the spare magazine from the magazine bag, and quickly loaded it before the empty magazine fell to the ground. Loaded it, and fired. Da-da. The assault rifle in Lin Lan's hand began to fire again, and the empty magazine had just fallen to the ground. Holding the gun, Han Feng watched Lin Lan's textbook-like magazine replacement operation, and countless exclamation marks floated through his heart. Too fierce, Han Feng said subconsciously. Hurry up. Don't worry about me. At this time, most of Wei Peng and the Red Alert soldiers had already gone up, and only 4 or 5 people were still waiting on the 4th floor. No! With you. Han Feng gritted his teeth and started shooting again. Don't hold me back. Go first. Quick! Lin Lan said, firing at the same speed. Looking at Lin Lan's amazing operation, Han Feng decided to be a bad teammate. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, Okay. I'll go up and wait for you. After that, Han Feng turned around and started to climb the rooftop. Seeing Han Feng safely climb the rooftop, Lin Lan also began to evacuate. The compact bursts of fire followed one after another, and Lin Lan approached the ladder behind him while retreating and shooting. When the last bullet in the gun was used up, Lin Lan did not stop. Turned around immediately, swung the assault rifle in his hand, and accurately straddled it on his back. Lin Lan climbed onto the rooftop with extremely fast movements. Everyone. It's safe. Radar scan. Seeing that Lin Lan successfully climbed onto the rooftop and escaped from danger, Han Feng said to the system in his mind. Radar scan range is 5 kilometers. 100 gold coins are required. Please confirm. Confirm. A few seconds later, the radar detected the 5-kilometer radius centered on Han Feng. Calming down, Han Feng looked at the radar display. A three-dimensional city range map appeared in his mind. After zooming in, Han Feng turned his attention to the teaching building where he was. No supply box display. Although there was no supply box. Fortunately, this teaching building had 2 entrances and exits to the rooftop. This one was blocked by zombies, and the other one was on the other side of the 50-meter corridor. Wayne, go and block the other exit to the rooftop. To prevent any accidents, Han Feng simply blocked the other one. Looking at Wayne's receding back, Han Feng looked at the zombies a few meters below him. The zombies without intelligence kept crowding in the corridor, and the zombies near the ladder on the rooftop stretched out their hands and tried their best to grab Han Feng above their heads. After looking at the zombies, Han Feng looked up at Wei Peng again and found that Wei Peng was standing quietly on the side in a daze. Chapter 41, Genius Commander. Xiao Peng, come here. Having promised to let Wei Peng undergo training, Han Feng asked Wei Peng to come closer. Ah. Wei Peng replied as if he had just woken up from a dream. And then he turned and walked towards Han Feng. Come on. Shoot. Kill the zombies. After Wei Peng approached, Han Feng asked him to shoot and kill the zombies below. Okay. Wei Peng's eyes flashed several times, and a firm voice sounded. Puff. Puff. The sound of the M9 pistols firing became dull under the suppression of the muffler, and did not make too much noise. Several bullets wrapped in flames shot fiercely downwards. There was no need for too much aiming at a distance of 2 or 3 meters, and almost every bullet hit the zombie's head. Puff. Puff. Click as the bullets in the magazine ran out. Wei Peng's M9 pistol stopped. Wow! The next second after he ran out of bullets, Wei Peng turned back suddenly, and the lunch he had eaten gushed out. Looking at Wei Peng, who was vomiting, Han Feng smiled and said, How is it? Xiao Peng? Do you still want to follow the experience? Yes. I want to follow my brother-in-law. Ugh. Get stronger. Wei Peng vomited and replied to Han Feng in a firm voice. Hearing Wei Peng's reply, Han Feng's remaining doubts were dispelled. He was afraid that Wei Peng could not accept this world full of monsters, and that his leniency would bring disaster to himself. But after hearing the answer just now, Han Feng was no longer afraid, because this boy was transforming into a real man. Good. Good job. Come on. Continue. After praising him, Han Feng asked Wei Peng to continue the operation just now. After sorting out his mood and emotions, Wei Peng took out a new magazine, changed the magazine, approached the rooftop, and slowly raised the M9 pistol in his hand. Puff sounded with a dull gunshot. After seeing that Wei Peng was fine, Han Feng got up and walked around. First, Han Feng came to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Almost all the zombies in the school disappeared. Only a few zombies were attracted by the gunshots outside the gate and wandered around. This is good news and bad news. The good news is that it did not attract more zombies, which reduced a lot of pressure for the subsequent breakout. The bad news is, almost all the zombies in the whole school were piled up in the teaching building under his feet. Lighting a cigarette, Han Feng pondered. There are still 36 Red Alert soldiers, one of whom was bitten. The mobilized soldiers have no grenades, and the bullets have been used up. The American soldiers have enough bullets for the time being, and the 8 high-explosive grenades are still there. 6,391 gold coins. Han Feng looked at the system display showing that there was still 6,391 gold coins remaining and whispered, and then began to think of a solution. Report to Captain Han. The second rooftop entrance and exit has been blocked by me with a padlock. After completing the blockade mission, Wayne returned to Han Feng and reported, "Well done." After that, Han Feng signaled Wayne to continue to be on guard. Alas, defending to the death is not a solution. Han Feng, who could not think of a way out and was helpless about the current situation, sighed. "What's wrong? Our great commander?" A sly laugh sounded beside him, and Lin Lan looked at Han Feng with eyes full of care for the mentally retarded and everyone's responsibility. It's okay. I just smoke a cigarette." After being speechless for a while, Han Feng threw down the cigarette butt and stamped it out. "Can't get out? You're showing off." The teasing sounded again, and Han Feng looked up at Lin Lan and found that the other party's eyes were not panicked, but full of confidence and determination. "What? Do you have a way?" After seeing the other party's expression, Han Feng began to ask for help with expectation. "Oh, I can't do anything either. You said that HS City is so far away from here. How can I go there alone?" After answering the irrelevant question, Lin Lan also looked at Han Feng. "Okay, I'll go with you when I have time. Let's find a way now." Han Feng, who was kidnapped, had no choice but to agree to take Lin Lan to HS City. "Give me 10 of your soldiers." Hearing Han Feng's promise, Lin Lan stopped teasing and said decisively, "Okay." After agreeing to Lin Lan, Han Feng shouted to the place where the soldiers gathered for alert, "Who has more bullets? 10 of you come here." As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, 8 American soldiers and 2 mobilized soldiers walked towards the 2 of them. Seeing that there was no Winter Soldier among the 10 Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng was relieved. Lin Lan didn't have a radar to give orders remotely. Winter Soldier was deaf and couldn't receive orders. Isn't this a bad thing? A few seconds later, 10 Red Alert soldiers stood neatly beside Lin Lan. "The 10 of you follow her. Her orders are equivalent to my orders. Do you understand?" "Yes." The 10 Red Alert soldiers answered in unison. "Just give the numbers. And then, it's up to you." Turning back, Han Feng said to Lin Lan, indicating that she could start the action. "Okay." Lin Lan responded to Han Feng, turned to face the 10 Red Alert soldiers and said, "All teammates, look to the right." As soon as the words fell, the 10 mobilized soldiers instantly lined up in a row, with 8 American soldiers at the front and 2 mobilized soldiers at the end. "Count." The sonorous command came from Lin Lan's mouth. 1, 2, 3, 10. The Red Alert soldiers counted in turn after lining up. "The number you just reported is your next action number. Have you memorized it?" Lin Lan exuded the aura of a commander the moment he finished speaking. "Yes." The 10 Red Alert soldiers answered again. "Okay. Action. Follow me." After saying that, Lin Lan took out the assault rifle from behind and replaced the new magazine, then took the lead, watching Lin Lan and a group of Red Alert soldiers running towards the second rooftop entrance. Han Feng wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. Thinking of Lin Lan's excellent skills, I guess his command ability should not be too bad. Without thinking too much, Han Feng raised his leg and walked towards Wei Peng. At this time, Wei Peng had already used up the 2 magazines in his hand, and his face looked much better. "How is it? How do you feel now?" Han Feng asked Wei Peng with concern. "It's okay, brother-in-law. Although I'm still a little uncomfortable, but it feels much better than the first time I shot." After hearing Wei Peng's answer, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, paused as if he thought of something, and said to Wei Peng, "Don't call me brother-in-law all the time. What kind of world is this? Besides, your sister and I are not in love. It's okay, I'll help you." "Leave it to me." A smirk appeared on Wei Peng's face. Han Feng's face was dark, looking at Wei Peng's smirk, thinking that this is really a bad brother, especially thinking about how to cheat his own sister. Bang! 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 In the distance, Lin Lan and 10 Red Alert soldiers were smashing the padlocks that locked the entrance and exit. With a bang, the padlock fell off. After going down, everyone will form an arrow-shaped attack formation, with me as the arrowhead, and move. After saying that, Lin Lan jumped down the entrance and exit of the rooftop alone. And suddenly, the unique sound of assault rifles rang out in the corridor. Han Feng never thought that Lin Lan's movements were so fast. In the blink of an eye, he actually entered the corridor full of zombies alone. "Fuck." After swearing, Han Feng hurriedly pushed Wei Peng in front of him and walked quickly towards the first exit in front of him. Da-da. Da-da. Han Feng took out the assault rifle on his back and stood on the rooftop and fired fiercely at the corridor below. The purpose of doing this is nothing more than to attract zombies with gunshots, which may reduce the pressure on Lin Lan across the corridor. After Lin Lan jumped down, 10 Red Alert soldiers followed him in. As more and more soldiers surrounded Lin Lan, the arrow-shaped attack formation slowly unfolded its edge. Lin Lan's arrows were always on target, killing zombies with the greatest efficiency. The Red Alert soldiers behind him followed closely and extended to both sides, firing continuously at the zombies in the corridor. Duh. More and more dense gunshots sounded in the corridor. Come and help too. After using up all the bullets in the gun, Han Feng quickly asked the mobilized soldiers around him to come over and shoot to attract zombies while changing the magazine. Han Feng was responsible for shooting to attract some zombies, while Lin Lan was responsible for killing them. They were very busy for a while. Duh. Caught at the end of the arrow-shaped attack formation, 2 mobilized soldiers fired all their bullets. Hearing the sudden stop of the AK-47 behind him, Lin Lan said without looking back, Number 9. Number 10. Cold weapons ready. Mission: kill the zombies on the other side of the stairs. After that, Lin Lan quickly advanced and headed towards the staircase on the 4th floor. Caw behind Lin Lan, an American soldier fired all the bullets of the M9 machine gun. Help Number 9 and Number 10 with a pistol. Use cold weapons to continue killing when you run out of bullets. Lin Lan saw an American soldier beside him pulling out a pistol and quickly gave the order. With accurate shooting and a strong attack formation, Lin Lan soon led the team to the stairs on the 4th floor. Behind them, there were layers of zombies lying quietly on the ground. 2 mobilized soldiers holding fire axes stood side by side in the corridor to ensure that Lin Lan and his team would not be disturbed by the zombies in front of him. Behind the mobilized soldiers were American soldiers holding pistols, wielding fire axes. The 2 mobilized soldiers slowly advanced steadily, and the American soldiers behind them kept shooting, killing the zombies that the mobilized soldiers did not have time to chop. In the corridor on the 4th floor, half of the zombies in the area were cleared by Lin Lan, and Han Feng on the rooftop on the other side also fired a gun to support Lin Lan. The number of zombies on the 4th floor decreased rapidly. The remaining teammates, 3 people in a team, form a triangle defense attack, alternately cover the advance. Those who are short of people, gather around me. After clearing out half of the zombies in the stairs leading to the 4th floor from the 3rd floor, Lin Lan ordered to change the formation again to provide enough space for the next attack. In a blink of an eye, the 7 American soldiers behind Lin Lan quickly formed 2 teams, and the remaining 1 went forward with Lin Lan. The 3 assault teams attacked alternately in an orderly manner and slowly went down. When Lin Lan cleared all the zombies in the stairs in front of him, the battle on the 4th floor was also coming to an end. Chapter 42, As Fast as Thunder. Okay, everyone, get ready to go down the rooftop. When Han Feng saw that there were mobilized soldiers instead of zombies below, he knew that Lin Lan had successfully wiped out an entire floor of zombies. Huh? Where are the people? Han Feng's first words after jumping down. Looking at the zombies on the ground in the corridor, Han Feng rubbed his eyes. I was sure that he was not mistaken. There were at least 200 zombies on the 4th floor, and they were gone. Looking around, Han Feng said, Oh my goodness. It's been less than 3 minutes. Genius, Commander. Everyone, go downstairs. It's time for us to fight back. Hearing the bursts of gunfire coming from downstairs, Han Feng began to call everyone downstairs for support. Leading the way, Han Feng quickly came to the stairs, looked at the ground full of zombies in the corridor, swallowed his saliva again. Without hesitation, Han Feng quickly went downstairs. Attention all teammates. With me as the center. Form a circular defense. Gather. Hear the voice before seeing the person. Han Feng heard Lin Lan's command to command the battle before he went down to the 3rd floor. One by one, the Red Alert soldiers quickly dismantled and dispersed to meet Lin Lan, and then quickly formed a circular formation with Lin Lan as the center. The well-trained Red Alert soldiers were now close to each other's shoulders, facing away from Lin Lan and continuing to shoot. Lin Lan, who was surrounded by the protection circle of American soldiers, was not idle either, standing in the center of the formation and continuing to shoot. Lin Lan's assault rifle ran out of bullets. Lin Lan frowned and said in his heart, Not good. This is the last magazine. He put the gun back on his back and took out the saber and shook it in his hand. Lin Lan. Here I come. Han Feng. who was going downstairs, shouted. He was also afraid that he would be targeted by Lin Lan if he suddenly appeared in such a chaotic scene. Bullets! Hearing Han Feng's voice, Lin Lan was happy, took back the saber in his hand, and gave up the idea of killing the enemy with the saber. Next, from top to bottom, Han Feng threw 2 magazines to Lin Lan. Taking the magazine, Lin Lan quickly reloaded it. Duh. The familiar sound of firing sounded again, and Lin Lan smiled confidently, seeing that all the zombies around the stairs on the 3rd floor were killed. Lin Lan gave orders again, all teammates. Everyone is divided into 2 teams, and they advance in both directions in an arc-shaped attack formation. Once the order was issued, 10 Red Alert soldiers quickly formed and slowly advanced in both directions. The Red Alert soldiers without bullets attacked from the side with cold weapons such as fire axes, and Lin Lan lost the attack protection of the circular formation, and could only face the 2nd floor alone to block the zombies rushing up from below. Who has bullets? Go to support. At this time, the Red Alert soldiers following Han Feng had just arrived. Seeing the reinforcements coming, Han Feng hurriedly shouted to help. More than a dozen mobilized soldiers with AK-47s quickly reinforced the American soldiers on both sides, and those who were out of bullets pulled out fire axes, machetes, and other cold weapons to help Lin Lan block the zombies below. Han Feng also came behind Lin Lan with an assault rifle and fought together. At this moment, Wei Peng stood in the center of a group of people, protected by everyone. One hand tightly grasped the pistol that had long been out of bullets, and the knuckles turned white due to excessive force. No one knew what Wei Peng was thinking at this moment, and no one would pay attention to him in such a chaotic scene. There were dense sounds of firing all around, and the smoke filled the air and mixed with the smell of blood. Wei Peng just watched them fight bravely. His eyes gradually became sharp. Slowly raising his legs, Wei Peng walked in the safe area, looking at Han Feng who was changing the magazine. Wei Peng said, "Brother-in-law, I have no bullets. Can you give me a saber for self-defense?" Hearing Wei Peng's brisk voice behind him, Han Feng shouted without thinking, "Captain of the 2nd team, give him the knife." After that, he continued to shoot and kill the zombies. The captain of the 2nd team shot with a gun in one hand, and took out the saber on his military boots with the other hand, and threw it gently to the back, and the saber accurately fell not far in front of Wei Peng. Picking up the saber, Wei Peng's originally brisk look disappeared, replaced by a look of determination, decisiveness, and wolf-like sharpness. Holding the saber, Wei Peng walked back and forth in the safe zone. Slowly, a breeze blew the corners of everyone's clothes, but in such a tense environment, no one noticed. Wei Peng walked faster and faster, slowly turning into a trot, and the wind blew stronger and stronger. The ends of Han Feng and Lin Lan's hair swayed with the wind, and the wind gradually strengthened, and their hair became more and more messy. "Where is the wind coming from?" Han Feng muttered in confusion, and then looked up and looked around for the source of the wind. When he looked back and saw Wei Peng behind him, his expression froze. At this time, Wei Peng held a saber and swung his body left and right. Due to the rapid swing of his legs, he saw a phantom. After a brief eye contact with Han Feng, Wei Peng stopped, facing Han Feng. He smiled evilly and said, "He, brother-in-law, I'm going." After that, Wei Peng disappeared from Han Feng's sight in an instant. Huh? A gust of wind blew Han Feng so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. Even Lin Lan stopped shooting and turned back to look for the source of this evil wind. What flew over? Because Lin Lan happened to catch a glimpse of Wei Peng's phantom when he turned back. He asked Han Feng out of curiosity. "I said it was Wei Peng. Do you believe it?" Han Feng said intermittently, and the two of them stared blankly at the shadows flying on the walls and ceiling of the corridor on the 3rd floor. At this time, Wei Peng showed the advantage of a speed evolver. With the rapid swing of his legs, he could actually move forward for a short time on the ceiling due to inertia. Oh, exciting! Wei Peng, who was followed by a gust of wind, had a lot of fun. In his sight, everyone seemed to be frozen, although the fired bullets did not float in the air like frozen in his eyes. The speed of slow movement was really fun. Wei Peng ran fast on the wall of the corridor, holding a knife in his right hand, even if he didn't swing the saber, at a very fast speed. The sharp blade cut through the air, and a sharp sound of breaking wind could still be heard. Wei Peng gently put down the saber, keeping the blade of the saber at a certain height. And this height was exactly the position of the neck of the small zombie. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. In an instant, dozens of small zombies took off. Originally, the American soldier saber was not enough to cut off the zombie's neck, but it became easy under such abnormal acceleration. In the eyes of Han Feng and Lin Lan, a gray shadow instantly passed by the wall, and after a delay of 1 second, a series of zombie heads flew up along the wall. Han Feng, stunned, moved his mouth, and finally said nothing. A few seconds later, all the zombies in the corridor were killed by Wei Peng alone, and the head of the first zombie that was killed just fell to the ground. Han Feng widened his eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief. Roughly estimated, at least 50 zombies were killed by Wei Peng alone. That's more than 50 zombies. Even if it was 50 pigs tied up, it would take Han Feng several minutes to kill them. And Wei Peng, 4 seconds? Maybe even shorter. Brother-in-law, my legs are weak. Wei Peng, holding a saber, instantly appeared in front of Han Feng and said this. As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind suddenly blew, making Han Feng unable to open his eyes for a while. Brother-in-law, your legs are so weak. Wei Peng repeated what he had just said, and his eyes rolled up, and he fell towards Han Feng in front of him. Xiao Peng! Xiao Peng! Han Feng took a step forward and caught the fallen Wei Peng, and an anxious shout came from his mouth. Looking at Wei Peng, who closed his eyes and looked pale in his arms, Han Feng was terrified. He kept shaking Wei Peng, shouting, Wei Peng, wake up! Don't scare me. After shaking for a long time, Wei Peng didn't react at all, but his whole body began to heat up and tremble. Xiao Peng! Xiao Peng! Are you okay? Wake up! Wei Peng's reaction made Han Feng even more panicked, and he held Wei Peng and shook him harder. Brother-in-law, don't shake me. I'm tired. I'm tired. The weak Wei Peng said this intermittently, and then fainted again. It should be a normal reaction after using the ability. Right? Let him rest for a while. Lin Lan, who was beside him, also looked at Wei Peng in Han Feng's arms at this time, thought for a while and continued, let's talk about it outside first. This is not a good place to rest. Yes. 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 Go home. Go home and rest. After saying that, Han Feng stood up from the ground holding Wei Peng. After getting up, Han Feng looked around and said to a mobilized soldier beside him, come here and carry him on your back. Don't let him get hurt. Yes. Han Feng answered. The mobilized soldier carried Wei Peng on his back and stood in a safe protective circle. Han Feng picked up the saber that Wei Peng had just dropped on the ground and looked at it carefully. The sharp blade reflected Han Feng's face, and the clean blade did not leave a trace of blood. At this time, Han Feng realized how much energy was hidden in Wei Peng's small body. It was so terrifying. Everyone, now you are all under the temporary command of Lin Lan. Looking at the dense group of zombies downstairs, Han Feng decisively gave up the command and let the command genius Lin Lan in front of him serve as the temporary commander. Yes. The Red Alert soldiers answered in unison. Okay. Except for the soldier carrying Wei Peng. The rest of the people continue to form a triangular attack formation of 3 people in a team. Make sure one of the team members has a bullet in his gun. Lin Lan, who got the temporary command, said his thoughts directly without saying anything. Suddenly, the remaining 35 Red Alert soldiers began to form a team. Due to the deafness of the Winter Soldier, he could not hear Lin Lan's orders. At this time, he was standing next to Han Feng with another soldier carrying Wei Peng. The remaining 33 Red Alert soldiers formed 11 assault teams, distributed in the corridors and stairs. Attack! All teams cover each other and advance alternately. Chapter 43, Fighting. Duh. After Lin Lan issued the attack order, the sound of gunfire began to ring out densely. After stabilizing the first wave of zombies, Lin Lan said, the squad behind, charge. Duh. The front squad fixed its attack position, forming an effective firepower network from front to back, and fiercely suppressed the zombies rushing forward. The squad behind followed Lin Lan's instructions and rushed forward and suppressed. Switch. The squad behind continued to charge forward, after the squad behind stood firm in front. Lin Lan ordered again, after several times of suppression, advance, suppression, and breakout. Han Feng and his team came to the corridor on the 2nd floor. The situation was the same as on the 3rd and 4th floors. The corridor was still full of zombies. Do you have a grenade? Lin Lan shouted to a mobilized soldier beside him in the corridor, filled with gunfire. Don't ask. No. They have. Before the mobilized soldier asked by Lin Lan could speak, Han Feng in the back answered the question first. Turning back, Lin Lan saw Han Feng pointing at the American soldier. Grenade! Lin Lan turned around and shouted at the American soldier. Yes! After the American soldier responded, he took out a high-explosive grenade and handed it to Lin Lan. Looking at the grenade in his hand, Lin Lan subconsciously said, "Oh my god." Obviously, Lin Lan recognized the high-explosive grenade in his hand and knew its huge destructive power. Holding a high-explosive grenade in his hand, Lin Lan was overjoyed. With his other hand, he threw the assault rifle behind him and fixed it, saying, "Another one. Take the grenade and look at the zombies in the corridors on both sides of the stairs. All teammates, pay attention to defense." After saying that, Lin Lan held the grenade in both hands, bit it with his teeth, and pulled it. The pull rings of the two grenades were just held in his mouth. Spit out the two pull rings in his mouth, and throw his hands to both sides, and the grenade falls accurately into the zombie groups on both sides. After seeing the grenade fall to the designated location, Lin Lan shouted, "All teammates, retreat and defend." The Red Alert soldiers received the order and quickly climbed up the stairs to avoid it. Boom! Boom! Two huge explosions sounded, and the shock waves swept around, shattering the glass of the entire building. When Han Feng and Lin Lan looked up again, they saw only the diffused dust and the falling bricks and rubble. Duh. The machine gun sounded again, killing the remaining zombies. You know what? The quality of the teaching building is really great. When the dust fell, Han Feng could vaguely see that the corridors on both sides were still intact and had not collapsed. Don't talk nonsense. It's not over yet. Lin Lan looked at Han Feng, then looked at the corridor and said, "Team members without bullets, use axes and machetes. The rest of the people shoot and kill the zombies downstairs. Try not to waste bullets." Lin Lan also knew the importance of bullets, and quickly gave orders to the soldiers who still had bullets to shoot and kill the zombies blocking the downstairs. And the few zombies in front of them would be left to the soldiers without bullets. Grenade! After the zombies in the building were suppressed, Lin Lan asked for high-explosive grenades again. Defense? With an order, Lin Lan threw the grenade in his hand. Boom! A high-explosive grenade cut off the momentum of the zombies on the first floor. Attention all teammates. Teammates without bullets are now in groups of 5. Teammates with bullets are in groups of 3. Tomahawks lead the way. Machine guns suppress. Quick! Lin Lan listened to the number of gunshots around him and made strategic adjustments in time. At this time, there were only 4 American soldiers with bullets left, and with Han Feng and Lin Lan, they just made up 2 teams. Each led a team, and Han Feng and Lin Lan stood guard at the door of the building, attacking from both sides to block the zombies from coming. Winter Soldier, go and fill in a team with only 4 people, and advance and retreat with them. Quickly! Han Feng looked back and found that the 29 Red Alert soldiers were divided into 6 teams. But one team had only 4 people. Han Feng could only assign Winter Soldier to support the team that was short of people through the remote command of the system radar. After receiving the order, Winter Soldier ran towards the 4-person team with AK-47 in his arms. Winter Soldier still has bullets? Frowning, Han Feng suddenly thought of something. Yes, I forgot that Winter Soldier is a 1-star soldier, and there are 90 bullets in the gun, which is 3 times more than ordinary mobilized soldiers. Duh. At the door, from machine guns and 2 assault rifles spewed out flames, and the hot bullets took the lives of zombies one after another. Duh. Han Feng's assault rifle ran out of bullets. After quickly reloading, he took the opportunity to check the spare magazine. Damn it! After seeing the remaining magazines, Han Feng cursed. There are still 3. That means Han Feng still has 120 bullets left at this time. Looking up at the large number of zombies in front of him, Han Feng frowned. Caw. Han Feng, I'm out of bullets. How many spare magazines do you have? Lin Lan's voice sounded from the other side. There are still 3. Han Feng, who took out the magazine, paused, and with a ruthless heart, took off the assault rifle in his hand, threw it directly to Lin Lan and shouted, "You shoot accurately. My gun is also for you. taking Han Feng's gun and 3 spare magazines. Lin Lan quickly opened fire and continued to suppress the zombies approaching. "What are you going to do?" After a few seconds, Lin Lan asked Han Feng after temporarily suppressing the charge of a small part of the zombies. "Don't worry about me. I have a way. It's okay," Han Feng shouted to Lin Lan, and said to one of the American soldiers around him, "High explosive grenades, M9 pistols, spare pistol magazines, give them to me." After receiving the American soldier's secondary weapon pistol and high explosive grenade, Han Feng did not shoot immediately, but looked at the zombies in front of him. He pulled the ring of the high explosive grenade and threw it directly into the zombies. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in front of him, and the rapid shock wave ruthlessly washed the surroundings, and the heat wave mixed with the remains of broken fingers rushed in his face. "Damn it!" Han Feng, who had no time to defend and evade, was drenched in blood and rain. On the other side, Lin Lan's snickering sounded, shaking off the corpses on his body. Han Feng looked at Lin Lan and said, "Don't laugh. They are pushing over." As the high explosive grenade exploded in the center of the zombie group, a vacuum was cleared within a radius of more than 10 meters from the explosion center, and the zombies behind were blown away. But in the same way, the zombies in front were also pushed over by the shock wave. Duh! Hearing Han Feng's reminder, Lin Lan quickly stopped laughing and continued to kill zombies. After throwing away the pull ring in his hand, Han Feng raised the M9 pistol in his hand. He did not rush to shoot, but quietly aimed. Bang! 2 points in a straight line. After aiming with the crosshairs, Han Feng fired, carrying a ball of fire. The hot bullet accurately shot into the zombie's head. "Yes!" Looking at the zombie lying down after being shot in the head by himself, Han Feng said excitedly, "Don't be anxious. Keep aiming." Bang! Another gunshot. The zombie in front of him was shot in the head again. "Yes!" Biting his lips, Han Feng muttered again. He knew that his shooting skills were terrible. Instead of wasting 4 or 5 bullets to kill a zombie, it's better to aim well and try to hit the target every time. The M9 pistol has a capacity of 15 rounds. Even with a spare magazine, the number of bullets is only 30. Bang! 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 Each shot is separated by a few seconds. Although it is slow, the kill rate is 100%. Each bullet represents the end of a zombie, and also represents the income of 10 gold coins. Click. Han Feng pulled the trigger after aiming, and the sound of an empty bullet was heard. So fast? After unloading the magazine, Han Feng looked at the empty magazine and muttered softly. He didn't have time to stop the action in his hands. After changing the magazine, Han Feng immediately aimed. Shot. Aimed again. And shot again. Click. Click. When the second magazine was empty, Han Feng returned the M9 pistol and an empty magazine in his hand to the previous American soldier. Your secondary weapon. Magazine. Hurry up. After returning it, Han Feng said to another American soldier beside him without pausing. After taking the M9 pistol and magazine, Han Feng continued the previous operation. Behind him, 6 squads. 30 Red Alert soldiers were holding fire axes, machetes, and other cold weapons, and slashing non-stop. They were divided into 2 groups to clear the zombies in the corridors on both sides. On the right side, because the AK-47 in the hands of the Winter Soldier still had bullets, the speed of killing zombies in this direction was obviously superior to the other side. Under the strong defense on 3 sides, in the middle safe zone, a mobilized soldier stood with the unconscious Wei Peng on his back. Seeing that everyone was killing in an orderly manner, Han Feng's previous anxiety disappeared, and was replaced by calm and steady aiming, killing zombies one after another in front of him. There were still many zombies at the door, but compared with the scale of the previous tide, the current situation was almost easy. The school gate was closed, and Han Feng was only facing the zombies in the school. Kill one less. Defeat them one by one. Behind Han Feng, at one end of the corridor on the first floor of the school, Winter Soldier and his men were the first to clear out the zombies. On the other side, 15 Red Alert soldiers from the other 3 teams were fighting bloody battles. But seeing that the number of zombies was continuously decreasing, they believed that it would not take too long. Click! The M9 pistol in Han Feng's hand stopped working again, ejected the empty magazine that had run out of bullets, and Han Feng quickly replaced it with a new magazine. Just as Han Feng was aiming, the click sound around him caught his attention. Lin Lan, and the 2 American soldiers ran out of bullets at the same time. After Lin Lan used 120 rounds of bullets to take away the life record of more than 100 zombies, he put down the assault rifle in his hand, took out the saber helplessly, and smiled self-deprecatingly at the zombies in front of him. Putting away his smile, Lin Lan held a saber in his hand and rushed into the zombies in an instant. The saber in his hand once again showed its bloodthirsty and ferocious look, and every swing would definitely take the life of a zombie. Chapter 44. 2 Generals in Coma. Watching Lin Lan's killing, Han Feng felt that it was a visual feast. Killing should be associated with blood and cruelty. But from Lin Lan's figure, killing can be so elegant. As Lin Lan's figure kept wandering among the zombies, he killed instantly wherever he went. The killing speed of one person actually reminded Han Feng of a meat grinder. Since this is an elementary school, a large number of small zombies are not as tall as Lin Lan. Lin Lan, who stood out from the crowd, was easily noticed by Han Feng. While Lin Lan was fighting fiercely, a large number of Red Alert soldiers gathered behind Han Feng at some point. Every brave Red Alert soldier was covered with zombie meat. "You're just in time. Everyone, charge!" Han Feng was overjoyed. He immediately gave the order, looking at the Red Alert soldiers in front of him. He knew that all the zombies in the building had been wiped out. Now, as long as they dealt with the hundreds of zombies left at the door, they would win. As Han Feng gave the order to charge, all the Red Alert soldiers rushed out instantly. Soldiers holding cold weapons faced unarmed zombies, under the premise that the other side was not large-scale. Han Feng's side could be described as crushing. The balance of the battle slowly tilted with the addition of a large number of Red Alert soldiers. Lin Lan, who was wandering in the zombie group, watched the Red Alert soldiers join him, and retreated to the safe area and came to Han Feng. Huh? Panting, Lin Lan looked at Han Feng and said, "Fortunately, I came in time. Otherwise, I don't know how long I can last." Huh? Han Feng looked at Lin Lan in confusion. In his impression, Lin Lan was as casual as playing, and he couldn't understand why Lin Lan was so weak at this time. "Idiot. How about I give you the saber? Go and kill someone. Try." After saying that, Lin Lan knelt on the ground. "Hurry up and help Lin Lan up." Han Feng saw that the other party was pale. Instantly, Han Feng understood. Lin Lan had been using superpowers just now. No wonder. Facing the zombies in the corridor, Lin Lan can move by body skills. But the zombies at the door are one by one. There is no place for Lin Lan to use body skills. No wonder Lin Lan laughed at herself. Silently, she was gambling with her life. If the bet wins, everyone is safe. If the bet loses, cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Han Feng didn't dare to think about it anymore. But the good news is that the battle outside the exit is coming to an end. Hundreds of zombies faced 34 Red Alert soldiers equipped with cold weapons. The result was self-evident. Lin Lan lay in Han Feng's arms, so weak that she needed great strength to move her fingers. But her eyes never left the battle in front of her. When the last zombie was killed, Lin Lan, relieved, closed her beautiful eyes and fell asleep quietly. Until the last second, she was still concerned about the battle. If the Red Alert soldiers failed, Lin Lan might have forced herself to continue fighting. Now, the battle is over, finally over. Under Lin Lan's calm command, after consuming all the energy of the 2 evolvers and sacrificing the lives of 5 mobilized soldiers, Han Feng won. Han Feng felt mixed emotions at this moment. Lin Lan, it's safe. Let's go home. After saying that, Han Feng looked down at the sleeping Lin Lan. Instantly, time seemed to stop, and Han Feng was stunned, staring at the delicate face in front of him. Even though the other party was not wearing makeup, Han Feng was still amazed by her bare face, listening to Lin Lan's steady breathing, and then looking at her eyelashes that were slightly trembling due to excessive fatigue. A strong desire to protect filled Han Feng's heart, and it became stronger with every heartbeat. Get stronger. Get stronger. Get stronger. A voice came from Han Feng's heart, like the sound of Sanskrit above the 9 heavens. Shocking and clear. It was like coming from the 9 hell. Ferocious and urgent, accompanied by the growing guilt and self-blame. Become stronger. Looking at the unconscious Lin Lan and Wei Peng, and the Red Alert soldiers who were dying every time they came out, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Outside the door, The Red Alert soldiers took back the fire axes and machetes after the battle. Quietly walked back to Han Feng. You carry her on your back. And protecting her safety is your biggest task now. Han Feng said to a mobilized soldier in front of him. Yes. A sonorous answer sounded. And then the mobilized soldier carried Lin Lan on his back and walked towards the absolute safe zone where Wei Peng was. Are there any more bullets? Han Feng asked an American soldier beside him. Stepping forward, the American soldier replied, Report to the commander. There are none. After that, the American soldier returned to his original position. Okay. Han Feng looked around and asked the same question to another American soldier. Fortunately, the American soldier still had more than 20 machine gun bullets and a full handgun bullet. After taking the weapons, Han Feng paused and said, Leave 10 people to protect Lin Lan and Wei Peng. The rest of the people check the whole school. And if you see zombies, kill them on the spot. As Han Feng's order was issued, 25 Red Alert soldiers took the order and began to wander around the school in 2s and 3s. Searching. Han Feng was also looking for one of the team members. Summoned 5 mobilized soldiers. Looking at the time, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The soldier summoned now could be refreshed synchronously with the soldier summoned at other times. It takes 500 gold coins to summon 5 mobilized soldiers. Please confirm. In his mind, the mechanical sound of the Red Alert system sounded. Confirmed. Without hesitation, Han Feng immediately said the confirmation. The mobilized soldiers are being summoned. Please wait. After hearing the sound of the system starting to summon, Han Feng held a machine gun and moved forward again, followed by 5 Red Alert soldiers. After leaving the teaching building, Han Feng walked towards the office building, passing by the edge of the playground in the middle. Looking at the empty playground, a breeze blew the willow trees beside. Just looking at the current scene, Han Feng felt a little peaceful. Let's go! After standing still and watching for a while, Han Feng continued to give orders to move forward. With a bang, a mobilized soldier pushed open the security door of the office building in front of Han Feng. Since this type of door is constantly in and out during classes during the day, it is not locked, which undoubtedly provides convenience for Han Feng. Roar! Perhaps the sound of opening the door disturbed the zombies behind the door. And after a roar, they staggered towards Han Feng and the others. Don't move. I'll do it. Han Feng stabilized the Red Alert soldier, who was about to rush forward and raise the machine gun in his hand. The office building was basically where the teachers and the principal worked. The zombies in front of him were obviously transformed from adults after death. Duh. After aiming, Han Feng imitated Lin Lan's burst shooting and killed 3 zombies with 5 bullets. Roar! The huge gunshots echoed in the office building, and several roars came from different floors. Good. Based on the source of the sound, Han Feng judged that there were not many zombies in this building. Come here. 10 Red Alert soldiers. In his mind, Han Feng mobilized 10 more Red Alert soldiers just in case. 10 seconds later, the 10 Red Alert soldiers ran to Han Feng. 5 people in a team. Clear the zombies in the corridor on both sides at the same time. The remaining 5 follow me. In order to ensure safety, Han Feng had to fight slowly on each floor. Yes. The 15 Red Alert soldiers around him quickly divided into 3 teams and headed towards their target direction. Puff. Puff, the sound of sharp blades entering flesh continued. And the Red Alert soldiers holding cold weapons devoured the few zombies in the corridor like wolves entering a flock of sheep. A few minutes later, all the zombies on the first floor were killed. At this time, Han Feng had 5 more mobilized soldiers around him. The newly summoned mobilized soldiers gathered around Han Feng, waiting for his orders at any time. You guys go kill the zombies too. Han Feng said to the team without bullets beside him. Leave 5 fully armed and fully ammunition soldiers to protect Han Feng, so that there is the greatest guarantee whether advancing or retreating. Go upstairs. Han Feng said, and walked to the second floor with the Red Alert soldiers. The second floor was basically empty, with only a few zombies wandering in the corridor. Hearing the voices of Han Feng and his group, they came over with their fangs and claws bared. There are not many. I'll do it. After speaking to the Red Alert soldiers beside him, Han Feng raised the machine gun in his hand and fired bursts of shots to kill the zombies. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. 10 minutes later, all the zombies in the office building where Han Feng was located were wiped out. It is worth mentioning that in the warehouse of the office building, Han Feng found 2 medium-sized diesel generators and more than a dozen large oil barrels. The oil barrels were empty, but Han Feng could fill them up and bring them back to the villa, so that he would not have to face the embarrassing situation of running out of oil after going out several times. 10 Red Alert soldiers worked together to carry 2 diesel generators, and the other 10 Red Alert soldiers followed with oil barrels. After questioning, all the zombies in the entire elementary school were wiped out. 9,027 gold coins. This is the number Han Feng has accumulated now. Compared to before coming to school, it has increased by more than 3,000. Looking at the number of gold coins, Han Feng smiled, thinking that this trip was not in vain. With less than 1,000 gold coins, Han Feng will be a millionaire, and the long-awaited combat laboratory will be built soon. Unknown power. The reason for the evolution of zombies. These problems will also be solved with the completion of the combat laboratory. Han Feng, in a good mood, looked at the messy school, and after confirming that there was no danger, he said, "The 5 newly added mobilized soldiers, you go to supplement the teams that are short of people and improve the staffing of each team." A few seconds later, the 8 teams were fully staffed again. Teams 3, 4, and 5. You go to find and collect the weapons of the fallen soldiers, and gather here after finding them. After hearing Han Feng's order, the 3 teams turned around and ran to the vicinity of the teaching building, turning over the corpses of zombies to find possible weapons left behind. Lighting a cigarette, Han Feng stood there and fell into deep thought. Chapter 45. The Stolen Gas Station. Lin Lan's superpower is to imprison all living things within a certain distance around him, and Wei Peng's superpower is to increase his speed. For unknown reasons, the two of them have the ability to evolve. And thinking of this, Han Feng was actually a little excited, but also a little afraid. The reason for the excitement is that he can also be as powerful as Superman in the movie and use superpowers. And the reason for the fear is, Lin Lan and Wei Peng both fell into a coma because of using superpowers. And the most powerful Lin Lan was actually in a coma for 2 days. What if he falls into a coma while using his superpowers against the enemy? Han Feng felt a little distressed when he thought of this. For the time being, he could not think of a better solution, so he could only let it develop. After the combat laboratory is built, let the system's black technology solve it. Report to the commander. The weapons of the 5 dead mobilized soldiers have been found and collected, and the bodies have been handled in accordance with the battlefield corpse cleaning rules. In front of him, an American soldier reported to Han Feng the actions of the 3 teams just now. "Thank you for your hard work. Let's go." After patting the American soldier in front of him, Han Feng turned and walked towards the school gate. Outside the gate, the sound of the previous battle attracted more than a dozen zombies around. Duh. Han Feng, holding a machine gun, stood inside the gate and shot at the zombies outside. After more than 10 seconds, the machine gun bullets ran out, and the zombies outside the door were all killed by Han Feng alone. After returning the machine gun in his hand to the American soldier, Han Feng looked at the gold coins again. 9,137 gold coins. Yes! Han Feng took the heads of 11 zombies alone, 1 step closer to a millionaire. Walking forward, Han Feng reached out and took off the padlock hanging on the gate. Pushing open the gate, Han Feng walked straight to the car. Take the diesel generator and oil drums, and go to the gas station later. After a pause, Han Feng continued, "Put Lin Lan and Wei Peng in my car." As soon as the words fell, the 2 mobilized soldiers carrying Lin Lan and Wei Peng walked towards Han Feng's Hummer, opened the door, and gently put the 2 on the back seat. Seeing that all the supplies were placed, Han Feng gave an order. "Everyone, set off." Destination: gas station. Taking the lead, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the gas station. About 20 minutes later, Han Feng and his group arrived at the first gas station. After getting off the car, Han Feng looked around. "Give me the fire axe," Han Feng said to a mobilized soldier beside him. After taking the fire axe, Han Feng walked towards the 2 zombies alone. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp axe chopped down at high speed, making a sound of breaking wind. In a dozen seconds, Han Feng killed the 2 zombies in the gas station. After shaking off the blood clots that had just been splashed on his body, Han Feng said, "Bring the oil barrels here. Fill them with oil, and remember to distinguish between diesel and gasoline." After giving instructions, Han Feng walked towards the convenience store with a fire axe. Although the convenience store had been robbed by Han Feng several times, there were still many items inside, such as shampoo, shower gel, underwear, and other daily necessities. This time, Han Feng planned to take away some more daily necessities. Pushing open the door of the convenience store, Han Feng stood at the door. "Oh my god?" Han Feng said in disbelief. "Damn it! Who the hell did this?" Walking into the convenience store, Han Feng quickly shuttled through the convenience store. The whole convenience store was empty. That's right. It was empty. Even several shelves were missing. In addition to a few crooked shelves, there was only one counter left. Looking at the convenience store that was truly looted, Han Feng stood there and smiled bitterly. Report to the commander. All the gas stations are out of gas. An American soldier pushed the door open and said to Han Feng. Han Feng was stunned. He walked out of the gas station without saying a word, looking at the facilities that were only for show. Han Feng had no other reaction except a wry smile. Such a large-scale raid, it should not be caused by one or two people. Even if the gas station was looted by Han Feng several times, the remaining oil volume was at least calculated in tons. There are also goods in the convenience store. Even if Han Feng brought a convoy to move twice, he might not be able to move them all. Not to mention the missing shells. According to the sophistication of the looting, there were probably at least 2 small trucks on the other side. Luna, scan the surrounding area with radar. Suddenly, Han Feng contacted Luna, the radar liaison, and requested a radar scan. A trace of hope rose in his heart. What if the other party didn't go far? Could he share a piece of the pie with the other party? The radar scan range is 5 kilometers, and 100 gold coins are required. Commander, are you sure to scan? Luna's playful voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Confirmed. Ignoring Luna's mood, Han Feng, who wanted to see the other party's survivors, said it directly. Okay. Commander who doesn't understand romance. Luna said angrily and operated the radar to start scanning. A few seconds later, Luna's voice sounded again. Commander. Scan completed. Hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng's attention went directly to the radar in the system. Looking at the radar display, Han Feng was a little disappointed. The place with the most red dots on the display was the gas station where he was. In addition, within a range of 5 kilometers, Han Feng only found 2 survivors gathered together, and the supply box was still not refreshed. How far is the distance? Unable to understand the scale of the distance displayed by the radar, Han Feng asked Luna directly. It's 3.7 kilometers away from the 2 of them. If you want to go over, we need to walk 4.1 kilometers. After that, Luna quietly waited for Han Feng's next instruction. 4.1 kilometers. Okay. Let's navigate. After that, Han Feng exited the system interface. Everyone, get ready to go. Opening his eyes, Han Feng gave the order directly. According to the instructions of the navigation, Han Feng approached the location of the 2 people with the fastest and shortest distance. The distance was getting closer and closer. When the distance between the 2 sides was only a few hundred meters, Han Feng contacted all the Red Alert soldiers in his mind and said, "You follow me to stop the car. Don't come out for a while. Wait for orders." When the distance was only about 100 meters, Han Feng stationed the convoy and got off the vehicle alone. "Wayne, give me your secondary weapon." The pistol. In his mind, Han Feng contacted Wayne. It was almost 5 o'clock, and the second batch of Red Alert soldiers' weapons had been refreshed. Bang, the door of the vehicle behind closed. Wayne got out of the car and walked towards Han Feng, handing over his secondary weapon, the M9 pistol. After taking the pistol, Han Feng hid it in his waist. With a gun and bullets on him, there was no need to panic. What's more, there were 40 Red Alert soldiers 100 meters away waiting to be dispatched at any time. Without any worries, Han Feng walked towards the place where the 2 were. After leaving, Han Feng saw a restaurant with a closed anti-theft roller shutter door. According to the radar, the 2 were in this restaurant. Bang, 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 bang. Han Feng went forward and knocked on the shutter door. 10 seconds later, a man's voice came from behind the shutter door. "Who is it? Are you fucking sick? It's not even 5 o'clock. What good things can you find? Can't you send it over later? Believe it or not, I will fucking kill you with a knife." The cursing voice came out. Han Feng clenched his fist, took a deep breath to suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. Hua la la, accompanied by the sound of metal collision. The shutter door was pulled up a person's height. What came into view was a thin man with golden hair, punk hair, and a row of earrings that looked a bit dazzling in the sun. Who are you? The thin man asked Han Feng with a little sleepiness. I am. Is it useful to ask so many questions? Come and register. The sudden voice interrupted Han Feng's words. And a fat man came over with footsteps. He held a chicken leg in his mouth and a notebook and a pen in his hand. With a bang, the notebook fell on the table. Are you deaf? I asked you to come and register. Staring at Han Feng, the fat man added, damn. Like an idiot. Hold on. See what they are going to do. Han Feng warned himself for the nth time in his heart. Under the gaze of the two, Han Feng walked over silently. Name, age, gender, specialty. Write them all down. Don't leave any out. Also write who asked you to come. After the fat man finished speaking, he started to eat the chicken leg. Han Feng, who was confused, couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. He didn't do anything. Why did he need his information? And what introducer? Hey! I'm talking to you. Are you really deaf? Seeing Han Feng standing still, the fat man threw a chicken bone directly at him, which immediately hit Han Feng. Fuck. The thin man cursed, pulled down the shutter door, turned around and kicked Han Feng. Fuck, do you know who we are? I told you so much. But you just ignored me. Right? After saying that, the thin man picked up the pen and threw it hard on Han Feng. Fuck, write quickly. Help me wash my underwear after you finish. Fuck. I get upset when I see a fool like you. The thin man cursed non-stop. Beside him, the fat man laughed. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. Han Feng took a deep breath again and picked up the pen from the ground. Name, Han Feng. Age, 23. Gender, male. Specialty, none. Introducer, Lu Run. When filling in the introducer, Han Feng remembered Lu Run and Ma Jinfa whom he met a few days ago. So he wrote him as the introducer. Looking at the thick book, Han Feng casually flipped through the information of the people who had registered, and found dense notes, indicating that many people came here to register. One of the messages caught Han Feng's attention. The date was yesterday, and the harvest column was filled in with a gas station that Han Feng had just visited. Chapter 46, A Preliminary Understanding of the Gathering Place. Pa! A slam dunk sounded at the back of Han Feng's head. Fuck you. You have to challenge my patience. Right? To seek protection. You have to look like you're begging for help. Hack you. The thin man kept muttering unbearable words. Han Feng was silent for a while. Under the ridicule and abuse of the two, his anger value has reached its peak. The reason for coming here is very simple. That is, to find the whereabouts of the large amount of goods at the gas station. Now that the whereabouts of the goods have been found, Han Feng doesn't have to hide it. Listening to the words of the yellow-haired thin man, it seems that there is an incredible organization behind them. It can shelter so many people in the end of the world. It should not be a simple organization. But it is obvious that this organization is not a formal organization. Otherwise they would not have found two idiots to guard here. Fuck you. You idiot. Your eyes are fucking. The air suddenly became quiet. Come on. Keep cursing. Han Feng pointed the gun at the thin yellow-haired man after pulling out the gun from his waist. Take a fake. Bang. The fat man sitting next to him was about to say that Han Feng was holding a fake gun. But before he could finish his words, Han Feng fired a shot at the ceiling. The huge gunshot and echo were particularly harsh in the closed environment, and the bottomless bullet hole on the ceiling showed the impressive power of this gun. Instantly, the two men stood straight, their hands stretched forward timidly, their faces full of flattery and fawning. Brother, 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 don't shoot. I was wrong. The two men wanted to explain something incomparably. They say that singing is better than speaking. Okay, let me listen to a passage today. Pointing the gun at the yellow-haired man, Han Feng said, You like to talk. Right? You like to swear. Right. Come on. Sing for me. Sing Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf for me. Sing 10 times. Pleasant Goat. Beautiful Goat. Big Big Wolf. Brother, I really can't sing. Please. Stop playing. The yellow-haired man begged Han Feng with a face full of tears and laughter. You only know this one line. Right? Come on. Sing it 100 times. If you dare to stop, I'll shoot you. Holding a gun and with a vicious expression, Han Feng successfully made a bad youth sing happy. The yellow-haired man took a few steps back, leaned against the wall, and sang the only line he knew. Come! Sit down. Let's chat. Looking at the yellow-haired man standing aside and singing alone, Han Feng said to the fat man again, Brother, you sit down. I can stand the eyes that were not very visible because of fat. After such a flattering expression, seemed even smaller. I told you to sit down. So sit down. You ignored my words. Didn't you? Han Feng said the same words to him. And the gun in his hand also pretended to shoot. Brother. Brother. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Instantly, the fat man knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, holding back his smile. Han Feng said, Sit down. I want to ask you something. Okay. Okay. Ask me what you want. Getting up from the ground, the fat man sat on the stool, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Who are you? Han Feng asked the first question. I'm Yan Le, the fat man said. I'm Li Ji. Stop singing, Huang Mao said. What the hell? Did I ask you to stop? Han Feng asked fiercely, pointing the gun back at Huang Mao again. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll continue singing. Happy. The song came again, and Han Feng retracted the gun with satisfaction. I said you two are sick, right? Did I ask you your names? Who are you two? What are you doing here? Han Feng said impatiently, rolling his eyes at the two of them. We are the contact persons in this area, responsible for finding the living people. The fat man answered Han Feng's questions one by one. Who? Who asked you two to come? Han Feng asked the second question. Brother Wei. Brother Wei asked us to come. Brother, please, can you put down the gun? The fat man begged Han Feng with tears and laughter. Brother Wei? Who is he? Where is he? What does he do? Han Feng continued to ask questions without paying attention to the fat man's pleading. Brother Wei, the gangster boss. He is now in the BT prison. He rules the entire prison. He is now collecting living people in the city. We are his subordinates. The fat man told everything he knew without hiding anything. What about this cargo? Is it also sent to the prison? Han Feng asked, holding a gun in one hand and pointing to the column of the gas station with the other hand. Yes. 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 We just register and collect people. They will be divided into many teams to find useful things and then transport them back to the prison. This is also the instruction of Brother Wei. The fat man explained Han Feng's questions as much as possible, fearing that he would cause dissatisfaction. After the explanation, the air began to be quiet. Fuck you. Are you deaf or dumb? Sing. I didn't say stop. Try again. After saying that, Han Feng turned the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at Huang Mao again. Don't look at me as a sheep. Huang Mao sang again when the muzzle pointed at him. But his voice became more choked. Frowning, Han Feng thought about the whole story. Obviously, Brother Wei was in charge of the prison. Ma Zhenfa and others, who met a few days ago, should be the survivors of Brother Wei. It seems that the prison guards should be gone. They are either in cahoots with Brother Wei, or this guy called Brother Wei. He sent so many people out to collect all kinds of supplies. What is he going to do? I learned from Ma Zhenfa that the prison is where the survivors gather. Is it just a simple gathering place? Han Feng pondered for a while. Forget it. I will go to the prison when I have time in a few days. Since I agreed to Ma Zhenfa's request, I will know after a few days. Looking at the two people trembling in front of him, Han Feng was in a dilemma. Shoot and kill directly. No. Although the attitude is bad. The crime is not punishable by death. Just let it go. I am a little unwilling. After thinking about it, Han Feng said, Come here. Both of you. Stand side by side. Kick each other. Keep kicking. No rest. I'm going out to smoke a cigarette. Let me hear the noise is quiet or no movement. You two know the consequences. Yes. 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 Big brother. Don't worry. After saying it in unison, the two began to fight each other. Han Feng opened the shutter door and walked out. He lit a cigarette and looked back at the two people who were kicking each other, and pulled down the shutter door with a wicked smile. He walked straight to the car. Go home after saying that. Han Feng smiled. I thought these two stupid road deer didn't know that they were gone. And I don't know how long they will continue to fight. Go back to the car and start the ignition. Everyone, go home first. Notifying everyone in his mind. Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and started first. Half an hour later, Han Feng returned to the villa with the convoy. As usual, put the diesel generator back on the second floor. The weapons of the dead soldiers are stored. When getting off the car and closing the door, Han Feng commanded everyone's actions through remote commands. Brother Han, you're back. Where's Xiaoping? Is Xiaoping obedient today? Wei Yun, who heard the noise, went out first to greet him and asked about Xiaoping's situation. How can I tell you this? Xiaoping. Han Feng hesitated and didn't know how to explain to Wei Yun. He scratched the back of his head with one hand and looked a little embarrassed. Looking at Wei Yun's gradually anxious expression, Han Feng hurriedly said, Listen to me first. Xiaoping used his superpowers, which made him weak. He is asleep now. He is not injured. Don't worry. As he spoke, Han Feng contacted the mobilized soldier who was taking care of Wei Peng and asked him to carry Wei Peng and come over quickly. Xiao Peng. Seeing Xiao Peng on the mobilized soldier's back, Wei Yun rushed forward. After confirming that Wei Peng had no external injuries and was just fainting due to exhaustion, Wei Yun was temporarily relieved. Having seen the appearance and reason of Lin Lan's coma, Wei Yun was not particularly worried about it. Let's eat first. It's getting late. It must have been very hard today. Right? Wei Yun asked Han Feng, moving his eyes away from Wei Peng. Okay. Let's eat. Let's talk after dinner. Han Feng and Wei Yun walked into the villa together. Before entering the villa, Han Feng did not forget to contact the mobilized soldier who carried Lin Lan on his back, and told him to settle her down as well. During the half-hour meal, Han Feng explained in detail what happened today, and everyone was amazed. After answering Lu Rui and Wei Yun's individual questions, Han Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks. Looking at his phone, it was past 6 in the afternoon. Everyone come to eat. After eating, Han Feng made room for other Red Alert soldiers. Luna opened the soldier details. Walking to the kitchen, Han Feng contacted Luna and asked her to open the soldier details function. Soldier details are open. Hearing Luna's voice in his mind, Han Feng turned his attention to the soldier details interface. He found the two seriously injured Red Alert soldiers and checked their physical recovery status. Fortunately, seeing that the two soldiers were fine, Han Feng said softly, But Winter Soldier. Still no improvement. Shaking his head, Han Feng exited the soldier details interface. Coming out of the kitchen, Han Feng went straight back to the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, he began to think about how to go to prison in a few days. An hour later, it was almost dusk. He checked his phone. It was 6:30. It was time to do the next thing. Standing up from the bed, Han Feng had a slightly excited smile on his face. Silently, he took out 2 brand new assault rifles from under the bed, and took out a dozen magazines filled with bullets. After putting them into his backpack, Han Feng began the next step. Everyone, assemble. In his mind, the information of the assembly notified all the Red Alert soldiers, except for the 2 injured mobilized soldiers and 3 police dogs. The remaining 50 Red Alert soldiers were all ready to go and stood at the door of the villa. Teams 9 and 10. Continue your previous security mission. You stay. The rest of you, get in the car. Get ready to go. At the door, Han Feng issued instructions before departure. Chapter 47, Zombie Frenzy. It's so late. Are you still going out? Oh my. It's almost dark. You want to go out at this time? What are you thinking? Brother? Wei Yun and Lu Rui asked Han Feng in confusion. The risk factor of moving at night is much higher than that of daytime. Secret Han Feng smiled and said mysteriously, ignoring the 2 behind him. He walked straight to the first car, the Hummer. You guys take a rest first. I'll be back soon, Han Feng shouted. Lowering the window, he stepped on the accelerator, and the roar of the Hummer sounded. With the convoy, Han Feng drove out of the community again. Han Feng's idea was very simple, which was to clear the zombies around the community. One was to eliminate the safety hazard, and the other was to earn gold coins. There were only 800 gold coins left to build the combat laboratory, and the gold coins for construction were only a little short. If it was delayed for another day, Han Feng would be a little unwilling. After Han Feng led the convoy out of the community, he headed directly to the nearest community. The security gate that lost the control of the security guard blocked Han Feng. Without pausing, he stepped on the accelerator and accelerated forward. Bang! Bang! The sprinting Hummer was not blocked by the security gate, and it rushed in directly with the accelerator. The sound of the security door breaking made a lot of noise, and the scattered zombies were attracted by the sudden sound. Roar! Roaring, the zombies staggered over. Everyone, prepare your cold weapons. Kill! Sitting in the car, Han Feng lit a cigarette and quietly issued instructions through the remote command function of the radar. Han Feng did not get out of the car. If you attack the zombies with bullets, it is unnecessary. These zombies are not of a terrifying scale. If you attack with a fire axe, Han Feng does not have the ability to fight at night with such low visibility. For safety reasons, Han Feng sat in the car and commanded the Red Alert soldiers to brush gold coins. After more than 20 zombies were wiped out, Han Feng began to circle the community with the convoy. Stop when you see sporadic zombies and kill them. Half an hour later, there was no zombie in the entire community. The quiet streets seemed even more empty. Let's go to another place. After thinking about it, Han Feng gave up the idea of breaking into the house to kill zombies. Every household has a security door. Not to mention the time wasted in breaking the door. Even if the door is opened, there are only a few zombies to face. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Feng decided to go to another place to kill zombies and earn gold coins. Driving slowly on the street, Han Feng saw the University of Science and Technology not far away. Oh my god! After saying softly, Han Feng gently stepped on the brake and began to wait and see. There were many zombies wandering around the entrance of the University of Science and Technology. Inside the school, due to the poor visibility at night, only a chaotic scene of people could be seen. I forgot that this kid lives next to the University of Science and Technology. After talking to himself, Han Feng began to think of a countermeasure. Should I fight or not? Should I go in? If I go in now, I will probably be surrounded by zombies. If I don't fight, then the gold coins. Besides, this is also a hidden danger. Looking at the zombies in front of him, Han Feng slowly planned in his mind. As he exhaled the last puff of cigarette, Han Feng extinguished the cigarette but, with a look of determination, he contacted the 40 Red Alert soldiers behind him in his mind and ordered, everyone, prepare for battle. It's not Han Feng's fault for being reckless. Compared to the zombie crisis in front of him, Han Feng wanted to figure out what the unknown power in his body was. He looked at the gold coins. 9,190 pieces. Damn it! It's a gamble! Han Feng said fiercely after taking a deep breath. Looking at the Red Alert soldiers behind him, who were ready for battle, Han Feng notified everyone in his mind again. Everyone, put away your guns, prepare your cold weapons. Remember, before I give you permission to shoot, no one is allowed to shoot. No grenades are allowed. No lingering battles are allowed. Be ready to retreat at any time. All teams, alternately cover, attack and retreat. All actions are not allowed to make too much noise. And the volume should be as low as possible. Yes, said the 40 Red Alert soldiers in front of him. At around 4 o'clock this afternoon, the equipment and ammunition of more than 20 of the 40 Red Alert soldiers had been refreshed. This was also the bet that Han Feng dared to take on this operation. At worst, he still had 9,190 gold coins to allow him to temporarily summon soldiers. After finalizing the plan in his mind, Han Feng walked slowly towards the University of Science and Technology with a fire axe. Han Feng was very nervous. He knew that there were at least 20,000 to 30,000 students in this university. In other words, there were at least 20,000 to 30,000 zombies in this school. He only had 40 Red Alert soldiers. If a zombie riot occurred, the consequences would be disastrous. These days, there are so many zombies in this school not far from the villa. But I didn't notice it. Ah! Han Feng walked to the school gate 200 meters away and suddenly roared, looking at the approach of more than a dozen zombies nearby. Han Feng smiled and thought that the plan was successful. Since there are searchlights at the entrance of the University of Science and Technology all year round, these lights are set to turn on at the computer. Every night, several searchlights at the entrance will illuminate the school entrance like daylight. In this way, Han Feng can also participate in the battle. Dozens of zombies are getting closer and closer. and the hand holding the fire axe begins to tremble due to the force. Pay attention. It's time to attack. After pretending to be relaxed, Han Feng rushed forward first. He swung the fire axe and instantly chopped into the zombie's head. 10 gold coins. Got it. Feeling the increase in gold coins, Han Feng quickly pulled out the fire axe and cheered himself up. Behind Han Feng, 40 Red Alert soldiers approached quickly. Like Spartan warriors, they rushed forward bravely and tore dozens of zombies in front of them. When the zombies around were killed, Han Feng stood there panting with the fire axe. Suddenly, a hand slapped his forehead, and a voice came out of Han Feng's mouth. Oh my gosh! Damn! I forgot Wayne has a sound cutter. Seeing Wayne wandering in front of him, Han Feng suddenly remembered that Wayne's secondary weapon M9, which was promoted to a 1-star soldier, had a sound cutter. Attacking zombies with a sound cutter can reduce both physical strength and sound. Wayne, give me the secondary weapon and spare magazine, Han Feng said to Wayne. Since Wayne was the first American soldier summoned in the afternoon, his weapons and equipment had been refreshed a few hours ago. Putting the fire axe back to his waist, Han Feng took the sound cutter and 3 spare magazines. Holding the hot weapon in hand, Han Feng's sense of crisis was reduced by half. Keep going. Be alert. Han Feng notified everyone in his mind. He moved forward cautiously. Ah! Another short and rapid sound was heard, and Han Feng used the same trick to attract the zombies in front. As they got closer and closer to the school gate, the number of zombies attracted by the sound increased. Han Feng stood in front of the team, holding the gun with both hands, aiming calmly. Puff! After being processed by the mute, the sound of the gun was short and dull, carrying a ball of fire. The rapidly rotating bullet twisted into the zombie's head fiercely. The zombies that were hit fell to the ground. Feeling the increase of gold coins, Han Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. Puff! 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 Each shot was accurately aimed, although the interval was long. It also guaranteed the effect of hitting the target every time. After killing 5 zombies, the other zombies that gathered finally approached Han Feng. Stepping back a few steps, Han Feng kept a safe distance from the zombies. In his mind, he said to all the Red Alert soldiers behind him, Go! After receiving the attack order, all the Red Alert soldiers rushed forward, facing the zombies. The fire axes and machetes in their hands flew up and down. Standing in the safe zone, Han Feng quietly watched the massacre in front of him. And from time to time, he also watched the situation in the school. In a school with 20,000 to 30,000 zombies, Han Feng couldn't guarantee whether there were any level 3 zombies. If there were, wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Han Feng abandoned the thoughts in his mind and focused more on the zombies in front of him. Even if there were really level 3 zombies in the school, Han Feng couldn't let it go. Erosion step by step, defeating them one by one. This was the only thing Han Feng could do. While he was thinking about it, the Red Alert soldiers had already dealt with the second wave of zombies. Looking at the tall figures standing around him, Han Feng took another step forward. This time, Han Feng didn't make a sound. The Red Alert soldier behind him was following him more than 10 meters away, and his palms holding the M9 pistol were full of sweat. Yes, Han Feng was nervous. There were a huge number of zombies in the university around him, and Han Feng was dancing with the god of death. Forcing himself to calm down, Han Feng squinted his eyes and began to aim. Puff! Puff! The M9 in Han Feng's hand continued to output steadily. Zombies fell to the ground one by one, making a slight sound. But even such a slight movement could attract the zombies around to come closer. Fortunately, the sound was controlled within a fixed range and could not attract zombies farther away. Although the zombies came one after another, Han Feng did not have much pressure for the time being. Click the magazine in the M9 pistol is empty. After ejecting the empty magazine, Han Feng quickly replaced it with a new one. Under the cover of night, Han Feng quickly killed zombies. Like a reaper, the closer he killed, the more zombies were affected. Even with the M9 in hand, Han Feng was exhausted. Standing there, Han Feng was a little overwhelmed. Everyone, clean up the zombies around. Giving an order in his mind, the Red Alert soldiers rushed up again and killed the third wave of zombies. Roar! Maybe the sound of killing zombies was too loud. A zombie opened its mouth and roared. It's bad. With a thump in his heart, Han Feng's hair instantly exploded. Roar! 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 The roar of the zombies spread like water waves. Each roar spread farther than the last. It's bad. It's bad. The zombies in the school have been disturbed. Under the night, the chaotic figures in the school became orderly, and they all gathered at the school gate where the sound came from. Zombie. Zombie frenzy. Han Feng said this tremblingly, his body covered with cold sweat. Chapter 48, Force Suppression. System. How long does it take to build a machine gun bunker? This time, the distance is not as far as a large supermarket. In the university within 1 kilometer of the temporary base, Han Feng can build a machine gun bunker to suppress the zombies in the University of Science and Technology. Report to the commander. It takes 5 minutes to build a machine gun bunker. The voice of the system sounded in Han Feng's mind. 5 minutes. Facing a large number of zombies, Han Feng obviously can't wait that long. The school is less than 1 kilometer away from the villa. If all these zombies are dispatched, even if there are no level 3 zombies, it will be difficult for the villa to remain unscathed, forcibly stopping the trembling of his body. Han Feng's brain thought quickly. The zombies approaching the school gate have come out, and the red alert soldiers are still fighting. System. How long will it take to build the wall? Han Feng asked the system again. Report to the commander. The wall construction does not take time. This time, the red alert system gave Han Feng a surprise. No time? Good. Build a wall. Block the door of the University of Science and Technology for me. Leave a 2-meter gap. In order to control the number of zombies coming out, and to give time to build the machine gun bunker, Han Feng planned to limit the flow of zombies. The wall cannot be built. Reason: the minimum length of the wall is 10 meters. According to the measurement, the building length at the school gate is only 11 meters. And there must be a 2-meter gap in the middle. So it cannot be built. The system's answer made Han Feng a little anxious. This stupid system. Can the wall be bent? Wouldn't the building length be fine in this way? Han Feng complained about the system in his heart, and began to think of a solution. It can be built. Commander. Build. Bang. Huh? When the system said it could be built, Han Feng didn't hesitate, and blurted out build. Almost without a pause, a 10-meter wall appeared at the school gate in an instant, blocking the open gate, leaving a 2-meter gap in the middle, and Han Feng's gold coins were only reduced by 10. It was unclear how the wall appeared out of thin air. A dull sound of hitting the ground sounded, and the wind sweeping the dust blew around. The gray-white wall glowed with a technological luster under the illumination of the searchlight. In the introduction of the red alert system, the wall was made of concrete. But Han Feng knew that the wall in front of him was far from as simple as the introduction. A single square meter can withstand the attack of 5 tank shells at most. Even steel plates cannot guarantee such a defensive effect. You say there is no black technology in the wall? I don't believe it even if you kill me. At the moment the wall was built, the zombies rushing out of the gate were directly stopped and limited. Facing only a small number of zombies outside the door, and the limited zombies coming out one by one, Han Feng's pressure was greatly reduced. Looking at the solid wall gate in front of him, and comparing it with the fence of the University of Science and Technology, Han Feng had a headache. The gate is easy to deal with. There is a solid wall to resist. But the original fence of the University of Science and Technology, it is impossible to resist the impact of zombies for a long time. When the fence is broken, the zombies in the school will rush out. System. Use the wall to surround the entire university. Quick! After temporarily resisting the biggest crisis in front of him, Han Feng thought of the idea of controlling the entire university with a wall. Sorry, Commander. The construction site is too far away from the temporary base, so it cannot be completely surrounded. The system's words disrupted Han Feng's plan and rhythm. How far can the wall be built? As a second choice. As long as it can delay the zombies. 1 more minute is also a good thing. The range of the wall is less than 53 meters. Han Feng was silent. 53 meters is not enough to stop the current crisis. Build. After hesitating again and again, Han Feng decided to build it. This 53-meter wall will provide time for the construction of machine gun bunkers. Bang. 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 Huh? For a while, sand and stones flew, and the University of Science and Technology built a 53-meter wall in the direction of home, tightly attached to the fence. Build a machine gun. Wait. System. How long does it take to build a sentry gun? Han Feng, who was about to build a machine gun bunker, paused and asked the system how long it would take to build the sentry gun. Report to the commander. It will take 10 minutes to build the sentry gun. The mechanical sound of the system sounded in Han Feng's mind. Build a sentry gun, Han Feng said without hesitation after hearing the system's answer. It will take 5,000 gold coins to build a sentry gun. Please confirm. Confirm. Hurry up. After seeing the progress bar of the sentry gun start to move, Han Feng exited the system interface and focused his attention on the zombie frenzy at the University of Science and Technology again. Han Feng thought carefully just now. The machine gun bunker needs a red alert soldier to enter. When a large number of zombies approach, should he retreat? If he retreats, it is equivalent to abandoning the life of this red alert soldier. However, there is no such problem if a sentry gun is built. And the greater use is, the sentry gun has stronger firepower, longer range. Fire! In order to quickly deal with the zombies outside the school, Han Feng issued a firing order. Da-da. Da-da. The red alert soldiers with bullets all put away their cold weapons and raised their guns to kill the zombies. More than 20 red alert soldiers with bullets were divided into two parts. One to kill the zombies outside the school, and the other to suppress the zombies pouring out of the school. In 1 minute, the zombies outside the school were killed. But the zombies pouring out of the school were facing the possibility of losing the defense, since there were only more than 20 red alert soldiers who had their equipment refreshed, and most of them were mobilized soldiers. From the beginning of the battle to now, the mobilized soldiers have no bullets. The remaining 4 American soldiers stood in front of the school gate, suppressing them desperately. There were more than 8 minutes left before the sentry gun was built. These 8 minutes were undoubtedly very difficult. The zombie frenzy in the school was attracted by the huge gunshots, and a large area of them had already accumulated at the entrance. For American soldiers holding M60 machine guns were barely able to stop the zombies in the school. Han Feng was alone, holding an assault rifle, wandering around the edge of the school. Han Feng didn't care about the places blocked by the walls, because the zombies couldn't easily climb over them anyway. However, the places that the walls couldn't reach, how could a fence that was originally a decoration stop the zombies? Creaky. Creaky, the fragile fence made a groan of collapse. Da-da. Da-da. Walking outside the school, Han Feng shot at the zombies in the fence. It's not an exaggeration to describe Han Feng's actions as a drop in the bucket, compared with the dozens of zombies he killed. The attack of tens of thousands of zombies did not change at all. Time passed slowly. I looked at the progress bar and saw that there were still 5 minutes left for the construction of the sentry gun. The American soldiers squeezed the bullets in the gun frantically, and Han Feng also changed 6 magazines. All mobilized soldiers, get your grenades ready, Han Feng ordered in his mind. The mobilized soldiers, who had long run out of bullets, all took out their grenades. Throw them in the school. As soon as the words fell, 18 grenades were thrown at the zombies in the school. Boom! 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 For a moment, explosions sounded everywhere. The shock wave of the grenade rushed out of a fault zone, and the zombies' steps became a little chaotic. Taking advantage of this gap in time, the 4 American soldiers suppressed the zombies that poured out again. Seeing that the zombies at the exit were under control, Han Feng continued to move forward. The overloaded school fence had been twisted to varying degrees. The situation became precarious. At this time, there were still 4 minutes left before the sentry gun was built. Wayne! High explosive grenade? Han Feng contacted Wayne while changing the magazine after firing all the bullets in the assault rifle. Throw it as far as possible. After shouting at Wayne, Han Feng continued to shoot. Wayne put down the machine gun and took a few steps back. After suddenly accelerating, his right arm swung violently. A high explosive grenade flew deep into the campus. Boom! The huge explosion sounded with a ball of fire suddenly appearing in the zombie group. The shock wave, which was stronger than a grenade, instantly shattered the zombies within a radius of more than 10 meters from the explosion point. Roar! The zombies without intelligence were attracted by the explosion, and the zombies near the door turned around and walked in the direction of the explosion. Stop! Cease fire! Something unexpected happened. Han Feng could never have thought that the zombies could turn back. The moment the order was given, the 4 American soldiers stopped shooting. Han Feng held his breath and quietly watched the zombies in the school return. At this time, there were still 4 minutes left before the sentry gun was built. A kind of joy of surviving a disaster filled Han Feng's heart, and he couldn't help but say, "Is there still such an operation?" There were still more than 10 bullets in the assault rifle and 2 spare magazines. There was a turnaround in the situation where he was almost out of ammunition and food. Roar! Just when Han Feng was glad that he was about to escape from danger, a roar came from the zombies. Roar! 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 One after another. The rioting zombies lost the source of the sound and vented their dissatisfaction in their hearts without reason. In an instant, the zombies began to look for a way out again. The reason was simple. Tens of thousands of zombies in the rear were still crowding out, and the huge explosion could not attract them for long. Fuck! Damn it! The beautiful fantasy lasted only a few dozen seconds before it broke. Han Feng couldn't help but curse. A zombie wall attacked again. It was close to the exit of the wall again. Fire! The first to strike is the strongest. The last to strike will suffer. While the zombies were not approaching, Han Feng gave the order to fire again. Da-da. Da-da. Ka. 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 After more than 10 seconds, the 3 American soldiers stopped shooting at the same time. The machine gun was out of bullets after all. Only 1 American soldier, Wayne and Han Feng, were still shooting. The 3 American soldiers quickly put down the machine gun without bullets, took out their pistols, and continued to shoot. Seeing that the school gate was about to be lost, Han Feng hurried back to defend. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Wayne, they shot into the 2-meter-wide gap in the wall together. Chapter 49, Sentry Gun. There are only 3 minutes left to build the sentry gun. Hurry up! Hurry up! Han Feng muttered anxiously, while changing the magazine after firing all the bullets in the assault rifle. Due to nervousness, Han Feng's hand trembled a little while changing the magazine. After changing the magazine with difficulty, just as Han Feng raised his gun to prepare to shoot, the sound of firing around him became much less. Turning around, he saw 3 American soldiers collecting their M9 pistols. No bullets. Even the pistols were out of bullets. For a moment, Han Feng felt a breath of despair. Only relying on himself and Wayne, he would never be able to stop the zombie frenzy in front of him. But even if Han Feng's team had all the bullets now, it seemed that they could not stop the attack of tens of thousands of zombies. Bang! Bang! A dozen meters away, the school fence was squeezed by a large number of zombies, and several fractures appeared. The same collapse occurred at each fence. Once a position was lost, the zombies would be like a collapsed dam, instantly drowning Han Feng and his party. Not daring to stop, Han Feng kept firing bullets. In a hurry, the 100% kill rate was decreasing. But at this time, he could no longer care about so much. There were less than 2 minutes left before the sentry gun was built. Summon 4 American soldiers. Confirmed. Hurry! Han Feng summoned 4 American soldiers through the communication system in his mind. Even if he was extremely anxious, he would not summon an extra red alert soldier. The reason was simple. He could not take them away. There were 9 cars in total, 8 of which were fully loaded. But his own car could still seat 4. So Han Feng only summoned 4 American soldiers. The system is calling. Please wait. Hearing the voice of the system, Han Feng could only pray that the zombies would come out later. Da-da. Ka. After more than 10 seconds, the assault rifle stopped firing again. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng replaced the last magazine. At this moment, he only had the last magazine left. But Wayne was still firing. But he probably didn't have many bullets left. Captain of the high explosive grenade. Get ready. Looking at the fence that seemed to be about to collapse in the next second, Han Feng gave the order to attack with high explosive grenades. 3 American soldiers took out high explosive grenades and held them in their hands, waiting for Han Feng's order. Throw it as far as you can, Han Feng shouted. And the 3 American soldiers threw the high explosive grenades fiercely into the school. Boom! 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 After 3 explosions, flames shot up into the sky. The 3 shock waves entangled with each other, strengthened each other, and crushed everything within the attack range. When the huge shock waves sounded in the zombie group, the zombies in the front row turned around again and headed towards the place where the sound was heard. Good, Han Feng said with a sigh of relief. Cease fire. The air was silent again, listening to the zombies' dragging footsteps. Han Feng knew that it would not be long before the zombies would come out again. And the next time, maybe when the fence was broken. 1 minute left. The sentry gun will be built in 1 minute. At this time, 2 newly summoned American soldiers appeared beside Han Feng. Roar! Roar! The zombies roared again in the school, under the crowd of zombies in the rear. The zombies in the front row came again. 27. 25. 2,320 fire. Silently counting the countdown of the sentry gun construction. Han Feng looked at the distance of the zombies' attack and ordered to open fire. Duh. The newly summoned American soldiers and Wayne pulled the trigger of the machine gun at the same time, killing the zombies in the wall. Bang! Tear! The school fence was finally broken under the pressure of a large number of zombies. The sound of the fence tearing seemed to tear Han Feng's heart apart. Facing the unstoppable zombie frenzy, all that awaited him was drowning. 3, 2, 1. Sentry gun. Build. Just as the zombies rushed out of the fence, the countdown for the construction of the sentry gun was just completed. Bang! Whoosh! Like the wall, a dull sound of hitting the ground was heard, followed by a gust of wind. After the order to build was issued, a turret stood at the position Han Feng expected. The dark base and gun body looked like a hidden ninja under the cover of night. The sentry gun, more than 1 meter high, had 2 muzzles, pointing blackly forward. On the top was an infrared scanner, with several red laser lines sweeping in front. Exploring. The sentry gun has been built. The sentry gun is drawing power from the temporary base. Please wait. Power drawing completed. The sentry gun's automatic identification is turning on. Please wait. Automatic identification has been turned on. Sentry gun. A series of system sounds rang in his mind, and Han Feng was very excited. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sentry gun fired automatically. The 2 70mm gun barrels stretched back and forth alternately, firing one microshell after another, carrying balls of flames. The microshells emitted red light, drawing red lines in the dark night, rushing towards the zombies as if cutting through space. Puff! Each shell would penetrate the heads of several zombies, and then explode in the body of the last zombie. Looking at such fierce firepower, Han Feng forgot his nervous mood just now. Looking at the sentry gun that was firing, Han Feng hesitated to speak, pulling his sight back to the zombie tide. Han Feng sighed inwardly. Not good. A large number of zombies have broken through the fence, and in the distance, a large group of zombies are attacking. Relying on a sentry gun at the moment, it is definitely not possible to stop such a huge group of zombies. System. Build a machine gun bunker. After thinking about it, Han Feng communicated with the system in his mind and asked to build a machine gun bunker. Building a machine gun bunker requires. Confirm. Quick! Han Feng's anxious voice interrupted the system's words. The machine gun bunker is being built. Please wait. After hearing the system's answer, Han Feng looked at the zombie tide again. Retreat. With an order, Han Feng led a large force to the location of the vehicle. The sentry gun stayed here and continued to kill zombies. Anyway, they were automatic shooting and automatic aiming, so Han Feng didn't have to worry too much. The school was less than 1 kilometer away from the villa. Such a long distance would take a certain amount of time for the zombies with limited mobility to attack. Building machine gun bunkers was completely a precautionary measure. If the sentry guns could not withstand such a large number of zombies, they would not be overwhelmed by the zombies that broke through. Building machine gun bunkers in advance would allow them to avoid waiting for the construction time of machine gun bunkers in critical situations. If they did not want to take this risk, they could go home directly. Han Feng did not believe that so many zombies in the school could all rush to the villa. After getting in the car, Han Feng made sure that no one was left behind. Go home. After giving the command in his mind, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly towards the villa. After the vehicle drove a few hundred meters in front of the residential building closest to the school, Han Feng stopped the car and instructed a mobilized soldier to get off. According to the instructions in Han Feng's mind, the mobilized soldier broke the first floor glass that could best visualize the current situation of the zombies in the school, allowing him to lurk inside. The purpose was to insert an eye, because Han Feng's radar had a field of view link function. He could link the mobilized soldier at any time to observe the changes in the zombie tide in the school. After placing the eyeliner, Han Feng, who felt a little more at ease, drove to the villa again. A few minutes later, the convoy arrived at the entrance of the villa area. Everyone stop and wait. After notifying the driver of the vehicle behind him in his mind, Han Feng lit a cigarette and waited quietly for time to pass. Build a machine gun bunker. The reason for stopping and waiting is to build a machine gun bunker just in case. Boom. Huh. It was the same as the appearance of the sentry gun. A large snow-white, round defense building appeared at the entrance of the community. An entrance and exit for one person appeared in the middle of the machine gun bunker. Looking at the machine gun bunker that suddenly appeared, Han Feng was startled. After a pause, Han Feng contacted a mobilized soldier in his mind and asked him to get off the car and enter the machine gun bunker to guard the entrance of the community. Han Feng was relieved after watching the mobilized soldiers enter the machine gun bunker. It should be okay this time. Han Feng, who was still nervous, said to himself like a child who had gotten into trouble. A minute later, Han Feng returned to the villa. Brother Han, I heard an explosion. Are you okay? Han Feng, who had just got off the car, was stopped by Wei Yun and asked. It's okay. There were too many zombies at the University of Science and Technology. I almost couldn't come back there. Wei Yun couldn't hear how urgent the situation was at that time under the tone of pretending to be relaxed. Huh? It's okay. It's okay. Patting his chest, Wei Yun put down the stone in his heart. How dare you stir up a hornet's nest in the university? Don't you know there are 30,000 monsters there? Lu Rui, who was standing aside, was amazed when he heard Han Feng's actions. Now the zombies in the university are basically all out. Let's stay out tonight. No one should go out unless necessary. After a pause, Han Feng continued, I'll rest first. See you tomorrow. Han Feng, who was concentrating on the battle situation, didn't have time to talk too much with the two. He hurried to the second floor, and after returning to the bedroom, he immediately contacted the radar. View link. Check the dynamics of the school's zombies. After saying that, Han Feng closed his eyes. After opening his eyes again, Han Feng's vision was linked to the mobilized soldier closest to the school. Seeing that the sentry guns were still firing in the distance, the sound of firing attracted most of the zombies. Although there were zombies on the street in front of him, there were not many of them, just wandering aimlessly. Seeing that there was nothing serious, Han Feng was relieved. Exit the vision link and return to the bedroom again. After thinking about it, Han Feng focused on the system in his mind. As soon as he entered the system, Han Feng was stunned. The gold coins were still increasing? System, what's going on? Why are the gold coins still increasing? Han Feng asked the system with surprise. Report to the commander. The sentry gun is killing zombies. With the commander as the center, the radar detection range within a radius of 5 kilometers is the effective killing area. The system's answer made Han Feng's eyes light up. In this way, he can send multiple teams to different locations at the same time to kill zombies together. As long as the range does not exceed 5 kilometers, he can receive gold coins. Great. After an excited word, Han Feng began to plan. At present, the number of gold coins is still 3816, and it is still increasing rapidly. Frowning and thinking about it, Han Feng figured it out. A sentry gun costs 5,000 gold coins. A machine gun bunker costs 2,500 gold coins. And 4 American soldiers cost 2,000 gold coins. These alone cost 9,500 gold coins. It's really spending money like water. Damn. I wanted to earn some gold coins, but I didn't expect to lose so much. Han Feng muttered to himself in annoyance and lay down. Chapter 50. 100,000 zombies. It was already past 10 in the evening. After a hard day, Han Feng planned to rest. Police dogs, you have to work hard tonight. Patrol more and expand the scope of the alert. If you find a large number of zombies attacking, notify me immediately. Before going to bed, Han Feng was still a little worried. After notifying the 3 police dogs, he felt a little more at ease. Closing his eyes, Han Feng quickly fell asleep. Just a few hours after Han Feng fell asleep, woof, woof, the urgent voice of the police dog sounded outside Han Feng's bedroom door. Ah! With a scream, Han Feng sat up from the bed instantly. Hearing the alarm of the police dog, he knew that there must be a large number of zombies coming. However, Han Feng was not too worried at this time, because after all, it was a school with tens of thousands of people, and it would not be surprising if hundreds of zombies came. Vision link. The mobilized soldier closest to the school. Before the vision link, Han Feng was still grateful for his clever mind and placed an eyeliner to observe the dynamics of the zombie group at any time. But when Han Feng looked at the street through the eyes of the mobilized soldier, his mind went blank on the spot. The whole wide street was now densely packed with zombies. The weirdest thing was that all the zombies were actually slowly moving towards the direction of Han Feng's villa. After being shocked by the huge number of zombies, Han Feng, who was covered in cold sweat, was no longer sleepy. Fuck. What's going on? Why are they all here? In the crisis, Han Feng controlled the mobilized soldier to look at both sides of the street. The sentry gun without bullets had stopped firing. Under the cover of night, there were endless zombies on both sides of the street. Roughly estimated, there are as many as 3,000 or 4,000 zombies within the visible range. There are also places where the edge is far away, which means that there are far more zombies than this number. Vision link. Mobilized soldiers in the machine gun bunker. Han Feng wanted to know how far the zombies' vanguard was from him. So he linked another mobilized soldier. Opening his eyes again, Han Feng saw a dark mass of zombies in the distance through the sight of the mobilized soldiers in the machine gun bunker. The head of the zombies was more than 200 meters away from the machine gun bunker. Police dogs? All out. Explore the entire community separately. When all 3 police dogs were out, Han Feng took a look at the gold coins. 7,264 pieces. Radar. Scan the surroundings? Confirm. In order to figure out the topographic map of the entire community, Han Feng, who was going downstairs, communicated with the system again. After reducing 100 gold coins, the radar scanned everything within a 5-kilometer range. When he came to the first floor, Han Feng saw that Lu Rui and Wei Yun had been awakened by the alarm of the police dogs. What's wrong? Brother Han? Wei Yun asked first when he saw Han Feng appear. Lu Rui on the side was still yawning. It's bad. It's bad. I don't know what happened to the zombies. All of them are coming. After Han Feng finished speaking, both of them were shocked. Commander, the police dog has arrived at the designated location. Han Feng was about to speak when he was interrupted by the voice of the system in his mind. Wait for me for a while. After speaking to Lu Rui and Wei Yun, he silently said in his mind, Vision link. Police dog. Han Feng opened his eyes and was petrified on the spot. Not only at the entrance of the community, there are also large-scale zombies near the community. Switch. Han Feng switched the police dog's vision in his mind. Han Feng opened his eyes again and saw the vision of another police dog. In the other direction, there were still dense zombies. Switch again. The situation remained the same. This means that the entire community is surrounded by endless zombies. Exiting the vision link, Han Feng didn't bother to communicate with the two. Build a wall. According to the display of the radar in his mind, a circle of walls instantly appeared on the road in the villa area. The first circle of walls surrounded and protected the villa area on a large scale. And Han Feng spent 4,000 gold coins for this. 1 gold coin per meter of wall. Han Feng built a full 4 kilometers. Only a 5-meter wide hole was left at the exit of the first layer of wall. Outside the wall, there was a machine gun bunker next to it. There were 3,264 gold coins left. System. Recycle the sentry gun in the school. In order to cope with the next battle, Han Feng had to recycle the sentry gun that he had spent a lot of money to build before. Recycle the gold coins for fortifications at a 50% discount. And the price of the recycled sentry gun is 2,500 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Han Feng said helplessly after hearing the system's answer. I bought it for 5,000 gold coins, but sold it for 2,500 gold coins a few hours later. However, the zombies killed by the sentry guns were enough to make a profit. The sentry guns were recycled by the system, and Han Feng had 5,764 gold coins at this time. Build sentry guns. Having just recycled the sentry guns, Han Feng started to build new ones. This was also a helpless move. Facing a large number of zombies, sentry guns were indispensable. There were 746 gold coins left. Summon 7 mobilized soldiers. Confirmed. Han Feng no longer wanted to build the combat laboratory and only wanted to survive the current crisis. All red alert soldiers. Turn on the lights of all villas in the community now. And pull out all wooden furniture such as tables, chairs, and benches. Put them 10 meters behind the wall. Remember to carry some gasoline with you. Before the zombies come, Han Feng wants to use the fire line as the second line of defense. Except for the 2 mobilized soldiers who are recovering from injuries. The remaining 50 Red Alert soldiers are all dispatched, breaking into other villas in the community as if they were ransacking a house. Turning on the lights. Pulling out furniture. Take out your mobile phone. The time shows that it is 3 o'clock in the morning. The whole community is now dark. And as the lights are turned on, there is gradually a glimmer of light. Wayne, hurry up. Turn on the street lights in the community. Quick! Han Feng contacted Wayne in his mind and asked him to turn on the street lights in the entire community. 10 seconds later, the street lights in the streets of the community were lit up. Watching the busy figures of the crowd, Han Feng prayed in his heart that the zombies would move slower. Duh. In the distance, the zombies at the gate of the community have entered the warning range of the machine gun bunker. Han Feng's prayers didn't work at all, except for turning on the lights. Don't worry about the rest. Hurry up and get on the wall. Use fire axes, machetes, and other cold weapons to kill the zombies under the wall. Quick! The instructions were conveyed to all the Red Alert soldiers in his mind. Since the battle has started, the first thing to do is to join the battle. 50 Red Alert soldiers quickly climbed the wall. There was a 2-meter wide gap on the wall, which was enough for the soldiers to walk on it and attack. Lu Rui, bring all the assault rifles, pistols, and various bullets to the rooftop. Quick! Han Feng stood there and directed the battle. I'll help carry them too. Wei Yun spoke first. No! Go get all the spare magazines, and refill any empty ones you see. Han Feng instructed Wei Yun after stopping him. He turned around and took out his backpack, dumping out a pile of empty magazines. Listening to the sound of machine gun fire from afar, Han Feng began to switch the view link continuously. All 50 Red Alert soldiers had climbed up the wall, standing on the 2-meter high wall and slashing at the zombies outside the wall. However, there were only 50 Red Alert soldiers on the 4-kilometer wall defense line, and the combat personnel were far from enough. At this time, 7 minutes had passed, and the sentry gun had less than 3 minutes to build. Luna, report the distance between the zombies and the villa. Han Feng exited the visual link, lit a cigarette, and asked Luna in his mind. Report to the commander. The zombies are 500 meters away from the villa. 500 meters. 500 meters. Frowning, Han Feng pondered in his heart. There is still enough time. After saying that, Han Feng and Lu Rui carried weapons and equipment to the rooftop. Han Feng opened the boxes of bullets and grabbed a handful without hesitation to quickly fill the empty magazines. The 3 people proceeded in an orderly manner, listening to the firing of the machine gun bunker at the entrance of the community. Thinking about the Red Alert soldiers on the wall, Han Feng knew that there was not much time left to delay. Every time he filled a magazine, Han Feng would check the situation of the wall with his vision link. At the beginning, the Red Alert soldiers could still walk on the wall to kill zombies. But now, the zombies piled up layer by layer are about to climb up the wall. The first line of defense is about to fall. Everyone, retreat from the wall. After checking the gold coins in his mind, Han Feng opened his mouth and ordered all the Red Alert soldiers to evacuate the first line of defense. Second line of defense. Gasoline ready. Ignite. After retreating from the wall, the Red Alert soldiers took the gasoline they had prepared before, poured it on the wooden furniture, and set it on fire. Although the second line of defense did not form a flame belt intermittently, it could always block a large number of zombies. Han Feng calculated the topographic map of the villa area in his mind, thought for a while, and said to the system in his mind, according to my idea, use the wall to build a third layer of defense. In an instant, more than 10 meters behind the flame belt, the wall shuttled between the villas and formed a 3-kilometer wall. Like the first layer of the wall, a 5-meter gap was left at the entrance, and the third layer of protection was completed. The more than 3,000 gold coins that had just been accumulated were almost cleared in an instant. Through the visual link, Han Feng saw that the flame belt was burning vigorously at this time. Recycle the first layer of the villa wall. Recycle the wall built by the school before. Seeing that the gold coins were running out, Han Feng once again paid attention to the wall, and also took the wall built next to the school. The system is recycling. Please wait. The system has completed recycling. Seeing the gold coins soar by more than 2,000 in an instant, Han Feng knew that the wall had been recycled by the system. Through the visual link, Han Feng saw the wall disappear in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Without the support of the first layer of the wall, the front row of zombies fell to the ground in an instant under the pressure from behind. and a large-scale stampede occurred. Good. Han Feng, who saw this situation through the vision link, cheered loudly. If he could delay for 1 more minute, he would have 1 more minute to prepare. Build a sentry gun. When the first layer of the wall disappeared for more than 10 seconds, the system reminded that the sentry gun was completed. Han Feng did not hesitate and directly asked the system to build a sentry gun at the designated location. Chapter 51. Among 100,000 zombies. A dozen meters behind the machine gun bunker, the newly built sentry gun stood there. Behind him was the third wall. The sentry gun has been built. The sentry gun is drawing power from the temporary base. Please wait. Power drawing completed. The sentry gun is turning on the automatic identification function. Please wait. Automatic identification has been turned on. The same introduction voice of the system appeared in Han Feng's mind again. Just right, just right. After a sigh of relief, Han Feng thought that the entrance of the community should be able to hold up temporarily. 7 mobilized soldiers were also summoned one after another. Han Feng interrupted their introduction and asked them to load various types of bullets together. System. Build a machine gun bunker. The gold coins just collected from the wall, plus the gold coins obtained from the machine gun bunker and the red alert soldiers killing zombies, are just enough to build a machine gun bunker. Without stopping, the system continued to build. At this time, the zombies have stepped into the flame belt, and the front row of zombies have been ignited by the flames. Even if trampling occurs, for tens of thousands of zombies, the loss is only a small part. The already dry zombies lack water. At this time, they are burned by the flames. They fall to the ground and twitch in a few seconds. Unfortunately, the zombies burned to death by the fire are not counted, so there will be no increase in gold coins. Han Feng didn't care about this, because there were more zombies in the rear, so dense that there was no end in sight. Damn, this is weird. Han Feng muttered in confusion, thinking that these sudden zombies were not that simple. He kept reloading. His brain was working fast, thinking about the whole thing. It shouldn't be like this. The zombies from the school have no intelligence. So why did they all come here? Besides, zombies of this scale may have exceeded 30,000. So where did the extra zombies come from? Boom! The sudden tripping of the power supply interrupted Han Feng's thinking. Swish! The sound of the power outage echoed around. Instantly, the entire community fell into darkness, with only the second layer of flames in the distance still emitting a faint light. The sentry guns were fine, because they were automatically identified and fired, and the darkness had little effect on them. But the machine gun bunkers were completely controlled by mobilized soldiers, and at this time, both the shooting speed and accuracy were greatly reduced in the darkness. What's going on? Is there no electricity? Han Feng asked hurriedly, as the house was leaking and it rained all night. He took out his mobile phone, and the time showed that it was 3:20 in the morning. It would take at least 2.5 hours before dawn. Do I have to fight blindly in such a dark night? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of something and shouted loudly, Engineer! Engineer! Here! He heard the voice before he saw the person. The engineer ran towards the rooftop, shouting in a hurry. Go check the line. Find out the cause of the power outage. Turn on the power quickly. Quick! Han Feng issued a series of orders. The engineer who received the order hurried downstairs and began to find the cause of the power outage. Looking at the dark night scene, Han Feng became more anxious. At this rate, it won't be long before the zombies attack. Continuing to reload the magazine in the dark is the only thing Han Feng can do at this moment. Less than a minute later. Report to the commander. The cause of the power outage has been found out. It is because the main line stopped supplying power, which caused a large-scale power outage. And the community we are in is just within the power outage range, said the engineer who rushed over. What should I do? What should I do? Han Feng kept muttering anxiously. By the way, can you change the main circuit power supply? Suddenly, Han Feng looked up and asked the engineer in the dark. Report to the commander. I will. Connect the entire community. Go! Stop talking nonsense. You go and change the main line. Mainly focus on the power supply of this community. I will send mobilized soldiers to get the diesel generator. Quick! After receiving the order, the engineer hurried downstairs to change the main line. U7. Move all the diesel generators to the engineer. Make sure the power supply is guaranteed. Hurry! The 7 newly summoned mobilized soldiers had been reloading magazines, and now they had a new task. Watching the mobilized soldiers rushing downstairs, Han Feng prayed that the power supply would be quick. System. Can I build a power station now? The anxious Han Feng only realized now that he had the red alert system in his hand. And the system can build a power station. Sorry, Commander. Before there is a physical base, the main buildings you have can only be virtual buildings and cannot supply power to real entities. After hearing the system's answer, Han Feng was speechless for a moment. Oh my god! Han Feng screamed, scaring Lu Rui beside him. Damn! Are you sick? The frightened Lu Rui dropped the bullets and scattered them all over the floor, picking them up while cursing Han Feng. I'm so stupid. It's useless to just take the diesel generator. I forgot to tell them to take the diesel. After a pause, Han Feng continued, Lu Rui, hurry up. Take all the diesel and chase them. Okay. Okay. I'll go. Lu Rui also knew the seriousness of the matter. Without hesitation or nonsense, he turned around and went downstairs to the warehouse to pick up 2 oil barrels full of diesel, and ran after the mobilized soldiers. With the help of the moonlight, Han Feng saw people surging in the distance. Luna, how far are the zombies from here? Han Feng, who couldn't estimate the distance with his eyes, could only ask the radar liaison Luna. Report to the commander. The zombies are nearly 400 meters away from here. After hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng was silent. It was also thanks to the third line of defense that the zombies were blocked. Although the third line of defense was not used well, its role was still very large. Hua! Da-da-da-ding, the sound of power on sounded, and the street lights suddenly brightened. Great! The power is on! Feeling the light, although weak, Han Feng was no longer so anxious at this time. The engineer was quick. It was only 2 or 3 minutes before the power went out, but the circuit had already been fixed and powered on. Build a machine gun bunker. The system in his mind notified Han Feng that the machine gun bunker had been built behind a gap in the third line of defense. A machine gun bunker was built there. He mobilized a soldier in his mind, and the M60 was emitting flames in an instant. Build a 4th layer of defense. The 3rd layer of defense wall had lost its function and could no longer resist the invasion of zombies. Han Feng could only build the next layer of wall again to continue to block the zombies. According to the instructions in Han Feng's mind, the 2-kilometer wall was quickly built. Compared with the 3rd layer of the wall, the 4th layer was 1 kilometer shorter. The 2,000 gold coins that had just been accumulated were cleared again. System. Recycle the 3rd layer of the wall, in order to give the 2nd machine gun bunker a wider attack range. Han Feng asked the system to recycle the 3rd layer of the wall that had become a decoration, adding the gold coins given by killing the zombies just now. The number rose to 2,000 again. 1 buy and 1 sell. Han Feng always kept a certain amount of gold coins in his hand just in case. 2 machine gun bunkers and a sentry gun fired at the same time, attacking the zombie group together, silently watching the rise of gold coins. When the gold coins exceeded 2,500 again, Han Feng said, build a machine gun bunker. Without communicating with the radar, Han Feng could see the zombies around him approaching slowly with his naked eyes. All red alert soldiers, go up to the wall. Open fire. Those without bullets continue to kill zombies with cold weapons. On the rooftop, Han Feng notified every red alert soldier in his mind. Everywhere he looked, there was a dense tide of zombies, and the number seen with the naked eye was definitely more than 30,000. Han Feng's face was solemn at this time. He couldn't figure out what the problem was. Why were all the zombies gathered here? And they were all coming for him. Duh. Standing on the wall, the red alert soldiers with bullets shot and killed the zombies outside the wall, while those without bullets continued to wave their fire axes and machetes to attack the zombies. On the 2-kilometer wall, there was a red alert soldier every 30 meters. Even so, it was still unable to effectively stop the pace of the zombie frenzy. Take out your cell phone. It's 3:30 in the morning. Why is time passing so slowly? An anxious voice came from Han Feng's mouth. All mobilized soldiers, prepare grenades. Throw. Han Feng silently commanded the battle in his mind. The 7 newly summoned mobilized soldiers took out grenades and threw them at the zombies. Boom. Boom. 4 grenades exploded in 4 different directions. Through the vision link, Han Feng observed the zombies' every move. A doubtful voice sounded, and Han Feng felt that something was wrong. In order to confirm his guess, Han Feng ordered in his mind. An American soldier took out a high-explosive grenade and threw it far away. Boom! The fire from the explosion of the high-explosive grenade instantly illuminated a large area. A huge explosion sounded, and Han Feng could actually feel a slight vibration in the air. The worst situation happened, just as Han Feng expected. None of the zombies walked towards the explosion point of the high-explosive grenade. The zombies seemed not to hear the loud noise around them, and they still walked slowly towards the villa. Sure enough, Han Feng gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. Sure enough, someone is controlling these zombies. Who is it? Could it be the third-level zombies in the school? Closing his eyes, Han Feng carefully thought about every scene in the school at that time. Suddenly, Han Feng opened his eyes. With eyes full of hatred and anger, he fiercely said, "It's him! It's him!" Han Feng thought for a long time, but couldn't think of the weird place. If there were third-level zombies in the University of Science and Technology, then he would never have left so easily at that time. And after leaving the University of Science and Technology and returning home, 4 or 5 hours have passed. With such a long time, these zombies could have attacked long ago. Only him. That third-level zombie in the large supermarket. Chapter 52, 100,000 Zombies. It's time to settle old and new grudges together. After finalizing his thoughts, Han Feng began to look for the figure of the third-level zombie in the vast sea of corpses. Helplessly, under the cover of night, coupled with the constant surge of tens of thousands of zombies, Han Feng, who had been searching for a long time, did not find the third-level zombie. Commander, the machine gun bunker has been built. In his mind, the mechanical sound of the system interrupted Han Feng, who was obsessed with finding the third-level zombie. Built it in front of the gate, 20 meters inside the fourth line of defense. Han Feng stipulated the location of the machine gun bunker. Withdrawing his eyes from the sea of corpses, Han Feng opened the vision link. The fourth floor is about to fall. Some places have zombies climbing up the wall, and the 57 Red Alert soldiers are also unable to cope with it. With several defensive fortifications, and the continuous killing of 57 Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng's gold coins once again reached 3,000. Build the fifth floor wall. Han Feng said helplessly to the system in his mind. There are too many zombies. So far, Han Feng's side has killed at least 10,000 zombies. But for the entire sea of corpses, there is still no change. A horrifying thought rose in Han Feng's mind. These zombies? There won't be more than 100,000. Han Feng couldn't tell the exact number of zombies just by looking at the endless sea of corpses. All he could do was delay. And delay again. The fifth wall was built according to Han Feng's idea, and the length was reduced again compared to the previous wall. The fifth wall was 1.5 kilometers long, or 1,500 meters. 1,500 gold coins disappeared, and Han Feng's gold coin shrank again. System. Recycle the fourth wall. While fighting and blocking, Han Feng asked the system to recycle the previous defensive wall. When the fourth wall disappeared, the crowded zombies rushed in, and the third machine gun bunker opened fire instantly. 3 machine gun bunkers plus a sentry gun for defensive fortifications fired bullets non-stop, harvesting the lives of zombies. Looking at the battlefields on all sides, Han Feng thought for a while and said in his mind, "Come back 10 mobilized soldiers. Take the guns, and the rest of you continue to attack the wall." A dozen seconds later, 10 mobilized soldiers ran up to the rooftop and came to Han Feng, pointing to the assault rifles on the ground. Han Feng said, "These guns are only equipped with 1 magazine. Take them all and distribute them to the soldiers who have no bullets. Bring the guns back to me after you run out of bullets. Go!" After receiving Han Feng's order, each of the 10 mobilized soldiers quickly picked up 5 assault rifles and turned to run towards the wall. 50 assault rifles and 1,500 rounds of ammunition were all distributed. Holding hot weapons, the Red Alert soldiers showed their ferocity again. System. Continue to build machine gun bunkers. After recovering 2,000 meters of walls, Han Feng harvested 1,000 gold coins, adding the previous 1,500 gold coins. It was just enough for the price of a machine gun bunker. As the Red Alert soldiers opened fire, Han Feng's gold coins increased rapidly at this time. System. As long as the gold coins are enough, immediately summon the mobilized soldiers. Reserve 10 first. At present, there are nearly 20,000 bullets for assault rifles. But the embarrassing thing is, there are far from enough magazines. and there are far from enough people to load the magazines. Soon, a mobilized soldier climbed up to the rooftop from the second floor and saluted Han Feng. Report to the commander. Mobilized soldier. Stop talking. Go to the wall quickly. And replace whoever is out of bullets. Remember to let him come back with a gun. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Lu Rui's voice came from downstairs. Han. Han, brother. No. No. Looking at the fat Lu Rui panting, Han Feng was anxious, angry and distressed. Don't worry. Talk slowly. What's gone? Han Feng comforted Lu Rui while caring about the battle situation. No oil. Diesel. No diesel. After saying this, Lu Rui finally climbed up to the rooftop and sat on the ground, panting heavily. After listening to Lu Rui's report, Han Feng felt as if someone had strangled him with his hands, and his heart slowly became depressed and heavy. And how long can it last? Han Feng asked in a different way how long the power supply could last. 6 diesel generators. Now, full power output. It won't last for a while. Swallowing his saliva, Lu Rui continued, in the future, unnecessary lights may be turned off to save electricity. The guy in work clothes said that it can last for more than an hour at most. Hoo. I have run to transport more than 300 kilograms of diesel. Do you know how many times? Lu Rui was fat and not good at sports, but he really tried his best to complete the task assigned by Han Feng. A touch of emotion rose from the bottom of his heart. Looking at the weak Lu Rui, Han Feng's fighting spirit was aroused little by little. He took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was almost 3:50. The lights can last for more than an hour, which means that after 5 a.m., the lights will be completely gone. Fortunately, the sun rises early in summer. When the lights disappear, the sky should also be dim, even if it is daybreak. What can we do in the face of countless zombies? Find a level 3 zombie? Maybe if we kill the level 3 zombie, this zombie tide will become scattered. Han Feng thought to himself. On the 5th layer defense wall, the mobilized soldiers had already run out of bullets. According to the order, they jumped down the wall with their assault rifles without bullets and ran towards the villa. The mobilized soldiers who came back will reload the bullets here first, and someone will replace you. Han Feng kept the soldiers who came back and asked them to reload the magazines to provide sufficient reserve forces for the frontline battle. When the number of people reached 10, Han Feng did not leave any more soldiers, because the rooftop was full and the space was limited. Fortunately, as the lowest level summoning unit of the Red Alert system, the summoning speed of mobilized soldiers is very fast. 10 newly summoned mobilized soldiers replaced the 10 loaders. Looking at the progress bar of the machine gun bunker, Han Feng suppressed his anxiety. The first machine gun bunker built at the entrance of the community stopped firing because it had no bullets. The mobilized soldiers inside logged out of the machine gun bunker, stood on the machine gun bunker, and attacked the zombies around with fire axes. The busy Han Feng did not pay attention to the situation there in time, until the system notified him that a soldier had died. Han Feng noticed the changes at the entrance of the community. Unspeakable sorrow permeated all around. It was not until the system prompted half a minute later that Han Feng opened his eyes and said heavily, "Build a machine gun bunker in the place with the most zombies, 10 meters behind the gap in the 5th wall." The 5th defensive fortification was built. Da-da. Da-da. The dense sound of firing surrounded me, and every breath of air I took was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Wei Peng and Lin Lan were still unconscious in the villa. Wei Yun, who had the weakest combat power, did not say a word from beginning to end, and silently loaded bullets. Lu Rui, who had recovered, got up from the ground. He did his best to help load bullets without wiping his sweat. On the wall in front of him, the Red Alert soldiers, who were not afraid of life and death, were still fighting. Not far downstairs, the engineer, who was only more than 50 meters away from the zombies, was guarding the generator and constantly debugging and refilling the generator. Here, there are no idle people. Here, everyone is doing their job. Here, everyone is desperately guarding their posts. No step will be taken. Every inch of land will be fought for. The hot blood flows in the body, and the smoke inhaled into the lungs seems to be the strongest stimulant. Today, either you die or I die. The fear in my heart slowly faded, and the fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. System: reclaim the machine gun bunker without bullets at the entrance of the community. Build a sentry gun. Han Feng barely collected 5,000 gold coins, and planned to build a sentry gun with stronger firepower and higher accuracy. After speaking, Han Feng bent down and picked up an assault rifle from the ground. After checking the bullets, he carried a few more magazines. What are you going to do? Lu Rui asked in a hoarse voice, watching Han Feng's back as he walked down the stairs. Han Feng, who was walking down the stairs, did not look back, and said leisurely, nothing. It's my turn to go on stage. After that, Han Feng disappeared from Lu Rui's sight. Climbing up the 2-meter-high wall, a strong sense of suffocation hit Han Feng. No one could hear the voices clearly, because all they could hear were deafening gunshots. No one could smell other smells in the air, because there was nothing else except the smell of gunpowder and blood. Similarly, no one could see how many zombies there were in the darkness. Ah! Come on! A roar came out of Han Feng's mouth. He vented the depression in his heart, and pulled the trigger fiercely with his right index finger. Duh-duh. Duh-duh-duh. Hot bullets gushed out of the barrel, and there was no need to aim at all, because the field of vision was full of zombies. Han Feng's eyes became a little scarlet due to congestion, and the fanatical fighting factor collided in his body. In addition to clenching his teeth and pulling the trigger, he had almost lost his mind at this time. Commander, please relax. Take a deep breath. You are on the verge of a mental breakdown. A fresh and sweet voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. It was Luna. Since Han Feng warned the system a few days ago, whenever he was not rational, the system would remind and correct him. I didn't expect this moment to come so soon. Duh-duh. Caw-caw. Caw-caw. Pulling the bullets out of the assault rifle, Han Feng slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The system was right. He was indeed a little impulsive now. At this moment, Han Feng hoped that Lin Lan could appear by his side and help him. Raising his head, Han Feng looked at the stars in the sky. Compared with the war around him, the sky was so peaceful. Such a contradiction between chaos and tranquility was actually a subtle balance at this time. There are still American soldiers with high explosive grenades. Throw them! Han Feng retracted his gaze and returned to the battlefield, and issued this order. Boom! 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 Explosions came from all directions. Brother Han, come back soon! Brother Han, come back soon! Come to the rooftop! Quick! Lu Rui and Wei Yun desperately called Han Feng on the wall on the rooftop. Chapter 53, Lin Lan fired. Huh? Turning his head in confusion, Han Feng was delighted. It's Lin Lan! Lin Lan is awake. His prayer has come true. Jumping down the wall, Han Feng took 2 steps at a time and rushed back to the villa. After climbing onto the rooftop, Han Feng said directly to Lin Lan, You're awake. Come on. You can command the battle. Organize a breakout. You, Han Feng, who was speaking, suddenly paused. Are you okay? Because of his anxiety, Han Feng did not observe Lin Lan. But after seeing Lin Lan's condition clearly, Han Feng's heart sank. At this time, Lin Lan was still pale, with lifeless eyes, but she was desperately pinching herself, trying to force herself to regain consciousness. Now, what is the situation now? After saying this sentence with all his strength, Lin Lan rolled his eyes up again, but forced them back. Don't worry about it, go and rest. I'm here. Han Feng felt a pain in his heart when he saw Lin Lan's handsome and pale face. Unable to bear it. Quick! Stop talking nonsense. Tell me. I can hold on. Lin Lan said this sentence with gritted teeth. At least 100,000 zombies. The power may collapse at any time. At the end, Han Feng could no longer answer. You said, there are high-level zombies that can command the battle. Where is it? Where? Lin Lan said intermittently, looking at the extremely weak Lin Lan. Han Feng hesitated for a few seconds and said, Sorry. I can't find it. There are too many zombies. Bring the gun. After hearing Han Feng's answer, Lin Lan gritted his teeth and said this, then straightened his waist, staggering and forcibly stabilizing his body. A trace of determination and toughness came from his eyes that were originally looking at Han Feng's weakness. Okay. As if infected by Lin Lan, Han Feng stopped talking nonsense and ran down the rooftop to get Lin Lan's M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle. Here. 10 seconds later, Han Feng ran up with a sniper rifle and handed it to Lin Lan. After taking the gun, Lin Lan looked at Han Feng and said, Give me some time. After that, Lin Lan stopped talking nonsense. He walked to the edge of the rooftop with a sniper rifle in his arms, knelt in a standard position with the gun raised, and looked at the telescope of the sniper rifle motionlessly. Tried to describe the characteristics of the other party's advanced zombies in detail. Everything was ready, and Lin Lan's voice came. Han Feng listened to Lin Lan's voice. Although weak, but much better than before. Han Feng, who was a little relieved, began to describe the details of the third-level zombies in the large supermarket. Thin, tall, one arm, serious leg injuries, white clothes. The details came out of Han Feng's mouth, and Lin Lan remembered them one by one. After speaking, Han Feng looked at Lin Lan, who was as still as a mountain, and moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything. There are less than 5 minutes left to build the sentry gun, and at this time, a large number of zombies have gathered outside the wall, and the whole line may collapse at any time. System: build the 6th layer of the wall. 10 mobilized soldiers come down to help go to the generator. Engineers: stretch the line and return to the defense circle. Hurry up. Orders were issued one after another, and the personnel who were notified acted quickly. The mobilized soldiers who helped the generator were few in number, and the weight of the generator was too heavy. So many people's hands were worn and bleeding. When the distance of the generator returned to the defense circle, Han Feng gave an order, and the 6th layer of the wall was built in an instant. Bang! The 6th wall only had a 3-meter gap opposite the gate, with a total length of 1 kilometer, which was 500 meters shorter than the previous wall. Go up to the new wall. Continue fire suppression. When the new wall was built, Han Feng turned the red alert soldiers in his mind again. The sentry guns a few hundred meters away had stopped firing. After more than half an hour of continuous firing, 5,000 rounds of ammunition had been exhausted. System recycles the sentry guns in order to save gold coins to the maximum extent. Han Feng recycles the sentry guns for the second time. Looking at the system, there were less than 2 minutes left before the new sentry guns. System: recycle the 5th wall. When all the soldiers climbed up the letter wall, the 5th layer of defense collapsed. After receiving 750 gold coins for recycling the wall, the zombies rushed over even faster. At this time, the villa, which was the center point, was only 100 meters away from the zombies on all sides. The speed of reloading magazines by more than a dozen people on the rooftop was far from keeping up with the speed of collective shooting by the soldiers. And at this time, Han Feng received a system prompt that the mobilized soldiers had died again. That's right. The second machine gun bunker had also fired all the bullets. And the mobilized soldiers in the period rushed out again and died heroically. System: recycle it. Facing the zombie swarm that had not decreased, Han Feng at this time only felt deeply powerless. Call 10 mobilized soldiers. In order to make up for the manpower and reloading speed of the war zones in various directions, Han Feng summoned 10 red alert soldiers again. Report to the commander. The sentry gun has been built. Build. With an order, a new sentry gun appeared at the door of the villa, facing the influx of zombies and hitting them head-on. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous gunfire came from downstairs, and the gap in the wall looked like the entrance of a meat grinder, with microshells crushing zombies one after another. The red alert soldiers, who had no bullets and could not get quick supplies, used cold weapons to fight again, killing the zombies outside the wall with the most primitive attack method. System: build a machine gun bunker. Summon again. Han Feng, who was speaking, paused, sensing the death of another mobilized soldier. Han Feng knew that the third machine gun bunker had also lost its function. Now there are only 3 machine gun bunkers that can continue to fight and fire, but the next one that is out of bullets should be soon. System: recover the machine gun bunkers without bullets. Summon 10 mobilized soldiers. The 10 mobilized soldiers just summoned have appeared and replaced the soldiers on the front line. Han Feng took half of the bullets to the 2nd floor and continued to reload the bullets for the 10 mobilized soldiers who went home. More than 20 mobilized soldiers, Han Feng, Lu Rui and Wei Yun, together provided bullet protection for the 57 red alert soldiers on the front line. In order not to waste human resources, the 2 mobilized soldiers who were recovering from injuries also began to reload as much as they could. The zombies were only 100 meters away from him. Han Feng could vaguely hear the roars outside the villa from the 2nd floor. Woo woo. Hearing the strange roars from outside, Han Feng's heart sank. Level 3 zombies. It's the roars of level 3 zombies. Han Feng shouted as he ran towards Lin Lan on the rooftop. Find the source of the sound. It's very likely that the level 3 zombies are there, Han Feng said as he ran to Lin Lan, turning the gun around. Lin Lan began to look for the place where the sound came from. Woo woo woo. Roar. Roar. Affected by the high-level zombies, the entire zombie tide began to riot. A large number of zombies began to rush in frantically. Grenade! Blow it up. Han Feng, who was standing next to Lin Lan, gave the order in his mind. Boom. Boom. 20 grenades exploded in 4 directions in the zombies. Unfortunately, grenades are not high-explosive grenades after all, and neither the shock wave nor the explosion power can be compared with them. But the good news is that in this battle, Han Feng had several mobilized soldiers rush to 1-star soldiers, refreshed weapons and equipment, and also improved all their own levels. Han Feng. Look! After saying that, Lin Lan handed the gun to Han Feng beside him, pointed in a direction, and asked him to watch. Taking the sniper rifle, Han Feng looked at the world behind the scope. Level 3 zombie. Han Feng saw a level 3 zombie hiding in the zombie group through the scope. Here. That's him. Kill him. Definitely. Han Feng returned the sniper rifle to Lin Lan, and did not forget to say a few words. Lin Lan looked at Han Feng and said, I'll try my best. At this time, Han Feng remembered that there was something wrong with the scope of this sniper rifle. Looking at Lin Lan, who was aiming, Han Feng asked, Can we hit him? How far is he from us? I don't know if I can kill him. He's about 300 meters away from us. After that, Lin Lan aimed motionlessly. Damn, more than 300 meters. Han Feng muttered angrily, and gave up the idea of letting the sentry gun kill the 3rd-level zombie. The distance was just right. Did the 3rd-level zombie see the attack range limit of the sentry gun? Or was it a coincidence? This is unknown. The nervous Han Feng looked in the direction of the 3rd-level zombie. It was not so clear in the dark night, but he could vaguely see it. Downstairs, the charging zombies were still advancing. It was also because the distance to the villa was close that the ammunition could follow up quickly. Build a machine gun bunker. With an order, a new machine gun bunker was built next to the sentry gun. Instruct a mobilized soldier without bullets to enter and fight the enemy together with the sentry gun. System. Continue to build machine gun bunkers. Summon 5 American soldiers. Confirm. Quick. The gold coins just reached 5,000. And Han Feng couldn't wait to tell the system. The system is building. Summoning. Please. Bang. A huge gunshot came from Han Feng's side. Lin Lan. Shoot. Turning his head, Han Feng looked at the location of the 3rd-level zombie. A few tenths of a second later, the 3rd-level zombie suddenly fell backwards. Great. Kill it. Lin Lan. Good job. Han Feng shouted wildly with excitement. Yes, sorry. After saying this, a light red tear flowed from Lin Lan's eyes. It was blood. Looking down at Lin Lan, Han Feng was shocked. Lin Lan's face was so pale that it could not be described as pale. Lin Lan, lying on the ground, was shrouded in the night and lights, and his face was horrifyingly white. Tears from the corners of his eyes slowly flowed down his temples, slowly turning from light red to red. Lin Lan, you... In an instant, Han Feng squatted down and hugged Lin Lan. He wanted to say something intermittently. How are you? Why is this happening? Han Feng asked repeatedly in his mouth. He couldn't figure it out. Lin Lan just fired a shot. Why did he become like this? Chapter 54. Superpowers appear. Didn't you say that everything would be fine if he died? Just now. I frozen him. Lin Lan in his arms closed his eyes tightly, as if the voice was about to disappear at any time. Frozen? Han Feng raised his head and looked at the position of the 3rd-level zombies. It was more than 300 meters away. Lin Lan. It's okay. You will definitely be fine. Han Feng hugged Lin Lan tightly, as if Lin Lan would disappear if he let go. I'm sorry. I couldn't. Lin Lan's voice became smaller and smaller. In the end, before he finished speaking, he fell into a coma again. Lin Lan? Han Feng couldn't hear what Lin Lan said in the end, but he heard her saying sorry in his ear. He put his shaking fingers under Lin Lan's nose. And she was still breathing. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Woo! Woo! Roar! The zombie tide launched a more violent attack. Suddenly looking up, Han Feng, who was holding Lin Lan, was shocked. The third-level zombie is not dead. It turns out that Lin Lan has been apologizing for this matter. Hurriedly picking up the sniper rifle, Han Feng saw the third-level zombie slowly getting up through the scope. In the reflection, the left shoulder of the third-level zombie was blown up by the bullet of the sniper rifle. And the chest cavity was still empty. And the leg was still seriously injured. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ah! Why aren't you dead yet? Why aren't you dead yet? Still not dead. Ah! Hatred, anger, unwillingness, sadness. All the negative emotions piled up in his heart. These things happened at the same time. Enough to drive Han Feng crazy. At this time, an American soldier was summoned by the system. Report to the commander. American. Give me the high-explosive grenade. Hearing the movement around him, Han Feng turned his head instantly and said fiercely to the American soldier. The blood-red eyes revealed the madness and bloodthirstiness of a wounded beast. The American soldier who received the order did not retreat because of Han Feng's fierce eyes. He silently took out the grenade and handed it to Han Feng. Han Feng took the high-explosive grenade and pulled the ring without hesitation. Oh! Damn it! Go to hell! Go to hell! I'll blow you to death. After a few steps, Han Feng cursed and threw the high-explosive grenade towards the level 3 zombie. The distance between the two sides was more than 300 meters. Even a world-class shot putter would not be able to throw it over. Just when everyone thought Han Feng was just venting, a miracle happened. The high-explosive grenade that Han Feng threw out actually had a faint blue light on its surface. The trajectory of the parabola that was supposed to be a parabola became weird. It rushed straight towards the level 3 zombie, and at a very fast speed. When Han Feng was crazy, the unknown power in his body was stimulated, and the unknown superpowers appeared. Boom! A few hundred meters away, the high-explosive grenade exploded. When the smoke of the explosion dissipated, Han Feng looked at the third-level zombie again. At this time, the third-level zombie was hit by a critical hit again. There were many holes on his body, but he was still standing. Unfortunately, the explosion delay of the high-explosive grenade was over. It exploded more than 20 meters away from the third-level zombie. If the high-explosive grenade was delayed for 1 second. No. Delay half a second. The high-explosive grenade was enough to kill the third-level zombie. Unfortunately, with the sound of the explosion, everything became a foregone conclusion. The third-level zombie, even if it was injured again, it was still alive. Just a few seconds after the explosion, Han Feng's legs were no longer able to support the weight of his body, and he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. This time, Han Feng finally felt the consequences of using his superpowers. The pain in his brain became more and more severe, and Han Feng rolled and tumbled on the ground with his hands tightly holding his head. Seeing Han Feng like this, Wei Yan fell directly beside him, and tears instantly flowed from his eyes. He shouted with a choked voice, Brother Han! Brother Han! Don't scare me. Lu Rui, who was standing by, was obviously also scared by Han Feng's appearance. He sat on the ground and stared at him quietly, holding his head. Han Feng couldn't open his eyes, because the world was spinning in his eyes. Consciousness seemed to be gradually dissipating, and strong sleepiness came in waves. It was like the lullaby of the whole world was singing in his ears. Curled up on the ground, Han Feng was shaking violently. No, can't sleep. Can't. After clenching his steel teeth and squeezing out these words from his teeth, Han Feng struggled desperately to stand up from the ground, falling again and again, struggling again and again. Han Feng knew that the third-level zombies were not dead, and the zombie tide had not retreated. If he fainted at this time, Han Feng slapped himself hard in the face, and the apostle forced his fading consciousness to return to his body. What are you doing? Brother Han. Please. Don't scare me. Please. I'll take you home. The choked Wei Yan couldn't say a complete sentence at this time, but just tried his best to stop Han Feng, who was about to attack himself. Lying on the ground, Han Feng didn't care to comfort Wei Yan, but just contacted a mobilized soldier closest to him in his mind. 10 seconds later, the mobilized soldier went up to the second floor with a bucket of water and poured it directly on Han Feng. Wei Yun, who was standing next to him, was also implicated, and the two were instantly drenched by the water like drowned chickens. After being drenched by cold water, Han Feng felt a little better. After being helped up by Wei Yun, Han Feng raised his head with difficulty and looked at the location of the third-level zombie. At this time, the third-level zombies could no longer control the lower-level zombies to charge. The continuous accidents made the smart him feel a little threatened. With one leg and one arm, he dragged his seriously injured body and wanted to escape from this dangerous place. Jifeng, remember his position just now. I want you to keep an eye on him for me under the premise of safety. Enduring the severe pain in his head, Han Feng contacted the police dog Jifeng in his mind and marked the location and people. His two eyes stared at the third-level zombie until the latter disappeared. Without time to breathe a sigh of relief, Han Feng once again cast his eyes on the battlefield outside the wall. On the wall, every Red Alert soldier was fighting bloody battles. Outside the wall, there were zombies trying desperately to climb up. Although the third-level zombies escaped, the sound of gunfire and fighting still deeply attracted the zombies. Enduring the strong discomfort in his body, Han Feng ordered all the Red Alert soldiers in his mind, grenade attack first. Clear the zombies around the wall. High explosive grenades. Throw them far away from all sides. Try to distract the zombies. Now, try to gain 1 more minute. Now, the only thing we can do is to delay. After all, the sound of gunfire has a limited range. Without the command of high-level zombies, clearing the zombies within the range of the gunfire is victory. Boom! Boom! 10 grenades exploded around the wall, and the shockwave pushed away layers of zombies. Boom! Then, 4 high-explosive grenades exploded in the zombie group dozens of meters away on all sides. The zombies in the front row heard the louder movement and began to temporarily transfer the battle. His eyelids became heavier, and the dizziness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Han Feng clenched his fists and bit his tongue, trying to make himself more awake. After receiving the prompt sound of the system in his mind, Han Feng opened his mouth and whispered, "Electric color. DT on Diao Dao." Building a machine gun bunker, after saying this, a string of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Brother Han. What? What island? Ah! Brother Han. What's wrong with you? You? Hearing Han Feng talking beside him, Wei Yun, who didn't hear clearly, turned his head to look. But he saw Han Feng biting his tongue and blood mixed with saliva flowing out. Wei Yun, who didn't know what was going on, thought that Han Feng's time was up, and he burst into tears. Han Feng had already closed his eyes at this time, and his whole body was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if his ears were filled with the noise and buzzing of thousands of bees. Even if Han Feng tried his best, his condition did not improve at all. Before his consciousness was about to dissipate, Han Feng issued several instructions in his mind. System. From now on, keep summoning soldiers and building machine gun bunkers until it is safe. You can arrange the system yourself. After a pause, Han Feng continued to order, all summoned, put the safety of the people in the villa first. Remember, Han Feng fell into coma after his thoughts stopped. He could no longer hear Wei Yun's cries and the gunshots from the outside world. All his perception stopped as his consciousness faded, and he sank into the infinite darkness, But the battle did not stop or weaken because of Han Feng's coma. Commander, Commander, call the commander. In his mind, the system called Han Feng over and over again, but he did not respond. The commander fell into a coma, and the system will start a 10-second emergency strong reminder. 10, 9. In the outside world, Han Feng's body was convulsing and twitching like an electric shock, but he was not awake at all. The system's emergency strong reminder processing scared Wei Yun, and his eyes rolled back. Wei Yun also fainted due to excessive shock and heartbreak. 5, 3, 2, 1. The system emergency reminder failed. The system will automatically start the takeover procedure. Since the commander has set the premise, the system will comply with the commander's instructions. The voice of the system appeared in Han Feng's mind, but he never got a response. It was like he was talking to himself. At this time, Han Feng was walking alone in the dark world. There was only one road in front of him, and both sides of the road were pitch black. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Han Feng. In an instant, countless hands appeared at the same time. Looking around, within the field of vision, there were all hands. They tore at Han Feng, and the huge force seemed to tear him apart. He struggled to break free from the grasping hand, and was about to escape when a level 3 zombie suddenly appeared in front of him. Dragging his broken body, he walked towards Han Feng step by step. Get out! Get out! Why aren't you dead yet? Why Han Feng was restricted all over and couldn't move. He could only watch as the zombie bit his neck and tore it apart fiercely. A large piece of bloody flesh was bitten off by the level 3 zombie. Chapter 55, Battle Damage Statistics. Brother Han. Brother Han. Hey. Opening his eyes, Han Feng looked at Lu Rui, who was holding him, and shaking wildly. It's a dream, huh? Relieved, Han Feng slowly closed his eyes again. Oh my god! Zombies! Suddenly, Han Feng suddenly remembered something. Yelled and struggled to get up from the bed. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay now. Lu Rui on the side held Han Feng, who was about to get up, and kept saying it was okay to comfort Han Feng. It's okay. It's okay. Where are the zombies? Where are the level 3 zombies? Where is Lin Lan? Being pressed back to the bed, Han Feng held his aching head and tried his best to recall what happened before he fainted. The level 3 you mentioned never appeared again. After you fainted, Wei Yun also fainted. The battle continued until morning. Lin Lan is still in a coma. Well, go and see for yourself. After saying that, Lu Rui lit a cigarette and stopped talking. Confused, Han Feng slowly got off the bed. Holding his aching head with one hand and the wall with the other, he staggered towards the bedroom door. After opening the door, Han Feng was stunned. In the corridor, the smell of blood instantly rushed into Han Feng's nasal canal. The corpses on the ground filled his vision. The corpses of zombies mixed with the corpses of Red Alert soldiers were scattered on the ground. Han Feng raised his legs and slowly looked for a place to land. Tear. The uncoagulated blood on the ground stuck to the soles of the shoes, making a greasy tearing sound. Han Feng opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. Passing through the corridor on the second floor, Han Feng walked towards the first floor. The scene on the first floor was no less bloody than the second floor, and even more tragic. In the living room on the second floor, a blood-stained machine gun bunker was built here. With his eyes wide open, Han Feng looked at what was happening in front of him in disbelief. His mind had been solidified, and he could not imagine how fierce the battle was after he fainted yesterday. Passing through the first floor, Han Feng ran out of the villa. When he saw the world outside the villa, Han Feng's whole body began to tremble. Beside his feet, a mobilized soldier was lying quietly on the ground with a fire axe in his hand. Not far away, a mobilized soldier with his entire arm blown off was lying on the ground with his face facing the ground. He had become stiff. But Han Feng could easily see that, in the last moment, this mobilized soldier used a grenade to die with the zombies. A circle of machine gun bunkers were built closely on the outer wall of the villa, and a large amount of blood was spilt on each machine gun bunker. Zombies don't have so much flowing blood. So, this blood? After running around the villa, Han Feng didn't see any Red Alert soldiers. It was just that the corpses on the ground made it difficult for him to step. And among the intertwined corpses, there were zombies, mobilized soldiers, and American soldiers. It seemed that the battle had ended for a long time. But the smoke and blood in the air were still pungent. System. What happened? Why? Where are they? Did they all died and sacrificed? Standing in place, Han Feng closed his eyes and quietly felt the fierceness of the battle. In his mind, regardless of the pain, he trembled and asked the system. When the commander was unconscious, the system automatically took over the commander's instructions before he fell unconscious and continued to fight. However, due to the failure of the system's emergency reminder, the image of the battle could not be retained. The system's voice sounded slowly in Han Feng's mind. After listening to the system's statement, Han Feng did not say anything for a while, and quietly lit a cigarette. After a pause, Han Feng searched for all his remaining troops in his mind. Everyone, gather at the entrance of the villa. After giving the order, Han Feng slowly walked towards the assembly point. 10 seconds later, all the Red Alert soldiers in charge of vigilance came to the door of the villa, quietly waiting for Han Feng's next dispatch. At this time, Han Feng supported his body with his hands and slowly sat on the ground, looking at the few remaining Red Alert soldiers in front of him. He shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered, "It's all my fault." Several Red Alert soldiers covered in blood stood motionless, their tall figures slightly bleak under the sunlight. System. How many fortifications are left? What do I have left? Han Feng, who was sitting on the ground smoking, asked the system in his mind. Report to the commander. There are 11 machine gun bunkers, no bullets. And 1 sentry gun, no bullets. The length of the wall is 1,000 meters. The system paused here. And a few seconds later, the system's voice sounded again from Han Feng's mind. Commander? Are you still listening? Ah? I'm listening. Please continue. Han Feng's brief absence was interrupted by the system. After responding to the system as if waking up from a dream, Han Feng calmed down. Okay, Commander. I will continue to report to you now. The current number of surviving soldiers is 4, including 3 mobilized soldiers, 1 American soldier, and a police dog. All surviving soldiers have reached the 1-star status. The rest died on the battlefield and in the mission of protecting important personnel on their side. Hearing the system say this, Han Feng lowered his head and smiled. Not happy, but self-deprecating. Thinking back then, he had nearly 100 Red Alert soldiers. And now, the system did not stop reporting because of Han Feng's action. After a 2-second pause, the system continued. The number of casualties last night was 210, including 188 mobilized soldiers, 29 American soldiers, 1 engineer, and 2 police dogs. After that, the system stopped reporting. When Han Feng was about to speak, the system started the second phase of the report. Now let's report last night's performance. 25,362 low-level zombies were annihilated, and 79 second-level zombies were annihilated. A total of 29,312 reward coins were obtained. After the system's answer, Han Feng checked his gold coins. 86 coins. 86 gold coins. Stinging Han Feng's eyes. After a moment of silence, Han Feng thought about it. It seems that all the gold coins have been used to build defenses and summons. Han Feng extinguished his cigarette and stood up. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ah! Han Feng raised his head and laughed wildly. Then shouted. He vigorously vented the depression and grief in his heart. Did you hear that? Han Feng, you are a waste. 210 Red Alert soldiers. Those are 210 soldiers with flesh and blood. To protect themselves. All of them died. I'm sorry for you. Ah! After shouting, Han Feng blamed himself in a soliloquy. At the end, 2 lines of tears welled up in his eyes. Guilt, sadness, regret. It was as if all the mountains in the world were pressing on his heart. And the weight of the world made Han Feng breathless. Just clenching his fists. His 2 bloodshot eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. Level 3 zombie, he. Level 3 zombie. You're dead. I said so. Another soliloquy came out of Han Feng's mouth. At this moment, Han Feng had never wanted to die alone so much. System. Recycle all fortifications. After venting the depression in his heart, Han Feng, who felt a little better, said to the system in his mind, Okay, Commander. Are you reclaiming all fortifications? Please confirm. Confirmed. Fortifications are being recycled. And the recycling targets are 1 machine gun bunker, 1 sentry gun, and 1,000 meters of wall. A total of 16,750 gold coins. A few seconds later, all the machine gun bunkers, sentry guns, and walls around Han Feng disappeared in an instant. Because the walls disappeared, Han Feng's vision was also widened in an instant. Fuck. After the wall disappeared, a larger area of corpses appeared in front of him. Looking around, the zombie corpses were everywhere within the sight, and there were many remains of Red Alert soldiers among them. However, the most terrifying thing is not the blood everywhere, but without the barrier of the wall. A small number of wandering zombies began to sway towards Han Feng. TM. Han Feng slapped his forehead with a hand and cursed fiercely in a low voice. Just now, I yelled and startled the remaining zombies that had not yet retreated. Roughly estimated, there are still more than 100 of them. System. Quick! Summon 5 mobilized soldiers. No! 10! Summon 10 mobilized soldiers. Han Feng hurriedly called the system. In fact, Han Feng didn't need to panic at all. The zombies were still about 100 meters away from him. Even if the zombies were moving at full speed, it would take a few minutes. As the zombies in the distance approached, the reinforcements of the mobilized soldiers arrived one after another, stopping the panic in his heart. Han Feng laughed at himself and said to himself, "It's so embarrassing." After entering the security zone, you can kill freely. Looking at the small groups of zombies, Han Feng said to the mobilized soldiers around him. Turning around, Han Feng walked back to the villa. When he entered the door, he paused, and in his mind, he ordered 4 one-star Red Alert soldiers and the police dog to follow him into the house. When he arrived at the living room on the first floor, Han Feng looked around. After finding the sofa, he chose a relatively clean place to sit down. Just then, 4 one-star Red Alert soldiers and the police dog came to Han Feng. Looking at the 4 people and the dog, Han Feng smiled. It was a happy smile. It was a smile of recovery. Winter Soldier, Wayne, and Gale. These 3 veterans who have followed him for a long time are still alive. Great. You're still here. After expressing his thoughts excitedly, Han Feng looked at the police dog Jifeng and asked, "Have you found the level 3 zombie?" "Woof!" Jifeng shouted excitedly. Looking at Jifeng's eyes, Han Feng knew that it was not lost. "Can you find the hiding place of the level 3 zombie?" Han Feng asked Jifeng again. "Woof woof!" Jifeng shouted excitedly again, indicating that he could find it. Leaning against the sofa, Han Feng closed his eyes. He kept thinking in his heart, "This place is no longer safe, because the level 3 zombie can find this place at any time. And he is not absolutely sure to find trouble with the level 3 zombie for the time being. God knows how many low-level zombies there are around him." Chapter 56, Plan to Transfer. Transfer. Must transfer. Holding his forehead, Han Feng began to plan the transfer. Duh. Outside the villa, dense gunfire rang out. System. Summon 10 American soldiers. After thinking for a while, Han Feng first summoned 10 American soldiers. Whether it was attacking, defending or driving, American soldiers were Han Feng's best choice now. It takes 5,000 gold coins to summon 10 American soldiers. Please confirm. Confirm. With this confirmation, Han Feng's gold coins instantly dropped to 10,750. The system is summoning. Please wait. After communicating with the system, Han Feng stood up and started walking. There are still more than 10,000 gold coins. Should I build a combat laboratory? This question entangled Han Feng. After thinking quietly for a while, Han Feng gave up the idea of building a combat laboratory now, because he wanted to keep the gold coins to save his life. If he spent all the gold coins now, what if he encountered a large-scale zombie again? He really deserved to die. It was too stupid. So Han Feng finally decided that when the gold coins reached more than 15,000, he would start building a combat laboratory. He took out his mobile phone, and the time displayed was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That means he was unconscious for nearly 12 hours. At this time, Han Feng was thinking about evacuating quickly. What if the third-level zombies came back at night? He was so stupid. Lu Rui. Han Feng shouted Lu Rui on the second floor. Lu Rui? Pushing open the bedroom door, Han Feng saw Lu Rui standing by the window, holding a cigarette in his hand and looking at the Red Alert soldiers, who were cleaning up the remaining troops downstairs. "You?" As soon as he started to speak, Lu Rui turned around and stared at Han Feng with a pair of calm eyes. "Let's go. It's not safe here. We have to move." After saying this, there was a brief silence in the air. Avoiding Lu Rui's gaze, Han Feng's eyes wandered around. Suddenly, Han Feng saw something. A bloody cigarette, but caught Han Feng's attention. It was obvious. During the time when he was unconscious, Lu Rui alone was under the pressure of various panics. He was unconscious. Lin Lan was unconscious. Wei Yun was unconscious. Wei Peng was unconscious. Except for the Red Alert soldiers. Only Lu Rui was awake. "Lu Rui," Han Feng said as he walked forward. And after a few steps, he paused. Han Feng saw Lu Rui's 2 bloody hands. "This?" Pointing at Lu Rui's hand, Han Feng asked Lu Rui. Lu Rui raised his hand and looked at it and said, "Nothing. It was dark last night, and it slipped when I was loading the magazine. It's okay. Let's go." After that, Lu Rui walked past Han Feng, opened the door, and walked out alone. Han Feng stood there a little stunned. Everything was so natural. But I always felt that Lu Rui was different. Maybe he was scared by the battle last night. Han Feng thought to himself. During the time when the two were talking, 10 American soldiers had been summoned one after another and joined the task of clearing the remaining zombies. With the addition of machine guns, the process of clearing zombies was much faster. 10 minutes later, 20 Red Alert soldiers killed all the zombies in the surrounding security zone. After completing the mission, all the Red Alert soldiers came to Han Feng, waiting for Han Feng's next order. At this time, Han Feng had already come to the first floor, facing more than 20 Red Alert soldiers. He said, each American soldier leads a mobilized soldier to collect the weapons and equipment left by the previous soldiers on the battlefield. After collecting, bring them back here together. For 1-star soldiers stay, and the rest will move. Yes, 20 Red Alert soldiers said in unison, and then turned and left the villa. Looking at the 4 1-star soldiers left in front of him, Han Feng said, you have other tasks. Take these car keys and check the cars that can still be driven one by one. Find one and drive it back. Wayne leads the team, and we will move. Since the Winter Soldier is deaf, Han Feng gave these orders remotely through the radar, and handed over a series of car keys for Wayne to try one by one. Last night's battle was so fierce that Han Feng was not sure how many vehicles were still usable. More than 20 Red Alert soldiers were busy, and Han Feng lit a cigarette leisurely. He looked back around and walked to the second floor. After finding Lu Rui on the second floor, Han Feng asked, how many spare bullets do we have? How many guns do we have? No more bullets. No more bullets for rifles and pistols. There are 20 pistols left, and 25 assault rifles left. Lu Rui paused, after looking at Han Feng quietly for a few seconds. Lu Rui asked again, can you get these guns and bullets? Obviously. In Lu Rui's eyes, Han Feng can turn into various combatants and various defensive weapons out of thin air. So when faced with the embarrassing situation of no bullets, Lu Rui subconsciously thought that Han Feng could solve these problems. I can, Han Feng said after hesitating for a while. Great. Then I'll take all these things with me. As he spoke, Lu Rui pulled out several bulging mountaineering bags from his bedroom. Several unique muzzles of assault rifles were exposed from the zipper that couldn't be pulled open. Han Feng knew that Lu Rui had not been idle during this period. He collected all the weapons that could be collected. This also saved Han Feng's time in the future. Where are the magazines? Han Feng asked, looking at 3 or 4 full mountaineering bags. After putting the mountaineering bags away one by one, Lu Rui stood up and replied, they are all at the bottom of each mountaineering bag. I think I have packed almost all the things we need most now. After answering Han Feng's question, Lu Rui looked at Han Feng and said, by the way, where are we going? I don't think it's safe here anymore. I was just about to discuss with you where to go. After hearing Lu Rui's question, Han Feng was stunned for a moment. Yes, where to go? Han Feng was entangled. Although the world is vast, most areas are full of zombies. After thinking about it, Han Feng felt that no place was safe. Go to the city? Although it is convenient in all aspects, there are more zombies. Go to the suburbs? A big hee-hee. Lu Rui's villa is close to the suburbs, but it was still almost wiped out by the 3rd-level zombies? Where to go? Han Feng muttered in a low voice. Could it be, we go to the deep mountains and old forests? Han Feng frowned and said to Lu Rui, go to the deep mountains? You have to think about it. What about food? What about drinks? What about daily necessities? There is nothing. How long can we last? Lu Rui thought about it and said what he was thinking. Live by the mountain. Eat by the mountain. Live by the water. Eat by the water. I don't believe that I'm tired. I thought of a place. As he was talking, Han Feng suddenly changed his tone and thought of a perfect place. Where? Where? Looking at the suddenly excited Han Feng, Lu Rui asked in confusion. BT prison. Haha. After answering Lu Rui, Han Feng turned around and went to the room to pack up his things. Prison? Lu Rui still didn't understand. Han Feng thought that he didn't plan to go to prison, but just find a place to live near the prison. In case the 3rd-level zombies come with thousands of troops, he can take people to hide directly in the prison. And Han Feng can also go out to hunt zombies at any time to earn gold coins. A place that kills two birds with one stone. A perfect place for attacking and defending. The prison walls are 4 or 5 meters high, and there are high-voltage power grids on the walls. There are watchtowers in every corner. These seemingly depressing places in the end times are undoubtedly a good place for him to settle down and live happily. However, Han Feng also has his own doubts, which are the problems of the environment and personnel in the prison. According to the remarks of Lu Run and Ma Jinfa, and the behavior of the yellow-haired and fat man, the prison is now in an extremely dark moment. So Han Feng has not yet thought of taking his family into the prison. After finalizing his idea, Han Feng began to prepare. 10 minutes later, Wayne came back with 3 one-star mobilized soldiers. Among the large number of vehicles collected by Han Feng, Lu Rui and others, there are still 15 off-road vehicles that can be used. Although some vehicles were damaged, they can still hold on for a while. Fortunately, Han Feng's Hummer was not seriously damaged and can still serve as a pioneer. 15 vehicles, he muttered softly, and then Han Feng contacted the system in his mind. Summon 5 American soldiers. Confirmed. Thinking that there are only 10 American soldiers on his side. There are still 5 more to drive away all the vehicles. Although he and Lu Rui can drive, there is no guarantee that he will have other things to do. So he simply summons 5 more American soldiers just in case. Now the 4 of you go check the oil levels of these 15 off-road vehicles. If you find a vehicle that is short of oil, suck some oil from the scrapped vehicle to fill it up. After completing the task, help other soldiers collect weapons. Go ahead. After giving a few instructions in his mind, Han Feng continued to pack his things, while Wayne led the 3 one-star mobilized soldiers out again. A few minutes later, Han Feng had packed up. He brought clothes, pants, and shoes to change, and his personal belongings were also packed. Han Feng, carrying a lot of bags, opened the bedroom door and saw the 5 Americans, who had just been summoned by the system standing at the door of the bedroom. You guys drive the car over here. The car keys are with Wayne. Just park the car at the door. After saying that, Han Feng walked downstairs. Have you packed up? Lu Rui asked Han Feng, who was coming downstairs. I've packed up here. Lin Lan doesn't have much to pack. Just take her away later. But Wei Yun and her brother. Han Feng paused, thinking that as a grown man, it seems inappropriate for him to pack up girls' things. What if he sees personal belongings? Just take them away later. There are zombies everywhere outside now. If you need anything, just go to the canteen to get it. There's no need to take everything away. Lu Rui's words reminded Han Feng, who was struggling. Yes, in the end times, you can go to the overtime to get anything you need. The premise is that as long as you have enough ability, it's fine. Chapter 57, Go to a safe place. Yes, then there is nothing to pack. After saying that, Han Feng looked at his phone, and the time showed 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's only 5 o'clock now. Wait for them. As he spoke, Han Feng handed Lu Rui a cigarette, and glanced at the red alert soldiers outside. Okay. Taking the cigarette, Lu Rui simply replied. A few minutes later, the two put out the cigarette butts. Just at this time, the 29 red alert soldiers outside also finished the task of collecting weapons. Looking at each red alert soldier holding a full arm of guns, Han Feng said, bring the weapons collected before. Count them, and then load them, and take them away. As soon as the words fell, several mobilized soldiers put down their guns and walked towards the warehouse on the 2nd floor. 10 seconds later, the mobilized soldiers with the remaining weapons returned to the team. According to statistics, there were 238 AK-47s, 40 M90 machine guns, and 40 sabers. Alas, looking at the neatly arranged guns on the ground, Han Feng squatted down, gently stroking the blood on them. A sigh came. Wayne, you guys carry Wei Yun, Wei Peng and Lin Lan down and put them in the car. We are ready to set off. After Han Feng stood up, he looked around and finally decided to give this task to Wayne and the 3 mobilized soldiers around him. After receiving the order in Han Feng's mind, the 4 of them walked out to the 2nd floor. Watching the 4 people go upstairs, Han Feng turned around and ordered everyone else, move these weapons into the car, throw away everything else in the trunk, and take these weapons away. Han Feng was inspired by Lu Rui. In the end times, anything can be obtained by strength, and the most important thing to test strength is guns and ammunition. Yes! More than 20 people shouted in unison. And then, they moved the guns on the ground in front of them. Looking at the busy Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng turned his head and looked at Lu Rui teasingly and said, "How about it, awesome? Give you some people? Let you experience it." Haha. Okay. When we are safe, I will also lead a large group of people through the streets and alleys every day. Then, looking at Lu Rui, who was full of fantasy and joy, Han Feng also showed a long-lost smile. While the two were chatting, Wayne had already put the 3 people who were still unconscious in the car, and the weapons were also arranged. "Let's go. We should withdraw," Han Feng said after getting up. Lu Rui, who got up with Han Feng, raised his head and looked at the villa. After a few seconds, Lu Rui said, "Let's go. This home. Maybe I will never come back again?" Haha. Who said that? We will come back. This nightmare will end sooner or later. We will come back openly then. Han Feng comforted Lu Rui, who was full of nostalgia. "Let's go!" After saying this firmly, Lu Rui quickened his pace. After getting in the car, the two sat in the back seat, and it was Wayne who drove the Hummer. Han Feng designated a route for Wayne in his mind and closed his eyes to rest. As the car bumped, a feeling of leaving his hometown came to his mind. "Are you sick? It's just leaving the villa. Do you have to say goodbye like this?" Han Feng thought so in his heart, with a self-deprecating smile on his face. Driving on the road, Han Feng looked out of the car. The same thing happened to Lu Rui on the side. The two men didn't know what they were thinking at this time. It has been 7 days since the zombie outbreak. A whole week. The world outside the window has become very strange. The broken limbs and zombies wandering aimlessly everywhere show the great changes in this world. Ah. Han Feng sighed, and then turned his attention to the system. After summoning Red Alert soldiers to make up for the shortage of personnel, Han Feng only had 8,336 gold coins left. One step further away from the combat laboratory, Han Feng was very uncomfortable with the gold coin card. Judging from his performance before he fell into a coma yesterday, he had superpowers. But Han Feng always felt that the boundaries of this superpower were a bit vague. Increased strength? Accelerated movement of objects? They all seem right. But they also seem not to be the case. System, can you detect the superpowers or unknown energy in my body now? Sorry, Commander. The system cannot answer your question at this stage. Please build a combat laboratory. After hearing the system's answer, Han Feng's only remaining ray of luck was shattered. I thought the system could perform a preliminary test again after the unknown energy was confirmed. But I didn't expect this system to be so rigid that it didn't leave any loopholes for Han Feng. Han Feng, who couldn't figure out the reason, gave up the idea of asking further questions. Before the combat laboratory was built, all assumptions could only be assumptions. After silently exiting the system, Han Feng calmed down and began to appreciate the scenery outside the car window. 10 minutes later, Han Feng's convoy finally arrived at a community not far from the BT prison. Like other communities, this place has been abandoned, filled with the smell of corruption and dust from passing vehicles. Everyone wait in the car. Do not get off without orders. In his mind, through the remote command function of the radar, Han Feng notified all the Red Alert soldiers in the convoy. Lu Rui, I'll get off the car to investigate, and you can come over after making sure there is no problem, Han Feng said to Lu Rui, who was sitting next to him. After a pause, he turned his head and looked at Wayne in the front row and continued, "Come with me." As soon as the voice fell, Han Feng and Wayne got off the Hummer one after another. "Be careful," Lu Rui reminded them before they got off the car. "Don't worry." Han Feng said this without looking back, waved to the back, and walked away with Wayne. The two of them wandered around in the community, and along the way, they also solved a lot of lone zombies. "Let's go here." After Han Feng found a relatively safe residential building in the community, he turned around and said to Wayne, "You jump in and open the door," pointing to the corridor window on the second floor. Han Feng signaled Wayne to climb in and open the closed security door at the entrance of the corridor. "Yes." After answering Han Feng, Wayne took a running start, jumped up, and quickly supported himself by holding the upper edge with both hands. After standing up, Wayne also patted the dust on his body, and turned over and entered the corridor on the second floor. After waiting downstairs for a few seconds, the security door in front of him was opened by Wayne. "Go upstairs." Entering the corridor, Han Feng did not waste words and took Wayne straight to the 3rd floor. This floor on the 3rd floor has a better view than the 1st floor, and can retreat faster than the 6th floor top floor. So Han Feng decided to put the temporary transfer location here. System. Summon engineers. Looking at the iron gate in front of him, Han Feng thought of the all-rounder engineer. It takes 500 gold coins to summon an engineer. Please confirm. The system's voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Confirmed. The engineer is being summoned. Please wait. After receiving the system's summon confirmation, Han Feng stood quietly waiting. He took out his mobile phone and checked it. There was still no signal. Time had unknowingly reached 6 o'clock. Hurry up. Han Feng whispered with a little urgency, thinking that it would be dark in 3 hours. He had more important things to do later, so he had to quickly arrange things here. Report to the commander. Engineer 0002 reports to the commander. A man in work clothes and carrying a toolbox came down from the 4th floor and stood behind Han Feng and said, "Open it." Having said this silently, Han Feng stepped aside to make room for the engineer. Yes. After receiving the order, the engineer walked forward and gently pulled the door with his hand. The security door opened. Well, go in. Roar. A zombie roar interrupted what Han Feng was about to say next. As a 1-star soldier, Wayne's reaction speed was not ordinary. He rushed in front of Han Feng and the engineer in an instant and entered the room. With 2 puffs, 2 zombies were blown off their heads. Check all the rooms, and then clean them up. After saying that, Han Feng stepped back a few steps and walked out of the room. Standing in the corridor, Han Feng started the remote command. Everyone gather here and drive the car downstairs. Leave the extra weapons in the car and don't worry about them. Then carry Wei Yun, Wei Peng, and Lin Lan up. After the order was issued, Han Feng lit a cigarette and waited. A few minutes later, the sound of a car stopping came from downstairs. And then several mobilized soldiers carrying Wei Yun and others went up to the 3rd floor first. Put them on the bed. At this time, the room on the 3rd floor had been cleaned up by Wayne. Lu Rui, I will go to the prison to explore the way for you. I will come to take you in after I find out the inside. You take care of these people during this time. Han Feng said after seeing Lu Rui. Okay. You pay more attention to your own safety. I will take care of them during this time. By the way, when will you be? After saying that, Lu Rui looked at Han Feng. I don't know. It should be these few days. You hold on. After saying that, Han Feng signaled Lu Rui to enter the room. After watching Lu Rui enter the room, Han Feng began to give the next task to the Red Alert soldiers. Wayne, lead the team to check all the residents in this unit, and let the engineer follow you to open the door. You will live in this unit at night. Remember to leave more people on the 1st and 2nd floors, and you can assign the guards on your own. Looking at the full 1st floor of Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng did not forget to arrange accommodation for them. By the way, after cleaning this unit, please take the food away. Yes. After hearing Wayne's answer, he thought about it, and there was nothing to add. After saying goodbye to Lu Rui briefly, Han Feng walked out of the corridor alone with a fire axe and headed towards the prison. Luna, the distance between the temporary residence and the prison. On the way, Han Feng asked the radar liaison in his mind. Report to the commander. The shortest distance from the temporary residence to the prison is 584 meters, and the longest distance is 1,280 meters. Commander, do you want to designate the temporary residence as a temporary base? In his mind, Luna reported the data Han Feng needed, and asked Han Feng about the temporary base. Huh? Can't the temporary base be changed within a month? Han Feng was confused and asked Luna in confusion. Chapter 58, Sneaking into the Prison. As long as the temporary base is not breached, the address cannot be changed within 1 month. But the previous base was attacked and destroyed by the enemy, and the commander did not rebuild it. So the system has defaulted the previous temporary base to destruction. Does the commander need to set the current temporary residence as a temporary base? Radar liaison Luna explained Han Feng's doubts, and asked again whether to set up a temporary base. Can the address be changed at any time as long as the temporary base is breached? Is there a limit to the number of times this can be done? Are there any other adverse effects? Without answering Luna's question, Han Feng threw out more doubts in his mind. As long as the temporary base is breached, other addresses can be changed as temporary bases. There is no time or frequency limit, and no adverse effects. The only thing to note is that only the base that is destroyed by the system default can be changed to other addresses. After listening to all of Luna's answers, Han Feng was silent. I wanted to use this method to exploit the system's loopholes, but I didn't expect that the most meticulous pits were hidden under the seemingly flawed rules. It can only work if the system recognizes that the base is destroyed. In other words, if the system does not recognize it, even if Han Feng deliberately leaves the zombie's home, he cannot change other addresses as temporary bases. So, Commander, do you want to use the current temporary residence as a temporary base? Luna's question rang in Han Feng's mind for the third time. No. No. No change. Without any melancholy, Han Feng rejected it directly. Okay, Commander. Luna stopped talking after she finished speaking, leaving Han Feng alone walking. A few minutes later, a huge prison appeared in front of Han Feng. Looking at the watchtower from a distance, a man in plain clothes was standing inside with an assault rifle and smoking. Luna, scan this place. Instead of rushing forward, Han Feng first thought of figuring out the facilities and various roads here. Report to the commander. The radar scan requires 100 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. The radar is scanning. Please wait. The radar scan is over. After paying 100 gold coins, Han Feng's mind appeared a radar scan map within a range of 5 kilometers. Oh my God! Han Feng couldn't help but exclaim when he looked at the radar display. The whole prison was densely packed with small blue dots, and each blue dot represented a survivor. How many people are there in here? Count them. In order to confirm how many people were in the prison at this time, Han Feng asked Luna. Huh? Wait. This is... Before Luna could answer, Han Feng saw several dots of different colors in the prison. Unlike the blue of normal people, there were 3 or 4 light red dots in the center of the prison, and the size was slightly larger than the ordinary blue dots. Report to the commander. There are 1,847 survivors in the prison at this time. The dots of different colors you see are the unique signs of the evolvers. The unknown force affects the detection of the radar, so they will form a color different from that of ordinary survivors. After hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng subconsciously looked at the area where Lu Rui and his friends were temporarily living. Sure enough, Han Feng muttered softly, and saw 2 light red dots in his temporary residence. It should be Lin Lan and Wei Peng. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly remembered Lu Run, whom he met a few days ago. The monster, they said, was extremely powerful. It's a bit difficult. Frowning, Han Feng raised his footsteps and walked towards the prison gate. At the gate, there was a man sitting under a parasol. It seemed that he should be the contact person. Reported? The man asked Han Feng at the prison gate. Yeah. After speaking, Han Feng paused and said, Brother, is it safe here? I also heard that this place takes us in. There are monsters outside that eat people. It's really... Shut up. Why are you talking so much? Fill it in. The man interrupted Han Feng rudely, impatiently took out a notebook from the table and threw it on the table, motioning Han Feng to fill it in. Okay. Okay. On the surface, Han Feng picked up a pen to fill it in. But in fact, he was already impatient. If there was no work to do inside, I would not come in. It was similar to the records in the notebooks of Huang Mao and others. And it was also necessary to fill in the name, gender, specialty, introducer, etc. Filled in the content filled in last time, but wrote the introducer as none. After filling it out, Han Feng handed the notebook to the man. The man took the notebook and threw it directly into the hole in the table without even looking at it. He looked up at Han Feng and said, Leave the axe. You go in. Big brother. Han Feng portrayed a weak, pitiful, and helpless look to the fullest. Leave the axe. Get out. With a roar, the man stood up and snatched the fire axe from Han Feng's hand, pushing Han Feng into the prison gate. Damn. What are you so arrogant about? Do you believe that I will run out now to provoke a level 3 zombie and then run here? I don't even need to do anything. You are all finished. Han Feng thought to himself with dissatisfaction. After passing through the prison's A gate, Han Feng, who was looking around, was stunned. There was a guard every 3 steps, and a sentry every 5 steps. From a distance, there were teams of patrolling personnel. What surprised Han Feng the most was not the defensive strength of these people, but they each had an assault rifle. as the corners of the clothes lifted by the running people. Han Feng also saw a pistol. These equipments were not unfamiliar to Han Feng, because the last mission Lin Lan received was to guard a batch of such equipment. Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Feng thought in his heart, could it be that these people attacked the prison guards? Or did the armed police get these weapons? No, the weapons are far from matching. Thinking of this, Han Feng's heart tightened inexplicably. A bad thought quietly arose. Here, is there a similar number of weapons in the police station's equipment warehouse? Impossible? If the prison guards and armed police have these equipment, there is no reason to let the prisoners rule here? Besides, hey! New here! A loud shout awakened Han Feng, who was deep in thought. What's wrong? Han Feng looked at the source of the sound with a horrified face. A man holding an assault rifle walked towards Han Feng, his sturdy body showing 2 strong arms. Although he was far inferior to Han Feng's mobilized soldiers. For ordinary people, such muscle mass is simply a bodybuilder. Hands. Raise them. Check. The man stood 3 or 4 meters away from Han Feng, keeping a safe distance, and the assault rifle in his hand was pointed at him all the time. Behind this man, there were 3 men who looked like his younger brothers. Following the man's instructions, Han Feng raised his hands above his head and cooperated with the inspection. Have you been bitten by zombies? Are there any injuries on your body? Do you carry any weapons? Han Feng was interrogated with a series of questions. No. None of them. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the man holding the assault rifle slightly lowered the muzzle of the gun aimed at Han Feng. He tilted his head slightly and said to the 3 people behind him, Go. Check it out. Okay. Brother Ming. The 3 younger brothers responded and then walked towards Han Feng. 10 seconds later, Han Feng was checked by security, and his cigarettes and fire were confiscated. The other party did not stop until he confirmed that he was not injured and had no weapons. Although all his belongings were taken away, his mobile phone was left to him. Maybe the other party also felt that mobile phones were bricks in this apocalypse. You, go in. After saying that, the man turned around and shouted, No problem. Open the door. Following his gaze, Han Feng noticed that the prison gate was guarded by someone, and it could only be opened after confirming that there was no problem. Go in. Someone will take you. With a fierce look on his face, the man pushed Han Feng into the gate B with the butt of his gun. When Han Feng passed through gate B, he realized that he had just entered the prison. In front of him, tents were closed together, leaving only one passage for one person. Beside the tent area, mats were spread on the ground, which was obviously a division of levels. Looking further away, prison blocks stood. Through the window, Han Feng could see traces of floor mats on each floor. So crowded? Han Feng muttered quietly, and began to observe the surrounding environment. Hey! Stop looking. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away, interrupting Han Feng, who was watching. Come with me. I'll take you to find a place to live first. Looking at the man who was talking in front of him, Han Feng didn't respond, but just followed him silently. In the future, you will live in this open-air cool mat area. It's not cold in summer anyway. When your contribution reaches a certain level, you can live in a tent. If your level is higher, you can live in a building. The man leading the way walked in front, talking to himself. Han Feng, who was following behind, listened and watched. Walking in the area full of cool mats, Han Feng looked at the people in this area. Everyone was lying or sitting on the cool mat in a daze, staring at the sky with empty eyes. And I don't know what they were thinking in their hearts. Suddenly, a voice came from the end of the cool mat area. Hey! Don't fucking sleep. Come and move things before it gets dark. Huh? Move things? Walking behind, Han Feng asked the guide in front of him in confusion. It's okay. You're new here. Go find your bed first. Don't worry about it. The man in front answered Han Feng as if it didn't matter. But the others were not as lucky as Han Feng. Although everyone's face was full of reluctance, no one dared to disobey the order of the man just now. What are they moving? It's going to get dark soon. The guide in front of him was the person with a good personality that Han Feng had come into contact with in prison at this stage. So he couldn't help but say a few more words. Oh, there will be trucks coming in to unload goods at about this time every day. They got them outside and brought them back together. It's not dangerous. After the guide finished speaking, he turned around and continued to walk. Chapter 59. A cry for help in the middle of the night. We're here. Han Feng was still digesting what he had just heard. And he didn't expect to reach his bed so quickly. Let me tell you about the rules here first, so that you don't break any taboos here. After saying this, the guide paused, looked at Han Feng and said, Do you have cigarettes? They were confiscated when I first came in. After saying this, Han Feng rubbed his hands. Oh, forget it. Here, take mine. And remember to return it to me later. The guide took out a cigarette and handed it to Han Feng. Okay, I will. By the way, what's your name, brother? Han Feng asked after taking the cigarette. Gui Yongxing. You can call me Gui Yulong. They all call me that. After hearing what Gui Yongxing said, Han Feng was very upset. Yulong? Looking at the man with a mustache in front of him, Han Feng really couldn't associate him with the word Yulong. But he was too grateful for what he had done, so he could only call him Brother Yulong. The boss of this prison is Brother Wei now. As for who he is, I won't tell you. You will never see him under normal circumstances. Gui Yongxing ignored Han Feng's thoughts and introduced the prison to himself. Your daily task is to go out and find things. You can bring back everything useful. Instant noodles, cooking oil, gasoline, etc., including nail clippers. These things can be exchanged for points. Points? Yes, points. Gui Yulong slowly explained Han Feng's question. Points can allow you to obtain better defensive weapons, or allow you to enter a better residential area. You see this area, right? It can't shelter you from the wind and rain. But if you have enough points, you can go to the tent area. These two areas are under my jurisdiction, and the buildings above are not within my jurisdiction. After a lot of explanations, Han Feng understood. Here, as long as the things you find are enough or valuable enough, you can exchange them for a higher level of life or weapons. Here, you have to listen to every word of the manager. Otherwise you will have no place to complain even if you are beaten to death. Also, if you see something you shouldn't see, leave quickly. Don't be stupid. Remember? Hearing Gui Yongxing's warning, Han Feng nodded and said nothing. Don't think about running away after entering here. I see you came in alone. After entering, you didn't ask me about finding someone. I guess there are no family members here. Looking at Gui Yulong in front of him, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Under the seemingly rough appearance, there is such a delicate mind and keen insight. Then don't think about running away. Otherwise you will die miserably. Without waiting for Han Feng to answer, Gui Yongxing spoke to himself. Okay, I won't tell you more about these things. I'm very busy. Leaving. I'll come to you if there's anything. Stay well. I wish you can live forever. At the end, Gui Yongxing's voice was a little lonely. Okay, Brother Yulong. Take care. Han Feng waved his hand and watched Gui Yongxing walk away. After watching Gui Yongxing leave, Han Feng looked around and then came to his own mat. Looking at the blood stains on the mat, Han Feng smiled intriguingly. He sat down as if he didn't see it, and took out his mobile phone to play with it. There was still no signal on the phone. The time on the screen was 8 p.m. Dusk had passed and night was about to fall. It's still a while before 1 a.m. After muttering, Han Feng lay down. The cool mat area he came to really only had cool mats. Not even quilts. There was only a pillow. Although the weather was not cold, he was used to covering himself with quilts, so he was still a little uncomfortable at this time. Lying on his back, Han Feng felt the summer breeze and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, vision connected. Target Wayne. Even though Han Feng closed his eyes at this time, the picture in his mind had already come to Wayne in the community next to the prison. Through the radar's field of vision, Han Feng watched the teams of soldiers in front of him performing their duties in an orderly manner. Captain Han. Everything is normal for the time being, and this unit has been cleared. By the way, Wei Yun is awake. In his mind, Wayne felt Han Feng's presence and reported what had just happened. Okay, let's go and have a look. Han Feng gave an order, and Wayne raised his legs and walked towards Lu Rui's residence. 10 seconds later, Wayne walked into the temporary residence that Han Feng had previously decided on. What's wrong? Is there a situation? Lu Rui asked after seeing Wayne. Without the protection of the villa, Han Feng was not around at this time. Lu Rui is now a frightened bird, and the slightest movement will touch his fragile nerves. So the first time he saw Wayne, he asked if there was anything wrong. No. Everything is normal. I came here to see Wei Yun, Wei Peng and others. I'm glad you're okay. You go. Wei Yun is in the kitchen. Wei Peng and Lin Lan are still asleep. The brief conversation between Wayne and Lu Rui was transmitted to Han Feng by radar. And he further controlled Wayne in his mind and instructed him to go to the kitchen. A few steps away, Wayne came to the kitchen. Are you hungry? Wait a moment. There are a lot of people. I have to do it slowly, Wei Yun said after seeing Wayne. Gurgle. The stomach protested, although he couldn't smell the aroma of food. Han Feng, who had been hungry for a day, realized the discomfort of an empty stomach through vision. I'll help you, according to the instructions in Han Feng's mind, Wayne said. After watching Wayne help in the kitchen, Han Feng withdrew from the visual connection, opening his eyes again and looking at the gradually darkening surroundings. Han Feng stood up and wanted to find something to eat. Since he fell into a coma last night, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice, and just now he was stimulated by the food. When Han Feng stood up, he was worried. In such a big prison, where can I find food? Damn, I should have asked Gui Yongqing earlier. Muttering to himself, Han Feng walked towards the place where there were people in the cool mat area. Hi, brother. I'm new here. What time do we have dinner? Seeing a man, Han Feng hurried over and asked. The man stared at Han Feng for a few seconds and then slowly said, It's almost time. We'll have food soon. After that, he got busy and ignored Han Feng. Thank you. After thanking him softly, Han Feng walked towards his cool mat again. On the way back, Han Feng thought to himself why the people here were a little strange. They didn't communicate with others much. Just when Han Feng was wondering, a group of people walked towards the cool mat area. About 40 or 50 people. Comparing the empty beds in the mat area, Han Feng smiled with relief. Before, I thought there was no one in the empty mat area. But now it seems that no one has come back. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. At this time, for people from the other side of the mat area came over with 2 large buckets, shouting as they walked. Great. I've been hungry for a long time. With a smile on his face, Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards the 4 people carrying food. Everyone, get in line. Whoever pushes will have no food. Starve. Before he walked in, Han Feng heard the 4 people talking and maintaining order. Since Han Feng was closer to the place where he got food, he lined up in the front row. When he approached and saw the so-called food, Han Feng's face was full of black lines. Bun? Water? What kind of food is this? The food for prisoners in prison is better than this. After complaining countless times in his heart, it was finally Han Feng's turn. Here, the man in charge of serving food handed Han Feng a bun slightly larger than his fist and a glass of water, and then motioned for him to leave. Huh? Han Feng was a little confused after taking the food. Such buns were not enough to eat. Get lost. Put it down if you don't want to eat. 1 per person. MB! It's so annoying. There are new people every day who don't know the rules. I told you to put up a piece of paper a long time ago. But you still say no. Alas. After scolding Han Feng, the 4 people started to chat while distributing steamed buns. Looking at the food in his hand, Han Feng gritted his teeth. Then he quietly walked out of the crowd and walked to his bed. Sitting down with the food, Han Feng ate it bite by bite. The steamed bun was like chewing wax in his mouth. Hungry Han Feng didn't pay attention to it, thinking that he would leave immediately after completing what he promised. Relying on his red alert soldiers, where can he stand? Time passed by, and the steamed bun in his hand was also eaten. Half full, Han Feng was even hungrier. He took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was 8:30. It was completely dark. He set an alarm for 12 a.m. on his phone to prevent himself from oversleeping. After putting his phone under his pillow, Han Feng planned to take a nap. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm rang from under his pillow. Han Feng had already pulled out his phone and turned off the alarm. Who? Seeing that the people around him were not woken up, Han Feng put down his hand that was patting his chest. It was already 12 a.m. And Han Feng didn't expect that he could fall asleep right after he touched his pillow. After putting away his phone, Han Feng sat quietly on the mat to wake up, thinking back to what he had said to Lu Run at that time. At 1 o'clock in the morning, in the northeast corner of the prison, the code was, "It's snowing today." And they said, It's hail today. After thinking it over carefully and confirming that it was correct, Han Feng stood up and began to prepare to leave. But just as Han Feng was about to get up, a faint voice came into his ears. Ah! Help! Please! No! The voice was intermittent, but Han Feng could still hear that it was a girl's voice. Instantly, Han Feng closed his eyes, motionless, holding his breath, and listening to the source of the voice with all his strength. Please! Don't pass! Help! Instantly, Han Feng opened his eyes wide and said, Someone is calling for help. The source of the voice was in a building a few hundred meters away from him. Don't worry about it. Brother. You can't save her. Don't get yourself involved. Alas! At this time, a man in the next bed to Han Feng said to Han Feng. And then he turned over, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. Chapter 60. Sequelae of Superpowers. Just as Han Feng was surprised, a man's faint sobbing sounded not far from him. What's wrong? Following the sound of crying, Han Feng walked to a bed and asked. It's okay, brother. I thought of my wife, same as this girl. Whoa. The man choked and said intermittently, My wife was killed by these beasts in turn. Ah. I hate myself for being a loser, woo. I hate it. After saying that, the man covered his face and curled up. No matter what Han Feng said, he no longer paid attention. After hearing the man's words, Han Feng clenched his fists. Because of extreme anger, Han Feng's body trembled slightly again. In his ears, the faint cry for help from the girl in the distance continued. Who? Han Feng stood up resolutely after taking a few deep breaths. After standing up, he suddenly remembered what Gui Yongxing said to him a few hours ago. If you see something you shouldn't see here, just pretend you didn't see it and leave quickly. Don't be stupid. Hee. A sneer came from Han Feng's mouth. Bullshit. Scum. Damn it. After saying this, Han Feng took advantage of the cover of night and walked towards the building where the cry for help came from. Although I am in the end of the world, I still have humanity in my heart. Today I am fortunate to see the ugliness of human nature. So, let me clean up the garbage. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng touched the downstairs where the call for help came from. Hearing the intermittent cries for help from upstairs, Han Feng closed his eyes to confirm the location. 3rd floor. After whispering, Han Feng crouched and walked towards the door. Due to the large number of people in the prison, the 1st floor was full of survivors at this time. The large number of people and the bright lights brought great obstacles to Han Feng's rescue. After seeing that this road is blocked, Han Feng silently retreated back to the darkness. Listening to the miserable cry for help, Han Feng's brain was working rapidly. Loosening his clenched fists, Han Feng made an extremely risky decision to climb the wall. After all the entrances and exits were blocked, Han Feng made a crazy decision. The 3rd floor was 6 or 7 meters above the ground, and he needed to sneak in without any protective measures. Looking at the building in front of him, Han Feng thought about it carefully. There were guardrails on the 1st and 2nd floors, which made it easy to climb. There were no guardrails on the 3rd floor, which was the only good news he had received so far. The distance to the 3rd floor was not difficult for well-trained soldiers or special police. But for Han Feng, if there was a mistake, it would be doomed. At this time, Han Feng, who only wanted to rescue, could not care about so many things. After a few deep breaths, Han Feng grabbed the railing of the 1st floor window with both hands. Ding ding ding. The sound of climbing the stairs came one after another. And after a few changes of body shape, Han Feng had already reached the 2nd floor. The figure that was more agile than ordinary people was still rising rapidly. This was also part of his evolution. But Han Feng was not aware of his own agility. A few seconds later, Han Feng had already climbed to the 3rd floor. Because it was summer, the temperature was still very hot even at night. So the glass on the 3rd floor was not locked. Holding the fulcrum with his hands, Han Feng tilted his head and looked into the room. Girl pretty hot. Ha. Brother. I beg you. Don't touch me. Go away. Woohoo. Hurry up. 3rd brother. The brothers have been waiting for a long time, haha. Outside the window, Han Feng witnessed the unbearable scene in the house and heard the evil jokes of a group of scumbags. At this moment, the angry Han Feng had already sentenced them to death in his heart. With a click, Han Feng turned over and jumped into the room. At this time, the 3 men in the room heard the noise and looked at Han Feng in a panic. Who are you? You don't know how to do it. You are lost. This idiot won't do anything for justice. Right? Ha ha ha. The few people who reacted shouted and laughed, not taking Han Feng seriously at all. A man behind him turned up his pants and pretended to pull out a gun. Since your parents didn't educate you well, then let me educate you well for them. After saying that, Han Feng took a step forward and stretched out his right hand to take a saber on the ground not far away. At this time, something strange happened. The saber that was originally lying quietly on the ground actually flew straight to Han Feng's right hand. The whole blade was shining with a little blue light, and was instantly absorbed by Han Feng in his hand. Evolve. Evolve. It's an evolver. Damn. Report quickly. At this point, the man lying on the girl paused. Then he widened his eyes, and covered his neck with both hands. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Blood gushed out from the fingers of both hands, and the man made a whirring sound. He looked at Han Feng with surprised eyes, and Han Feng walked around the man who looked like a dead dog. The other two men were stunned in the same place. They didn't even see Han Feng's movements clearly. Ah! The girl on the bed was splashed with blood, and then screamed. The girl's scream startled them, and the two men, stunned by the shock, began to look for weapons in a hurry, trying to prevent Han Feng from attacking again. Brother, let's talk it over. This is your girlfriend, right? Here. Don't. Leaning against the wall, a man looked at Han Feng nervously, saying soft words nonstop. Fuck your grandma. At this time, another man finally took out a pistol with trembling hands, aimed at Han Feng and cursed. Bang! 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 After 3 gunshots, Han Feng stood quietly, and the man who fired the gun knelt on the ground at this time, his hands also tightly covering his neck, trying to prevent the large amount of blood from flowing out. Lying on the ground, the man couldn't figure it out. He had fired. Why didn't he hit? Why could he rush over in an instant? Why could he accurately touch his neck with a saber at high speed? Unfortunately, he would never be able to figure out these questions. There's one more you left. After killing the second man, Han Feng turned his head to look at the man leaning against the wall, and his words came out like the dead spirit of hell. Big brother, The voice paused again, and the last man also covered his neck with both hands. That's right. Han Feng wiped his neck accurately, kneeling on the ground. At the moment of life and death, the last man asked himself the same question in his mind. Why? Why could he appear in front of him so quickly? Is he a speed evolver? What about the saber? Why? Thinking of this, the last man slowly closed his eyes, with a head full of questions. You killed someone. After a few seconds, the girl on the bed reacted, and said to Han Feng tremblingly, Here, follow me. Hurry. Han Feng handed the girl a men's jacket and a pair of pants, and said to the girl to hurry up. Oh, okay. The girl responded and quickly put on her clothes. In a dozen seconds, the girl put on her clothes. Han Feng leaned against the wall, holding his head tightly with both hands, and intermittent painful sounds came from his mouth. Brother, what's wrong with you? The girl saw Han Feng's painful state and walked over bravely and asked. No, it's okay. Let's go. After saying this, Han Feng gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. He knew that he had just used his superpowers and was weak at this time. If he was caught by the enemy at this time, he couldn't escape even if he had wings. Okay. We will. Bang. 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 Open the door. Damn. I told you not to lock the door. You didn't listen. Open the door. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The patrol outside the door heard the gunshots and rushed over. They just blocked Han Feng in the room. It happened to be the time when Han Feng was the weakest. The two people in the room panicked, and the girl looked at the door in horror. Han Feng was relatively calm, and his brain was thinking about the current situation quickly. Summon the Red Alert soldiers? Obviously it was too late. Since the other party had come here, it meant that more people might come later. The already painful brain became even more unbearable after thinking. Brother, you go first. Don't worry about me. I was thinking of committing suicide after today. Now I want to drag a few people down with me. Go. the girl said, then picked up the gun that the man dropped on the ground and quickly helped Han Feng up, pushing Han Feng to the window. Let's go together. I'm here to save you. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said to the girl, holding back the headache, if I run away with you, I will commit suicide too. Don't worry about me. Go. You are a good person. You must live. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. If you don't open the door, I will shoot. MB. The fierce banging on the door outside interrupted the girl's words. Go. The girl said this word, and then pushed Han Feng to the window. Han Feng, who was weak and about to fall into coma, held the window tightly with both hands. Wait for me. I will come back to save you. Don't die. Han Feng's plan was simple. He would withdraw first, find a safe place to quickly summon the Red Alert soldiers, and then come back to save the girl. Brother, can you forget it? Just let him think I'm dead. Go. When the girl finished this sentence, the door of the room could no longer hold. Bang. The door was knocked open. 4 or 5 patrol members rushed into the room with guns. MB. Fuck. The man in charge cursed after seeing the situation in the room. Catch them. Catch them. I'm going to skin them alive in public. With an order, the people behind rushed in and tried to catch people. Bang, the gun, fired. The girl fired the gun. But because of her nervousness, the bullet did not hit anyone.